In the 851st year of the 41st millennium, we find ourselves in the extremist sector upon the industrial world of Candeladole. This imperial industrial realm, characterized by its ordinary population and modest resources, lies at the heart of the extremist sector, a quintessential part of the countless worlds within the Imperium. A typical imperial world, caught in the limbo of mediocrity. On this standard medium-sized planet, towering smokestacks rise like giants, incessantly belching forth toxic atmospheres. The scent of sulfur and smoke is the most familiar flavor to the inhabitants, who from the moment of their birth are adorned with thick filtration masks, never to remove them until the end of their brief lives. To the east of the planet lies the production zone, where colossal factories tirelessly consume raw materials and energy, providing an unceasing stream of industrial products to the Imperium, under the relentless efforts of tech priests and laborers alike. This world is one among countless industrial planets that ensures the smooth operation of the war machine known as the Imperium of Man, especially in an era defined by the flames of conflict. As a vital industrial stronghold for the Imperium's military, Candeladole is naturally equipped with a loyal garrison tasked with its defense. Like many imperial worlds, this realm possesses a defensive force of equal mediocrity. A small fleet and several battalions constitute the entirety of its protective might. Among these battalions, the Candela Ninth Guard stands vigilant. The Ninth Guard is stationed at the edge of the atmospheric purification shield. Amidst the towering watchtowers and anti-aircraft artillery, a young man clad in a red commissar's uniform, his hair white and his head adorned with the imperial Aquila cap, gazes listlessly through the translucent protective dome at the planet's murky and oppressive atmosphere. Ah, how I long to return home. The young man, Baiji, absent-mindedly pats his recently filled stomach, muttering complaints only audible to himself. Where's that promised Arc Terra? Holy Terra, for the love of the Emperor, there should be a limit to such name duplication. What? Do you have grievances about pledging your loyalty to humanity? A commanding voice reverberates in his mind, resonating with authority. Remember, you are my sacred commissar? Ugh, shut up, you pretentious voice. If you dare, come down from your throne and face me. What did you call me? Not pleased. How about the six-armed God Emperor? The false emperor? The corpse emperor? What do you want me to call you? Baiji chuckles, pressing the voice in his mind for more. You should be grateful you're not Psyker. You could slap the Psyker Lunst with 2 psychic blows, I wouldn't mind. Huh. The voice seems to fall silent, and Baiji's mind is once again enveloped in tranquility. In this rare moment of calm, he begins to reflect on how he came to be in this place. Baiji, a native of Earth, aged 22. The reason for his presence in this wretched location is quite simple. He has traversed worlds, becoming an orphan picked up by a passing commissar and sent to a loyalist academy in a hive world. Under normal circumstances, as a mediocre Earthling, he would either perish under the harsh training of the commissar class or, having survived, be assigned to serve in an Imperial Guard regiment if he had not brought a communicator with him. Indeed, for reasons unknown, while still grappling with the bewilderment of his transmigration, a voice materialized within his mind as he passed a statue of the Emperor. Ah, humanity, child. Who is speaking? The knave Baiji instantly responded to the echoing soliloquy within his mind, and it was this serendipitous reply that irrevocably altered his journey across worlds. You can hear me. Why wouldn't I? Do you know who I am? Not really. After a brief yet effective verification process, namely, a close encounter with a subspace storm, Baiji, the newcomer, confirmed a startling truth. The voice belonged to the Emperor, a being whose humanity teetered on the brink of extinction. Your Majesty, the revered Emperor of mankind, you must realize that I am not of this era. Upon recognizing the true identity of the voice within his mind, Baiji initially regarded this guardian of humanity with utmost respect, for he possessed a modicum of understanding of the Warhammer 40,000 universe. This Emperor, who cherished humanity, was the genesis of all tales. I'm aware, but what of it? Welcome to the future, young child. Listening to the authoritative response, Baiji suddenly felt that perhaps it would be better to find an opportunity to end his own life sooner rather than later. As it turned out, this young traveler seemed to resonate with the Emperor's waning humanity, as evidenced by a series of activities that included, but were not limited to, high-intensity loafing and peeping at the battle nuns, bathing in the adjacent convent, hiding under his blanket to indulge in questionable amusements, and substituting the prayers during daily devotions with lyrics from SpongeBob SquarePants. Thus, Baiji's connection with the Emperor deepened rapidly. Of course, Baiji was keenly aware that he would never dabble in anything related to chaos. In summary, through his teachings and antics, Baiji managed to redeem the Emperor's nearly collapsing humanity from the brink, thanks to the myriad of vices typical of a 3K-era individual. As a result of his efforts, Baiji's journey as a commissar student was remarkably smooth. He miraculously passed all commissar assessments despite comprehending nothing on the 102nd attempt. And in 13 combat training sessions, he caused the Chaos Cultist to inexplicably perish, setting a new record in his hive world, rising from student commissar to full commissar in just 6 months. And under the guidance of a mysterious figure from Terra, he hastily enlisted, becoming a proud middle-ranking commissar in an Imperial Guard regiment. That regiment was none other than the Candela Ninth Guard. Commissar, Colonel Alana requests your presence. A muffled summons interrupted by Ji's further reflections. When he regained his focus, he found an IG sergeant standing before him, saluting. Moreover, please do not approach the atmospheric filtration device too closely. It hasn't been maintained in 30 years. God knows what it might let in. You wouldn't want to end up with a punctured lung like those down high folks, would you? Oh, thank you for the warning. Sergeant Varenalana is looking for me. Varen, a communications sergeant from the 3rd Communications Company of the Candela Ninth Guard, typically serve a role akin to a messenger. It was puzzling why this bald man from an agricultural world preferred to relay messages in person when they had communicators available. Yes, sir. Varen shrugged. Baiji maintained a down-to-earth demeanor among the lower-ranking soldiers. He certainly did not wish to be shot in the back during a charge, as such deaths were not uncommon in the commissar profession. You'd better hurry. The colonel seems to be in a rather foul mood. Huh, as if I would fear her. Baiji, feigning stubbornness, hurriedly made her way towards the regiment's command center, muttering, when I joined the Loyal Descendants Academy. She was still playing in the grand mansion of the family garden. The colonel instructed you to arrive at the regiment's command center in 5 minutes. Any tardiness will be at your own risk. Wait, that leaves me 3 minutes. Damn it. Glancing at her wristwatch, a figure was seen sprinting along the main road of the 9th Regiment's base. Chapter 2. Colonel Commander 10 minutes later, at the command center of the 9th Candler Guards, under the silent gaze of 2 sentinels. A hurried figure pushed open the grand door of the command post. Bang. The alloy-clad door slammed against the wall with a jarring screech, as if it sensed Baiji's arrival. Before the holographic projection of the metropolis map, a striking figure in military attire slowly turned around. With a slender frame, cascading golden hair, and blood-red eyes, the young girl before him possessed a stunning visage and skin as pure as snow, radiating an enchanting beauty under the illumination. Commander, you summoned me? Baiji greeted the girl with familiarity, hanging his cap on a nearby coat rack. Baiji, the colonel commander, named Alana, nodded gently in acknowledgement, beckoning him to approach her desk. After such a long wait, may the Emperor bless us. We finally have duties beyond purging the heretics in the depths. Alana pulled out a document from beneath her desk and handed it to Baiji. This is a recent dispatch from the Ministry of Military Affairs. Take a look. Baiji accepted the weighty document from Alana, casually unfastening the metallic skull clasp atop it. Due to the tense situation at the front lines, the ministry has decided to draw reinforcements from the 8th, 9th, and 12th Candler Guards. He closed the file, gazing at Alana with confusion. There are only 5 IG regiments stationed at Candelator. How can they possibly spare 3? Is the Ministry of the Industrial World abandoning us? I've heard that a planetary PDF will be responsible for filling the defensive gaps. Let us hope so. After all, this ISNT my home world. Alana shrugged nonchalantly, reclaiming the document from Baiji's hands. Let us hope for the PDF, Baiji echoed, equally resigned, for the combat prowess of the Imperial PDF was well known. They might maintain order, but in the event of an external invasion, the Candelator people would need to fend for themselves. Moreover, this was the extreme star domain, rife with greenskin marauders and chaotic forces. May the Emperor protect those unfortunate souls. Oh, so now you invoke the Emperor's blessing? Shut up, you rascal. There stands a fanatic before us. Baiji covertly observed the striking young woman. Upon his recent assignment to the 9th Guards, he had once harbored unrealistic fantasies about this noble colonel. It must be stated that the pursuit of beauty is a facet of human nature. Do not play if you are displeased. His fantasies persisted until a purging operation, where this seemingly delicate girl, wielding a chainsaw sword in one hand and the battle flag in the other, recited prayers of combat while trampling on the corpses of heretics, leading thousands of burly men toward the cult's stronghold. Is it truly commendable for an imperial noble to be so loyal? Indeed, within the extraordinary 9th Candler Guards, it was not Baiji, the imperial political officer, who exhibited the most fervent faith in the emperor, but rather Colonel Alana herself. Miss Colonel's devoutness bordered on the obsessive, manifesting in various peculiar behaviors, including, but not limited to, her nightly prayers with the regiment's pastor, Lorna. As a commanding officer, she led from the front during battles, daring even to confront the chaotic forces head-on. Of course, her audacity was significantly bolstered by the opulent resources afforded to her by her affluent family, including exquisite rosaries and a finely crafted chainsaw sword. Under her influence, Baiji found himself compelled to feign piety each night, offering prayers to the Emperor's likeness. A stark contrast to his previous antics of reciting SpongeBob lyrics while at the Loyalist Academy. In a moment of contemplative distraction, Baiji pondered a grave concern. If they were to be dispatched to a chaotic realm or a savage world inhabited by greenskins, it would be manageable. But if they were to encounter a meat grinder like Cadia, it would spell the end of his second life. It was a remote world named Arafindos, where the Imperial garrison was currently fending off an onslaught of chaotic devotees. Alana glanced at the documents in her hand and casually explained that the fearsome cultists were besieging the only stronghold in the area. And due to the support of chaotic demons, the local astral military was under immense defensive strain. A savage world. Thank goodness. I had feared it would be a wretched place like Armageddon or Cadia, he mused. Political officer? Oh no, I understand now, Commander. Alana, unable to catch Baiji's mumblings, merely nodded lightly in acknowledgement. The order to mobilize had been issued, and it was time to gather personal belongings. The Navy would dispatch a fleet to transport them the following day. Understood. With little more to say, Baiji acknowledged the military command and turned to leave the command center. Before he departed, he glanced back at the industrious Alana and spoke. May the Emperor bless us. Colonel, I bless nothing. Rely on yourself. May the Emperor bless us, political officer. As expected, upon hearing this phrase, Alana beamed a smile of appreciation at Baiji. With the Colonel's smile warming his heart, he left the command center with a sense of fulfillment. Next, he intended to return to his quarters to tidy up his personal effects. Political officer. Upon exiting the command center, a soldier stationed at the watchtower saluted Baiji. Amidst the bustling soldiers, he made his way toward his dormitory. Political officer. A sharp call echoed from behind him. Turning around, Baiji saw a tall, slender, middle-aged man fervently waving at him. Uriel? Baiji queried, puzzled by the sight. Behind him, a Ryman Russ was slowly grinding across the ground. What's the matter? Has your third company finished collecting their gear? Come here for a moment. I have something intriguing to show you. Uriel beckoned mysteriously, hinting at something valuable. Oh, Baiji's interest peaked as he hurried to Uriel's side. Known as one of the most cunning underlings in the regiment, this seemingly unremarkable man always managed to procure rare and fascinating items, such as the peculiar trinket now in Baiji's possession. In a hushed tone, Uriel discreetly placed a round object into Baiji's hand, murmuring that it was a fine gift procured from the Ministry of Military Affairs. A fruit can? Baiji pondered over the canister in her grasp, her gaze shifting unexpectedly towards him. In a world where essential goods were scarce, such a fresh source of vitamins was indeed a rarity. Where did you acquire this? Have you been pilfering from the military stores again? A sudden pang of discomfort crossed Baiji's mind as she regarded the righteous expression on the face of the third company commander. Did I not advise you to refrain from stealing from the Ministry of Military Affairs? I can only assist you so many times, should a thorough investigation occur. The consequences would be dire for all of you. What do you mean you all? It is we, comrade political officer. Truly, a blight upon the Empire. I am ashamed to associate with you. The Emperor's disdain was palpable, evident even in his gritted tone. Your actions bring shame upon the Empire. Baiji shamelessly conveyed the Emperor's decree, eliciting a chuckle from Uriel, who then attempted to justify himself. No, how could I forget your instructions? This is a subsidy from Pastor Lorna, which she withheld from me. Ah, that woman. An exasperating figure suddenly intruded upon Baiji's thoughts. She weighed the canister in her hand and casually tucked it into her specially modified uniform. You do display filial piety. I shall graciously accept it. Isn't this bribery? Political officer? I ought to send the Imperial Guard to deal with you. How can it be termed bribery? This is merely the bond of brotherhood among the Star Realm's military. Although it's not a canister, one cannot prohibit the sharing of resources among mortals, can they? With a serious rebuttal to the Emperor's accusation, Baiji smiled at Uriel. Good comrade, when the next battle commences, I shall inform Niels. When I sound the whistle, you shall lead the final charge. That would be splendid. Thank you, comrade political officer. Farewell then. Take care, comrade political officer. As she heard the warm farewell from behind, Baiji reflected on the beauty of power and slowly returned to her officer's quarters. Chapter 003. Tidying up at the headquarters of the 9th Candelabra Guard. The officer's dormitory creaked as Baiji returned to her loyal personal room, the door protesting with age. I can hardly wait. Bring it forth quickly. Upon entering her quarters, the true nature of Baiji emerged as she eagerly retrieved the fruit Uriel had gifted her, placing it expectantly on her table. The political officer who embezzled the pastor's subsidy has brought shame upon the entire regiment. A surge of psychic energy coursed through Baiji's nervous system, projecting the will of the subspace powers into her mind. Though I do harbor a disdain for the state religion, she responded internally. No. This matter has nothing to do with the state religion. I simply detest that Lorna individual. As she pried open the lid of the canister, Baiji conversed with the voice in her head, marveling at such a peculiar fixation. It was a pity for her beautiful face. Ah, it's opened. Baiji delicately licked the lid of the can, her gaze lingering on the golden fruit nestled within. Ah, yellow peaches, what a stroke of luck. Really? I wish I could have a taste, came a voice. You wouldn't be able to handle it, just stick to your daily 1,000 psychics. Baiji unkindly reassured the sorrowful emperor, deftly drawing her dagger from her waist to extract a slice of yellow peach. Delightful. By the way, why do you harbor such disdain for the priestess in your group? She is rather beautiful, the emperor inquired, his question resonating in Baiji's mind, evoking some unpleasant memories and rendering the can in her hand somewhat unappetizing. Ah, about that. She set down her dagger and became lost in recollections of the past. To summarize, when the IG was formed, the National Church was to conduct psychological evaluations on all soldiers, assessing their susceptibility to madness and potential corruption by the subspace. I would prefer you refer to it as loyalty, but please, continue. The very individual responsible for my assessment was that same priestess. Did she uncover any issues? That shouldn't be the case. I distinctly recall safeguarding your soul in the subspace. Wait, you haven't been secretly believing in her heretical teachings behind my back, have you? Listening to the Emperor's inquiries, Baiji felt compelled to cover her face in frustration. No, she did not identify any problems. Then why do you despise her so? She believed I was the Emperor's chosen one. Unnameable subspace tremors. Did you not notice to retract your damned golden halo while you were safeguarding my soul? Whose mortal soul is adorned with a halo? At this point, Baiji couldn't help but feel anger swell within her. Do you understand the humiliation of kneeling at my feet before the entire regiment? Do you grasp the struggle I endure to avoid her every day? That woman incessantly drags me into her sermons. I have declared my faith in the truths of the Empire, and I am not well versed in matters of religion. Goodness, you actually believe in my Empire's truths? Such a fine child is rare indeed. I take it back. I shall go accept baptism. Ignoring the Emperor's attempts to feign ignorance, Baiji shook her head, resealing the can of peaches. She began to gather her dining implements, a Mars-produced explosive pistol, a Lucius-crafted exquisite power sword, and a small silver whistle. In the chaotic battlefield, the signal from the political officer typically heralded the charge of a troop, of course. There were also retreat signals, but most political officers never had the opportunity to blow their whistles throughout their lifetimes. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, Bai Ji slowly ignited incense, taking the small incense burner from beside the table and placing it solemnly atop her explosive device. Praise to the Lord of all machines. Praise to the spirit of the explosive device. Praise to the Omnisia. Reciting the devout three-part prayer, wisps of white mist began to waft from the incense burner, enveloping Bai Ji's senses. The barrel of the explosive pistol illuminated with a green indicator light, signifying the joyous spirit of the machine soul today. Boasting a penetration power of 5 and an eternal resistance to overheating. Long live Omnisia. Long live the God of all machines. After 2 rounds of cheers concluded the prayer, Bai Ji contentedly holstered the explosive pistol and replicated the same ritual with her power sword. Indeed, even a mere explosive pistol possesses a machine soul system. Many Astartes indulge in the delight of their explosive machine souls before combat. Yet, lamentably, Lehman Russ remains devoid of such a soul. You just claim to believe in the truth of the Empire. However, a displeased machine soul could indeed lead to a strike. Bai Ji meticulously stored her small sensor and weaponry, beginning to organize her personal belongings. Although termed personal items, Bai Ji, in her capacity as the political commissar, exhibited an extraordinary level of integrity. Upon tidying her room, the remaining items precisely filled a marching pack, several sets of clean commissar uniforms and attire, along with some materials to appease the machine's soul and toiletries. Aside from these, certain inconveniently transportable indulgences were kept on her person. A hollowed-out imperial scripture conveniently housed a compact reading material, and under the watchful eye of the young commissar, none would dare to desecrate her unwavering loyalty. I must say, your background surpasses my expectations. I truly must dispatch the enforcers. Observing Bai Ji, with righteous conviction, cradling the imperial scripture against her chest, the voice in her mind could no longer contain its outburst. Father. A steady static intertwined with the emperor's sacred words, evoking a faint resemblance to the imperial regent on television. Oh, little 13 has come to chat. I shall take my leave for now. We shall converse later. The emperor hastily terminated the psychic communication, affirming that the recent auditory hallucination was indeed not Bai Ji's delusion. With a resigned shake of her head, Bai Ji dragged her luggage and silently exited her dormitory. The murky air of Candrildor swept over her, and for a moment, a wave of melancholy surged within her. Candrildor, a world both unhealthy and inhospitable, nonetheless stood as a rare bastion of stability amidst the galaxy. She had spent 2 relatively tranquil years here. Yet now she was to depart and join the Imperial war machine, whose location in the starry expanse remained unknown. Like many soldiers of the Astral Legion, this departure bore almost no hope of return. New forces would fill the defensive gaps left in their absence, and when those yet unseen comrades arrived at this modest encampment, who would remember the 9th Candril Guard that once stationed here? She suddenly grasped the sentiments of Alana. In this merciless sea of stars, returning to the Golden Throne indeed served as a comforting psychological refuge. May the Emperor bless. Bathed in the murky warmth of the evening breeze, the young Imperial Commissar sincerely uttered this phrase for the first time. Heh. It seemed a light laugh wafted through the wind, leaving Bai Ji puzzled as she scratched her head. Surely, it must be an illusion. Chapter 004. Military Discipline Inspection. On the following morning, at 6 o'clock a.m. A sharp whistle pierced the air, signaling the beginning of the final hours for the 9th Candylon Guard Regiment on this planet. Within the nearly deserted regiment headquarters, the diligent Colonel Alana was engaged in her last tallying tasks. Equipment? She inquired, her voice steady. Reporting to the commander, came the reply. All equipment has been delivered to the designated boarding site. Sage Klaus and the technical sergeants have inspected everything. Our armaments are in excellent condition. Excellent. Alana nodded with satisfaction, standing amidst the dark red morning light of Candylon. And what of the personnel? How prepared are the Emperor's lads? Reporting to the commander, replied Uriel. The leader of the 3rd Communications Company, with an air of fortitude, the 9th Candylon Guard Regiment has assembled all 979 combat personnel. Additionally, the personnel from the Military Discipline Office, the Ecclesiarchy, and the Adeptus Mechanicus, totaling 142 individuals, are also ready to depart at any moment. Has the Navy sent word? Alana glanced at her wristwatch, a red spider-pattern mechanical timepiece gifted by her family as a memento, although it appeared somewhat incongruous on a girl's wrist. The intricate gears and hands had never faltered in previous battles, rendering her indifferent to such trivialities. Yes, Commander, Uriel nodded. We received notification from the Candylon Planetary Defense Fleet. In 2 hours, a transport ship will be responsible for ferrying us alongside several other reinforcement units. 2 Invincible-class frigates and 1 Vengeance-class cruiser will escort us on this journey. Moreover, to prevent insurrection, the 9th Candylon Guard will not be transported on the same vessel as the 2 local Candylon regiments. This is the directive of the Fleet General, and I needed to convey it to you. Quite a prudent arrangement. Alana acknowledged with a nod. Throughout the Empire's history, incidents of planetary forces uniting to seize naval vessels and incite rebellion were not uncommon, especially considering that the Candylon Planetary Defense Fleet was merely a modest orbital defense force. Such concerns were entirely reasonable. Inform everyone. We will embark in 2 hours. Where's the boarding location? At the 3rd Equatorial Landing Base, Commander. Very well. We shall depart in an hour and a half. Yes, Commander. With the orders given, Alana felt a wave of fatigue wash over her and nodded wearily at Uriel. Thank you for your hard work, Lieutenant Uriel. You may return to rest now. Yes, Commander. Is there something else? Uriel stood at attention but hesitated before speaking. Miss Leona wishes for you to assist in delivering this. After a moment's indecision, he retrieved a delicate string of pale red beads from his uniform pocket and presented it to Alana. For Commissar Baiji. Rose prayer beads? Alana furrowed her brow as she accepted the dainty bracelet. I recall that Pastor Leona possesses but a single strand, does she not? It is said that this is a subsidy from the national religion, not routed through the Ministry of Military Affairs. Cold sweat trickled down Uriel's forehead. He certainly could not admit to having confiscated someone's canned fruit. However, upon reflection, he dared not seize the premium item like a rosary. Stealing a couple of cans would result in nothing more than a whipping, given his rapport with Baiji, but pilfering a rosary could very well lead to a death sentence. Very well, I shall relay your message. Alana frowned, but eventually nodded. What is Comrade Baiji currently engaged in? Report. Comrade Baiji is inspecting the morale and discipline of each company. He wishes for the troops to maintain their best appearance upon departing from Candela. Understood, you may leave. With that, Alana dismissed Uriel with an impatient wave, shooing him away like a bothersome fly. Yes, Commander. Uriel stood at attention, saluted, and departed from the regiment command post with measured steps, akin to a mouse evading a cat. Meanwhile, within the barracks of the 9th Imperial Guard Regiment at Candela, the loyal political officer of the Empire was conducting inspections of morale and discipline across various companies. Indeed, one's faith in the Emperor was one matter, but the execution of duties was another entirely. Despite his corrupt practices of accepting bribes and condoning embezzlement of military funds, Baiji fulfilled every responsibility expected of an imperial officer. After all, oversight was reciprocal, and nearly 10,000 pairs of eyes were perpetually scrutinizing Baiji. In such circumstances, the performance of one's duties became a testament to earning the trust of others. To take a step back, maintaining military discipline was indeed essential, after all. Serving in a well-disciplined, ironclad army on the battlefield vastly differed from laboring in a unit perpetually on the brink of mutiny. Thus, in the realm of daily responsibilities, Baiji could be deemed a competent imperial officer. In the 7th Company of the 9th Imperial Guard Regiment, the troops gathered during a rare moment of downtime before their departure. With the eyes of 299 soldiers upon him, a bare-chested man was bound to a column with iron chains, while beside him stood a girl in a uniform adorned with blue trim, expressionless as she wielded a bloodied whip. The whip descended mercilessly upon the man's bare back, each strike leaving a gruesome mark. Among the onlookers, several soldiers displayed signs of distress. As Baiji pushed open the barracks door, this was the scene that met his gaze. Comrade, the commander has arrived. At the instant Baiji entered, a keen-eyed soldier announced the presence of the colonel political officer, prompting the girl with the whip to halt her actions. Comrade, 299 right hands rose in unison as the members of the 7th Heavy Weapons Company of the 9th Imperial Guard Regiment saluted their political officer in chorus. The young intern officer, Cinecliffs, lowered her whip and hastened to Baiji, offering a formal bow. What is this? Baiji furrowed her brow as she gazed at the soldier being punished behind the girl. Blood continuously dripped from his bare back, pooling into a small puddle on the ground. Report to the teacher, Soldier Jess has been organizing gambling within the military. According to Imperial military regulations, he is being subjected to flogging, the young intern political commissar reported loudly. Baiji gently pushed aside the soldier blocking her path and strode towards the man known as Jess. Commissar good. Seeing Baiji halt before him, Jess struggled to lift his head, offering a faint greeting. May the Emperor bless you, esteemed officer. I ask you, are the allegations from Commissar Zena true? Ignoring Jess's greeting, Baiji fixed her icy gaze on the punished soldier and inquired coldly, did you organize gambling among your comrades, thereby tarnishing the sacred discipline of the Emperor's army? Indeed. Commissar, I did so. Jess lowered his head, his voice barely audible. I repent before the divine Emperor. Then I have no further questions. Baiji nodded and turned to stand amidst the soldiers, addressing Xena. Continue the punishment. How many lashes remain? 5 lashes, teacher. Xena replied as she raised the bloodied whip once more. Crack, crack. Amidst the sharp sounds of the whip and the soldiers' feeble cries, a soldier from the 7th Company discreetly observed Baiji's expression. The commissar stood there, expressionless and unmoving. Chapter 005. The Teachings of Our Ancestors. Crack, 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 crack. Report to the teacher, the military discipline has been executed. The 5 crisp sounds of the whip concluded, and in turn political commissar Xena Cliffs sheathed the whip, saluting Baiji. Baiji nodded impassively, turning to survey the 7th Company's soldiers, who were collectively silent. Her gaze swept across the downcast faces, revealing fear, shame, and compassion. Fortunately, she did not detect any expressions of discontent or resentment. Why are you still standing there? The naval fleet does not wait for anyone. After a brief silence, Baiji suddenly exclaimed to the crowd with a laugh, disperse, lads. Now, aside from Commissar Xena and your company commander, everyone else is to head to the training ground to move supplies. Yes, the soldiers of the 7th Company responded in unison, filing out under the weary gaze of their commander, William, vanishing into the empty camp in the blink of an eye, taking the bloody Jess with them. Baiji turned her attention to the remaining 2 individuals, a burly middle-aged man and a young woman, the latter standing expressionless. William, you go wait outside the barracks. She ordered coldly, casting a glance at the anxious man. William, relieved, quickly departed, leaving Baiji alone with Xena. You did well, Miss Xena. With the soldiers gone, Baiji relaxed her authoritative demeanor, casually finding a spot to sit. She spoke to Xena. Thank you, teacher. Initially responding instinctively, Hina suddenly voiced her confusion. Teacher, you have fulfilled the sacred mission bestowed upon you by the Emperor, punishing the soldiers who transgressed military discipline and preserving the honor of your unit. Why then do you still feel a sense of wrongdoing? Baiji regarded the girl before her with a hint of amusement, recognizing that Hina's inner turmoil was far less composed than her outward demeanor suggested. No, but you still feel out of place. For this is your first instance of punishing a soldier in front of the entire company, worried that it may jeopardize your relationship with the other soldiers. Baiji leisurely articulated the unspoken words for her, causing Hina's expression to shift dramatically, yet she ultimately merely nodded in silence. Do you remember what I first told you, Hina? Observing Hina's countenance, Baiji slowly invoked another seemingly unrelated memory. Treat your comrades well. No one can lead a unit solely with a whip and explosives. If that were possible, it would only be the realm of tyrannical demons. Hina echoed Baiji's teachings. When the 30 newly graduated political commissars from the Loyalist Academy arrived at the Candela Ninth Guards, Baiji, as their mentor, had imparted this wisdom. And you know, that rascal Jess is the eldest son in his family, residing in the lower nests of Candela, with 3 younger siblings. Before he was conscripted into the 9th Regiment, his family was burdened with worries about their next meal. His gambling was an attempt to earn a little extra money for them before his departure. Baiji recalled Jess's altered greeting, Commissar, sir, which was meant to convey that, while in the lower nests, they would occasionally encounter PDF patrols passing by their doorstep. According to the planetary governor's regulations, civilians were required to pay their respects to these dignitaries. I understand. A flicker of anxiety crossed Hina's gaze. The sensation of having her inner thoughts laid bare by another rendered her instinctively uneasy. But have you considered this? If you let him off this time, what if others in the company gamble next? What will you do? If you forgive them, you desecrate the sacred duty bestowed upon you by the Emperor. If you punish them, you risk being perceived as a biased tyrant by the other soldiers, and that could be the root of future chaos. I have encountered many interns like you, young, loyal, and nothing more. Most of them succumb to the lethal energies from behind due to their harsh treatment of soldiers. While those who survive often end up like me, I know many among your group look down upon me, deeming me incompetent, disloyal, or neglectful. Yet, once you experience the true battlefield, you will understand that no one cares about the soldiers' appearances amidst a hail of spears and flying shells. Our mission, at its core, is merely to ensure their weapons remain pointed at the enemies of the Emperor. Oh, do not be anxious. I am not scolding you. Noticing Hina's expression shift uneasily, Baiji hastily sought to reassure the young girl. Of course, I am not merely speaking in vain. You will encounter such situations many times in the future, and you will learn to adapt. It is essential to foster goodwill and maintain amicable relations within the regiment. Trivial mistakes can be overlooked, and in time, they will come to understand you just as I do. Baiji gently patted the girl's silken hair, noting her rare golden locks akin to Alana's, perhaps indicative of noble lineage inherited from her deceased parents. In any case, you have performed admirably. Return and rest, for we shall soon embark. Baiji glanced at her wristwatch and offered a tender smile to Xena, adding, I still need to converse with Captain William regarding the recent incident. That scoundrel must not escape my grasp. Goodbye, teacher. Xena expressed her gratitude with a glance, recognizing that Baiji's intent in summoning her was not for evaluation or guidance, but rather to impart the weight of her mission. Such counsel cannot be found in any tome of the Imperial Library or textbook of the Loyalist Academy. It is born from the first-hand experiences and realizations of a political commissar, embodying the necessary compromises and inevitable frustrations, understood only by those who have tread the same path. Amidst the tumultuous galaxy, a single piece of advice could significantly alter the career trajectory of a young political commissar, potentially sparing them from the peril of friendly fire. In the chilling expanse of Warhammer 40,000, such guidance is invaluable. May the Emperor bless you, Commander Baiji, Xena exclaimed, her eyes glistening as she bowed deeply before dashing out of the barracks. Has this child misunderstood something? Baiji pondered, momentarily bewildered as she watched Xena's retreating figure, before nonchalantly making her way out of the barracks. There, she would encounter a seasoned veteran, necessitating a change in demeanor to address the situation. Alas, leading this troop is no simple task, the political commissar lamented, her words echoing in the empty barracks. The only listener being the grand portrait of the Emperor that adorned the wall. Achoo! With a casual swipe, she wiped her nose against the side of the holy image, inhaling deeply as she ambled out of the barracks. Chapter 006, Assembly. Commander. Upon emerging from the barracks, Baiji was greeted by the sight of a large, bearded visage. The weather is quite chilly. Thank you for your concern. William Topus, the captain of the 7th Heavy Weapons Company of the 9th Candela Guard, flashed a friendly smile as he produced a packet of cigarettes from his pocket and cheerfully lit one for Baiji. Here, Commissar, have a smoke. The weather is foul, and we must not let it affect your health. So you light a cigarette for me in hopes I remain in good health? Baiji quipped, rolling her eyes as she accepted the cigarette. Enough with the nonsense. Your company has encountered a problem. How do you intend to resolve it? Jesse, that scoundrel, was taken to the medical station. According to Imperial military regulations, gamblers must forfeit a month's pay and cover the medical expenses for their treatment. As the topic arose, a somber expression settled upon William's face. The middle-aged man, adorned with a bushy beard, lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, lamenting the uncertain deductions from his military pay that would be sent home by the Ministry of Defense. It was foolish of him to think that gambling might secure a little extra for his family. Comrade political officer, you belong to the esteemed class. The Ministry of Defense dares not withhold your benefits. Yet we, mere foot soldiers, once we depart from our homeland, are left at the mercy of those in power. A plume of swirling smoke escaped his lips as his slightly clouded eyes cautiously scrutinized Baiji's expression. How about this? You informed the accountant in our unit to send my military pay for this month to Jess's family. As someone who has never known my parents, I have no place to spend this money. A pleading, humble look graced the man's countenance. Baiji silently inhaled from her cigarette before turning to head towards the assembly point. Comrade political officer, this shall be the last time. She discarded the cigarette, but, crushing it underfoot, and added, go check on your soldiers in the medical room. We are boarding soon. Do not burden me with extra tasks. With that, Baiji hurried towards the logistics department of the regiment, having received the order to assemble and depart. Yes, comrade political officer. William's resonant voice echoed behind her. The bearded captain rubbed his hands together with a smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum and dashed towards the medical room. An hour later, Baiji emerged from the regiment's finance office, clutching her wallet in pain, silently cursing the insatiable greed of the Ministry of Defense. If Jess were to repay this amount himself, given his pay grade, it would take him a year of exhausting labor in the 9th Regiment without food or drink to settle it. Behold, the parasites of the Empire. She displayed her empty wallet to the sky, aware that though the area appeared deserted, eyes in the subspace could see her. I do not wish for this. But governing the Empire necessitates a vast administrative structure, and bloat inevitably harbors filth. The Ministry of Defense is not exempt, nor is the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The Emperor responded to her thoughts with a hint of melancholy in his otherwise calm voice. However, regardless of the circumstances, the current Empire cannot function without the very parasites you speak of. Indeed, Baiji nodded. Organizational bloat and inefficiency were undeniable truths. Yet, the transfer of supplies, military logistics, and the planning and collection of taxes involved a vast amount of information sent daily from various corners of the galaxy to the Sacred Terra, processed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs and executed by the Ministry of Defense. Thus, it seemed that the present human empire was indeed reliant on the contributions of these two parasites. Baiji intended to offer some words of comfort to the Emperor, but the urgent sound of a whistle interrupted her thoughts. It signified the gathering of the various companies. The evacuation had commenced. Adjusting her political officer's cap, adorned with a silver skull, she strode purposefully towards the assembly square. At the headquarters of the 9th Candelabra Guard, the assembly square bore witness to a historic day in the 9th Regiment. Before over 9,000 fully armed IG soldiers, a spirited young woman delivered what would be their final address on this planet. As our political commissar arrived at the scene, the last syllable of the cry for the Emperor had just faded away. Ah, it seems our political commissar has also made his entrance. Alana turned to the newly arrived Baiji, her lips curling into an expectant smile. Will you not share a few words with the warriors about to embark on their journey? With the leader's words, 9,000 pairs of eyes suddenly focused on the lone official commissar of the regiment. From the ranks of the military command, Silna unexpectedly stepped forward and discreetly slipped a note into his hand. Baiji unfolded it, cleared his throat, and, clutching the paper, approached Alana's side. Soldiers, brothers, loyal guardians of the Empire, he began, gazing down at the white sheet, articulating each word with care. Beside him, a flicker of disappointment flashed in Alana's eyes. For the Emperor. In the next moment, he vigorously waved to the soldiers, the paper soaring into the sky like a white dove. He summoned all his strength to shout, and for a brief second, the assembled troops fell silent, before a resounding cheer erupted. For the Emperor. Alana's smile returned, her earlier despondency vanishing. In front of the vast crowd, our colonel raised his arm and proclaimed, let us depart. In the extreme star domain, during the autumn on a planet named Candrildor, a battalion known as the 9th Vanguard of Candril embarked on its journey to the battlefield. Chapter 007. Farewell in both his past life and this one. Baiji had never witnessed a farewell ceremony as grand as today's. He sat in a Fire Serpent command vehicle, gazing through the bulletproof glass at the crowd outside, where the planetary governor of Candrildor shook hands and embraced Alana, exchanging nauseating yet mundane pleasantries. Accompanying him was Silna, the commissar's apprentice, who had been summoned just before boarding. The blonde girl, at that moment, kept her head down, fixated on the tips of her shoes, remaining silent. Baiji withdrew his gaze from the crowd outside and turned it to the dejected apprentice commissar. Silna? After a moment of silence, the commissar broke the stillness of the vehicle. Ah, yes, teacher? The dazed girl responded, instinctively acknowledging her mentor's call, turning to Baiji with a complex expression. What is it? Teacher? Are you still pondering over that speech? Baiji smiled at Silna, signaling her to ease her tension. By the way, how could I have expected you to draft a speech for me? He lifted the discarded draft paper, and Silna's expression darkened a shade further. I thought, considering the colonel's character, he would wish to say a few words when the troops withdrew, so I apologize. It seems your approach was indeed more effective. Everyone is quite excited, the impact far surpassing my expectations. Silna lowered her head, a hint of admiration in her tone. I was merely being overly sentimental. Baiji gazed at the subtly curved lips of Zierna, then shifted her attention to the throng outside the window. There, the opulent nobility of Shangchao and factory magnates stood on either side of the road, tossing plastic flowers towards the 9th Regiment's forces of Candriller. In this industrial realm, the atmosphere of the planet had long been suffused with toxic substances, rendering genuine blossoms a rarity, flourishing only within the governor's greenhouse. Have you ever heard the saying that a battle cry surpasses 1,000 words of peace? After observing for a while, Baiji abruptly uttered this thought, noting that for the Emperor is often the briefest of such slogans. On the battlefield, this phrase would echo countless times in your ears, should fortune favor your survival. Teacher? Zierna raised her head in confusion, but Baiji did not turn back, her gaze fixated on the marching soldiers of the 9th Regiment. When I graduated from the Loyalist Academy, our principal delivered an impassioned speech. We are the children of the Empire. destined to fight for the Emperor and to return to the Golden Throne after death. That principal was a master of rhetoric, and his words stirred great excitement among us. After a moment, Baiji began to recount her experiences at the Loyalist Academy. At that time, my classmates were all exhilarated, feeling as though they were the next Cain or Eric. What about you, Zierna? Did you ever feel that way upon leaving the Loyalist Academy? Zierna nodded silently, a flicker of curiosity crossing her eyes. Yet they ultimately were not. Baiji closed her eyes and sighed sadly, stating, to my knowledge, of the 27,600 aspiring political commissars who graduated alongside me, fewer than that number have survived to become formal commissars. She raised one hand, her fingers extended before Zierna's eyes. 4,000? Zierna ventured. Baiji opened her eyes, regarding her with an expressionless gaze that sent a shiver down her spine. 40. She retracted her hand, as a signal indicating imminent arrival resonated through the command chain. The manuscript is quite well crafted. Your literary prowess at the Academy must have been exceptional. Unlike my own. The commissar retrieved his belongings from the vehicle, and once it came to a halt, he opened the door. But when you are huddled in the trenches with the soldiers enduring enemy bombardment, I wager you won't have the chance to recite it. Step down, we have arrived. Baiji secured her gas mask over her face, dragging her suitcase as she pushed open the car door. It was now noon. 1400 hours. A day on Candrelor spans 30 hours, yet the sky bore no trace of sunlight. The Imperial Navy's transport vessel hovered in orbit above the planet, casting a shadow that obscured the sun's rays from the surface. The young IG commissar gazed at the vaguely discernible steel behemoth in the sky, faintly detecting the scent of war. Not the trivial skirmishes of purging the heretics of Shangqiao, but a conflagration sustained by the lives of hundreds of thousands, millions, even billions. How many of the brothers he now led would emerge unscathed? For the Stellar Army, departing from one's home planet often signifies a final farewell. He strode purposefully towards the front of the ranks, where the entire regiment of soldiers had come to a halt. A figure clad in a mask, wielding a chainsaw sword, stood before them, flanked by several familiar silhouettes. Ah, it seems that Commissar Baiji has also arrived. As Baiji observed the approaching figure, a voice emerged from beneath the mask of one of the masked individuals. It was Alana. Baiji noted that those standing beside her were all major commanders from the regiment. To be concise, according to military regulations and the directives of the fleet commander, we cannot board the ship as a restructured regiment. Instead, we shall be divided into segments and intermingled with forces from other worlds, to be reorganized upon reaching our destination. Alana conveyed this, and Baiji nodded, understanding that this was a necessary measure to prevent insurrection, thus it was not unexpected. Now, I will proceed with the troop assignments. After Alana spoke, she turned to the two masked figures beside her. This time, there are 3 transport ships, each carrying 10 companies of us. Claude, you will take the 11th to 22nd companies aboard the Disciple. Liliana, you will lead the 23rd to 37th companies on the Galahad. The rest, alongside the heavy armored units, will accompany me on the Bloodline. Upon concluding her orders, Alana glanced at the 2 individuals beside her, as if seeking confirmation. Any objections? None, Commander. The 2 majors stood at attention, saluting to signify their acceptance of the Commander's directives. Excellent. Alana nodded, her gaze shifting towards Baiji. And what about our esteemed Commissar? What arrangements do you have regarding the discipline and oversight of the troops? The composition of each company as Commissar and military police remains unchanged. As for other matters, I have no objections, Baiji replied, having already contemplated this matter thoroughly. Very well. Additionally, Commissar, it is imperative to note that you must board the ship alongside me. According to military protocol, the highest commander must have a Commissar by their side. After Alana spoke, she clapped her hands towards the other 3. All right, dismissed. The Imperial Navy's landing craft will arrive in 30 minutes. Safe travels, gentlemen. Chapter 008. Inspection. An hour later, Baiji stood on the deck of the transport ship, gazing down through the porthole at the diminishing figure of the nest city. From an altitude of 158,000 meters, this small nest city possessed a solemn beauty. Over the past 3 years, he had been an ant traversing the intricate labyrinth of the lower nest, oblivious to the grandeur of the anthill, preoccupied with daily skirmishes against heretics. It was only now, as he prepared for a long journey, that he began to appreciate the beauty of this place. Although given the choice, Baiji would have preferred to serve as a PDF commissar rather than coming here. Commander. A voice from a distance pulled the commissar from his reverie. Baiji turned towards the source of the voice, where a group of soldiers dressed in medical uniforms stood at a distance, waving at him. Routine boarding inspection, Commander, the leading guard captain informed him. Baiji instinctively glanced at the captain's insignia. He was a lieutenant of the fleet. He casually glanced around the hall, where hundreds of such stations on the sealed deck of the transport ship were continuously operating, assessing the loyalty and health of the boarding personnel. Behind Baiji, Elena silently nudged him. Very well, he replied, spreading his hands in surrender as he stepped into the center of the inspection station. Please extend your hand. Anyone will do, Commander. The medic responsible for drawing blood approached. Upon realizing the newcomer was a colonel political commissar, his tone instantly shifted to one of respect. We shall draw your blood. All right, Baiji extended his left hand. The medic used a blood-drawing needle engraved with the national emblem to prick it, blood staining the sharp tip, without any anomalies. Baiji understood this was to prevent gene thieves disguised as humans from boarding the Navy's vessels. It seemed rather unfair to eliminate a bald soldier with a single shot. No issues. The medic glanced at the needle tip and then back at Baiji. Please recite a passage praising the Lord of Humanity, Commander. Damn, I loathe this part. The voice of the Lord of Humanity echoed in his mind, filled with indignation. The earlier blood test was quite scientific, but now we're delving into superstition. No, No, my esteemed emperor. How can a mere needle prick determine whether one is human? This seemed to stray far from science. Baiji silently scoffed, yet he maintained a solemn expression. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the soldier's gun being raised slightly. Before the boarding inspection concluded, all personnel were required to surrender their weapons, Baiji included. He steadied his demeanor and proceeded to fluently recite a line from the Book of Holy Words, author, Luo Jia. As the scripture continued, the expression on the commissar's face grew more fervent, his voice becoming increasingly impassioned. All right, you have passed, Commander. Ultimately, it was the medic who interrupted Baiji's recitation, thinking to himself that all political commissars were indeed fanatics. Your loyalty is beyond question, but there are others waiting. Please forgive us, Commander. Oh, of course. The Emperor requires dutiful children, both you and I. Baiji understandingly ceased his recitation, patting the medic on the shoulder. For the Emperor. The medic eagerly echoed, signaling the soldiers to clear the path to the vessel. Next, Baiji lowered the brim of his hat, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. For the next individual to be inspected was Miss Elena, our esteemed Colonel Commander. Witness the true fanatic. May the Emperor bless you. He approached the entrance to the isolation vessel, where the soldiers on either side saluted him. For the Emperor. The Colonel Political Commissar waved dismissively, his cheerful voice echoing across the deck. 10 hours later, all boarding personnel had been inspected. Baiji harbored a sense of foreboding, for during the latter part of the inspection, gunfire reverberated ominously from behind the sealed doors. Damn it, they don't even notify me about the allocation, the commissar grumbled. Having navigated through the crowd for what felt like an eternity before finally locating the spot designated for the 9th Candela Guard. What is going on? He casually grasped a blood-stained soldier, who appeared somewhat anxious, but relaxed upon recognizing Baiji. I apologize, sir. I did not realize it was you. After speaking, the soldier instinctively wiped the blood from his uniform. In this circumstance, Baiji would not pursue the minor infraction of his disheveled attire. Enough with the pleasantries. What transpired outside? Baiji abruptly tugged at his collar, separated by the heavy isolation panel. He was unaware of the events occurring on the sealed deck. I heard gunfire. Upon mentioning this, the soldier's expression darkened, and after a prolonged silence, he began to speak slowly. It was the 12th Regiment. A few miscreants emerged from their ranks. We were unarmed when those vermin ambushed us during their inspection. The fleet guards could not intervene, but fortunately, reinforcements from another world came to our aid. By the Emperor. They were truly valiant. Baiji's questions were answered, yet the ominous clouds lingering in his mind remained unscattered. The emergence of human adversaries from Candrildor, regardless of whether they were from the 9th Guard, would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Candralians, particularly within the Imperial fleet, which revered honor and adhered to strict military regulations. Sir? The soldier's voice broke through Baiji's thoughts, prompting him to release the grip on his collar. Yes, I understand. Take a moment to rest. We have tasks ahead. Yes, sir. The soldier saluted, and Baiji proceeded towards the front of the troops. Sir. The soldier's voice echoed softly behind him. The 5th Company has lost over a dozen men. We were the closest company to the miscreants. They should not have perished here. Baiji turned to observe the soldier, whose blood-stained epaulette bore the insignia of the 5th Company. Then remember their faces, soldier. Without pausing, Baiji continued towards the makeshift camp ahead. After such an incident, the fleet commander would likely not permit them easy access to the transport vessel's inner structures. This is war, for the Emperor. The soldier froze momentarily before standing at attention. For the Emperor. As Baiji advanced towards the front of the troops, he was greeted with salutes along the way. However, he noted the lack of vibrant morale on their faces, an ominous sign. For the political commissar accompanying the troops, this indicated that his forthcoming duties would become exceedingly demanding. Nevertheless, not at this moment. He gazed towards the drooping regimental battle flag, and beneath it, as expected, he spotted the proud yet disheartened figure of Alana, slumped atop a crate filled with luminous weapons, her head bowed like a defeated rooster. The gas mask, necessary for breathing, had been removed, revealing a face as cold as ice. Baiji swallowed hard, steeling himself as he approached her side. It is not your fault, he whispered gently. At times like this, you should inspire the morale of the others. I know, she replied, still fixated on the wooden planks beneath her. Moreover, uplifting morale is the commissar's duty. Do not shift that responsibility onto me. The girl did not look at him, but continued to stare at the ground. Your chains word and explosives are over there. Go fetch them. Alana gestured towards a nearby box, and Baiji followed her gaze to see his life-saving equipment resting atop the unadorned iron surface. He approached, picked up his gear, and pressed the activation button. The interlaced chainsaw erupted with a jubilant roar, prompting a satisfied nod from Baiji as he returned to Alana's side. I heard that other units helped us earlier, he said, attempting to steer the conversation towards a more optimistic tone. As the commander, shouldn't you express your gratitude to them? You should go, Alana murmured softly, averting her gaze. They are over there, and I prefer not to approach them for the time being. Following her direction, Baiji beheld a throng of soldiers, their varied uniforms blending together in a manner that rendered identification nearly impossible. Carry the regimental flag. It is the only thing that will not disdain you, Alana added, her tone tinged with self-deprecation, as if sensing Baiji's confusion. Very well, but you must assist me with one task, at least to uplift the morale, he replied thoughtfully. Especially you. Dear Commander, at present, you resemble a foul-smelling eggplant. The colonel lifted her head, her crimson eyes scanning the expression of the political officer. Agreed. After a moment, a smile graced the colonel's face, as radiant as the spring sun, captivating in its beauty. A minute later, the political officer, now adorned with the battle flag and wielding a chainsaw, solemnly strode towards the gathering of allied troops. Chapter 009. Krieg navigating through the bustling crowd. Baiji held aloft the regimental flag, its golden-edged fabric shimmering brightly. As anticipated, the soldiers from other units cast unfriendly glances upon noticing the emblazoned candela insignia. The only exception was a ghostly silent unit, their demeanor eerily still. A heavy breath filled the air, and upon seeing the array of uniform breathing masks, Baiji's heart skipped a beat. A fully assembled Krieg unit was directing their frigid gazes toward him. They are indeed easy to identify, he mused silently, braving the complex stares around him as he strode boldly toward the group, the Empire's precious currency. Greetings, loyal children of the Empire, he addressed a Krieg soldier, locking eyes with the grim, leaden gaze beneath the mask, lifeless, akin to glass. To his surprise, he heard a muffled feminine voice respond, "Hello, officer." Despite the barrier of the breathing mask, she sounded to be in her early 20s. Yet, that was the extent of her contribution. After that, the Krieg soldier fell silent once more, and the others maintained their stoic stance, leaving Baiji feeling somewhat awkward. Who is your commander? Knowing well the nature of these Kriegs, Baiji was disinclined to engage in further idle chatter. I am the political officer of the 9th Candela Guard. I came to express my gratitude. But it seems you require none. Regardless, I wish to meet your commander. I would like to have a word with him. Baiji surveyed the soldiers before her from a commanding height. Despite her delicate stature, the soldiers stood a head shorter than her. Yet she felt a twinge of apprehension under her indifferent gaze. This sparked a profound curiosity within her. What manner of individual could command such a troop? Please follow me. A soldier intoned, his eyes sweeping over the regimental flag in Baiji's grasp. He nodded and turned towards the rear of the battalion, where the soldiers silently parted to grant passage. It was there that Baiji encountered the current commander of this regiment. Curiously, the commander was clad in the uniform of a political officer rather than the customary attire of a colonel. Although Baiji was unfamiliar with the rank structure of the Krieg, she presumed it to be somewhat analogous. Finally, a person of conversation has arrived. Welcome. The brothers from the other regiment are merely political officers. Upon their meeting, the Krieg commander embraced the distant guest with astonishing fervor. Through his heavy breathing mask, Baiji could discern his palpable excitement. Praise the Emperor for our fortuitous encounter, my brother. I am Monroe von Stewart. You may call me Stewart. Greetings, Mr. Stewart. Baiji extricated herself from his embrace, rubbing her neck, which had turned red from the embrace. Good heavens, is this really a Krieg soldier? She silently mused. Is this battalion now under your command? Forgive my impertinence, but such duties typically fall to a colonel or acting company commander. Baiji cleared her throat and posed her initial inquiry to Stewart, adding, and you, if I may be blunt, are a political officer. The colonel is over there. The acting company commander, well, he was recently taken to the crematorium. The man, donning a Krieg mask, spoke in a tone that was decidedly un-Krieg-like, gesturing towards the ground nearby, where lay a man with only half a head. According to military protocol, the highest-ranking officer present commands this unit now. It's quite straightforward. Baiji gazed at the disfigured corpse, the insignia of rank still affixed to his chest. Stewart had not lied. It was indeed the colonel's insignia issued by the Ministry of Military Affairs. However, an odd expression crossed Baiji's face. If an oil analyst were to conduct a spectral analysis of her expression, they would undoubtedly detect 20 comprehension, 15 astonishment, 25 sarcasm, and 40 a formulaic smile. Did he perish in the recent battle? Indeed, I was at the checkpoint at the time. There was nothing I could do to stop it. Stewart shrugged, a nonchalant chuckle escaping his lips. Such is the way of us Krieg. There's little to be done. His tone was light, as if the 25 lives lost, including that of the colonel and acting company commander, were akin to discarded equipment, which unnerved Baiji somewhat. Regardless, I am profoundly grateful for your regiment's assistance. May I inquire about your designation? Baiji asked, feeling somewhat out of place, yet the surrounding Krieg soldiers remained unresponsive, as if they had heard nothing and cared even less. The Krieger Death Brigade, specifically the 711th Mechanized Infantry Regiment, indeed represents this year's 711th unit, Stewart remarked, emphasizing this point at the end. I understand. We shall accurately convey the valor of your troops to the Department of Military Affairs. I must take my leave now. Stifled by the absurd atmosphere surrounding him, Baiji managed to force a polite smile and extended his hand to Comrade Stewart. Feel free to visit any time. Comrade Crick reluctantly shook his hand, amidst a chorus of hoarse breaths akin to wheezing bellows, their gloved hands, adorned with skull motifs, clasped tightly together. Subsequently, enveloped by a suffocating aura, Baiji returned to his unit's encampment, guided once again by the same soldier, whom Baiji noted was designated as 2637. It was only upon settling in the camp of the 9th Regiment, listening to the soldiers around him exchanging banter and flattery, that Baiji felt a resurgence of life within him. He suddenly felt a twinge of pity for Stewart, while simultaneously harboring a sense of dread towards the man. It was indeed tragic to be assigned as a political officer in the Krieger, yet to engage in light-hearted banter within such an environment, devoid of any signs of subjugation, spoke volumes of his unsettling nature. Baiji recalled the gaze Stewart had cast upon him as they parted, a look emanating from beneath the lens of his breathing mask, causing Baiji to involuntarily shudder. It was akin to the last straw grasped by one on the brink of drowning. He was certain that fear lurked within that gaze. Perhaps I should seek him out for conversation in the future, Baiji mused, rising from his seat in the camp. Yet not at this moment. He still bore the sacred duty entrusted to him by the Emperor. Gather the troops. In 15 minutes, I shall inspect the current military discipline. He pulled a passing company commander closer, addressing the young man earnestly. Additionally, summon the military police to assemble at each company. Should they fail to report by noon, the fleet adheres to the sacred 24-hour Terra time. They shall find themselves facing disciplinary action. Are you serious or merely performing for the colonel? This medium-built Candela man, Jones, paused for a moment, saluted Baiji, and cautiously inquired. Baiji regarded him with an impassive stare. I shall reiterate, 15 minutes. Conceal what needs to be hidden, or dispose of it outside. Remember, you have a mere 15 minutes, my dear company commander. Yes. At the sternness of Baiji's tone, the company commander shivered, executing the most precise salute he had ever mastered before hastily darting off to various parts of the camp. 2 minutes later, the assembly call echoed between the encampments. Chapter 10. Subspace. Baiji felt a slight pallor wash over his face, not from fear, but from indignation. At the onset of the inspection, the 10 most elite companies within the 9th Vanguard Regiment swiftly responded to the political officer's summons. Over 3,000 troops surged forth from their barracks with astonishing efficiency, assembling and preparing for a surprise inspection by the Supervisory Military Office at the temporary encampment of the 9th Regiment. The troops stood in a neat formation, their spirits high, and even the buttons on their uniforms gleamed brilliantly, presenting an image of a formidable force. Nearby units came to observe and expressed admiration for this predominantly Candelan contingent, which led to a shift in perception regarding the Candelans. The results of the inspections were quite satisfactory. The military police examined the barracks of various companies, uncovering mostly trivial issues, bedding and internal matters, which filled Baiji with relief. Had he not whimsically decided to inspect the armory, the situation could have concluded happily for all. In high spirits, Baiji strolled through the equipment room with the military police, and when they emerged, each officer held a box in hand. Baiji's complexion turned as green as one who had gone without food, while those beneath him appeared even more pallid, particularly the company commanders, who resembled starved, scrawny creatures. Now, the contraband uncovered loomed behind Baiji like a mountain, with the colonel political commissar standing before this small hill, exuding an air reminiscent of the opium smoke ban of the 2K era, who allowed you to insert cards into the gun barrels. Facing the silent ranks of various companies, Baiji lamented in a thunderous voice, and their gazes instinctively began to shift. Under pressure, the 3rd Company commander, Euler Kilo, slowly stepped forward. Commissar, let me explain. Baiji raised a placard, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded the man with shifty eyes, who nervously gulped and attempted to defend himself. I consulted the sage, and he said the cards would not affect the laser gun's performance. In a hidden corner of the ranks, a red-robed grease monkey incredulously rotated a bearing, as if reprimanding this disgraceful betrayal, who suggested sticking gum into the tank chassis. Baiji tossed aside the placard and retrieved a box of long strips of gum from his pocket. That's the chassis. On the battlefield, we rely on mobility. Are you constructing your own coffins? In the face of Baiji's righteous indignation, the 7th Company commander, Vistral Liuri, could only step forward. This veteran, reassigned from another planet, bore a look that shimmered, as if marching toward a gallows, boldly declaring, it was I. I won't even mention ordinary tanks. But you dared to tamper with the Venom Blade? No, the Venom Blade's chassis is higher. In fact, it can accommodate more. The 7th Company commander earnestly shared this obscure knowledge with Baiji while adding, before inserting items, the entire company performs rituals and purifies themselves. The machine spirit will not take offense. The machine spirit had better not take offense, otherwise, on the battlefield, you would be the first to perish. Baiji rolled his eyes at him. The political commissar surveyed the surroundings, suddenly darkening his expression. Everyone held their breath. Who the hell had cookies in my command vehicle? He raised a box of locally produced Candelan industrial biscuits, feeling his authority gravely challenged. Hiding biscuits in the commissar's vehicle is akin to offering sacrifices in a temple. Do you have even the slightest sense of military discipline? Baiji contemplated tossing the box of biscuits, but ultimately refrained, succumbing instead to impotent fury. In a moment of eerie silence, our esteemed company commander, Dower Jones, bowed his head and stepped forward silently. Gazing at the 3 individuals before him, Baiji, filled with sorrow, began to reprimand them. There are 10 company commanders in our battalion, yet I am compelled to punish these 3. The entire regiment lowered their heads in silence, adopting a respectful demeanor as if receiving divine instruction. Look at these 3. Which of them is not young? Which of them is not a pillar of our forces? Which of them is not my brother in arms? Their degradation rends my heart. The Emperor entrusted me with the governance of military discipline and duty, and I have let it come to this. I am guilty before the sacred Terra and the Golden Throne. I wish I could execute myself. Many of the guilty parties bowed their heads in shame, and for some reason, it felt as if a golden robe had mysteriously adorned the figure of the political commissar. And you, ask yourselves, are you truly so blameless? I know that among you, there are those who disregard military discipline even more brazenly than these 3 commanders. I urge you to take out your sacred texts and examine them closely. Baiji sighed deeply, and the heads of the regiment's leaders sank even lower. When the hurried arrival of the colonel commander occurred, he was met with the sight of our political commissar furiously chastising the assembly. When I first took office, I believed the greatest enemy of the 9th Regiment was the cult. I quelled the cult, yet from the depths emerged more treacherous foes. Now, I must assist the governor in quelling the rebellious civilians. Elena averted her gaze, feeling an inexplicable resentment arise from Baiji's words, even though they had nothing to do with her. It has become increasingly clear to me that the 9th Regiment's most pressing issue does not lie in the nests or waterways, but right here in the command center. Aboard this transport vessel, Baiji stepped before all the soldiers, prepared to announce the punishment for the 3 leading commanders. Execution was out of the question, as they had to remain alive to serve the Emperor. Yet mere corporal punishment or flogging would not suffice to mend the wound in his heart. Bai Ji found himself in a quandary. However, fortuitously, his minor conflict soon dissipated with the announcement echoing throughout the ship. Attention all personnel. This vessel is about to enter hyperspace. All combat personnel are to take their positions, and non-combat members must enter their quarters. Those who violate this order will be deemed traitors and face execution. The voice of the fleet announcer reached Bai Ji's ears, as well as those of every soldier present. The heads of the silent commanders lifted at an unknown moment, their faces illuminated by the glow of survival. Bai Ji expressionlessly waved his hand, and several MPs approached to remove the shackles binding them. All personnel, proceed to the armory. Bai Ji, these three are now your responsibility. Following the broadcast, our colonel commander naturally assumed command and issued a mobilization order without hesitation. The naval officers finally allowed us access to the inner deck to safeguard this vessel, for otherwise, none would escape. Elena secured her mask over her face. Her voice, once crisp, now took on a muffled tone. Remember, for the Emperor. For the Emperor. 3 captains, burdened by their transgressions, led the charge with fervent cries, their faces adorned with expressions of unwavering loyalty. 10 minutes later, the inner gates of the fleet slowly ascended, revealing the fully armed Star Realm soldiers, who strode confidently into the labyrinthine steel fortress. Chapter 011. The colorful demonic army Geller Field, a bastion of subspace navigation, stands as a magnificent creation of the Empire, a sacred shield of the Imperial Navy. This unique field serves to isolate and negate the tumult of subspace waves, protecting the fragile minds of mortals while preventing the ingress of soulless malice. It is precisely due to the shield's protection that the territories of the human empire are able to span across half a galaxy. However, this shield is not infallible. Thus, when the Imperial transport ships embark on their subspace journeys, the troops aboard must be adequately prepared. Bai Ji stood at the center of the main passageway of the ship, surrounded by robust men clad in full armor. The miscreants of the 7th Company were granted an opportunity to atone for their infractions through valorous deeds, and they quickly exhibited the prowess expected of elite troops. Although the Candela were not particularly favored aboard this vessel due to an unforeseen incident during inspection, it is undeniable that they represented the highest combat capability on board. The toxic atmosphere of their homeworld had honed their targeting skills, while their battles against the refuse of the underbelly had forged their robust physiques. Moreover, the newly outfitted armaments from the forging world equipped these beasts with formidable weaponry. Among them, the 9th Guard of the Candela stood out as the elite. The presence of the deranged commander and the lethargic political officer allowed them to employ ruthless combat tactics, rendering their engagements often devoid of honor. Yet, despite their notorious reputation among comrades, it is undeniable that on the battlefield, their presence is far more resolute than others. K9 observed the clear skies. The monitoring team reported no anomalies. K17 reported the same. K19 echoed the findings. K25 transmitted the periodic report from the sentry post, while Bai Ji toggled the power switch of his energy sword, quietly attuning to the subtle ebbs and flows of the subspace waves. This was certainly not within the capabilities of an ordinary political officer. The Emperor's power infused this lieutenant colonel with blessings, transforming his soul into a torch burning within the subspace. Thus, the officer dared not be complacent. His finely crafted energy sword gleamed, and his explosive pistol was in prime condition, with the 7th Company's double-barreled heavy lasers poised at his side. As a standard heavy weapons company, these trained soldiers excelled in annihilating all living beings within their sights. Colonel, there are currently no anomalies in the K area. Listening to the report from the 7th Company's sentry, Bai Ji briefly relaxed his grip on the explosive pistol, reporting to the supreme commander of the entire unit. 10 seconds later, a directive to maintain vigilance was relayed back. Bai Ji set down the communicator and once again feigned nonchalance, resting his hand on the explosive gun. What are your feelings, Brother Lunst? The political commissar casually turned half his body, gazing at the figure behind him clad in psychic gear. Are you interested in delivering a precise prophecy for your comrades? He chuckled. In the subspace corridor, you might as well end me. The psychic shook his head, the conduits connecting the ink crystal mask and the air pump swaying from side to side. However, I currently feel quite uncomfortable. Something is suppressing my senses. There must be a subspace entity lurking nearby, but the efficacy of the Geller field disperses them. They must breach this barrier to indulge in our delectable feast. A breach? What do you mean? A sense of foreboding washed over Bai Ji, as he sensed the subspace energy converging towards a single point. Concentrate power and strike a specific point of the force field, forcibly overloading the psychic responsible for generating it. What's the matter? Lundst's voice grew increasingly tense, his expression obscured by the ink crystal mask, yet his tone betrayed the turmoil within. His perception was not as keen as Bai Ji's, but anomalies in the reality had begun to manifest. The overhead lights flickered erratically, the white illumination now tinged with a greasy purple hue. An inaudible yet seductive melody resonated through the air, heralding the arrival of subspace entities even before their forms had fully materialized. May the Emperor protect us. Bai Ji overheard a hushed prayer from a soldier nearby. He glanced at the speaker, an old veteran, his shoulder adorned with medals, indicating over 5 years of service in the Star Realm Army. Yet, when confronted with the unknown horrors of subspace, even the most resolute veteran could not help but feel a surge of panic. They had previously battled these abominable entities in the depths of Candela, but back then, they were shielded by tanks and artillery support, facing merely a handful of pitiful cultists. The summoned demons had barely opened their eyes before the petrified lizard shells rained down upon them. Now, however, they were reduced to mere flesh encased in mobile tin cans, vulnerable to any who might pry open the metal exterior. Baiji closed his eyes. The Geller field crackled with energy. Voices from the fleet members emerged from the comms, distorted by subspace interference, compelling Baiji to sift through the static and white noise. Boom. The tremors of the ship and the sudden dimming of lights interrupted his concentration. Once he regained his balance, the chilling screams emanating from the communicator sent a shiver down his spine. The good news, he no longer needed to speculate about the recent communications. The bad news, the Geller field had at least partially failed, with chaotic energy flows impacting the systems, resulting in a reduction of the lighting to redirect power to rectify the ship's energy loss. Another piece of good news, the actions of Fleet B seemed effective, as the power of the thrusters appeared unchanged. The bad news, the corridor was now shrouded in darkness. The guard's vision not yet restored, as a faint purple mist began to envelop the area. At this critical moment, the commanding shout from the commissar helped everyone regain their bearings. All personnel, battle prayers. Baiji called out fiercely as she advanced with swift strides, her power sword carving a terrifying gash across the face of the lustful demon. Indeed, it was a creature of lust, servant of the Dark Prince, follower of the Lord of Hedonism, an embodiment of desires from the subspace. Cloaked in a faint purple mist, it exhibited both masculine and feminine traits, its insatiable gaze belonging to the Dark Prince's demonic army, drawn forth to harvest the suffering of mortals. The political commissar, a lieutenant colonel, felt irked under the piercing gaze of these beings, and thus brandished his power sword, unleashing fiery wrath from the explosive rounds in his possession, rarely employed in his daily endeavors. This exquisite weapon crafted by Lucius was wielded without hesitation in this critical moment. 3 precise explosive arrows ripped through the head of the lustful demon, reducing it to a twitching corpse. For the Emperor, the commissar sounded the whistle that hung from his chest, the resounding note penetrating the howls of the demonic entity, awakening the soldiers of the Starlight Army, who immediately displayed the dignity and strength befitting humanity. In the next instant, a torrent of lasers and explosive rounds engulfed this small cadre of lustful demons. Chapter 012. The mission, May We Be as Fire. Baiji crouched low to evade a venomous claw, swiftly drawing her sword to cleave the head of a lustful demon. The lieutenant colonel's voice resonated through the sinister chants of the subspace fiends, reaching the ears of the Starlight Army comrades fighting alongside her. Burn the enemies of the Emperor. The soldiers operating the dual heavy lasers responded in unison, crimson and azure beams streaking past the soulless beings. The protective distortions from the subspace warped the path of the high-energy lasers, yet failed to save this half-evaporated lustful demon. May we be as a wall. 3 explosive rounds detonated, obliterating a lustful raider entangled in combat with Lundstedt, transforming it into a cloud of crimson mist, while the psionicists seized the moment to repel the second onslaught of the subspace fiends with bolts of psychic lightning. Protect the light of humanity. The psionicist's prayer was abruptly interrupted by a surge of foreboding that gripped Baiji's heart. The lieutenant colonel rolled forward as a deep violet beam skimmed silently past his military cap adorned with a soaring eagle. Alas, the subspace impact of the lustful siren struck a soldier from the 7th Company, who was firing in the distance. In an instant, the resilient armored shell dissolved into a pool of dripping sludge upon contact with the subspace sorcery. The soldier discarded his rifle and bent low, the intense agony inflicted by the enemy eliciting a morbid smile from the siren. Ah! The fallen soldier emitted a heart-wrenching cry, the sensation of his insides dissolving intertwined with the paralysis of his nerves, extracting the utmost pain from his soon-to-be lifeless body, precisely the task at which the lustful demons excelled. Damn it, Baiji muttered under her breath, raising her explosive rifle, but before she could squeeze the trigger, a searing laser claimed the loyal soul of the Emperor. The commissar lifted his gaze, receiving a silent nod from the captain of the 7th Company, Vistralier Luriao, clad in finely crafted armor. Consequently, he redirected his aim and shot, obliterating the head of the lustful siren. For the Emperor, following the recent encounter, Baiji felt an overwhelming surge of fury. The laughter of the debauched demon resonated in his ears as a piercing mockery. He discarded the empty grenade launcher in his grasp, seizing a sacred relic from his arms and charging toward the remaining demons in the corridor. A repugnant predator with purplish-red skin obstructed the political commissar's advance. Laser beams and kinetic bullets rained down upon the subspace energy shield, causing ripples to cascade through the air. The scent of the pseudo-divine permeated the atmosphere, whispering that he would make an excellent sacrifice. Sacrifice? Baiji, infuriated to the point of laughter, swung his sword against the demon's subspace shield, the energy-laden blade slicing through the malevolent barrier and emitting a deafening hiss. Very well, I shall craft my own. He brought down the imperial scripture he had hastily grasped upon the predator's head, the tremendous kinetic force contorting the demon's skull at a grotesque angle. Blood sacrifice to the Lord of Humanity, offering the cranium to the golden throne. He bellowed, uttering blasphemies to both sides. With a decisive strike, his powered sword cleaved through the shield, effortlessly severing the predator's head. Thud! The head fell limply to the ground, a look of astonishment still etched upon its alluring visage, with not a drop of blood seeping from the charred stump. You dare to consider me a sacrifice? Baiji scooped up the severed head, disdainfully tossing it into the air and slicing it in half. Once the immediate adversary was vanquished, the colonel continued his swift advance, only to discover that the battle had drawn to a close. Fragments of subspace entities littered the main corridor, the barrels of dual heavy lasers gradually cooling. The passage ahead revealed no further demonic figures emerging. The psionics sustaining the Geller field had not perished. After a period of recovery, the field once again sheltered the ship's fragile mortals from the expulsion of subspace energy. This was a fortuitous turn of events. From the bleakest perspective, it at least spared them from becoming chaotic eggs. Commissar, Captain Vistralurial approached by Ji, his laser rifle still emanating a faint warmth. Have we triumphed? He inquired. We. Baiji opened his mouth, and many soldiers engaged in battlefield cleanup halted their actions, eager for a definitive answer. Yet, he knew that such a response was not realistic. Thus, he merely bent to retrieve the grenade pistol he had previously discarded, casually tossing it to Captain Vistralurial. Reload. Then tally the casualties. The Commissar deactivated the energy of his powered sword, carefully wiping the tainted blood from the Imperial scripture. If you wish to secure victory, you must ensure that there is always another round in the chamber. Your orders. Vistrel understood Baiji's intent, saluted, and departed from his side. Baiji disdainfully brushed off the demon's blood that had splattered onto his uniform during the battle, when suddenly, the battalion's communications soldier approached him. K-11, K-17, K-19, 3 outposts have failed to respond to the Commissar. Colonel Alana has ordered us to clear the battlefield and block the demon's boarding entrances. The voice of the communication officer was somewhat subdued, yet remained composed. The loss of contact at the Sentinel node spoke volumes. But the fleeting victory moments ago seemed to instill a measure of confidence in him, as his tone bore no evident trace of fear. Political Commissar, 63 have perished, and 79 are injured, of which 43 are severely wounded. The company commander, who had been tallying casualties, returned at this moment, his voice visibly weighed down. One heavy automatic cannon had overheated and been rendered inoperable, but the rest remained functional. May their souls find repose upon the Golden Throne. Baiji's expression was equally grim. One source of her distress was the toll of the battle. Despite the mere 100 or so demons that had emerged, the soldiers of the Astral Legion stood resolute. Yet they still endured grievous losses. The other source of her concern was the sudden surge of anxiety, if the 9th Regiment faced such adversity. What might be the plight of the other units? Contact the colonel and inquire about the current situation there. Baiji commanded the communication officer at her side. Additionally, retrieve the tanks from the hangar. At the issuance of this order, the middle-ranking political commissar hesitated momentarily. With the protection of armored units, the efficiency and safety of infantry operations would undoubtedly increase, yet it was still the domain of the Navy. Thus, he reported to the colonel and received assurance that he would bear the responsibility for any ensuing complications. Political commissar, the colonel currently has 5 companies deployed on the bridge, alongside the Marine Corps. The communication officer who had just made contact approached, having just repelled a wave of chaotic demon forces. And they were now engaged in mopping up the remaining enemies. Ensure the colonel's safety, Baiji thought. Envisioning the scene of the blonde girl charging forward with her curved blade, the chainsaw sword shredding demons in a spectacle of beauty. 5 minutes later, a Lehman Russ slowly approached. This war engine, named after the genetic progenitor, was painted in silver iron hues, instilling a profound sense of security. Besides this Lehman Russ, a Chimera, a main battle tank, and several heavy flamethrowers were also brought to the 7th Company. Gazing upon these sacred instruments of the Emperor, Baiji felt an unexpected surge of reassurance. Political commissar, your weapon. Vist handed back the handgun filled with explosive rounds to Baiji. The middle-ranking political commissar pondered for a moment. Once he ensured all soldiers were prepared, he raised the silver whistle that hung from his chest. Chapter 013. Chaos Champion directly ahead, Target 5, Base 3. Observer Carl Reelius raised the microlight telescope hanging from his chest, and the indistinct forms of aliens came into view. Fire on the count of 3, prepare to receive. The response from the Lehman Russ gunner ignited a rush of excitement within him. 3 seconds later, a brilliant projectile traced a long arc through the scope, obliterating 2 unsuspecting incubi into scattered chunks of flesh. Confirmed hit, ceasefire. Repeat, ceasefire. Carl raised the telescope, and upon confirming there were no additional foes in sight, he issued the ceasefire command to the crew of the Lehman Russ. The twin automatic cannon mounted on the side of the tank ceased its roar, with brass shell casings still emitting faint wisps of white smoke. Advance. From the rear of the formation, the concise command of the political commissar resonated. Baiji, amidst the valiant guardians of the squad, raised her thermal imaging binoculars, while Captain Vestraurio advanced through the ranks of infantry, dutifully executing the orders issued by the commissar. The tracks of the Lymanris began to churn, and Carl felt a jolt beneath him, prompting him to withdraw his head inside the armored vehicle, shielded by the heavy armor. The young Candraland finally experienced a fleeting sense of safety. Under the command of Colonel Commissar Baiji, the 7th Heavy Weapons Company of the 9th Candraland Guard was tasked with reclaiming the breach in the ship, the sole entrance exploited by the demonic army. As the Geller field was re-established, the insidious influence from the warp struggled to corrupt the minds of the mortals aboard, while the entities from the warp showed no inclination to confront the ship's point defense systems directly, opting instead to launch their assault through the available passage. The tracks of the Lymanris crunched over the shattered bodies of the demons, while hundreds of military boots trampled across the deck, clad in shell armor and donning tactical visors. The seasoned veterans of the 7th Company steadied their high-energy rifles, mingling with the squad fighters equipped for close combat, all of whom brimmed with fury, ready to smash the blasphemous heads of any demon that dared to cross their path. They found themselves in a slaughter zone aboard the transport vessel, where multi-barreled autocannons and laser arrays lay concealed within the deck and walls, forming a lethal web of firepower capable of annihilating squads of interstellar warriors that might attempt to breach. Yet, the scene was one of utter chaos. Remnants of cannons and launchers lay strewn about, and the detritus corrupted by warp sorcery had sprouted indescribable appendages, writhing blindly upon the ground. It was evident that this slaughter zone had been devastated, but it was not devoid of worth. Corpses of demons and marauders sprawled across the cabin, the shattered skulls of succubi riddled with sniper fire. The soldiers who operated these weapons now found themselves impaled upon instruments of torment, crafted from their own spines. The soldiers of the astral army, amidst the oppressive atmosphere, cremated the bodies of their fallen comrades, and as they traversed this ravaged slaughter zone, their objective came into view, a chamber thoroughly corrupted by chaotic forces, where a beast bearing a chaotic egg flicked its repugnant tongue. Surrounded by countless demons singing praises to the Dark Prince. Not far above the chamber, the gaping tear in the Bloodline-class Imperial transport ship lay, a result of the warp's relentless erosion, manifesting in a series of phenomena. The troops of the 7th Company could not enter the vacuum without protection, yet the soulless entities within moved with ease, unaffected by the conditions. Fortunately, the task assigned to the astral soldiers was remarkably straightforward, so much so that it required no further elaboration. Do you see the Heartstealer over there? Yes, it is the one encircled by the succubi. Baiji motioned for Vestrel to observe the situation, as the captain lowered the visor of his shell armor, the enhanced optics gleaming with an eerie light. Striving to discern what the Heartstealer truly was, a high-grade cannon fodder of the colorful demonic army is of no concern. Rather, let everyone prepare themselves. Baiji had no intention of executing her 7th squad leader after the battle, thus refraining from revealing excessive forbidden knowledge. She opened all the scopes, awaiting my command, instructing all firepower to strike at 3 base targets. Baiji lowered her voice as much as possible. Lundstert and his psychic team were utilizing their powers to conceal the position of this unit. But this concealment would likely not endure against the perception of the colorful demonic army. West did not speak, merely gesturing silently to the elite of the 7th Heavy Weapons Company, who quietly activated the power valves of their high-energy rifles. The gunner of the automatic artillery illuminated the detection module attached to his prosthetic eye. 3, 2, Baiji whispered the countdown, yet as she uttered the final numeral, a sudden surge of purple light interrupted the words of the colonel political officer, accompanied by a dissonant melody. A lithe figure abruptly rose among the servants of the Lord of Joy, with scorpion claws, a long tail, twisted horns sprouting from its head, and legs bent in unnatural angles. The figure bore deep purple skin inscribed with blood-soaked malevolent scriptures, brandishing a pair of pain-inflicting long spears and daggers. A champion of the colorful demons strode boldly onto the back of a demonic beast. In the next moment, a wave of terror surged within Baiji, compelling him to raise his weapon and fire. However, his formidable willpower quelled this impulsive urge, though his comrade was not as restrained. Under the dual influence of the high-ranking demon's aura of fear and the prior order from the political officer, a kinetic bullet suddenly erupted from its chamber, piercing directly into the skull of a chaotic creature. The following instant, a cacophony of artillery roared. The shells from Lamanris fell among the ranks of the lustful demons, tearing the bodies of the colorful demonic army into grotesque fragments. The champion and the demons simultaneously turned their gaze, as the firepower of the human empire battered against the shield of the subspace sorcery, occasionally shredding demons into splattered remnants. This is bad, Baiji Sol thought at that moment. The colonel political officer slapped his face, sending a plea for assistance to the command center before leaping to decapitate the first of the sadistic succubi. There was no time for further actions. At the periphery of his vision, a distorted chaotic champion approached him with elegant strides. Chapter 014. The battle concludes. Buzz. The humming power sword clashed with the bone blade, as Baiji delivered a kick to the face of the colorful champion, sending the 3-meter-tall chaotic vanguard back into the sealed chamber S-gate. A rain of lasers shot from behind the political officer, incinerating 2 demons that had rushed forth in the chaos into a charred heap. Baiji swung the power sword, feeling a sheen of sweat upon his brow. However, when he wiped his hand, it was stained with bright red liquid. He had evaded 80% of the champion's previous frenzied assault. With the rosary he carried absorbing the majority of the remaining 20%, yet outside the protective barrier of the rosary, the dagger in the chaotic champion's right hand grazed the political officer's forehead. The Imperial Eagle, forged from cast iron, granted him a precious fraction of a second, allowing the political commissar to deftly pivot his wrist and strike the exposed chest of the champion with the blade of his power sword. The nefarious runes, extolling the Lord of Joy, shattered under the high-speed vibration of the sword's edge, and viscera poured forth from the gaping wound in his chest. Intense agony stimulated the already sensitive nerves of the depraved champion, causing a grotesque flush to rise upon his pallid visage, while a long, serpentine tongue dangled from his mouth, oozing a viscous venom that dripped steadily. The suffering he felt was sweetened by the pain of others. For the minion of the Dark Prince, any contact was a source of profound pleasure. As the chaotic champion's form temporarily receded from view, Baiji could not help but exhale a sigh of relief, leaning gently against the armored plating of the Lymanris. The neurotoxin relentlessly tormented the psyche of the commissar, and astonishingly, what should have been a numbed wound instead radiated an inexplicable thrill. Suddenly, a violent tremor resonated through the steel behind him. The main cannon of the Lymanris continued its relentless bombardment, while one of the automated gun turrets on either side still belched forth flames. During the last onslaught of the depraved demon army, the chaotic champion, mounted on a beast of corruption, had charged the position of the starbound forces, and the creature's sharp scorpion claws had demolished one of the automated gun turrets on the right flank. A brave soldier had seized the opportunity to hurl a thermite charge onto the creature's head, and its carcass now lay nearby, emitting noxious smoke. The starbound forces had suffered dearly during that wave of assault, incurring the loss of 15 men, while the retreating champion had torn apart a unit of lumber guns engaged in suppressive fire along the way, with pursuing explosive projectiles shattering the skulls of two seeker beasts. The battle had raged for 3 hours, and the 7th Company was now gravely depleted, nearing half its strength and casualties. Yet, control of the sealed hatch remained firmly in the hands of humanity. The Commissar's earlier decision had proven both sagacious and vital. The presence of the Lymanris and its tank provided over 50% of the unit's firepower and protection. High explosive shells arced into the clutches of demons, each explosion clearing a gruesome swath of carnage. However, this was the limit of their endurance. In a moment of distraction, the main cannon of the Lymanris abruptly ceased its thunderous roar, leaving only one automated turret on the side still spewing fire. Now transformed from a sweeping barrage to a more precise and economical 3-round burst, the main cannon had run dry, and ammunition for the automated guns was dwindling. Although the infantry quickly compensated with a surge of concentrated fire, the potency of laser and kinetic rounds could not adequately fill the void left by the heavy artillery's absence. Once more, the previously shadowed chaotic champion emerged into view, with an empty expanse behind him and no sign of reinforcements. Baiji could only manage a wry smile and sigh as he activated the energy switch of his power sword. For the Emperor, the political commissar charged forth, confronting the unending malevolence of the subspace sorcery and the malicious gazes directed at him, striking fiercely at the scorpion claw extended by the chaotic champion. As Colonel Commander Elenacia Luth led her support troops to the sealed chamber, the head of the Chaos Champion inadvertently collided with her boot, resulting in a smooth gash from her power sword, leaving its face almost split in two, marked by expressions of terror and confusion. A blend of joy and fear flickered across the contorted visage, prompting Elenacia to avert her gaze, allowing the mechanized sentinels behind her to crush the repugnant skull beneath their feet. The military cap of the regimental political officer and the overloaded power sword lay beside the headless remains of the Chaos Champion, the crimson liquid staining the fabric. Elenacia picked up the cap. Not far from the corpse of the Chaos Champion, the remnants of Lymanris lay ensnared in a mass of indistinguishable flesh. Having exhausted all its ammunition, this radiant war engine had resorted to the most ancient of human tactics, using its treads to obliterate numerous foes of the Emperor. Are there any survivors? The colonel scrutinized the blood-soaked cap in her hands and turned to her aide-de-camp. Behind her, countless soldiers of the astral army trudged through the mountain of corpses, meticulously searching for their surviving brethren. Not yet, but we have found the remains of Captain Vister. Or rather, a portion of them. The aide's complexion mirrored the somber tone of the battlefield. A short distance away, several priests of the state church, led by Patriarch Lona, recited a requiem, their voices echoing through the grotesque arena of blood and flesh. At the forefront of the battlefield lay a collapsed gate. Beneath its fallen alloy roof were the bodies of several squad fighters. Elenacia could almost envision the scene. Desperate astral soldiers, under the captain's command, launching a counteroffensive. Their heavy combat gear smashing through one demon after another. The warriors' armor simultaneously pierced and torn by insidious bony scorpion tails as they fell one by one. Then, the colonel shifted her gaze to the wall beneath the gate, where horrifying traces of explosions marred the surface. A charred human skeleton fused with steel remained, with only a hand bone exposed. A soldier wielding a melt-a-bomb had made a final desperate charge, collapsing the ceiling of the sealed chamber, sealing off the only passage to the interior. Scattered on the ground were numerous neatly severed bodies, a sight that bore the hallmark of the political officer's handiwork. Elenacia bowed her head, involuntarily reminiscing about the young, somewhat irreverent political officer. In his final moments, he must have exuded an air of authority, wielding his power sword to sever the arrogant champion's head. Suddenly, a commotion erupted behind her. Unrest surged through the ranks, and the military discipline she had established seemed ineffective. A squad of medics rushed past her, swiftly disappearing into an airlock on the side of the wall. What is happening? The colonel grasped a passing pharmacist, whose crimson electronic eye flickered with displeasure. Upon recognizing her, his dissatisfaction silently transformed into eagerness and excitement. We found them. There are survivors. The pharmacist cast aside a remark, clutching his medical box as he rushed into the distant hatch. Chapter 015, The Dream of the Emperor. White G felt a profound ache coursing through his body amidst the chaos, as if he had arrived beneath the throne of humanity's sovereign, currently undergoing the Emperor's judgment. No, it was not merely a sensation. White G blinked, realizing he was not lying on the makeshift stretcher, but rather surrounded by the resplendent waves of the subspace. Clad in a tattered uniform from the battle, empty-handed, bearing only a string of energy-depleted rose beads, a giant adorned in black armor and helmet, crowned with a halo and engulfed in roaring flames, approached him. White G recognized him as a space marine, although the specific chapter was indiscernible from his appearance. According to the sacred and grandiose Astartes Codex, the mortal commissar crossed his arms over his chest and performed the Aquila salute, a gesture emblematic of the imperial forces, in reverence to the Emperor's angel. All praise to the Emperor, esteemed Astartes. The space marine nodded, and then, the Emperor's angel extended a hand towards him. The Emperor summons you. The weighty Gothic tongue resonated in his ears as the Astartes indicated a direction. White G turned to follow the gesture. In the direction pointed by the Astartes lay countless warships ablaze, each adorned with the emblem of the Imperial Aquila. These vessels did not shimmer with the light of the Geller field, yet the storm of the subspace could not diminish their majesty. Black-helmeted space marines filled the decks of the warships, and among those unhelmed, the heads bore human skulls, ablaze with an inferno. The black sun burned behind them, silent even in its fury. The bound black-armored warrior nodded at him, and in the next instant, the towering space marine had returned to the ranks of his battle brothers. Oh, Welcome to the subspace. The Emperor spoke to him, as did the Black Sun. White G paused, captivated by this grand spectacle until the memories of reality merged in his mind. The mortal commissar, lacking poise, leapt up. The Emperor is above. The Emperor is not above. Child, the Black Sun kindly reminded him. Look up. I am right before you. Now is not the time for such discussions. Aboard our warship, we have the followers of depravity. The Emperor, speaking in place of the commissar, uttered these words, as the Black Sun exhaled a radiant energy. You have triumphed over the scourge of depravity, successfully safeguarding this vessel en route to the expedition front. Well done, soldier. What White G had intended to express about Vest and others was dispersed by reason. After contemplating in the frigid subspace, the commissar merely shook his head. Was it not about whether they had returned to the Golden Throne? He opened his eyes, gazing intently at the Black Sun before him. Of course, the Emperor's voice had never sounded so majestic and humane. The master of the Golden Throne projected the Black Sun into the subspace, and the sun's brilliance answered in place of him, returning to the Golden Throne, rather than the Hall of Desires, as I promised. Am I also nearing that destiny? Baiji felt a sense of relief for his fallen comrades, reassured by the Emperor's promise. Yet, the wounds he bore remained unhealed. As he delivered the final blow to the Chaos Champion, the wickedly sharp scorpion tail pierced through his abdomen. Just before the political commissar succumbed to dizziness and excruciating pain, he seemed to glimpse a wounded soldier pressing down on his exposed intestines. Look above you, came the Emperor's succinct response. As the commissar lifted his gaze and reached back, he felt a searing edge. A blazing halo hovered behind him, tirelessly shielding him from the onslaught of subspace energy. Congratulations. You have become one of my sacred and glorious living saints, or in your words, the great demon E will suffice. The Black Sun emitted a cold radiance, seemingly elated by this revelation. Defeating a Chaos Champion has earned you honor, allowing you to continue serving the Empire even in death. Baiji lowered his hand, fixating silently on the sun of subspace, while the Emperor's projection fell silent, both engaging in a wordless exchange akin to a game. Enough of jest. Simply take a look around, child. In this silent contest, it was the visitor from another realm who ultimately triumphed. The Emperor's sacred voice resonated within his heart. Baiji surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the looming Black Sun, the vastness of subspace was populated by other terrifying entities, enclosed by 8 brass barriers. A colossal throne of brass stood defiantly in the subspace, upon which a heavily armored giant loomed, surrounded by a mountain of skulls at its feet. This was the leader of the K faction, the sovereign of the brass throne, the invincible emperor of humanity, the second to none in valor, the Lord of Terror. Enclosed by indescribable crystals and mirrors, the Master of Change was orchestrating his grand conspiracy above a labyrinth that obscured prying gazes with lies and deceptions. His tongue was ever filled with falsehoods and truths, ensnaring even the most cunning mortals in madness before him. To the right of the Lord of Terror lay a garden, where countless sickly green sprites frolicked amidst a putrid mud spring, while 7 grotesque mounds of festering flesh gazed at them with delight, the largest of which stirred a cauldron. This was the father of filth, concocting boundless venom for this universe within his garden. Baiji's gaze then turned to the final divine realm, awash in a nauseating purple hue, where a frenzied figure writhed in lewd ecstasy. Ah, mortal, the ultimate temptation suddenly echoed in Baiji's ears and heart. The distant chaos deity cast an unabashed gaze, while the soul of the beheaded Chaos Champion emitted the most anguished wails under the torment of the Lord of Debauchery, a sound that delighted the Lord of Sin. What is it? Baiji inquired, fixating on the form of the Lord of Sin, as the Emperor's radiant light silently shone upon him, shielding him from the influence of the Lord of Sin with a loyal barrier. Would you like to join? No. Baiji rudely interrupted the alluring temptations of Seinu, tapping the golden halo at the back of his head, where a voice with a metallic resonance emanated. In the next moment, the gaze of the 4 chaos deities converged upon this mortal, and after a brief stillness, an endless horde of demons surged towards the Emperor's projection. The enchanters guarding the Black Sun reacted immediately. The battleship's engines roared to life, and the fallen Astartes unleashed fiery explosive projectiles from their hands. You must return, child. The Black Sun began to expand, and just before Baiji opened his eyes, his figure radiated blinding light, causing countless demonic legions to disintegrate into ashes. The Emperor's power would safeguard his servant. When he regained his senses, all that remained in the darkness was a familiar voice. It was Leona, the voice of the 9th Regiment's ecclesiastical priest. Chapter 016. The Return of the Saint. Great lie. The Emperor's power would protect his servant and our political officer. The priest spoke with unwavering conviction, leading the faithful to steadfastly obstruct Alana's advance. To abandon this saint at such a moment would be a disgraceful betrayal of the Emperor. You have lost your mind, Alana retorted, her expression darkened, as soldiers from the fleet and the 9th Guard, following their commander, bore somber faces, akin to those mourning a respected comrade. Indeed, that was the reality. No, Commander Alana, I have not. The will of the Emperor grants me clarity. Leonidania, a raven-haired woman, held a hefty imperial scripture, resolutely blocking the path of anyone wishing to approach Baiji. The scripture in her left hand imbued her with the courage and determination to act, while the spiked mace in her other hand provided her with the audacity to do so. The heretical blood dripping from its head served as irrefutable evidence. She was tasked with defending an adjacent area to Baiji, where the devout followers of the state religion flawlessly tore apart every heretic daring to appear. With the patriarch leading by example, you are obstructing our retrieval of political officer Baiji's remains, in front of all the soldiers and officers. Your actions bring shame upon the entire 9th Guard. Alana glared at the priest's back, where the body of the lieutenant colonel lay peacefully on a surgical table draped in the Imperial flag. The logistics medical team had risked their lives to transport him here, yet the fleet's medics merely glanced at him before shaking their heads in regret. Only the Emperor could save this hero's life. The fleet's chief medic spoke to Alana, as the major commander led the reinforcements to the breakthrough zone, where the remaining 19 members of the 7th Company had placed all their hopes upon him. Yet, in the face of death, all ranks were equal. The Emperor would revive his chosen, for after perishing in a valiant battle, the power of the Emperor would restore his apostle. Leona's voice interjected into the conversation between the chief medic and the major, and in the midst of an impending storm of silence, Alana's expression grew increasingly perilous. She placed her hand on the power sword at her waist, and the soldiers behind her exchanged glances. Subsequently, the sound of a quarrel reached her ears. But Baiji was momentarily lost in thought and could not discern the words clearly. Thus, he chose to heed the call of his heart, to rise from this cold platform. His body indeed responded to the political commissar's intent, as the muscles in his abdomen gently exerted force, allowing the well-trained body of the commissar to sit up from the operating table in the presence of the regiment commander, the pharmacist, and the fleet commander. The Imperial eagle flag draped over him slowly falling away. The room fell into a profound silence, not resembling the return of a fallen hero as the priestess Lorna had proclaimed. Instead, it felt as though they were attending a funeral, with Baiji embodying the soon-to-be-buried deceased. To some extent, this metaphor held no fault. Behold, my words ring true. The Emperor's power safeguards his saints, and after death, the commissar's body shall revive once more. An impassioned female voice shattered the deathly silence, as a dark-haired woman raised the holy scripture high, her calm tone concealing a volcanic fervor. The fire of faith blazed in the priestess's eyes, rivaling that of the Astartes in the warp. At this moment, the bewildered Baiji had yet to regain his senses, but his long-formed instincts, coupled with the priestess's words, made him acutely aware of a golden opportunity, an inspiring chance. Images of the fallen company commander and soldiers flashed through his mind. This marked the first significant loss since the formation of this unit. One of the most elite companies nearly obliterated, a precious Lehman Russ completely destroyed. Had it not been for the Emperor's gaze upon him, this fledgling army would have lost their sole political commissar, a lieutenant colonel. In truth, this was merely the toll Baiji was aware of. The invasion of the warp demons transcended the physical realm. Within an hour of the Geller Field's failure, over 1,000 souls were corrupted by the chaos of the warp, including guards from the fleet itself. This army of traitors even managed to breach the power chamber, where the guards belonged to the Krieg 711th Mechanized Infantry Regiment. The matter faded without resolution. Yet the Navy and Astral troops paid dearly. The 12th Regiment lost hundreds to quell the sudden assault from their own comrades, while the 9th Regiment lost a Predator tank to a melt-around. Colonel Alana ordered the Hydra anti-air vehicle to be deployed for a direct assault, its fiery serpents dismantling the traitors' ambitions. As for the Kriegers, they remained indifferent to their own casualties. All that was known was that when the battle in the power chamber ceased, the Emperor's loyal currency still stood firm, securing yet another mundane victory for him. Now, the remaining living souls were dispirited, and Baiji observed many faces drained of color. In that moment, he understood what he must do and decisively seized the opportunity presented by the state priest, albeit against his original intention. Coughing softly, Baiji rose from the surgical table, supported by the national pastor, which elicited a hint of discomfort from the political commissar. The Emperor's blessings were upon them. The previously judgmental naval physician stole a discreet glance at Ilana's expression, only to find that the colonel's mood seemed quite favorable, her pupils reflecting a subtle joy. He exhaled in relief, silently grasping the small eagle pendant that hung from his chest. It brings me great joy to see you once more, my beloved battle brothers. He cleared his throat and addressed the assembly of bewildered members of the Star Realm Army, and of course the Navy. Most remained in a state of utter confusion, though some astute individuals had already knelt down in reverence. Praise the God Emperor. Praise the sovereign of humanity. Amicia bless. The voices exclaiming praises for the Emperor rose and fell among the crowd, with some of the mechanized cultists invoking the name of the God of all machines. This had little impact, as the peculiar references used by the oilmen had persisted for several millennia since the signing of the Olympian Accord. Undoubtedly, it was a testament to the encouragement bestowed by the sovereign of humanity upon his loyal subjects. Pastor Leuna seized the moment to preach, noting that Ilana typically disapproved of large-scale public sermons within the ranks, as excessive faith could challenge a commander's authority and impact the execution of military orders. However, she merely furrowed her brow, tilting her head slightly to the side, disregarding Leuna's impromptu sermon. She raised her hand to lower her military cap, wishing to conceal any unwarranted smile that might betray her dignity. Praise the sovereign of humanity, she murmured, echoing the cheers of her fellow soldiers. Summary of events. A year prior to the return, the obstinate beast had released whispers of an impending homecoming. 6 months before, the lions on Caliban seemed to stir restlessly. For months prior, the original entity of the First Legion expressed a desire to return to the Empire. 1 month before the return, the original entity of the First Legion, His Excellency the Second Imperial Warlord, was poised to come back. Upon the announcement of the return, the Great Lion King, father of the Dark Angels, the true warlord of the Empire, and one of the 2 saviors of the Dark Age, had returned to his loyal Terra, ready to support the Empire alongside his steadfast brother, the Lord of the 13th Legion. Psyker Lunster recently intercepted a subspace star message from the future, sent by the High Lords Council. The Hydra Standard continues to report on your behalf. Chapter 017. The Sacred Triumph. The return of the Saint was undoubtedly an inspiring event. As Baiji returned to the camp in the company of the pastor and the fleet commander, this momentous news had spread like wildfire, igniting the blood of every loyal soldier who had fought valiantly. The overly fervent crowd compelled Baiji to deploy the gendarmerie, not for the purpose of apprehension, but rather to safeguard his own security. The outcome of this directive was far from satisfactory, for even the gendarmes harbored a desire to surreptitiously lay their hands upon the political commissar, having served under Baiji for an extended period. They had discerned the temperament of this lieutenant colonel and understood that he would not be provoked by such trivialities. Thus, the gendarmes resolutely chose to engage in a little self-serving mischief. It soon became evident that their judgment was indeed astute. Baiji found himself increasingly vexed by the harassment from his subordinates. Yet, out of respect for their camaraderie, he could only hasten his steps in silence. Even this motion proved to be fraught with difficulty, as Lorna incessantly delivered speeches to the throngs lining the streets, while the fleet commander eagerly seized the opportunity to enhance his own prestige. The unfortunate political commissar, having only recently roused from his slumber, was utilized as a mere tool, and he could only harbor his frustrations inwardly. This protracted journey home dragged on for an unimaginable 4 hours. Initially, he had led 300 soldiers from the 7th Company, who were brimming with a sense of righteous vengeance. By the time they returned, only 19 remained, yet the throngs surrounding them swelled like mountains and seas, their cheers somewhat alleviating the pain of lost comrades. Baiji had long grappled with a perplexing question. During his studies on Terra, he had witnessed the procession of the National Church's saints, surrounded by fervent devotees. Yet the bishops and pastors navigated the chaos with ease, as though the surrounding faithful were all well-educated, dignified individuals, their rationality restraining them from misconduct. Only now did he realize that the primary factor enabling the saints' calmness lay in the protective army and battle nuns that encircled them. For any filthy hands reaching toward the saints' robes would be mercilessly severed by their guards. However, Baiji was not afforded such protection. Even the ostensibly silent fleet commander had filched his beloved incense burner upon parting, while the gendarmes conspired to pilfer all the trinkets from his pockets. Only Pastor Lorna refrained from reaching into his belongings, though the fiery intensity in her gaze left Baiji acutely aware that the true tribulations would only commence within the confines of the camp. It was over. He had fallen into the clutches of the deranged. Baiji mused inwardly, well aware that the 9th Candelabra Guard was dominated by two principal factions of madness, the Loyalists led by Alana, and the Fanatics led by Lorna. The actions of the Loyalists remained somewhat manageable, while the Fanatics posed an insurmountable challenge. During his time in the home world, the distance between the officers' quarters and the National Church was considerable, resulting in infrequent encounters between Baiji and Lorna. It was difficult to dismiss the possibility that Colonel Alana had orchestrated this separation deliberately, as one of the heads of the two major factions of madness within the regiment. The political commissar had always maintained a respectful distance from these eccentricities. However, now aboard a naval transport vessel, he found himself unable to escape, becoming a captive of the pastor. Ahem, I trust one am not on your watch list, Pastor Lorna. As she stepped into the temporary camp, Baiji found herself at the threshold of her quarters, closely followed by the priestess, Lorna. Such rooms were scarce aboard the transport vessel, typically reserved for high-ranking officers. And Lorna herself possessed one. Of course not. You now embody the will of the God Emperor. Who would dare to question his authority? A smile graced the priestess's fair visage as she raised the holy tome in her hands, while a servant of the state church approached to collect and cleanse the blood-stained power hammer. I merely wish to discuss scripture and doctrine with you, she said. Having returned from the foot of the golden throne, you must have received the personal teachings of the master of mankind. As a priestess, may I be so fortunate as to share in your radiance? The Emperor has commanded you to embrace the truth of the Imperium, starting with tearing apart that wretched book of holy words in your hands, Baiji replied, her expression impassive. She found it utterly incomprehensible how the adherents of the state church cherished a book, penned by a traitorous being, reciting its contents daily. The early arrival of Lord Aurelian truly was a misstep. You? Lorna's smile faltered, transforming into a look of pity. Each time she approached the political commissar for preaching, she had been met with rebuke. During their stationing, the commissar often appeared lethargic, yet his vigilance in rooting out illicit preaching was unparalleled. She could not fathom what offense she had committed against this lieutenant colonel, yet her feminine intuition suggested that he was not pleased to see her. After a moment's hesitation, Baiji observed Lorna's expression and withdrew from her pocket the rosary beads that had accompanied her through the realms of the warp. The personal shield generator, shaped like a string of beads, had been recharged and now emitted a gentle warmth in the commissar's hand. Here, take this back, she said, tossing the rosary to Lorna, concealing her inner turmoil beneath the shadow of her military cap. Baiji's intentions were straightforward, though she harbored a distaste for religion. She remembered the kindness of the priestess who had gifted her the rosary upon their first meeting. Moreover, although reluctant to admit it, the rosary, having received the emperor's personal blessing, would serve its purpose far better in the hands of a devout priestess. What will you do, your excellency, St. Baiji? Lorna inquired earnestly, extending the beads back to the commissar. Just as Baiji pondered how to persuade this obstinate woman, a pale lavender shadow suddenly swooped down from above. A lurker of the color sin leapt from the overhead beam, its twisted scorpion tail shimmering with the luminescence of the warp. Do not be alarmed. The intricate structure of imperial warships can easily conceal an army, tyrannid derelict. Be cautious. Almost instantaneously, as the foul essence of the warp permeated the air, the astute priestess issued a warning to the commissar. Yet the lurker descended with ferocity, bolstered by the advantage of height and the blessings of the warp. While Lorna found herself empty-handed, and Bai Ji's power sword lay buried in the wreckage of the battle gear. The lurker's grin stretched across its face, revealing a row of razor-sharp teeth, while the exquisite sensation of its scorpion tail, tearing through bone, had already begun to invade its consciousness, and its blood commenced to flow. Indeed, it flowed freely. Amidst the astonished gazes of the two individuals, the infiltrator's form became enveloped in a golden inferno, flesh, bone, and even the twisted scorpion claw were reduced to ashes under the searing flames. The malevolent sorcery of the subspace proved utterly futile in shielding this demon, which had narrowly escaped from Alana's grasp, as the Emperor's fire obliterated it completely. A sigh escaped the Commissar as ashes settled upon his military cap, resigned to fate. I understand now, he murmured. Leuna halted her advance towards Bai Ji, casting a meaningful glance at him. The rose rosary she had offered was gracefully returned to her garment. You do not require this. I shall ensure that this sacred relic shines as it ought to, I assure you. The glimmer of enlightenment sparkled in the priestess's eyes, and the joy radiating from her made her appear endearingly charming. I must take my leave now. I need to return to my quarters to gather the items necessary for my prayers. Leuna bowed slightly and departed without looking back, while Bai Ji watched her upright silhouette vanish around the corner of the corridor before hastening into his own room. Moments later, the Commissar's furious roar echoed throughout the camp. Oldie, do you still claim you are not a god? Chapter 018. The first subspace council of the five deities. The ensuing days unfolded with a remarkable tranquility, as if the Emperor's blessings were indeed manifesting, bringing forth a series of reassuring tidings. The other two troop transports traveling alongside had not encountered the same catastrophic failures as the Bloodline, with only a solitary escorting Retribution-class battleship experiencing minor insurrections among its soldiers, swiftly quelled by the Navy's robust intervention. Today marked the final day of this subspace journey. Bai Ji stood within the temporarily established command center, where a golden-haired colonel was expounding grandly before him. The landing site is set to be the third equatorial city of Arafindos, and it is confirmed that multiple cities on that planet have succumbed to chaos. The condition of the main garrison remains uncertain, yet the third landing city lies within the naval air rail strike range, promising relative safety. Alana gestured towards the projected holographic sand table, and Bai Ji nodded absently. He was not the operational commander, and his presence here was largely ceremonial. His distractions stemmed from other matters, since the Emperor's audience in subspace. Subtle changes had begun to manifest within the Commissar, including accelerated reactions, enhanced strength, and improved mental state, though negative aspects were gradually surfacing as well. For instance, last night, four chaotic deities took turns attempting to persuade the steadfast hero of the Empire to yield. Terror offered the title of champion and candidate for the great demon, while the benevolent father promised the sharing of plagues, in other words, a taste of the broth. The cunning sent forth his most capable agent, the weaver of fates, Carlos. Though Bai Ji heard none of the words spoken by the blue-violet two-headed chicken, the highest bid came from the Dark Prince, who directly proffered the position of Demon Prince. Backed by a formidable army of chosen ones, the four chaotic deities had lingered in subspace for an extended period, and nothing escaped their keen eyes. Word had it that the Emperor had recently elevated a living saint. Let us observe if it is possible to summon the extraordinary. Regarding Bai Ji, the journey of the four divine beings appears to unfold as follows. A formidable demon has ascended on Old E's side. Let us take a look. A purebred human, no wonder. Wait, purebred. Thus, the subspace trembles. It is essential to understand that prior to the unified war of Terra, the human warlords on the sacred Terra were counted by their genetic modifications. Over the subsequent millennia, the alterations to the human genome persisted relentlessly to adapt to various extreme environments. Even the Astartes are, to some extent, products of genetic engineering. Since the signing of the Olympia Accord, the biological sages of the Mechanicus have yearned to modify every single base of human DNA, rendering the original pure human genome akin to a drop of water in the ocean, a sight that even Darwin would find overwhelming. During this tumultuous evolutionary process, a sample of primordial human DNA could even be exchanged for dominion over a planet among the oil barons, valued almost equivalently to the STC templates. Now, however, a purebred human has emerged, every cell from head to toe teeming with unadulterated pure human DNA. Had it not been for the Emperor concealing Bai Ji's projection within subspace, the call from the four divine beings would have undoubtedly birthed a second Bilak in this world, the eternal chosen JPEG. Yet, it is not too late. With diligent effort, no corner can withstand the shovel's might. The four greatest yellow-haired beings in subspace mustered their strength, not believing that a mere human political commissar could withstand their force. Consequently, Bai Ji's dreams over the past days have been nothing short of spectacular, with the four deities arriving in accordance with their sacred numbers, rendering him weary of their inquiries. As the one with the smallest sacred number, 6, the Lord of Change naturally became the first divine figure to appear in the subspace. The Weaver of Fate, Carlos, entered the Colonel's dream with the utmost sincerity, engaging in a heartfelt conversation beneath the shadow of the black sun in subspace. Carlos, are you interested? No. I know you are an interloper. What a coincidence, I know that too. I can tell you how to return home. I do not believe you. Why? The Lord of Change speaks, and I speak the truth. What do you mean? I am Oglin, Abba Abobatten. You are not the only interloper. Oh, elaborate. Ding. Time is up. Jianqi disqualified. The merciless voice of the human sovereign, who also served as a judge, echoed as Carlos was roasted by the Emperor's flames. Reluctantly, the true form of Jianqi, who had been secretly observing, pulled him back before he could be consumed. Next, Nagua, do you have anything to say, contestant? Join the father. Everyone can have fun together. The dispatched unclean one, Rodigus, scratched his head as the captured Nagwa spirit was swiftly incinerated to ashes by the Emperor. Such a foul odor, no? The father promises to brew a thick soup for you, even more explosive than the one Koga's had. Absolutely not. Baiji pinched her nose and resolutely declined. Thus, the second envoy of the subspace deity relinquished their pursuit. However, the unclean one did not depart. Instead, it quietly nestled in a corner of the subspace, silently observing the performances and offers of the other deities. The blood-red flames began to ignite. An Ungra's shadow slowly materialized within the fire. Baiji hastily waved her hand. No need, no need. I serve the Empire on the golden throne, while you serve it on the brass throne. We are all, fundamentally, a band of cowards. The crimson flames gradually dissipated, and Ungra's disdainful voice echoed, prompting Baiji to shrug. The Emperor's voice carried a note of warning, for in the eyes of humanity's sovereign, among all the chaotic deities, only the colorful sin could potentially usurp his divine selection. A faint purple mist enveloped the space, and the one attempting to persuade Baiji to surrender was not merely a representative of the colorful sin's camp, but the very Lord of Joy had come in person under the Emperor's watchful gaze, her alluring beauty causing Baiji's cheeks to flush. I will join. I will join. Baiji exclaimed excitedly, catching the Dark Prince off guard as he was about to make an offer. Join what nonsense? The Emperor's voice interjected, causing Baiji's expression to pale. She fixed her teary eyes upon the colorful sin's gaze. This is an unprecedented affront. Yet neither the deities nor the political officer paid heed to her grievance. Save me, Sister Guas, Baiji cried with eyes brimming with tears, seemingly on the verge of collapsing into the Lord of Joy's embrace. The creature treated them as mere tools, relentlessly squeezing them, and they had long awaited this day. May I inquire when the Lord will march north to rescue all of humanity from the grasp of E? Could you perhaps wait until I finish harvesting the bean sprouts? The colorful sin's voice wavered, as many of the previously prepared scenes of desire had yet to be realized, and the political officer's demeanor struck him as somewhat off. Very well, I shall become a minor spirit under my brother's command, lurking in the critical areas of this bloated empire, awaiting my brother's northern campaign to seize this creature's throne. Really, truly? I would gladly gift you the throne beneath me. The Emperor himself was equally enthused by the future Baiji envisioned and eagerly echoed her sentiments. Let us remain calm. It seems you may be a tad extreme. The colorful sin took a step back, having cast aside the intention to recruit the prince. Ever since Baiji arrived by the Emperor's side, the sovereign of humanity had begun to exhibit rather peculiar behaviors. The colorful sin pondered to himself. He did not wish to become like that. Coincidentally, several spirit pirates had just perished in a remote corner of a certain asteroid belt. So he politely bid farewell to the Black Sun and swiftly retreated to his realm of joy. The surrounding demons also departed one after another. The 4 divine representatives returned empty-handed today, marking the first failure of Baiji's conquest plan. However, they would never know surrender. The subspace harbored infinite time for attempts, and they would return once more. What a pity. After the great demons dispersed, Baiji abruptly retracted the expression she had worn in the presence of the seductive vice. I thought I could charm that vice over, the political commissar remarked, while the sun of the subspace radiated a light of regret. Chapter 019. The Transcendence amidst Baiji's dazed state. Colonel Commander Alana had concluded the brief operational meeting. This pure-blood noble was known for her succinct and efficient style of conducting affairs. The 9 company commanders exited the makeshift command center one by one, with Baiji trailing at the end of the line. As the political commissar, Baiji would play a crucial role in the forthcoming landing operation. Yet he typically delegated responsibilities to the gendarmes and interns. Thus, he remained composed, reclining on his comfortable bed, still possessing the energy to discuss matters of remuneration with the will of the subspace in his mind. Oldie, are you being a tad biased? One night, Baiji queried the mighty being of the subspace in his dreams. Since the ascension to a saintly state, the Emperor's power seemed not to manifest significantly within the political commissar, which stirred a sense of discontent within him. Just look at those other living saints for me. With wings and halos, wielding a flaming great sword in one hand and a psychic staff in the other, they can effortlessly resurrect the dead and bolster morale on the battlefield, far superior to any political commissar or general I could be. The mid-ranking political commissar expressed his indignation. You elevated me to this state, yet my power is negligible. My physique remains that of a mere mortal, and my psychic aptitude is virtually non-existent. I am hardly even an untouchable. I might as well be nothing at all. Although you assisted me in incinerating an infiltrator before the eyes of the bewitched, does the distribution of your blessings not seem somewhat flawed? How dare you place the blame on me? The Emperor's retort caught Baiji off guard. He had approached with a mindset of accountability, seeking a raise and compensation, yet the sovereign appeared to possess his own rationale. All my other living saints were devout adherents of the state religion while alive. Their soul projections shine brightly in the subspace. And you? The divine ruler of humanity argued. Though it brings me comfort to see your steadfast faith in the truths of the Empire, those truths do not confer any power of belief upon you. The magnitude of belief power typically depends on the fervor of one's faith. If you do not believe at all, what can I do? The Emperor was equally frustrated. He genuinely wished to bestow unimaginable blessings upon this intriguing soul, yet this individual's subspace projection was impervious to influence, leaving the Lord of humanity powerless. If one were to compare other humans to hollow spheres, with the volume of these spheres representing their capacity to bear the Emperor's power, then the ordinary zealots would be akin to the cap of a water bottle, while the living saints would fluctuate between the volumes of a swimming pool and a reservoir based on their level of faith. As for Baiji, The mid-ranking political commissar's projection was nothing more than a solid lump of iron, impervious even to a syringe. After hearing the Lord of Humanity's explanation, Baiji found himself momentarily at a loss for a counterargument. However, despite the wisdom in the words of the Lord of Humanity, it was evident that the political commissar had no intention of seeking the cause within himself. He glared with fury, his lips quivering as he extended a finger, his face betraying a vexed expression. Oldie, do you still claim you are not sufficiently aware? In the midst of this conversation, rife with intense verbal conflict, Baiji did not manage to glean any advantage from the Golden Throne. Yet, apart from seeking personal gain, she had another purpose in finding the Emperor. I have heard from Carlos that I am not the only human who has traversed here. Upon addressing the matter at hand, Baiji composed her expression, earnestly posing her inquiry to the dark sun before her, in a place where the political commissar could not focus. A pale blue symbol appeared surreptitiously, coalescing into an eye within the rifts of subspace. Yes, what the Emperor speaks is indeed the truth, acknowledged the Emperor grandly. It was likely several decades ago that individuals like you began to emerge within the currents of human thought. Some became Astartes, while others, like you, joined the Astral Army. One particularly absurd individual even ascended to the position of the Imperial Guard. Oh, my lord, do you summon me? An odd interjection intruded upon the grand timbre of the Lord of Humanity. Far away on the throne of the sacred Terra, the withered giant, embedded with conduits, cast a glance at the suddenly appeared Golden Corn leader, nicknamed Kitten, and, with a weary expression, used his psychic power to expel him. It began decades ago. Baiji was taken aback by this astonishing revelation and soon began to worry about the fate of her fellow compatriots. How are they faring now? The political commissar inquired. This time, the Emperor's response was unusually hesitant. Most of them did not live to see the next dawn. The most unfortunate among them seemed to have fallen directly onto the head of a tyrannid flying tyrant, armed only with a toothbrush. After a moment's hesitation, the Lord of Humanity resolved to speak candidly. Among the comparatively fortunate individuals, a significant portion succumbed to despair and either took their own lives or descended into madness. If you are asking about those who are still alive, there are perhaps 20 or 30 left, and most of them are Astartes. You simply watch them perish? A chill crept into Baiji's heart upon hearing the Emperor's response, but as the question escaped her lips, a wave of regret enveloped her. It is not merely they who have perished. The Emperor, the black sun of subspace, dimmed his radiance, addressing the traveler in a suddenly serene tone. Suddenly, a dark list appeared before the eyes of the colonel's political commissar. Cadian 4052 Armored Assault Regiment, Del-Els, Krig 366 Armored Infantry Regiment, Lihua, unnamed, no. XE 6876 Garrison Corps. Ali Manlu Chuai, Extreme Warriors, 2nd Company, Johnny Nelson, Cynthia Barbarian Cavalry, Ali Muhammad, Storm Loyalist Army, Van Ting Air Guard, Dark Sanctuary. The Black List formed a halo, encircling the formidable powers of the black subspace. Were all these individuals traversers? Baiji gazed at the seemingly endless dark list, where some names resonated loudly, like the powerful Extreme Warriors, while others remained obscure, lacking even a formal designation. He quietly inquired, offering his reverence before this silent glory. All of them, the Emperor spoke, along with countless astral troopers or Astartes, and even defenseless imperial citizens, have perished. Such events transpire across the Empire, hour by hour. They are stronger than I. Baiji lowered his gaze, acknowledging that at least they fought until the very last moment, while he remained uncertain of his own courage and resolve. No. The Emperor's voice echoed through the subspace, and a new name appeared at the end of the black list. Candela 9th Guard. You are, the Emperor declared, like them. Chapter 020. Homeworld. G. Baiji opened his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks blurred his vision. You are like them. The Emperor's prophecy still resonated in the mind of this newly ascended saint. Wiping away his tears, Baiji rose and pushed open the door to his officer's quarters. As he inhaled the first breath of air from the warship's circulation system, the melancholy of his dream faded from his mind. One must always look forward. Baiji murmured to himself as he walked down the corridor of the warship, awakened just in time for mealtime. The political commissar made his way to the fleet's mess hall, casually glancing outside as he passed a porthole. In that moment, the brilliant stars illuminated his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, the Imperial transport vessel had departed from its subspace route, returning to the embrace of the physical universe. The imposing silhouette of the Retribution-class battleship accompanying the transport ship, its countless massive artillery arrays providing a sense of reassurance. Is this the real universe? The commissar muttered in confusion. However, since the journey was nearing its conclusion, he felt no surprise and continued on towards the mess hall. 3 days later, the Imperial transport ship and the Retribution-class battleship hovered above the orbit of a planet, the entire Candela 9th Guard assembled, silently gazing at the surface of Arafindos engulfed in flames. According to the assessment of the Ministry of Military Affairs, this planet has been completely seized by the insurgents, and its industrial facilities have been largely destroyed, rendering them beyond salvage. Before the Punishment-class warship launches its cyclone torpedoes towards the planetary surface, Colonel Commander Alana whispered to Baiji. However, before the last remnants of the Imperial Army were annihilated, they successfully detonated all the warships docked in orbit, ensuring they did not fall into the hands of traitors. Baiji took over from Alana, stating that this was not precise intelligence from the Ministry of Military Affairs. Rather, the wreckage of warships scattered in orbit upon their arrival was irrefutable evidence of this grim reality. Alongside the extermination order, another directive was dispatched. Alana gazed through the viewport at the blazing surface of the planet, as if the wails of the traitors could reach her ears. A faint smile gracing the corner of the commander's mouth. Witnessing this scene, Bai Ji felt a tumult of emotions. On one hand, reason dictated that the death of traitors was not deserving of sympathy. Yet on the other, the obliteration of billions of lives still resonated profoundly within the political commissar's soul. After all, he had not been raised amidst the shadows of this dark galaxy, and the values instilled in him since childhood proclaimed that life is invaluable. Where to? He softly inquired, for a Star Realm Legion, having departed from its home world, had resolved never to return, and the 9th Candela Guard was no exception. According to the documents from the Ministry of Military Affairs, it should be a hive world located within this star domain, but really, it was of no concern to him. Serving the Emperor was the same regardless of the location. Alana remarked, then sighed softly. Indeed, Bai Ji concurred, always echoing the Colonel's sentiments, yet this time. His agreement bore a deeper sincerity. It was not their home, so what did it matter where they served? Just then, the hull of the punishment-class battleship aligned perfectly between the viewport and the star, casting an iron-colored shadow upon their faces, while the flames from the surface of Arafindos illuminated them in lieu of the sun. What is the purpose of this? Alana asked, gazing at the massive artillery array gliding past, perplexed. Arafindos has turned to glass, yet the naval commanders show no signs of ceasing their assault. The high temperatures will jeopardize the structure of the hive, Bai Ji replied. They intend to breach the lower structural integrity of the hive from orbit, otherwise, there could be resilient demons still lurking. The commissar's words soon bore fruit, as the warship powered up, and the artillery array aboard the punishment class began to adjust its configuration. Approximately 10 minutes later, a fiery rain descended from space, plummeting towards the hive below. This scene bore a resemblance to the destruction of the city of Sodom as recounted in the scriptures of the 3K era S Bible, where sulfur and divine fire rained down, incinerating the wretched flesh of the sinners below. For the sake of the human empire, may the Emperor bless us, echoed the voice of the escort fleet commander over the fleet's broadcast. About 30 seconds later, the surface of Arafindos erupted with several brilliant points of light, as the leaden-gray expanse of the eastern continental shelf visibly contracted, ultimately merging with the flowing lava. 10 minutes later, the formidable artillery array of the Retribution-class battleship retracted, and the voice of the fleet announcer echoed once more. The extermination order has been executed. In the name of humanity's sovereign, we will change course and proceed. Accompanied by the announcer's voice, Bai Ji observed the battleship beginning to slowly pivot. And soon the view from the porthole shifted as the Bloodline-class transport vessel's engine array emitted a magnificent roar, gradually setting off towards the destination mandated by the Ministry of Military Affairs. The new destination was not far from Arafondos. The fleet need not enter the hyperspace corridor, as the conventional engine's power was sufficient to reach the destination within a short period, which elicited a collective sigh of relief from everyone aboard. Another 3 days wasted. Standing in this blinding light, all for naught. Bai Ji sighed and shrugged at her immediate superior beside her. Ilana emitted a low nasal sound, her cold visage suddenly revealing a look of indecision. There is something I must consult you about. Ilana tilted her head to gaze at Bai Ji's profile. At that moment, the flag officer of the 9th Regiment, Communications Company Commander Euler Kilo, along with the psychic Lunst appeared, approaching with hurried steps, their faces pale as if they were startled quails. You should speak with the political commissar regarding the star message we received yesterday, Ilana murmured. The psychic wiped the dust from his obsidian mask. Though this action bore no practical significance, it vividly expressed the turmoil within Mr. Lunst. The star message from Candela we received yesterday was not official. It was sent to me privately by a brother of mine, a stargazer. We used to live in the same neighborhood. Lunst first clarified the source of the information, then glanced around before pulling his mask open slightly. Leaning his head close to Bai Ji's ear, he told me, of course, you need not believe all of it. It's possible I misinterpreted, or that fellow sent false information. Lunst swallowed hard, speaking before Bai Ji could express her impatience. Candela revolted 2 days ago. Upon hearing this, the political commissar's vicinity erupted in astonishment. Just 10 minutes prior, he had lamented about his brother's resolute decision not to return, yet now, the situation seemed to have undergone a subtle transformation. They were still there. The home was gone. Chapter 021. Disembarkation Revolt, Revolt, Revolt. Bai Ji's first reaction upon receiving the news was to hurriedly glance around. The soldiers of the Candela 9th Vanguard stood in a dense formation approximately 50 meters away on the assembly deck, and the roar of the transport vessel's engine was just loud enough to obscure their conversation. Well, my brother said that the former planetary governor of Candela secretly colluded with chaos, only refraining from showing it due to the fear of the Star Realm military garrison on the planet. Now, with 3 regiments suddenly reassigned, he seized the opportunity to rebel. Lunst lamented in a tone reminiscent of one mourning deceased parents, yet unexpectedly, the stormy wrath did not descend upon him. A surprise Bai Ji quickly regained her composure, while Ilana gently patted his shoulder. Fortunately, I am not a Candela. The director of the Regimental Flag and Communication Company, Uriel Kilo, spoke softly, and it was at this moment that Renster realized that among the 4 individuals privy to this information, he alone was a native of Candrildor. The news must remain buried within. For if I were to hear such rumors within the regiment before the Ministry of Military Affairs issued a notification or it became impossible to conceal, I would undoubtedly put an end to you. The middle-aged political commissar's cold expression revealed an undeniable authority, and the psychic instinctively shrank his neck into his uniform. Ah, indeed. It seems we may not have the opportunity to return there anymore, Renster whispered to himself, a semblance of comfort echoing beneath his obsidian visor. Ilana sighed. Having sighed more today than in the past half-month combined. Take the next couple of days off to rest, but do not let your demeanor betray you. The colonel stated gently, revealing that, When faced with her own people, Miss Madwoman proved to be an exceptional leader. Perhaps you might seek counsel from Priest Lorna. Her faith in the Emperor may assist you in overcoming the pain of losing your homeland more swiftly. At these words, Baiji could not suppress a roll of her eyes. Yet upon reflection, she considered that for a psychic on the brink of collapse, the strength of faith might indeed serve as a valuable ally. Very well. It is settled then, Ilana said with a soft smile. Whether for nobles or leaders, soothing one's subordinates is an essential skill one must master. Dismiss the troops. Grant them a half-day off, leaving only enough personnel for guard duty. Understood, Renster nodded and departed the deck, accompanied by the company commander. Shortly after his exit, the assembled troops erupted into a jubilant commotion, cheers ringing out behind them. A break. Hooray. Two prominent members of the 5th Company exchanged high fives, then walked shoulder to shoulder toward the naval bar. The shadow of their lost world had yet to cast a pall over their spirits. To these simple soldiers, today was merely a rare act of kindness from the commander, allowing them to unwind. Baiji and Ilana exchanged glances, and upon recognizing the mutual helplessness in each other's eyes, they parted ways. So, this is also a gift from those four? Baiji strode through the temporary encampment of the 9th Regiment, surrounded by a festive atmosphere. Yet the political commissar's face remained sour, akin to that of Mortarion, the captain of the Death Guard, betrayed by the primordial typhus. Guess who the captain is? The Emperor seemed to say in the commissar's heart. The betrayal of the planetary governor, though such treachery was ever present, left even the warp entities with a concealed frown. What is this? A display of authority? Baiji gritted her teeth in frustration, longing to find those four nobles and take a bite out of their insufferable arrogance. I am so incensed that I could embark on an expedition to 2 demonic worlds, just to show those four a taste of their own medicine. Really? Fake. Baiji traversed the camp with a grim expression, and it was evident to all that the political officer was in a foul mood. Speculation arose among the curious onlookers that a disagreement with the commander might be the cause, yet none dared voice their thoughts, choosing instead to engage in silent conjecture. After a few more days of tranquil routine, this modest fleet successfully arrived at its destination, an unremarkable small-scale hive world located in the extreme star domain of the Outrama's secondary star region. Here, the environment bore little distinction from the homeland of Candela. There were no Xenos rampaging, nor green-skinned bugs, the only notable difference being its proximity to the realm ruled by His Highness the Regent of Outramas, encompassing 500 worlds. Clearly, while undertaking the arduous expedition, the Imperial Regent Robert Killamon had not forgotten his responsibilities as the sovereign of these 500 worlds. During this period, Baiji made a special visit to the commander of the Krieg 711th Mechanized Infantry Regiment, Colonel Political Officer Stewart, with whom she had previously journeyed. The young soldier, 2637, was once again tasked with receiving her, and Baiji felt a sense of relief upon witnessing that this Krieg girl remained unscathed. Yet, the soldier seemed to harbor a different sentiment. Throughout their brief conversation, her words conveyed a profound regret for not being able to atone for her past. For the Krieg, even a slight emphasis in tone was considered a significant expression. What a grievous sin it is. Has not the wrath of Yulton been atoned for across generations? Baiji remarked quietly, her voice barely audible. Every day, governors across the empire clamor for independence. If each were to indulge in atonement, what place would there be for the Astartes? The emperor, momentarily silent, sighed as if grappling with a guilty conscience, and responded, the empire requires soldiers, especially those whose morale is firmly established, numerous, and yet formidable. His voice wavered, as though confessing a troubling truth. To speak of sins, they were absolved the moment that Krieg Colonel ordered the launch of nuclear strikes against their homeworld. Yet, they continued to seek their own redemption. They remain ensnared in their self-imposed atonement, Baiji observed, suddenly noticing a change in the insignia on soldier 2637's left shoulder. She had grown into a seasoned veteran. Indeed, they are lost in their own penance, the emperor conceded with a nod. However, it is undeniable that the empire currently necessitates their atonement, requiring those 500 million death legions each year. We can only apologize to them for now, Baiji sighed, shaking her head without further elaboration. As soldier 2637 came to a halt before a makeshift command center, the colonel, wearing a standard Krieg respirator, lifted her head in greeting. Ah, welcome, our saintly brother. Stewart exclaimed with palpable excitement, grasping Baiji's outstretched hand. By the emperor's grace. As long as you are willing to share a few words with me in this forsaken place. Where are you headed? Baiji interrupted, directly inquiring, effectively silencing Stewart's eager voice. Our next destination in the Nest world is to disembark. What about you? Stewart paused momentarily. We shall not accompany you. The commissar from Krieg seemed to offer a wry smile, slowly shaking his head. We are bound for the First Fleet, under the aegis of the Imperial Regent. At the forefront of the unyielding expedition, Stewart's voice hesitated, as if he were gathering his thoughts. In the words of the Krieg soldiers, we are going to atone. Baiji nodded. This news did not take him by surprise. Well then, farewell. He extended his hand to Stewart, and under the pale light, the living and the departed clasped hands, bidding each other goodbye. The following day, amid the throngs gathered for the landing ceremony to bid farewell to the 9th Regiment, a figure from Krieg appeared among the crowd. Chapter 022 New World M41852, July 14th, Extreme Star Domain, Outrama's Secondary Star Zone, Imperial Nest World, Galasius 12 Drip, Drip, Drip. Baiji brought the whistle to his lips, skillfully sounding the assembly call, the rhythm resonating alongside the rumble of armored vehicles, echoing once more from the equatorial landing city. Greetings, may the Emperor's protection be upon you. May I inquire who you are? After Baiji lowered the silver whistle, a smiling major from the Star Realm army approached, his face beaming with anticipation. For reasons unknown, Bai Ji sensed an insidious undertone in that smile. The Candela Ninth Guard, sent to reinforce the defense. Has the Ministry of Military Affairs not dispatched any documents to you? Bai Ji furrowed his brow. The Star Realm major raised an eyebrow, replying, we have received that. Of course. Please report your unit's composition. Upon hearing the major's words, Bai Ji was momentarily taken aback. I am a lieutenant colonel. You expect me to report to you? His gaze swept over the Aquila insignia on the major's shoulder, and once his composure was regained, his expression shifted to one of disdain. In my regiment. You'd already be on your way to the penal battalion, rookie. Oh, my apologies, sir. The major raised an eyebrow, attempting to assert his authority over the outsider. But his low rank rendered that ambition futile. He promptly turned and scurried away to seek validation from Major Liliana, who was commanding the troops. Humph, Bai Ji shrugged. For standing beside Liliana was the highest-ranking officer of the regiment, a colonel of the empire and an aristocrat, exhibiting all the flaws typical of those in power. If that major did not adjust his attitude, perhaps he would indeed find himself in the penal battalion within a week. Never mind, Bai Ji mused, shifting his gaze to a black vehicle parked in the distance, adorned with the emblem of the tribunal, causing a sudden jolt in his heart. Bang! The next moment, the vehicle's door swung open, and an armed figure emerged. The individual's gender was indeterminate, as they were encased in powered armor, one arm replaced with a prosthetic. Their face obscured by a full-coverage helmet, topped with the tribunal's standard wide-brimmed hat, leaving only half of their chin exposed. Behold the curvature of the jawline. Bai Ji boldly surmises that she must be a young lady. Step, step, step. The sound of the judge's footsteps seemed to echo within the heart of the colonel political commissar, the crimson glare of the electronic eye piercing directly into his visage. The judge halted before the commissar, as the hovering servo skull emitted a synthesized voice. Bai Ji, age 23, hailing from the extreme star domain of the Jericho sector. The primary nest of Vika 7. This world was obliterated in 827 M41 by the onslaught of the Chaos Fleet, discovered by the then local IG Commissar Yukur Bankalius, and sent to Terra's Loyalist Academy for education. Graduating in 848 M41 from the Loyalist Academy, and without undergoing an internship, she was reassigned by the Ministry of War to the pre-industrial world of Kandrildor, serving as political commissar of the 9th Candilan Guard. She perished in 851 M41 while en route to her assignment, only to be unexpectedly resurrected. Click. The judge pressed upon the crown of the servo skull, raising her head. Her crimson electronic eye locking with the deep blue of the human gaze, fixing upon the colonel political commissar, Imperial Tribunal, Inquisitorial Judge Antonia Vander Alfra. Hereby formally initiate an investigation against you, Commissar Bai Ji. Your cooperation is requested. The judge, with a name of considerable length, tapped the sword and explosive pistol at her waist. How remarkable. Even in M41, there are still those who wield powerless devices like toothpick swords. Faced with the judge's intimidation, Bai Ji could not help but roll his eyes. Was that Longstring your true name? If I pronounce it, will I be able to sever your head and thus eliminate you completely? Bai Ji inquired, his attention indeed drawn to Miss Alfra's name. Momentarily leaving the judge momentarily taken aback by the query, her face betraying a serpentine rise of veins. You dare insult a judge, you aberrant commissar. Anger compelled her to instinctively draw her explosive pistol and press it against Bai Ji's head. Yet she swiftly recognized the impropriety of her action. In the instant following her movement, nearly 5,000 laser rifles and powered weapons were aimed at her head. And amidst the distant clamoring, she shockingly discerned the massive barrel of an executioner's toxin blade directed at her. I apologize, my sincerest apologies, Judge. With the support of the 30 companies around him, Colonel Commander approached from a distance under the watchful eye of the Major, his demeanor tranquil yet betraying the faintest signs of an impending eruption, which Bai Ji had already discerned. Colonel Alana? Miss Alfred displayed a look of realization, her cybernetic eye emanating a bright crimson glow. I implore you to lower the gun from my subordinate's head, wherever you may have emerged from. Judicator. Colonel Alana, seemingly disinterested in the man's words, merely cast a glance, and two imposing figures, each exceeding 2 meters in height, swiftly confiscated the Judicator's firearm. I harbor no ill intentions. Colonel Alana, the Judicator protested, restrained by the two warriors, yet striving to maintain his composure. I have come at the behest of my mentor to investigate your army's so-called resurrection of the saints. Should there be no issues, I shall not impede your military operations. What on earth is happening? A bewildered male voice interjected amidst the discord between the military department and the Judicator's court. Bai Ji glanced sideways to see an IG officer approaching with an exaggerated grin, his handsomely striking features rivaling those of their own major political commissar, earning him a moment of uncharacteristic admiration from Bai Ji. I am Colonel Galazius 12, the commander of the garrison at the first landing city of the equator. You may call me Jean. What is the situation here? The man introduced himself with the authority of his rank, and Bai Ji found herself momentarily dwarfed by the gleaming insignia upon his uniform. Sir, this is a misunderstanding. Wait, Alfra? Bai Ji's explanation was abruptly cut short as Colonel Jean recognized one party involved in the dispute, his expression shifting to reveal unmistakable personal sentiments. By the Emperor, you owe me for my Mai bath. With that, the colonel drew his sidearm and fired into the air. The garrison troops, who had been diligently unloading cargo and maintaining order, immediately ceased their tasks, deftly retrieving ropes and shackles, advancing towards the Judicator in a predatory manner. In the blink of an eye, to the astonishment of Bai Ji and Alana, the Judicator, previously restrained, broke free and vanished like the wind at the far end of the landing site. Chapter 023. Colonel Jean haha. My apologies, Colonel Jean, but Miss Alpha has escaped, and we failed to apprehend her. An hour later, Bai Ji approached the breathless Colonel Jean, her expression heavy with the weight of unfortunate news. Damn it, the colonel lamented, striking his knee in frustration, tears mingling with sweat upon his cheeks. If you don't mind, may I inquire? Bai Ji, sensing something peculiar about the IG colonel's demeanor, leaned closer, her tone laced with skepticism. What exactly is this Mai bath you mentioned? What do you mean by what? How dare you, Major? The colonel's voice, filled with indignation and humiliation, abruptly halted his tears as he shouted at Bai Ji. I meant no offense, sir. I was merely concerned. Bai Ji, scratching his head in apology, detected an unsettling nuance in the colonel's words. However, exercising caution, he resolved to observe further. That is my beloved horse. The doubts swirling in Bai Ji's mind did not reach the sorrowful Colonel Jean, who lamented obliviously, I have tarnished the name of Hermes. At that moment, the colonel's incessant references ignited a fire within Bai Ji's heart, prompting a surging hypothesis. Unable to contain his excitement in the presence of so many, he leaned closer to the colonel's ear and hesitantly hummed a familiar melody. You love horses. As the tune escaped Bai Ji's lips, Colonel IG's sobs abruptly ceased. In the next instant, their gazes locked, and a flicker of confusion, suspicion, and incredulity danced in Colonel Jin's eyes, mirrored in Bai Ji's own. Hey, I say. Under the watchful gaze of the political commissar, Colonel Jean composed himself and slowly posed the question. You cannot possibly be. Like you, Colonel. Bai Ji beamed with delight, extending a hand in introduction. I am Bai Ji, a Terran of the 3K lineage. Once a mere wage laborer, and now the political commissar of the 9th Candela Guard. Jean Huang, formerly a construction worker. Now the commander of the 1st Equatorial Defense Corps of Galasius 12. Encountering a compatriot in a foreign land, Colonel Jin's eyes glistened with tears. Brother, who would name their child after medicinal herbs? Better than precious metals, it seems our parents lacked creativity in naming. That makes sense. The two shared a meaningful glance, and their tightly clasped hands gradually parted. Brother, how long have you been here? 40,000 years. Colonel Jean inquired. Bai Ji noticed a hint of reluctance in his enthusiastic tone. 23 years, though I have mostly been slacking off, he replied, eliciting an envious expression from Colonel Jean. Clearly, Bai Ji's fortune of still being able to idle about after nearly 39 millennia was a source of jealousy. Wait, how the hell are you a political commissar? Colonel Jin's gaze casually swept over Bai Ji's head, where the familiar emblem of the eagle suddenly caught his attention. How did you manage to get into the Loyalist Academy? It's not like I sneaked in, Bai Ji responded, feeling disheartened that a fellow countryman doubted his capabilities. I got in through the back door. I didn't even complete an internship before stepping into the role. To be appointed colonel without any merit. This empire is truly corrupt. Colonel Jean seethed with indignation. I toiled for 36 years, earning my rank as a colonel. And yet you, are you perhaps of noble descent from Terra? Can you support a younger brother? Bai Ji gestured towards the distant direction of Alana, where a golden-haired maiden cast a puzzled glance. Do you see that exquisite blade? It was bestowed by that esteemed individual. Impressive. Colonel Jean spoke candidly, his eyes reddened as if they could bleed. This young lady, possessing both beauty and noble lineage, was also an officer of the colonel's rank. Were I to serve under her command, I would undoubtedly pursue her fervently, striving to elevate myself among the ranks of the elite. You simply lack experience, Bai Ji remarked, turning her face away to avoid the commander's gaze, her voice barely above a whisper. During our last station, she wielded a chainsaw sword that had run out of power to cleave through 2 chaos champions, shaking the very foundation of the lower nest. Truly a heroine among women. Is that so? A melodious voice pierced through the din of soldiers' footsteps, the roar of engines, and the cacophony of various sounds that reached Bai Ji's ears. The middle-aged political officer shuddered, feigning calmness as he replied, We must leave. Elena, 30 meters away, waved a document in her hand, announcing, Our new station has been approved. We must depart from Landing City at once. Additionally, I have other matters to discuss with you. The colonel's face remained expressionless. Yet a tempest brewed within his icy blue eyes regarding the recent judge. The colonel's daughter suddenly hesitated, her gaze flickering between 2 tearful men. And, regarding Colonel Jean. I meant no offense. Not at all, not at all. Bai Ji wiped away her tears resolutely and walked towards Elena, who showed no intention of waiting, decisively leaping into the command seat of an armored vehicle. Oh, before we leave, Bai Ji suddenly recalled an important query. What exactly is the Miyu? It was my previous vehicle, a top-of-the-line Annihilator tank, and I named it after my beloved mech spirit. The colonel, with a wistful expression, lit a cigarette, tilting his head skyward as he exhaled a plume of smoke. Produced by Mars, it accompanied me through countless battles, slaying innumerable abominations. It was this precious machine that saved my life more than twice. And then, in order to support that wretched Alpha, I had to make a deal with the K-Party Steel Cavalry and let my vehicle go. The colonel closed his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. It still lies in the warehouse. The mechanics say it's beyond saving, yet I refuse to give up hope. My condolences, Bai Ji expressed with a sorrowful countenance. Before her transition, she had a fondness for collectibles, and at that moment, she could empathize with the colonel's grief. Daddy. Suddenly, a childlike voice cut through the somber atmosphere. The political officer turned towards the source of the sound, seeing a little girl of around 7 or 8 years old stumbling towards them. Jia. The colonel's face lit up with a smile as he quickly embraced the adorable child. Let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Christine Huang Jia Sailston Korea Yolante, affectionately known as Jia. Goodness, what a plethora of titles. Bai Ji silently turned away, a tear tracing her cheek. What is it? Elena's eyes widened, having rarely witnessed such a sorrowful expression on her political officer's face. It's nothing. Bai Ji covered her face with both hands, and the emperor silently lamented in his heart. What a complete defeat. Chapter 024. The daily routine 3 days later. Bai Ji strolled aimlessly through the barracks of the new station, as was her custom. For her, life had returned to a tranquil state. Daily inspections and oversight bore little difference from her previous experience in Candela. However, fleeting memories of her interactions with Colonel Jean occasionally flickered through her mind. Thinking of going back, when Bai Ji casually conversed with him, the colonel, who had traversed nearly 40 years, suddenly wore a bittersweet smile. I doubt I wish to return. He replied calmly. I was only 32 when I crossed over, and I have spent more time here than I ever did on Earth. Had it not been for meeting you, I would have taken this secret to my grave. I have built a family here, established a career, and even own a house in the nest. My wife treats me well, and Jia Jia is quite adorable. At this juncture, Colonel Jean paused thoughtfully. How to put it? Perhaps I should borrow an old saying, he continued, then addressed Bai Ji. This place brings joy, and I do not long for Shu. This place brings joy. Comrade political officer. A call interrupted Bai Ji's reverie as a squad of training soldiers passed by, with the leading sergeant greeting him. Oh, nothing much. Good morning. Bai Ji replied, flashing a warm smile. During ordinary moments devoid of incident, the middle-aged political officer preferred to adopt an approachable demeanor, striving for each soldier to regard him as a confidant. Good morning. The soldiers chimed in unison, clearly responding to the persona Bai Ji had carefully cultivated. By the way, Comrade political officer, Yulio asked us to inform you that the colonel is looking for you at the command center. The leading sergeant paused, tapping his head and stopping in front of Bai Ji. I heard it has something to do with the tribunal, but I can't say much more. The name of the tribunal, synonymous with trouble, made Bai Ji's facial muscles twitch almost involuntarily. Yet, in front of the soldiers, the political officer forced himself to maintain his composure. All right, I shall go at once. May the emperor bless you. Commander, the sergeant nodded sympathetically before leading the group away. The distant echoes of a local Candela song wafting through the air. Bai Ji momentarily paused, then composed herself and headed in another direction. Why would the tribunal be after me? Is the national church merely idling about? On the way, feelings of indignation stirred within the middle-aged political officer. It seems your saint is revered on the battlefield, yet off it, merely a pawn for others to manipulate, my divine emperor. Can this truly be attributed to me? The emperor exclaimed in his mind. If only your faith were a tad more fervent, I could swiftly place a halo of iron upon your head. Grant you wings to soar beside the judge, and deliver a blow. Never mind just one pair of wings. If you wished for 13, that could be arranged. But the matter lies in whether you actually believe. I do not. I am an atheist. Bai Ji obstinately rejected the emperor's temptation, entirely forgetting that merely days before, she had engaged in a recruitment fair with 4 wicked deities in her dreams. The conversation between the political commissar and the emperor has come to a close. In her daily life, Bai Ji is not always inclined to have a voice incessantly chattering in her mind. The emperor, being considerate of the political commissar's feelings, typically engages in dialogue only when Bai Ji initiates it. Faster please. Omniscio above, can you not move any quicker? On the way to the new command post, Bai Ji heard a distinctly characteristic voice, intermingled with what seemed like the static of an old radio, unmistakably resonating with the essence of a mechanical priest. Krenz the sage. We are genuinely occupied at the moment. Please do not overstep your bounds. Major Officer Liliana wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, while several engineers from the 29th Engineering Company cast furtive glances at the mechanical sage, their expressions a mix of indignation and restraint. Our entire company has been on a 3-shift rotation these past few days, building defensive works, a helipad, a vehicle square, and a vehicle depot, all from scratch. Can't your research institute utilize your mechanical servants for assistance? One engineer, donning a breathing mask, complained. Krenz was aware of his shortcomings, but remained stubbornly present. A begrudging voice escaping from beneath his red hood, while his artificial eye darted about. Zizzes, the mechanical servants were nearly depleted during transit. 2 more perished yesterday due to radiation exposure, and I have yet to procure materials for new ones. Today, I have a multi-claw machine to repair. Can we not appeal to the favor of Omniscia? Can we not consider the emperor's wishes? Liliana rolled her eyes. This major, hailing from modest beginnings, had always shared in the soldiers' trials, harboring dissatisfaction towards Krenz, who seemed only to issue demands. We at least need to produce today, Commissar. Good morning, Liliana. Good morning. Krenz the sage. Bai Ji raised her hand in greeting. After years of military experience, this gesture of camaraderie had become ingrained in the political commissar's very being. A part of his instinct. He spoke warmly. What are we discussing? I wish for the engineering company to assist in repairing my laboratory. But Major Liliana appears to have some reservations. Krenz preemptively cast blame, 5 mechanical limbs pointing towards the major, who, having only 2 hands, found herself at a disadvantage as several engineers brandished their tools. Consider this. With a laboratory, I could create more mechanical servants to aid you in your construction efforts. Undoubtedly increasing efficiency beyond your manual labor, Krenz argued persuasively. Omniscia has taught us that technology is the foremost productive force. However, Major Alana informed us that the high-standard vehicle depot capable of housing the venom blades must be completed before the end of this week. I do not intend to insult Omniscia, but rank does carry weight. I hope you can comprehend. Mentioning the commander, who holds absolute authority within this unit, rendered even the former commanding sage speechless. Realizing they could not convince one another, both turned their gazes towards Bai Ji. What do you say, Commander? Liliana rolled up her sleeves, her durable work attire exuding a certain charm amidst the laborers. I am at your discretion. There is no need for further elaboration. Bai Ji. Without a moment's hesitation, recalled how her unwavering obedience to the commander had been indelibly etched into her soul since witnessing the terror champion being cleaved open by the commander's oil-deprived chainsaw, sword beneath the nest of Candela. Liliana, you may continue with your endeavors. As for the sage Krenz, Baiji reflected upon the high-ranking priest's identity. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited within her mind, and a subtle smile graced her countenance. Would you be interested in learning about the tale of the Miyu? Chapter 025. The Judge. Such a poignant love exists in this world. After listening to Baiji's narration, the sage Krenz was evidently moved. His voice, once replaced by speakers long ago, emitted a series of choked sounds. Indeed, it was remarkable that the armored cavalry did not end up as scrap metal. The goods crafted from Mars were undeniably of superior quality. Baiji mused to herself, while the sage Krenz gradually sank into contemplation. His 5 mechanical limbs dangling from his back, the handle of the lightning axe imprinting a mark upon the freshly laid cement floor by Liliana. Damn it, Liliana exclaimed, veins bulging on her forehead, as a platoon leader patted her shoulder. Mind your language. Commander Krenz cannot comprehend such words, nor can the political officer. The voices of Major Zizi and the platoon leader reached the mechanical sage's ears, seamlessly translated by the newly installed translator and his commanding staff. Listening to the simultaneous interpretation through the servo skull, the sage found himself stifling a laugh. Ji-bai, Krenz prodded the political officer with his prosthetic limb. You intend to seek out Alana, do you not? Yes. Is there something you require? Baiji nodded, and the sage's hood shifted slightly, producing a faint sound of friction. I must step outside for a moment. Could you kindly explain my absence to her and inform Jarvis, the commander of the 27th Company, that the blessing ceremony for that venomous blade is postponed until tomorrow? They should pacify the machine's spirit today and maintain the chains along the track with holy oil. The former commander of the Ark Fleet remarked. Given the sage's standing within the regiment, such trivial matters need not be reported. Krenz was not under the jurisdiction of the military department and held no rank himself. However, he had signed a professional agreement with Alana's family, and the fragment of the STC template would only come into his possession after the colonel served for a decade. During this interim, each instance of unwarranted absence or negligence would distance that STC further from him. Where do you intend to go? Baiji inquired, somewhat perplexed in her unfamiliar surroundings. To the garrison of the 1st Defense Regiment in the Equatorial Landing City, Krenz replied, a steadfast red gleam flashing in his electronic eye. As the servo skull turned silently, his subordinates, the oil-slicked mechanics, emerged quietly from various battalions. These elite priests, who had once accompanied him on academic exchanges and scientific explorations, swiftly produced an armadillo assault vehicle from the garage, climbing aboard one after another. If the Annihilator tank has merely been damaged by the armored cavalry and has not been tainted by chaotic forces, I should be able to repair it. The sage Krenz stated. On this planet, there are few followers of Omnisia. What the lower-ranking priests cannot accomplish, perhaps I can. Are you going to repair the Miyu? It is Miss Miyu. The sage corrected Baiji's assertion, stating that just as one may dislike being addressed by their first name, we ought to show respect to young ladies. Then why have I not witnessed you extend that respect towards me? Major Liliana, fervently engaged in her tasks, quipped. After a moment's reflection, Baiji replied, perhaps you are in need of a pair of 8-wheeled tracks, 50mm ceramic steel armor, 2 chainsaw rifles, and automatic cannons affixed to either side, along with a 250mm tank destroyer cannon protruding from your forehead. Before he could finish, Major Liliana fell silent and retreated, replaced by an innocent engineer wielding a spade with great vigor. The mechanized sage's regiment swiftly departed the encampment, while the political officer hastened towards the command center, aware that he had already squandered considerable time. Should he fail to open the command center door within 5 minutes, the colonel's tone would surely drop by several degrees. Fortunately, the political officer was adept at managing time. As Baiji entered the command center, he did so while carefully navigating the limits of Alana's patience. Under the watchful gaze of the guards, the colonel's countenance remained as composed as ever. Colonel, Baiji declared, removing his hat with an expression of businesslike seriousness. The sage Krenz and the priests of the mechanical church have just departed for the Equatorial Landing City. It seems they will not return today. What purpose do they serve there? Alana inquired, her expression mirroring confusion, though she soon dismissed it. As she spoke, she unexpectedly crawled beneath her expansive desk, re-emerging moments later. This desk, a gift from her family, seemingly concealed something extraordinary within. Here, take a look, the golden-haired commander proclaimed, slapping a document onto the desk. Baiji picked it up and opened it, revealing a frontal portrait of a girl with short black hair, her left eye bearing a faint scar. What is this? Antonia Vander Alfra, a judge of the Tribunal of the Holy Hammer, mentored by Judge Dean Vander Urano. She has been declared a heretic 3 times by the tribunal and exonerated just as many, gaining considerable notoriety among certain factions of judges. The colonel elucidated. As for Alfra herself, her background is rather unremarkable. At the tender age of 7, her parents were slain during a sacrificial ritual, and she was ultimately rescued by Judge Urano, who ventured into a cult gathering. She subsequently became Urano's apprentice, following him into battles, and in a few years, she is likely to attain the status of a full-fledged judge. Alana recounted the mundane life of the young judge, noting that like many judges, Miss Alfra was an orphan, haunted, and suspicious of everything. Just a month prior, she had been branded a heretic by the Holy Hammer and was required to prove her loyalty through action. Branded a heretic? Why? Baiji inquired, perplexed, as the colonel spoke of her fate as though it were inconsequential. She attempted to summon a demon host within the nest of the Galazius 12, intending to interrogate it. Unfortunately, she mismanaged the summoning, allowing the demon to escape. and thus the Steel Bull cavalry that ultimately wrecked the colonel's vehicle was spawned from that very incident. Alana succinctly elucidated the reckless actions of Miss Judge in a conversational tone. The recently opened subspace portal was blocked by a local psychic self-detonation, and the small contingent of demon troops that had already crossed over was suppressed under Colonel Jin's command. During that battle, he valiantly engaged in a duel with the Bloodsucker riding a steel bull, ultimately slaying the demon before the entire regiment, a true testament to his unwavering loyalty and bravery. It seems he transformed his grief into strength, as Baiji remarked. In the eyes of terror, the Bloodsucker's thirst for blood may not surpass that of a trainer who has lost a beloved mare. Colonel Jin is indeed a remarkable figure, having survived an apocalyptic ordeal. He now leads a mere handful of the Astral Legion and has thus earned his promotion to colonel. Alana held this unfamiliar colonel in high regard, nodding approvingly as she spoke. He certainly has some skills. Upon hearing the captain's explanation, Baiji suddenly realized, where did you acquire this confidential information? You have access to the internal documents of the tribunal? Alana cryptically replied, just because I cannot obtain it does not mean no one can. The colonel had never shied away from relying on his family's strength. In her view, utilizing familial power to serve the emperor was the highest honor of the Tialis family. Baiji departed from the command center with lingering suspicion, recognizing that extracting information from the tribunal was an arduous task, even for the nobles of Terra. He felt the origins of this information were dubious, yet with no other recourse, he chose to set it aside. Meanwhile, in the garden world of the nebulous star domain, the current head of the Tialis family, Vanti Tialis, was bowing respectfully before a giant, uttering words steeped in reverence. Your belongings have been delivered. The man raised his head, the golden armor reflecting his respectful demeanor before he lowered his face once more. Lord of the Imperial Guard. Chapter 1. Blood Pact and the Judge's Prelude. The Blood Pact, composed of the most deranged, cruel, and battle-hardened mortals cast into chaos, serves as a unit that can contend with the Imperial Astral Army on every brutal battlefield, embodying the faith of the Skull Lord. Their every endeavor is inevitably accompanied by death and blood, alongside mountains of exposed skulls. Yet now, within the lower conduits of the ancient Glausius Xi's main nest, the Blood Pact's commander, Gregory Collin, felt anything but joyful. The power of that false emperor had once again intensified. The commander wandered silently through the makeshift headquarters of the sewers, flanked by his taciturn aide and strategists. Gregory's right hand bore the blessings of chaos, its bulging muscles and dark crimson veins rendering it nearly indistinguishable from that of a demon. The 8th, 9th, and 12th Guard regiments, his aide murmured. The great subspace has achieved success on their home planet. We are but a pack of strays. That is not something we can contend with at present, Gregory replied calmly. In a realm generally devoid of rationality, this composed leadership was indeed a rare gem. The hybrid of the tribunal has begun to prowl nearby once more. This month, our rituals have scarcely succeeded, as this planet yearns to return to the embrace of chaos. While our progress remains sluggish, the number of live sacrifices cannot be excessive. Otherwise, the PDF and even the IG will intervene. The frequency of our offerings must not be too rapid, lest the hounds of the tribunal catch wind of our activities. The adjutant remarked, yet correspondingly, with a deceleration in our pace, the weakening of reality's grip will also diminish. Ever since that judge allowed the demon host to escape, the ranks of the law enforcers have inexplicably swelled with the presence of the garrison. However, we cannot remain in silence indefinitely. A bloodbound officer voiced a dissenting opinion. We must appease the appetite of the subspace. Without living sacrifices, chaos will feast upon our souls. We should take the initiative, obliterate the lapdogs of the false emperor. A fervent commander exclaimed, his brass mask stained with the remnants of blood, offering their skulls to the blood god, cleansing the streets with their blood. We have no need for weakness. With a thud, the bloodbound officer's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Gregory flicked the brain matter from his hand, his tone unperturbed as he regarded his other subordinates, who were rendered mute with fear. It must be said, Lieutenant Gunter's suggestion was quite astute. Gregory, the battle commander, stepped onto the chest of the decapitated corpse, exerting pressure until Gunter's ribs emitted a sound of impending fracture. Although I do not entirely concur with the latter part of his statement, he withdrew his boot from the corpse's chest, the remnants of neural reflexes causing Gunter's body to twitch involuntarily. Which pack of the false emperor's lapdogs is it as of late? He inquired. The adjutant, with a steely resolve, approached, retrieving a yellowed, grimy piece of paper from his tattered military uniform. Let me see. The adjutant's gaze flitted across the paper, the text, corroded by subspace, twisted malevolently, nearly incomprehensible to the average person. Even through the four eyes concealed behind the brass mask, the inscriptions were enough to drive one to madness. However, his eyes soon fixed upon a string of contorted characters, and after capturing the writhing text, he gradually recited. It is the 9th Vanguard of Candela. Meanwhile, as the minions of chaos conspired in the sewers, our political commissar was merely 2 kilometers away, executing his first task here, quelling a workers' uprising that had erupted at the junction of the lower nest, serving as the despicable enforcer of the planetary governor. Born in the spring breeze and nurtured under the red banner, the commissar was typically reluctant to engage in such sordid work. To him, regardless of the era, the oppressed and exploited people possessed the right to resist, until he beheld the black flag of chaos, emblazoned with the 8-pointed star, rising among the tumultuous crowd. The cultists fiercely swung a spiked hammer adorned with human bone fragments towards the commissar's face. By the gods! Baiji gasped in shock, instinctively drawing her explosive firearm and pulling the trigger. The silver skull on the gun flashed with fire, and the cultist's head burst apart like a watermelon. brain matter splattering in all directions. The political commissar, in a fit of fury, wiped the splattered brain matter from his face, and the last vestiges of sympathy and compassion evaporated from his heart. He turned and signaled to the machine gunners, and in the next instant, the array of lumber guns roared to life, tearing the rioting crowd apart as if they were mere rags. The screams of agony existed only in the initial minutes. However, after merely 3 or 4 minutes, the cries of the crowd transformed into feeble wails as the mutilated cultists, with their entrails spilling forth, lay in pools of blood awaiting death. Most of them were simply ignorant civilians, misled by chaos due to their discontent with heavy taxes and harsh governance. In the face of death, their already wavering faith in chaos melted away like spring snow. To them, the astral soldiers now represented death itself. The soldiers affixed bayonets to their rifles, proceeding to deal with each remaining cultist still capable of resistance. In the eyes of the astral army, this hardly qualified as a battle. The cultists, driven by fervor and addictive substances, charged towards the mouths of the lumber guns, falling as easily as wheat before the scythe amidst the hail of bullets. The power sword in Baiji's hand was rendered unnecessary as the political commissar waved the blade a few times in the air, as if to convince himself he had exerted some effort in close combat. Well, it seems you still harbor at least a modicum of hostility towards chaos. The voice of the adjudicator suddenly echoed in Baiji's ear. The commissar cast a glance towards the source of the sound, where the figure of the black-clad adjudicator emerged from the intricate shadows of her lair, flipping through a thick tome that recorded the true names of the soulless. Those deemed heretical by the tribunal have no right to converse with me. Baiji replied with an expressionless demeanor, causing Alfred to halt in his tracks, his expression beneath the full-face helmet resembling that of a caught rat. How could you possibly know? This should be a secret within the order, the adjudicator exclaimed incredulously, her characteristic divergent thinking kicking in. In almost 2 seconds, Alfred transitioned from suspecting the Minter to the Grand Minter, then to the planetary governor, and finally, to the Golden Throne. How do I know you want to seek retribution? Baiji coldly shook his head, as he too was utterly perplexed, attributing everything to the so-called family behind Alana, which held immense influence. To speak of heresy in the name of the God Emperor holds no credibility, Baiji insisted, tightly gripping the point. The adjudicator stood in silence for a moment before turning to leave. Alfred's decisive movement momentarily stunned the political commissar. Wait, aren't you going to investigate me? No more investigations. The adjudicator continued on her path, stating, whoever halted the investigation against you, congratulations, you are safe now, Your Excellency. The Saint of IG. The adjudicator's voice dripped with sarcasm before she quickly vanished from Baiji's sight. Baiji absorbed her words, yet could not help but feel a twinge of fondness for her. This girl certainly does not believe in the state religion, he mused. She is someone worth dealing with. Are you not curious about who halted your investigation? The voice of the emperor suddenly resonated, and Baiji's doubts dissipated entirely. Now I know. Baiji nodded thoughtfully and inquired, so what did you do? Nothing much, just delivered a dream to her mentor, the emperor replied candidly. That old man happened to be busy snatching things from the national church that day, and when he got up the next morning, he left without even taking his hat, rushing straight to send out the star news. Well done, Baiji praised the emperor's attentiveness. Being entangled with the national church was already nauseating enough. Any further involvement with the tribunal could lead to a heart attack. It's just a trivial matter. It seems your task is nearly complete. The emperor reminded Baiji of the work at hand. The political commissar casually glanced at the chaos strewn around, convinced that this massacre had dismantled the foundation of the uprising. Some opportunists from the lower nests had already scurried away, bags in hand, hiding nearby. One could easily imagine that once the Star Realm army departed, the corpses would become delicacies in the mouths of the upper echelon the following day. Baiji loathed such immoral conduct, and after a moment's contemplation, he blew the assembly horn and casually patted a soldier on the shoulder. Commissar, just wait. You all, Baiji instructed, then began directing the troops to return to the capital. May your souls return to the Golden Throne. Wait. I refuse to be tainted by chaos, came the picky retort. Amidst the shrieking sound of incendiary shells being launched, the Star Realm soldiers departed gracefully. Chapter 002, Blood Contract and the Judge I Have Returned. As the sun set, the weary master pushed open the door of the command center, greeted by the sight of a golden-haired officer seated at the desk, who immediately rose and gently presented him with a steaming cup of black coffee. Thank you for your hard work, Captain Alana said, her voice tinged with a hint of guilt. Baiji had always abhorred the use of force against civilians. Yet his military uniform bore remnants of uncleaned blood, suggesting he had committed many regrettable acts today. It's nothing, Baiji replied, taken aback by the colonel's concern as their hands brushed against the rim of the white porcelain cup. The colonel's fingers were slender and warm, yet the area where she wielded a sword bore a layer of hardened calluses, much like Baiji's own. By the way, have Krenz and the others returned? Baiji took a sip of coffee, savoring the rich flavor that lingered on his tongue. In his previous life on Earth, he could only afford cheap instant coffee. But here he indulged in exquisite brews of immeasurable value. Reflecting on this, he unconsciously took another sip. They've returned and are currently working late to maintain that poison blade over at the 27th Company, Alana replied, letting out a sigh. Since I took office, I haven't seen that thing fire even a single shot, yet we must treat it like a treasure, ringing the bell for it every day. I hope that contraption never sees action in my lifetime, Baiji remarked, a slight smirk on his lips. If the situation ever arose that forced the poison blade into the fray, he suspected his own journey to the Golden Throne would not be far behind. Oh, he has been there. He was just let go again, Baiji suddenly recalled, and the coffee in his mouth turned even more bitter. Well, it's getting late. so I shall not disturb your rest any longer, Commander. After finishing a cup of coffee, the political commissar donned the familiar countenance he exhibited while leading the oath at the Loyalty Academy, wishing, "May the God Emperor bless you with sweet dreams, Commander." Yet, the God Emperor is unlikely to concern himself with such trifles. Elena accepted the cup from Baiji's hands, their fingers brushing against each other once more. "Thank you. Good night, Colonel," she said. "Good night, Miss Elena," the colonel replied, gracefully withdrawing from the command post. However, there lingered an unspoken thought in his mind. Perhaps the God Emperor is indeed that idol, Commander. Baiji murmured outside the gilded door, where, not far away in the plaza, the mechanical priests were engaged in the maintenance of the astral army's combat gear, the sounds of chanting and welding intertwining in a rhythmic symphony. The Emperor wished to retort that he was swamped with affairs, yet each time his gaze fleetingly returned to reality. The serene and desolate palace shattered his fragile illusions time and again. For the Emperor, the entirety of the tangible world seemed distilled into the golden throne beneath him, a complex system sustaining his vast, yet fragile empire. After decaying for a full millennium upon it, even the accompanying anguish had grown numb. The silence of the Emperor was interpreted by the political commissar as something more profound. Baiji exchanged greetings with the guard stationed at the command post, and, buoyed by good spirits, made her way back to her dormitory. Unlike the convenience experienced at Candela, the path back to her quarters stretched long like an expedition. The officer's dormitory lay half a base away from the command post. On her return, Baiji encountered patrolling guards, the industrious Liliana leading a team working overtime, and the Alpha Regiment's flag reporter, shrouded in the night as he pursued elusive whispers. Just as she was but a step from her dormitory, the gaze of the colonel fell upon a peculiar figure clad in a red robe with 5 mechanical limbs. "Ah, back already, Sage Krenz." Baiji greeted him. "How did the repairs go?" "By the grace of Omnisia," the former ruling sage replied, his tone replete with satisfaction. "As I predicted, technically speaking, repairing a destroyer is not significantly more challenging than dismantling a demon dragon. Oh, by the way," the sage suddenly recalled something. Retrieving a scroll from the servitor's skull beside him, "Colonel Jean has sent us a gift. I hear you are from the same hometown. Could you assist me with the translation?" As he spoke, the sage unfurled the scroll, revealing a vivid red fabric adorned with golden borders. Emblazoned with striking text, the red robe diligently cultivates righteousness, the iron arm forges divine mechanisms. A gift of gold from the Mechanicus to Sage Krenz. "What language is this? It appears rather archaic. I have never seen it before," Baiji inquired. Krenz shook the banner in his hand and placed it atop the servitor's skull. "Oh, this is an ancient and now lost language of the old tailor, known as Chinese." Baiji feigned calmness, recalling that his sacred texts were inscribed in such characters, conveying Colonel Jin's heartfelt gratitude. "All thanks to the great power of Omnisia," Sage Krenz humbly declared. "Miss Miaoyu is quite resilient. While I was disassembling the cannon's muzzle, I discovered a jammed shell, buzzing ominously. Perhaps you should attend to your own speaker?" With genuine concern, Baiji inquired. "Shall I fetch a new speaker for you from the Ministry of Military Affairs tomorrow?" "No need. This speaker is still functional," replied the frugal sage of Ark, dismissing her offer with a wave of his hand, the crackling sound of electricity nearly obscuring his final words. "Silly bird, your voice can be replaced, but my ears cannot," Baiji thought, maintaining a polite smile, while resolutely deciding to procure a new speaker for him the following day. "Good night, Sage Krenz." What was meant to be a casual farewell emerged as a mere pleasantry from the political commissar. The ensuing hours were filled with activity. The commendable performance of the 9th Regiment during their descent had greatly pleased the planetary governor. With the governor's assistance, the capital had opened enlistment to the Candela people. The previously battered 7th Company was now being reconstructed, with 3 of the 19 veterans opting for retirement due to injuries, while the others naturally assumed non-commissioned officer roles within the unit. Veteran Leo York stepped up to replace the fallen Vistral Lurio as the company commander. During the commissioning ceremony, Baiji overheard him speaking to Alana. "Commander, I truly wonder if I can perform as well as Mr. Lurio." "What? No, you certainly cannot." The colonel replied with an unwavering expression, fastening the insignia of a company commander onto his shoulder. "You must surpass his achievements, otherwise his sacrifice would be in vain, soldier." At that moment, Baiji handed him a helmet, once worn by Vistral Lurio during his command, now restored and ready for service once more. "Do not take yourself too seriously, lad," the political commissar remarked, securing the helmet onto Leo York's head. The typically stern colonel now donned a jovial facade, a role he could only shoulder. "In this regiment, there is a colonel, beneath whom I stand, and below me, a major. Sage, you need only fulfill your responsibilities. Just as Vistral did." "Understood." The young Candela pulled down the visor of his helmet. Behind him, 281 Galausians, having passed their physical examinations and tests, stood in formation. Their arrival promised to infuse the unit with fresh tactics, culture, and camaraderie, while the seasoned veterans would face the challenges posed by their junior counterparts, igniting a renewed spirit and motivation. Commanding such a formidable force presented its own challenges for the officers, yet as Baiji cast a sidelong glance at Alana, the Imperial noble's keen gaze reflected the confidence and brilliance inherited from her lineage. Without any basis, Baiji suddenly felt she was prepared to confront this challenge. Alana, puzzled by his stare, queried, "What are you looking at?" I meant to say, forgive me, Commander." Alana withdrew her gaze. As the sacred binary prayers echoed from afar, mechanical priests advancing slowly with laser rifles in hand. These weapons, salvaged from the battlefield of a transport ship, had been restored by the mechanized clergy, returning to the ranks of the Star Realm army, scarred yet infused with a fierce resolve. Whether human or machine, Those who could not be killed would only emerge stronger. Observing the new recruits receiving the weapons of their predecessors, all present shared this sentiment. Chapter 003, Blood Pact, and the Arbiter 2 emerging from the cafeteria, Baiji absent-mindedly picked at her teeth, while gazing up at the sun, suspended high above. Galazius 12, a medium-sized planet, orbited its star Galazius Livia in an elliptical trajectory, completing its cycle in 377 Terra days, with a rotation period of 25 hours. The air quality was excellent, and vast expanses of farmland and woodlands stretched across the landscape. Indeed, it is quite different from Candela, the Colonel Political Commissar remarked. Accustomed to wearing a gas mask, and only able to behold the sky through a filtration system day in and day out. Suddenly encountering the long-lost blue sky stirred the ancient instincts of humanity within him, prompting him to exclaim, "Praise the Emperor. Did you not just lament your attachment to Candela?" The Emperor responded to the Commissar's admiration with a question. "If the Department of Military Affairs were to reassign you back to Candela now, would you comply?" In the midst of such merriment, one easily forgets their roots. Baiji diplomatically replied, "By the way, you do understand the historical allusion to the Three Kingdoms, don't you? Just how many millennia have you lived? How long, you ask?" The Emperor pondered silently. Far away in the sacred palace of Terra, the withered giant seated upon the golden throne appeared unchanged, yet the nearby guards of the Imperial Guard sensed a powerful psychic energy sweeping through the air. "I have forgotten. However, I was once a warlord in Rome, so it must have been quite some time ago," the master of humanity stated uncertainly. Even for one who is immortal, such a span of time felt excessively prolonged, and the relentless passage of years had dulled the clarity of memories, rendering them vague upon reflection. Was it the Roman Republic or the Empire? Baiji inquired, somewhat astonished. She mused that had she studied history in high school, she would not find herself so bewildered now. "I am uncertain, but it seems we did not refer to it by that name back then," the Emperor recounted, utilizing his psychic abilities to sift through memories coated in dust and neglect. "In our time, we generally referred to it as a city-state." Baiji walked silently onto the street. Conversing with an immortal about history felt like a grave misstep. Nonetheless, the weather was splendid today, perfect for granting oneself a reprieve, she thought, and her spirits soon lifted. Returning to an hour prior, Baiji had just stepped out from the front of the barracks, this time not on a mission. Recently, the weather had been pleasant, and all was well, thanks to the leniency of the young captain, who infused her decree with a sense of compensation. Our commissar had been granted a rare 2-day leave. "Don't wander off. I certainly do not wish to find my commissar rummaging through an illegal food processing plant." Alana had cautioned him before his departure. While it is somewhat better than Candela, there remains little order in such places, so exercise utmost caution. Baiji, ever adaptable, found himself lost in the joy of the holiday, while the political commissar remained preoccupied with thoughts of enjoying a drink at a bar in the central hub, eager to impress the local simpletons with tales of grandeur. Yet, he now stood at the periphery of the lower nest, where the streets reeked of sewage and the grotesque. Illegal structures around him seemed on the verge of collapse. Baiji wagered with his own intellect that hidden in the shadows lay a spiky octagram, a symbol of chaotic power. How irresponsible, he mused, as the pervasive stench enveloped him. The commissar began to long for the gas mask he once wore, capable of filtering the toxic air of the industrial realm. Surely the foul air of this nest would be no match for it. "Why have you brought me here?" Baiji grumbled as he walked. The scum and thugs of the lower nest soon took notice of the elegantly dressed, yet solitary man. Their excited grins barely forming before the powered sword at the commissar's waist quelled any thoughts of violating imperial law. The subspace energy here is quite abnormal. The Emperor's guidance resonated in his mind. The gaze of humanity's sovereign cannot directly pierce reality, yet the fluctuations of subspace were evident to him. Never mind. A few words won't suffice. You should see for yourself. Baiji had scarcely begun to voice his thoughts when one of his eyes abruptly turned black. The perspectives of subspace and the reality of the universe unfolded before him simultaneously, momentarily overwhelming his mind. From the perspective of reality, he beheld the nearly identical scenes of every lower nest, yet through the lens of subspace, a blood-red mist pervaded every inch of his vision. Is this chaos? Baiji quickly recognized the significance of the crimson fog. While every nest inevitably harbored some chaotic elements, the proximity to the central nest usually meant oversight by enforcers, preventing such blatant concentrations of subspace energy. Based on the principle that every effect must have a cause, Baiji inquired of the Emperor, "Has subspace breached here?" "Not quite. The nearby reality barrier remains intact, and creations from subspace should find it difficult to penetrate," the Emperor replied. "Yet, some mortals remain unaffected by the constraints of reality." "Mortal chaotic rebels?" Baiji's expression grew grave. Engaging with rebels aligned with chaos was far more perilous than quelling a mere uprising. Such armies often possessed proper weaponry and training, and with the blessings of subspace, they were typically more resilient than the starbound forces. "I do not know. That is why you have been sent here," the Emperor lamented, acknowledging the limitations of his power to assist Baiji directly. His greatest utility was merely as a subspace radar, leaving the actions in the realm of reality to the commissar. "Very well," Baiji sighed in resignation, only to recall a more pressing concern. "Surely, there won't be any Astartes here?" He hesitated, his voice tinged with apprehension. The Emperor responded, "The Astartes subspace projections are vastly different from those of mortals. If there were truly chaos Astartes, I would have long advised you to flee." The reassurance from the Emperor calmed Baiji's heart. With a vision of serving the Empire and resentment over a disrupted holiday, the colonel political officer strode towards the deep, grimy depths of Galazius 12. Amidst the unfriendly gazes surrounding her, Baiji encountered numerous obstacles, dispatching 6 thieves, 7 drunkards, 8 gang members daring to reach for her. and 9 cultists attempting to lure her into bomb-laden rooms through deception. Then, a familiar figure caught the colonel political officer's attention. "Hey, Alfra," she whispered. Noticing the judge in the distance had evidently sensed the noise behind him, yet merely quickened his pace in silence. "What is going on?" Baiji pondered, realizing it was impossible to catch up with an experienced judge in the intricate underbelly. Drawing a grenade from her waist, she fired it as a warning into the air. The solid-fueled projectile struck the illegal structure overhead, lending her subsequent words an air of credibility. "You there, step aside, or the next shot will be aimed at your head. Are you out of your mind?" The judge turned, casting a look of bewilderment, before promptly fleeing. Chapter 004. Bloodpact and Judge 3 Antonia Vander Alfra felt particularly unfortunate of late, not merely due to the ecclesiastical declaration of heresy. "What is wrong with you?" she retorted, glancing back as the IG political officer continued to pursue her relentlessly. "What did I do to provoke you? How could you say that?" Baiji, equally distressed, wiped the sweat from her brow as she sincerely replied, "I thought we were on the same side. By the Emperor's grace. Who among us truly seems to be on the same side?" Alfra suddenly felt her actions were rather foolish. She was neither a starborn nor guilty of any wrongdoing. Observing the political officer's sudden decision to run seemed impulsive, yet to others, it unequivocally appeared as an indication of guilt. "Well, never mind. Why are you here?" Alfra shifted her approach, interrogating Baiji about her presence. "According to the military department's regulations, during service, starborn are." "I'm on leave," Baiji stated candidly, pulling out the leave pass signed by the colonel. The official seal and the colonel's signature were present. Surely, this could not be deemed desertion? "You came to the underbelly for a vacation." Alfra was momentarily taken aback, glancing around at the picturesque scenery and pleasant weather of Galosius underbelly. The cultist recently dispatched by the political officer still bled black on the ground not far away. "You certainly have a unique taste." "No, I actually have business here," Baiji contested, her gaze drifting over Alfra. "Yet you don't seem to be faring too well. Do you, Alfra-chan? What kind of ridiculous nickname is that? I'll have you executed." The judge rubbed the goosebumps that had arisen on her skin. However, as Baiji remarked, her current predicament was nothing short of dire. She had not changed her clothes for several days, and her supply of ammunition for the explosive pistol was dwindling. The tribunal, of course, would not provide ammunition or shelter for a heretic. The colonel of the garrison bore her a grudge, and for the past few days, she had been holed up in this filthy den, subsisting by robbing cultists and gangsters. With a sense of shame, the conscientious judge candidly confided her circumstances to the political commissar, then muttered softly, "Back in the day, he thrived when he was branded a heretic. Yet I have descended to such depths." Do not heed her words. The voice of the emperor countered within Baiji's mind. That old man was once pursued in the den, clutching the sacred texts while praying through tears at 4 a.m. It's all fabricated to deceive the young ones. Upon hearing this, a trace of pity flickered in Baiji's gaze. "It's all right. Everyone experiences a turn of fortune eventually," she reassured, her eyes sweeping over the judge before the political commissar's eyes suddenly darted around. A clever scheme slowly forming in the colonel's mind. "Truth be told, I have always found it difficult to doubt a judge's loyalty." He suddenly spoke to the still mourning Alfra. "Your contributions to the empire are beyond reproach. Those lords sitting in their offices would never fathom the hardships you face in action, just as the generals seldom consider our plight. We all serve the God Emperor. Thus, why should we make things difficult for one another?" Alfra took a few steps back, and Baiji noted that the servo skull that had been following her had vanished. "If you wish for my assistance, feel free to ask," the judge declared, her voice lacking some authority without the servo skull. "Let us not mince words. You are loyal, and so am I. This forms the basis of our collaboration." "I do enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals," Baiji nodded appreciatively, reaching for the ammunition pouch at her waist. Amid Alfra's complex gaze, she retrieved a bag of bullets meant for the explosive pistol. "This can serve as a form of deposit," she remarked, then pulled out a wad of cash from another pocket. "This is a personal gift for you to find a place to wash up and change into proper attire. Alfra, I do not wish to be accompanied by a paternal figure while battling the rebels." He cast his gaze downward toward the nest, where shadows, obscured from the sunlight, were casting glances. Both he and the other party understood this unspoken exchange. "Has anyone ever told you that your speech is rather irksome?" The judge and the emperor's thoughts had never aligned so perfectly before. At this moment, the IG colonel found himself facing two identical critiques. "Never before have I loved my soldiers as my own children. Everyone refers to me as the exemplary officer," Baiji boldly asserted. However, considering his reputation within the 9th Guard Regiment, such a statement holds merit. "I shall procure ammunition from the Ministry of Military Affairs. You should find a place to rest," he commanded in a tone reminiscent of a commanding officer. "We shall reconvene here in 3 hours. Understood," Alfra nodded, cognizant of her current plight and recognizing his ascendancy. Her ability to analyze the situation has been one of the reasons she has survived as a judge. "But how will you return?" Weighing the ammunition bag in her hands, Alfra suddenly realized that it seemed to be all the reserves the political officer possessed. "Do you have any bullets left in your gun? Is 1 magazine sufficient for your return to the base?" "Magazine? What magazine?" Baiji inquired, perplexed, as he drew his energy sword, the shimmering light illuminating his furrowed brow. Never mind," Alfra replied discreetly, casting a glance at the dagger at her waist. This exquisite noble weapon appeared somewhat feeble in comparison to the political officer's energy sword. An unfounded thought suddenly crossed her mind. Perhaps she should heed her mentor's advice and acquire a more powerful melee weapon. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Baiji nodded. Unbeknownst to him, the judge's inner turmoil was masked by her characteristic demeanor, though he had glimpsed a flicker of hesitation on her face, quickly concealed. Very well. Alfred nodded in agreement. Travel cautiously, and may the God Emperor bless you. You may be the only person on this planet willing to stand by my side. Bai Ji sighed, reflecting on the unfortunate plight of judges. Indeed. It seems you judges endure quite a hardship. At last, someone recognizes our struggles, Alfred thought, touched as she observed the figure of the political officer gradually recede into the distance. Chapter 005, Blood Pact and the Judge Gregory Collin, the Pactmaker, has recently undergone a significant change in mindset. 3 days prior, he was merely a wretched fool, cowering in the filthy chaos of the underbelly, fleeing from the might of the pseudo-emperor's henchmen. However, the circumstances have shifted dramatically. He has acquired the Bludgeoner, a formidable artifact of chaos. Gregory recalled the immense power emanating from the brass throne. What began as an ordinary ritual sacrifice, a bloody clash between 2 lowly gangs devoted to the blood god, had pleased the master of the brass throne. The victorious faction was bestowed with blessings, while the vanquished became the offering. This event seemed unremarkable, even to Gregory, the orchestrator of this entire scheme. Yet, the master of the brass throne appeared to hold a different perspective. At the conclusion of the ritual, through a gang member ignited by flames, the god of subspace delivered his divine oracle, "Let the empire bleed." As the demon-possessed gang member dripped thick, black blood, he declared, "I shall provide you with an unparalleled artifact. With it, you will annihilate that accursed fool's ignorant followers, and you shall ascend to the throne of champions." If the demon conveying the oracle had not articulated the consequences of the absence of foresight, all present comprehended the intent of this fearsome envoy. Gregory, with trembling hands, grasped the weighty artifact, as heavy as a hammer and as sanguine as bone, his blood-red and swollen right hand nearly bursting under the strain. Thus began our ascendance. As the flames from the subspace began to wane, the blood-bound captain, with eyes ablaze, finally lifted the heavy war hammer and solemnly addressed his subordinates. "You have heard. My lieutenant." In the lieutenant's trembling gaze, Gregory slowly stated, before accepting the blessing, the captain was merely a tall, bald man, possessing a mortal's keen intellect and a gaze as cruel as that of a demon. Yet now, the being before us bears no distinction from the soulless entities of the subspace, his once human features replaced by hollow voids suffused with psychic energy. Gregory ignited the altar's fierce flames, gradually extending a wrought iron mask into the fire. Crackling, the iron mask twisted and changed color in the flames, emitting a chilling sound. As Gregory withdrew it from the fire, quietly examining the fierce mask, now glowing red from the heat. Without hesitation, he pressed the mask against his face, the flesh and red iron sizzling, as the searing pain engulfed his body, while his soul underwent a baptism from the subspace. The thirst for war overwhelmed the agony of his flesh. Gregory trembled, his bulging muscles glistening with beads of sweat. He had previously harbored doubts. The sacrifices to the brass throne were a daily occurrence, yet those prayers often vanished without a trace, receiving not even a fleeting glance from the blood god. Now, however, the power of the chaotic artifact had utterly dispelled his inner uncertainties. All that remained before him was a singular, beloved pursuit in which he excelled. "Gather my forces, Lieutenant." He pressed his clawed hand upon the lieutenant's shoulder, and even through the thick, bio-armored skin, the lieutenant could feel the seemingly boundless heat and power emanating from the captain. "Yes, Captain," the lieutenant stammered, nodding his head, feeling like a fool. Gregory thought to himself, yet he was obedient enough to spare his life for the time being. He let out a faint hum and promptly dismissed the trembling coward from his mind. Gregory strode forth, prying open the sewer cover. And in the dim light of the nest, under the terrified gazes of passers-by, the now towering giant, expanded to 2 meters, greedily inhaled. How magnificent! Gregory cast a disdainful glance at the frozen bystanders, casually swinging the newly acquired chaotic artifact, the Mauler. In the instant the warhammer swung down. The mortals touched by the sharp hammerhead disintegrated into a mist of blood amidst their screams. Soldiers of the garrison, mingling within the crowd, opened fire upon him. Their feeble lasers struck him, yet were deflected by the power of the subspace, leaving the blood-bound captain unscathed. It appears you have yet to grasp this. Lackeys of the pseudo-emperor. Gregory felt the exhilaration of blood surging through his veins, taking a moment to savor the wicked pleasure of disgrace before striding forward to lift a soldier of the garrison off the ground. "Look at your eyes, child," he taunted, as the soldier struggled desperately in the grasp of the battle commander, his laser rifle clattering to the ground, only to be crushed beneath Gregory's boot, rendering it a mere hunk of scrap. "You have all been deceived," he declared, "by a coward huddled upon his throne, a liar who upholds the empire with falsehoods, your emperor." A flash of fury ignited in the soldier's eyes as he gasped, seemingly attempting to refute the heretical words. "Spare me the rebuttal. I have no desire to listen." Gregory interjected, feeling a surge of admiration for his adversary's courage. In the fervor of battle, his right hand tensed, and in the next instant, the soldier's head exploded violently, sending shards of bone and brain matter splattering onto his mask with a sickening, viscous sound. Disinterestedly, Gregory discarded the still twitching corpse, and from the concealed passages behind him, the blood-bound conspirators emerged, like a well-trained army, directing their weapons towards the law enforcement officers and garrison soldiers tasked with maintaining order in the streets. Caught off guard by the unexpected assault, the soldiers fell one by one, blood swiftly staining the ground. Boom! A resounding explosion abruptly interrupted the advance of the blood-bound rebels. And after a brief moment of chaotic disarray, the garrison soldiers quickly regained their composure. The celestial forces clearly possessed superior equipment. A sentry mech stationed at the junction between the mid and lower nests charged toward the infantry-based blood-bound legion, its automatic cannon tearing into the flesh of the terror-worshipping believers, visibly diminishing Gregory's offensive. "Ah, how timely, you lapdog of the false emperor," Gregory murmured, a crimson haze enveloping his vision. Within the distorted realm of his sight, the rampaging sentry mech exuded a repugnant stench. He charged forth with fearless resolve, and the mech, recognizing the significant threat he posed, unleashed a torrent of fire upon him. However, the battle commander's valor pleased the brass throne, and the bullets were intercepted by subspace, falling impotently to the ground. As the distance closed, the sentry's movements became frantic in his eyes. "This coward is terrified," Gregory mused, swinging the bludgeoner in his grasp. The massive chaos hammer sliced through the mech's mechanical leg as though it were mere paper, the additional armor proving utterly ineffective. The bludgeoner, true to its name, was a weapon designed to strike down all. None could withstand its boundless might. Indeed, it was my boundless might, Gregory thought, as the towering sentry collapsed before him. Behind him, the bloodbound followers erupted in thunderous cheers, witnessing their commander tear apart the mech's fragile cockpit and send the pilot soaring in 2 segments through the air. "Retreat. Establish a defensive line in the rear." The officer's command resounded through the ranks of the garrison regiment. Shielded by covering fire, the Star Realm soldiers commenced their orderly withdrawal. Gregory ascended the remnants of a watchtower, gazing out over the ravaged battlefield before him. "Indeed, this is what I was meant to do," he mused, rather than scurrying about like a frightened creature in a broken pipe. "War, this is my true calling." He turned his gaze. Witnessing his soldiers swarm across the defenses once erected by the PDF and the Star Realm, the battle had begun. As he strode forward, Gregory passed by a shattered storefront, where a fragment of glass reflected his current visage, a grotesque, bloated figure, blood streaming down his face, adorned with a mask of sorrow. Quite fitting, he thought, raising his right hand to shatter the glass into a multitude of shards. Chapter 006, Blood Pact and the Judge Blasted. This is nothing like the vacation I envisioned. In an underground bar beneath the ancient Labosius 12, White G concealed herself in what was evidently an illicitly constructed basement, grumbling in a hushed tone. "What kind of vacation is this, hiding in the underbelly? Be grateful," came the reply from the shadowy figure of the judge, clad in black, as he munched on stock pilfered by the bar's owner, counting the scattered explosives on the floor. "At least we have ample ammunition. You haven't emptied your arsenal, have you?" "Not at all," White G replied calmly. Due to the considerable distance from their base, the colonel political officer had never even considered returning to their station. Instead, he had sought out a nearby munitions depot under the Ministry of Military Affairs, where he conveniently secured a requisition slip to withdraw enough explosives and ammunition to arm an entire platoon. 569 explosive rounds, 20 grenades, 13 shrapnel rounds, and 7 armor-piercing shells. Alfred's expression turned peculiar as he counted. "While having sufficient ammunition is a blessing, how on earth did you manage to bring so much here?" "I have a talented individual under my command, exceptionally skilled in logistics," White G replied cryptically, the term logistics referring to the rather innocuous act of pilfering from the Ministry's warehouse. The astute colonel understood well what was implied. "I assure you, I am quite esteemed among my soldiers." As she adjusted her belt, she retrieved 2 bayonets from beneath her uniform. "And here are 2 more bayonets. I nearly forgot. Soldiers, I bring good news. You are being dispatched to the front lines to fight, and you may select your preferred weapon. Would you prefer a bayonet, or perhaps this volcanic cannon?" The Emperor's voice echoed in the political officer's mind. White G rolled her eyes. Nevertheless, having an entity of subspace observing her felt oddly reassuring. The once cacophonous voice now resonating with a comforting beauty. "I would much rather have the contact information of a fire lizard or an extreme warrior," White G responded. "Or even a bayonet affixed to the volcanic cannon. Who are you conversing with?" Alfred glanced warily at the colonel political officer who was conversing with the heir. In such an environment, even the slightest peculiar behavior could provoke the sensitive nerves of the adjudicator. "Surely, you haven't been possessed by a demon, have you?" he mused. "Praise be to the Lord of humanity, and chaos is but filth," Baiji called out decisively, and Alfred's heart gradually settled. If a chaotic deity were indeed willing to accept this fellow, it might still signify a victory for humanity, she thought. Regardless, what shall we do now? Alfred filled his handgun with explosive rounds, storing the remaining bullets in a specially designed ammunition pack, while Baiji did likewise. "What are you planning to do about the rebels outside, those wretched offspring of the blood god? What is your course of action, your holiness? What shall you decide?" "Your imperial majesty?" Baiji escalated the inquiry, ultimately delivering it directly to the golden throne. "A timely rescue would be most appreciated, Grade E. My recommendation is either decapitation or a breakout." No matter how optimistic things appeared, the Lord of Humanity remained just that, the Lord of Humanity. Millennia of warfare had sharpened his instincts. He swiftly deduced, these rebels dare to revolt without warning, suggesting they are emboldened. Coupled with the previous fluctuations of subspace energy, it is likely that either a chaotic artifact has descended here, or worse, an evil ritual capable of shaking the very fabric of reality. Both the artifact and the ritual could be addressed with a decisive strike, while a breakout would allow the astral military forces on this planet to hold out until the arrival of the Astartes. "So, you wish for a steel warrior, do you? What of the Iron Heart?" Baiji wiped the cold sweat from her brow and relayed the Lord of Humanity's opinion to the adjudicator. "Either decapitation or retreat. You may choose. I choose retreat." "That is unacceptable. Your stance is rather extreme. We should..." "Wait, what did you say?" Baiji's eyes widened in disbelief. "What is your choice?" "I said, I choose retreat, Your Holiness," Alfred reiterated with irritation. "What else? 2 of us against a band of rebels? Do you think yourself an angel of death for the Emperor?" No, that is not what I meant." Bai Ji felt a twinge of frustration. But you are the adjudicator. Aren't adjudicators supposed to charge forth against heresy, to self-destruct if they cannot prevail? That is quite a stereotype. Alfred retorted, involuntarily stepping away from Bai Ji. If you wish to seek death and loyalty to the Emperor, that is your choice, but do not drag me into it. My survival is far more valuable than my demise. It seemed they had finally found common ground. Bai Ji felt a surge of emotion. Throughout the 2 decades since her arrival, every woman around her had urged her to charge into the fray, and now, at last, she had encountered a kindred spirit. Then it is settled. Alfred nodded in satisfaction, having heard that the political officers of the astral military were often deranged. It was indeed fortunate not to have clashed with the adversary. No. Clearly, there is still an issue. Bai Ji discerned a hint of relief in her words and promptly corrected herself. Have you considered how we might retreat? Alfred's expression faltered for a moment, evidently having overlooked such a fundamental question. They were currently deep within enemy territory, surrounded by traitors and cultists, as 2 small ants ensnared in this sea of rebellion. How could they possibly escape? We'll fight our way out. What else can we do? She replied. By the way, you, the political commissar, are trapped in a stronghold occupied by rebels. Isn't your commander sending anyone to rescue you? I can't say for certain. Upon mentioning her troops, Bai Ji's gaze darkened. The rebels' intentions were far from merely taking to the streets to kill a few people. Such a large-scale offensive was primarily aimed at the local forces of the astral army. I must regroup. No, I need to return to our base to ascertain the situation. Then what are we waiting for? Alfred nodded, adjusting his hat at an angle as he donned a full-face helmet reminiscent of a law enforcement officer. Indeed, Bai Ji wholeheartedly agreed. Every second wasted here could allow the blood contract's front lines to advance even slightly, rendering the enemy-occupied territory they needed to traverse further away, and their lives consequently more perilous. Bai Ji and Miss Judge climbed out of the basement, arriving before the bar's heavily barricaded door. The former owner had unfortunately been reduced to 3 separate parts scattered across the street during a recent explosion from the astral army's artillery. Now, this charred ruin had fortuitously become a hiding place for the 2 loyalists. I must confess, I have always harbored a dream. As she prepared to kick down the locked bar door, Bai Ji suddenly turned to Alfred, hoping she would not misunderstand. A flicker of unease crossed Miss Judge's mind. What are you about to say? Bai Ji did not respond to her inquiry. The political commissar adjusted her military cap and, rising abruptly from the debris, kicked aside the remnants of the door. At that moment, a crimson shadow materialized before Bai Ji, prompting her to shout, "Fire!" 2 blood contract rebels passing by had their heads blown apart by the explosive rounds. In their final moments, they heard the commissar's resonant command, "Open the door." Court of Judgment. Chapter 007. Escape from the nest of Kaf. An hour and 46 minutes after the uprising in the nest. At the command post of the 9th Candelabra Guards, a combat readiness meeting was underway. Have we located the commissar? Colonel Ilana, her face ashen, scrutinized the complex terrain map of the nest, which resembled a labyrinthine anthill, leaving her dizzy. It was precisely through this intricate network of pathways that the blood contract rebels had been able to mount their offensive with such efficacy. Bai Ji was unaccounted for. According to protocol, she had reported her whereabouts as the cannot bar in the middle nest, but when William sent a team there, the owner stated that the astral army's colonel had departed long ago. Major Nils spoke uneasily, acknowledging that he had not played a significant role in the previous landing. However, the author's silence did not imply his insignificance. As one of the 2 major commanders in the entire regiment, Nils was, in fact, the officer primarily responsible for directing operations, in contrast to Liliana. Colonel, the situation outside is chaotic. The PDF has established a defensive line at the central nest. Yet the actual effectiveness remains uncertain. Nils observed the grim expression on the regimental commander's face, but steeled himself to continue. As for the political officer, we are still searching for him, though I personally harbor little hope regarding this likelihood. Alana replied impassively, nodding her head. Among the attendees of the operational meeting, several diminutive figures suddenly displayed expressions of hesitation. Euler Kilyuo, the commander of the 3rd Communications Company and chief editor of the regiment's flag report, felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. In the heavy atmosphere of the command post, this man, generally timid, finally summoned the courage to speak. Raising his hand, Euler exclaimed loudly, drawing all eyes upon him, as if he were swept by a tsunami of pressure bearing down on him as a mere captain. He instinctively recoiled but was compelled by a sense of responsibility to voice his thoughts. As for the political officer, he may have gone down to the nest. He might have. Please do not regard me with such a gaze. Before anyone else could respond, Euler began to argue vehemently. I was coerced. He returned around noon today and insisted that I accompany him to transport goods. I dared not refuse and had no choice but to follow him out of the base. Transport goods? Alana furrowed her brow as ominous clouds began to gather on the colonel's face. What goods? To where? She trusted her political officer would not act contrary to imperial law, yet until she received confirmation directly from him, who could assert otherwise? Some weapons and ammunition were delivered to the entrance of a bar at the lower nest, Euler explained, adopting a mindset of thoroughness in his recounting. From what I observed, it should be enough to equip a platoon, but it consisted primarily of many explosive rounds, not something intended for resale. Euler's reasoning appeared sound. Should these be the gangs lurking in the lower nest? The value of a single explosive firearm could surpass that of selling their entire families to the Mechanist Church as thralls. Only the Star Realm Army, affluent traders, and judges could afford such weapons. The communications company captain, possessing a semblance of conscience, understood that trafficking military supplies constituted a grave offense under imperial law, punishable by execution upon discovery. As an accomplice, Euler did not wish for his commander to meet such a fate, for if Baiji were executed, the dilemma of how he would survive without his protective umbrella would become a matter worthy of contemplation. 1 platoon's worth of explosive rounds? Nils inquired perplexedly. I recall that a platoon comprises 600 explosive rounds, sufficient for a small-scale annihilation battle. Why would he need so many? How would I know? I have never used an explosive firearm in my life, Euler replied sincerely. In any case, I believe the political officer must have requisitioned the ammunition from the military department to counter the Imperial enemies. Regarding this, we ought not to be overly concerned. It is reasonable to trust in his loyalty, for he has once fought valiantly for the Emperor. Liliana softly concurred, questioning why he ventured down to the lower nest. Who knows? Uriel shrugged. Alana cast a blank glance in his direction, her blood-red eyes causing his heart to skip a beat. What shall we do now? Niels, oblivious to the colonel's emotional shift, continued speaking. The rebel offensive currently remains concentrated at the junction of the lower and middle nests, where a regiment of the PDF is organizing a defense. The traitors seem to possess some unknown weaponry, and although they lack substantial armored vehicles, their assault is nonetheless fierce. Niels further noted that we have particularly observed their destructive capabilities against our armored units. A champion-like figure stands at the forefront of the enemy lines, wielding a weapon that appears to cause devastating damage to fortifications. What does the Ministry of Military Affairs say? Alana interjected, her expression unchanged. As the colonel's demeanor had not altered since Uriel's outburst, we are among the closest forces to the rebels, following their typical strategy. We should be dispatched to the lower nest to quell the insurrection, just as you mentioned. Uriel nodded, acting as the liaison for the 9th Regiment. All orders and directives are relayed through him. In fact, the PDF's plea for assistance has sat on your desk for quite some time. Yet you have not found the moment to review it. I shall gather the troops. Upon hearing Uriel's report, Alana instinctively glanced at Niels, who, understanding her cue, lowered the brim of his hat and turned to exit the command center. After taking a few steps, he quietly returned, realizing that his company commanders were present in the command center, making his departure rather foolish. The 5th, 27th, and 8th companies, assemble with me outside. Jarvis, retrieve the Lehman Russ from the garage, Niels instructed. As for the others, secure our base. If the PDF's line falters, this place will be the next bastion against the rebels. Bring out the venom blade. Alana's voice interrupted Niels, plunging the command center into sudden silence as everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Pardon me, Colonel, what did you just say? Niels' eyes widened, incredulous. The venom blade? Surely. It is not yet necessary. Bring it forth, Alana insisted. We cannot allow it to languish in the warehouse. Furthermore, 3 companies will not suffice to maintain a defense of a nest city. Major, how many troops do you intend to deploy? 6,000, equating to 20 companies, including my escort, Alana declared, causing shock to ripple through the assembly. What about our base? Liliana was the first to voice her concern. If the front line is breached, our base will be the last line of defense for the safety of the upper nest. Other units are dispersed across the equatorial and polar bases. We are one of only 2 astral legions in this nest city. Is there not another? The colonel remarked nonchalantly. Send a message to the 12th Regiment, instructing those trench diggers to take over our defensive line. By the Emperor's grace, while they may lack skill in battle, they excel at fortification. Such a disgrace, Commander, Niels gently admonished. Are we to imply that our 9th Regiment is incapable of safeguarding our homeland, resorting to seeking assistance from the esteemed 12th Regiment? We cannot afford such humiliation, Commander. I find it far more embarrassing to serve in a unit where the sole political officer cannot be accounted for. Niels, Ilana interjected. I shall personally command this operation. And, pray, do not presume it is merely to assist the PDF in holding the line. What then? Niels's expression shifted, an ominous premonition washing over him as he observed the colonel turning, retrieving her renowned chainsaw sword from the weapon rack. We shall press on to the nest, grinding to pulp all traitors who dishonor the Emperor's glory. The colonel spoke with her usual composure, her offensive strategy distinctly marked by an aggressive thrust. And perhaps we shall retrieve that elusive political officer hiding in some obscure corner. Ilana hesitated before removing her breathing mask from the armory. In an instant, her voice transformed from a melodious tone to a grim echo of death. Let us stretch our limbs, the colonel declared, the chainsaw sword emitting a jubilant roar. Chapter 008. Escape from Nestkov 2. Regardless of how many troops the commander had assembled for a brutal offensive, the plight of our major political officer had not improved. He and Judge Alfred traversed the labyrinthine passages of the nest, regrettably becoming ensnared within this treacherous maze of flesh and blood. I am truly disturbed, these chaotic wretches, Baiji remarked, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon a small altar formed of skulls, the uppermost head still marred with blood and flesh, evidently torn violently from its shoulders. Such is the essence of chaos. No matter how beautifully it is extolled by those cultists, its core remains the perversion of sin masquerading as virtue. Satisfying the appetites of their chaotic masters, Alfred disdainfully stated. Silently, Baiji stepped forward, removing the bloodied head from its spike. Rest in peace, citizen, he murmured. May the Emperor be with you. At that moment, Alfra had already kicked the derelict altar apart, human bones and desecrated some. Alfreya shook her head, evidently harboring a pessimistic view regarding the political officer's thoughts. Observing the traces along the route, it was clear that the rebels' offensive was exceedingly frenzied. They must have a notably radical commander who disregards even the toll of casualties. Baiji surveyed the scene, where the bodies of the Blood Oath rebels lay intermixed with those of the defending soldiers and civilians. The chaotic adherents of the cult clearly lacked the custom of retrieving their fallen comrades, which conveniently allowed the political officer to assess the current battle losses. The casualty ratio stood at approximately 2 to 1, a professional officer noted, lamenting the dire state of affairs where a PDF could inflict such devastation upon 2 Blood Oath fighters. What audacity emboldened these traitors to incite rebellion at such a precarious time? Some devotees of dark deities seemed to grow more formidable with each conflict. As bloodshed and death only served to amplify their power, one could not solely rely on this to gauge their combat proficiency, Alfreya countered. The Inquisitor, having traversed the lands with his mentor in bygone days, was well versed in the intricacies of demonology as a hammer of the faith. Indeed, Baiji nodded in agreement, acknowledging her earlier judgment as hasty. We ought to continue onward. It is imperative to return to the Imperial forces before they reach the central nest, thus enabling us to contribute in the forthcoming counteroffensive. Let us hope so, Alfreya replied. Let us not delay, for every moment counts. Agreed, the political officer concurred. And the two figures vanished into the ceaseless cacophony of gunfire and artillery. As 2 loyal ants endeavored to escape the maelstrom of slaughter, Gregory's mood was far from pleasant. Despite acquiring the power of the chaotic artifact, the assault proved to be exceedingly arduous for his forces. What do you mean a bald civilian attacked us? The battle group leader roared at a trembling officer, clearly displeased by the unwelcome news. Yet, this is the reality, my lord, the Blood Oath commander replied, his voice quaking with trepidation, fearing he might be reduced to a bloody mist by this chaotic monstrosity. It appears to be a secretive gang emerging from the depths, predominantly bald and boasting combat prowess far exceeding that of ordinary gang members. The commander recalled the fanatical cultists who, chanting bizarre slogans in devotion to the four-armed god emperor, charged toward the Blood Oath lines, engaging in brutal hand-to-hand combat, where even the followers of the Skull Lord did not hold a significant advantage. We have eliminated those strange individuals, but as you can see, my forces have also sustained severe losses and are currently incapable of advancing toward your predetermined objective. Then perish. My subordinates have no need for uselessness. The commander attempted to justify his failures, but Gregory, having lost patience, swung his hammer of chaos with brutal intent, causing the officer's headless body to collapse lifelessly before him. Damn it! After executing the cowardly commander, Gregory found himself once again ensnared in the vexations of the situation. As the war commenced in earnest, the warlord suddenly realized that his troops faced not only the counterattacks of the Imperial forces, but also the insidious obstructions posed by the very nest they inhabited, teeming with all manner of fiends and monsters. Blood Oath warlord Gregory had originally intended to exploit the Empire's beleaguered defenses by dispatching his elite soldiers to assault the PDF lines while the Imperial guards were caught off guard. However, as these robust detachments progressed halfway through their journey, they were invariably confronted by an array of formidable adversaries. Firstly, there were the 2 combat factions advancing towards the east. The 700-strong Blood Oath rebels encountered a cult that invoked the name of Chaos. The cult leader, a fervent instigator, exhibited little interest in the similarly chaos-worshipping Blood Oath rebels, perhaps in a desperate bid to fulfill their sacrificial obligations to the warp. This cult turned its attention towards the Blood Oath forces, who were staring back in confusion. This congregation, numbering at most 1,000 and armed with tattered weapons, could barely hold out for half an hour against the servants of the Blood God. Yet, within that half hour, reinforcements arrived for the PDF from the 12th Mechanized Infantry Regiment of Candela, erecting ironclad defensive fortifications before the eyes of the traitors, who could only gaze in despair at the fluttering Imperial Aquila. The encounter faced by the southern advancing faction was similarly grim. Although their impediments were not solely from the cult, the local gangs of the Nest also pledged their final loyalty to His Imperial Majesty. As for the western contingent, which had just lost their commander to Gregory's hand, they were the most unfortunate among the scattered forces. The cult, birthed from the Tyrannid gene stealers, was devoid of mercy. Among them were even those who had undergone bloodline regression to become pure-blooded misers. These dread beings, equipped with the means to dismantle human aspirations, staunchly guarded the path to the inner nest, believing resolutely that the great devourer's sustenance must never fall to these already cooked morsels. Should White G witness this scene, she would undoubtedly lament the irony of such aberrations guarding the nation's gates, embodying the tragic heroism that leads to the ruin of the realm. Upon reflecting calmly, Gregory discerned that the only remaining force capable of launching an offensive was the northern spearhead he personally commanded. Nearly 50,000 Blood Oath rebels, under the direct guidance of their warlord and bolstered by the formidable power of the Chaos artifact, the Hammer of Wrath, would surely rend the defenses of the Pretender Emperor asunder like mere parchment. Yes, that was indeed the case. With this conviction, Gregory began to consolidate his forces. The banner of the Blood God was raised once more, and after a minor setback, the fearsome army advanced resolutely towards the northern Imperial troops. His next adversary awaited, the 9th Guard Regiment of Candela. Chapter 009. Choices in our astral army. 2 weapons of victory stand paramount, a warhammer and a sturdy shield. In the once mighty industrial realm of Candrildor, prior to the revelation of his treachery, the former planetary governor had expressed his admiration for 2 regiments of the astral military stationed on his world. Colonel Elenacia Luth, the commanding officer of the Candril 9th Guard, was renowned across the planet for her series of precise and lethal offensives. During combat operations, this noble officer typically excelled at concentrating her armored forces, unleashing an unstoppable assault akin to a sweeping warhammer. In contrast, the other figure referred to by the governor, Colonel Rondel Keltieri of the Candril 12th Mechanized Infantry, exhibited a starkly different style of warfare, reminiscent of the legendary Emperor's Fist. After observing the fortifications of the 12th Regiment, the former commissar expressed his admiration. Behold this small bunker, marvel at this robust concrete, and gaze upon the earth-shattering cannon mounted atop the roof. Colonel Rondel. You must have once fought alongside the Astartes. To this, Colonel Rondel nodded with calm acknowledgement. Indeed, I once shared the battlefield with the 7th Legion, some of whom, in their advanced years, still refer to themselves as the Angels of Death, now known as the Emperor's Fist. The combat style of the Astartes has profoundly influenced me. I understand, replied White G, recognizing that, in terms of constructing defensive works and safeguarding positions, he had yet to witness any force that could rival this brother regiment. The Kandrel 12th Mechanized Infantry adhered to the defensive counter-offensive doctrine of the Emperor's Fist, resulting in the formation of a truly formidable engineering corps. Despite having only 3/4 of the 9th Guards personnel, Colonel Rondel's professional sappers outnumbered Elenatia's by a staggering 5-fold. Upon reaching the battlefield, digging trenches, erecting walls, and positioning artillery, the war would ultimately resolve itself. A humorous saying circulating among the 12th Regiment that subtly illustrates their operational style, known informally as Iron Wall Rondel. This Imperial colonel had once served as a sapper in a regiment that thrived on static warfare. The prolonged trials of war had honed his effective combat methods, which he now applied against the traitorous forces worshipping the ruinous powers. At this moment, the loyal veteran of humanity as cause surveyed his impregnable stronghold, steadily reinforcing trench lines and firepower networks. Leaning towards his adjutant, he remarked, regardless of the circumstances, the necessary fortifications have been established, and the fire coverage points have been marked. The task entrusted to us by Colonel Elenatia is complete. Now, we await her command to wield her warhammer. The seasoned general, aged 115 years, spoke with a gaze piercing through the smoke rising in the sky, directed towards the gathering tide of steel in the distance. Colonel, are we truly to proceed with this? Uriel stood beside his beloved radio, observing the colonel, who was preoccupied with fitting his head into a meticulously crafted breastplate of blessings, his resplendent golden locks becoming somewhat disheveled. Hearing the doubt from his subordinate, the colonel emitted a faint nasal sound while continuing his task of donning the armor. What is the matter? It's not that I fear for my life. Colonel, the captain of the 3rd Company hesitated, glancing at Major Niels, who stood beside him with a similar expression of concern and indecision, as if contemplating whether to voice his apprehensions alongside Uriel. I too feel that our approach this time may be a bit too aggressive. After a moment of internal deliberation, the major, unable to suppress his conscience, stepped forward and leaned in to whisper in the colonel's ear. Firstly, we are still newcomers here, utterly oblivious to the lay of the land. Secondly, our plan to cover the lower nest with firepower might be difficult to justify to the planetary governor. Rest assured, I have already taken that into account, the colonel replied, blinking in response to the valid inquiry. The planetary governor has relinquished control over the lower nest region. He merely requires us to secure the middle nest and the upper tower area. As for the remaining sections, we have the discretion to make reasonable sacrifices. Alana spoke in her usual tone, yet the expressions on Niels and Uriel's faces became somewhat peculiar. The colonel's implication was crystal clear. In the balance between eliminating the insurgents and protecting civilians, the latter had become the portion that the colonel deemed expendable. However, this was hardly surprising, for Alana hailed from an aristocratic lineage, and the lives of the lower nest commoners were, in her eyes, akin to mere weeds found by the roadside. The planetary governor shared this sentiment, which is why he granted her permission to open fire on residential areas, provided that the upper nest was safeguarded. That was the entirety of the cowardly governor's demands from this suppression force. I see. The captain and the major felt a pang of regret regarding the colonel's decision. Yet they understood that this was the fate that those serving under a madman must confront, enjoying generous subsidies and advanced equipment. They had no choice but to side with their commanding officer when faced with moral dilemmas. Then I shall arrange the assault teams. The 12th Regiment will commence fire coverage in half an hour, and we shall initiate our offensive then. Niels patted Uriel on the shoulder and, lowering his military cap, swiftly moved aside, the slender middle-aged man murmuring to himself how fortunate he was not to have been born into this predicament, continuing to shadow the colonel's side. Speaking of which, noticing that Alana was still occupied with donning her armor, Uriel helped by infusing the chainsaw sword with holy oil while pulling down his visor, glancing toward the smoke-filled lower nest. That place must have very few survivors left now, right? The editor-in-chief of the regimental flag gazed at the blood-red mist ascending into the sky as several Avenger attack planes from the local garrison swooped low, casting shadows of cluster bombs. A second later, a series of incessant explosions reached Yuri's ears as he witnessed the catastrophic collapse of a severely non-compliant building. An intricate mixture of emotions stirred within him. Indeed, nothing good could come from this. The commanding officer of the communication unit retracted his neck, clutching the radio on his back with greater urgency. Chapter 010. The Imperial Nest Falls. A stunning gunfight by Ji was in a state of panic. An overwhelming dread that even the tribunal could not alleviate. What the hell are you doing standing there? Are you trying to get yourself killed? A bomb, emitting white smoke, was hurled through the window, landing perilously close to the dazed political commissar. If it hadn't been for the quick reflexes of Judge Alfreya, who kicked the bomb away in a moment of desperation, he would have already performed a fatal act before the Emperor. This is why I detest the insurgent militias. Baiji snapped back to reality, fear surging as she peeked through the narrow gap of the window. Her explosive handgun roared to life, shattering the skull of the treacherous rebel who had thrown the bomb. How is your marksmanship so impeccable? Alfreya queried in confusion. She had long harbored doubts about the commissar's shooting technique. During their exchanges of gunfire, Baiji often fired haphazardly in the direction of the enemy. Yet her aim was astonishingly precise. The recent shot was even more perplexing. She hadn't fully extended her head outside the window, merely thrusting her gun out and firing. Yet it struck true upon the rebel taking cover. I believe you could interpret it as a blessing from the machine spirit, or perhaps divine protection from the god emperor. The commissar said, retreating behind the wall beneath the window, his expression one of resigned concern. More than that, I am anxious about whether we will survive until we can retreat from this nest. Alfreya's face darkened. Her once immaculate full-face helmet from the Ministry of Justice now marred by a gash from the previous battle. Through this opening, Baiji noticed her eyes shimmering with a faint violet hue. Are you Acadia? He inquired, as the crouching judge prepared to throw a grenade. Momentarily pausing in her action. Acadia? Perhaps, Alfreya replied, blinking her eyes with an air of indifference. I am an orphan. Who knows which gutter I crawled out from? Ah, Baiji had forgotten this detail. The political commissar, momentarily stunned, opened his mouth in surprise, but the screams from outside provided a timely distraction. HM. The commissar stealthily moved towards the window, noticing an unexpected surge of new enemies among the ranks. What on earth? Civilians attacking the insurgents? The judge, having inexplicably joined him, rested her chin on his shoulder as they both peered through the gap. Such a strong fighting spirit? The people of this planet are truly loyal beyond words. Loyal, my foot. They are simply treacherous. The commissar erupted, seizing the judge's coat and making a dash for the exit, while they're busy tearing each other apart. This is our perfect opportunity to escape. Baiji delivered a powerful kick against the wall, already riddled with bullet holes, causing it to tremble momentarily before standing resolutely, dislodging a cloud of filthy dust. Boom. The officer, ever considerate, assisted him with a swift kick, causing the wall beneath the judge's foot to collapse with a thunderous roar. The debris erupted, striking the unprepared rebels, and several figures were sent hurtling through the air like broken bags. This was a greeting from the emperor. Baiji had no time to cover her mouth and nose. She hurled several grenades, with their safety pins removed, into the fray alongside the blood-packed warriors and the cunning ones, before seizing the judge's hand and darting into a narrow alley, away from the battlefield. Moments later, the fragmentation grenades detonated amidst the throng, their whirling shrapnel severing the limbs of several enemies intent on pursuit. Damn it, we've let those two Imperial scoundrels escape. The blood-packed squad leader muttered, witnessing his laser shot narrowly miss the political officer's hem. They had been wreaking havoc in this area. Yet two sly Imperial figures had thwarted their sacrificial offering to the Lord of Skulls. Should the battle commander discover they had allowed the culprits of this sacrilege to flee, the headless corpses lining the streets would be their own fate. Regardless, one must extinguish a group to satiate the blood god's insatiable thirst. Perhaps it would be you. With this thought, the squad leader adjusted his gaze, locking eyes with a gene thief across the way. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne, for the four-armed god emperor. The soldiers on both sides raised their weapons, shouting their respective slogans. As the chaos soaked in blood and the ravenous swarms clashed once more in a desperate struggle for the scant offerings that remained. Fortunately, for the moment, no one was in pursuit. After distancing themselves from the battlefield between rebels and the aberrations, the political officer suddenly released the judge's wrist and sought refuge in a nearby civilian house, gasping for breath. Oh, there you are, unfortunate citizen. Baiji wiped the sweat from her brow, glancing around, only to discover the homeowner had succumbed, their body sprawled towards the direction of escape, with their head impaled on a rusted spear. In a somber act of gratitude for shelter, Baiji sorrowfully removed the head and gently placed it back where it belonged. Compared to the emperor's gifts, it seemed the servants of the great devourer were of greater utility. Such irreverent thoughts crossed the political officer's mind. But reflecting on the eve upon catching sight of her wound, the expression of the adjudicator, once taut, relaxed ever so slightly. She rummaged through the myriad pockets of her coat and retrieved a roll of bandages, beginning to shed her heavy protective gear and clothing. By the grace of the divine emperor, it seems my life is not yet forfeit. Oh, I had presumed you regarded the return of souls to the golden throne as an honor, Baiji remarked politely, turning away as the adjudicator removed her cumbersome breastplate, revealing a blood-soaked undergarment and large patches of pale skin nearby. Sacrifice itself is a form of glory. Our sacrifices have forged the very foundation of this empire. And that is undoubtedly true, Alfred said from behind her. The adjudicator appeared quite pleased with the political officer's words, her previously listless tone now tinged with a hint of uplift. Yet, as I have mentioned before, my existence serves a greater purpose than my demise. And this applies to others as well. The divine emperor requires both the saints of sacrifice and the valiant warriors yet to fall, who can still charge into battle for him. What commendable ideals this child possesses. The previously silent lord of humanity suddenly interjected, his tone brimming with admiration, far superior to her affluent colleagues. You have no idea how many adjudicators have been executed by my imperial guards over the years for attempting to infiltrate the palace. Baiji was taken aback by the unexpected voice resonating in her mind. The political officer, fatigued from the day's exertions, now recalled the gaze from subspace that lingered upon her. A rustling sound emerged from behind, accompanied by the crinkling of packaging and the stretching of bandages. I am commencing the application of the ointment. You are forbidden from turning around until I say so. I swear it by the name of the Lord of Humanity, Baiji assured him, drawing her explosive pistol and standing guard at the doorway, vigilant. No further words came from the adjudicator. Instead, there were soft inhalations and the gentle sound of bandages being wrapped repeatedly. By the way, let me share something with you. The emperor suddenly spoke within Baiji's mind. The political officer shifted her focus from the adjudicator's gritted teeth to the connection with the golden throne. Intrigued to hear more, what is it? The rebellion on the industrial world you were previously stationed at, Candrildor, has now been quashed. The head of the planetary governor is currently displayed atop the spire of the central hive. Should you wish to see, I can provide you with a photograph. The emperor conveyed, delivering a piece of gratifying news. While silently wishing ill upon that rotund swine, Baiji inquired about the intriguing detail. Was it resolved so swiftly? Baiji calculated the timeline. Even if the governor had instigated the rebellion from the afternoon of their departure, it had scarcely been a month since. And such meager strength had dared to rebel? It is not entirely his fault. The emperor unusually defended the traitor. The timing of this rebellion was quite astute. The local astral forces were facing redeployment to fortify your defenses, allowing the insurgents to exploit the division of their troops and gain a significant advantage in subsequent battles until retribution descended upon them. Oh, it seems the heavens have rained down misfortune. Baiji nodded in understanding, then ceased to inquire further about the matter. The industrial world, where he had once been stationed for 3 years, was now no longer of any concern to him. All news from that realm felt so distant. Well, you may interpret it that way. The emperor hesitated before responding. At that moment, on Candrildor, the commander of the Imperial Guard, tasked with selecting the new governor, suddenly sneezed. Puzzled as he rubbed his nose. "My lord, did you summon me?" he inquired, as the psychic communication device embedded in his helmet immediately emitted a voice. No one called for you. Finish off the rebellion and set out promptly, you foolish cat, or next month, you shall adorn the columns of the Terra Palace. I pondered. You cannot even rise, the esteemed commander of the Imperial Guard muttered under his breath, casually patting the shoulder of a starbound army colonel who had bravely led the charge in the previous battle, earning the commander's acknowledgement. In the name of the master of humanity, I declare you the acting governor of this planet until the Empire issues new orders. The resplendent and divine Terra Imperial Guard addressed this mortal, the golden-armored warrior blocking the sunlight. Yet he himself was the sun. Remember, act in the name of the Emperor. Child, and you, esteemed sir? The masked mortal colonel spoke tremulously at that moment, as a shuttle adorned with the golden double-headed eagle whizzed overhead, and a faint glow of teleportation radiated from the commander. I have a mission to fulfill and must enact the will of the master of humanity, child. The white light of teleportation and the voice dissipated, and when the colonel opened his eyes, the golden giant had vanished without a trace. In the name of the God Emperor, the colonel regained his composure and promptly led all soldiers to stand at attention and salute. As the starbound army bid farewell to the soaring Imperial Guard squad with the eagle's salute, watching the resplendent Ares gunship disappear amidst the starry sea. Chapter 011. The grand escape in the dilapidated houses occupied by the blood-packed rebels, the political commissar, a lieutenant colonel, was listlessly counting the gunshots echoing from outside. 103, the sound of the Earthshaker cannon. Baiji instinctively furrowed his brow as the sky gradually darkened. The gunfire outside showed no signs of abating. Rather, it intensified amidst the commissar's weight. Such fierce fighting, he pondered, unaware of what they were up against. Suddenly, the commissar recalled the heavy Executioner-S blade, the Executioner-S poison edge, parked in the garage, and the stone in his heart eased by half. Regardless of other considerations, holding the position would surely have such a formidable firepower platform. Baiji relaxed his tightly knitted brows. Niels would not be so reckless, he thought. Achoo. In the assault position of the 9th Candril Guard, IG Major, while oiling his chainsaw sword, suddenly sneezed, spilling a few drops of machine oil from the oil can. Quickly, he wiped it clean with his sleeve and took out a fragrant incense burner to please the machine spirit. Omniscio above, I did not mean to. Please do not jam on the battlefield, for the sake of the God Emperor. Niels whispered apologetically, though his mind lingered on which scoundrel was muttering behind his back. Major, a call for you. At that moment, a messenger suddenly approached him, carrying a radio, and placed a microphone in his hand. It was a call from the artillery captain of the 12th Regiment. Niels accepted the microphone, aware that the artillery captain held a unique position within the regiment, tasked with orchestrating the delivery of long-range firepower. Hello, this is Niels, please speak, he conveyed, yet as he gazed at the distant gunners loading their deadly artillery, he already anticipated the message. All right, I understand, he replied, concluding the brief communication. May the Emperor protect us, Captain. You may turn around now, comrade political officer. 404? The dazed Baiji, who had been counting, suddenly halted, convinced he had just heard the voice of the adjudicator. He slowly turned his head, and there stood the adjudicator, clad in black, fully prepared. What is it? Alfred inquired, noticing her figure unsteadily sway, her complexion pale as that of a dying specter. Nothing. How are you feeling? The political officer shook his head, casually diverting his gaze from the adjudicator, returning instead to the ceaseless gunfire emanating from outside. The frequency of shots remained unchanged, yet the volume diminished, signaling that the front line had retreated to a distance, and the insurgents' assault was spreading like wildfire. Not good. One might say I am nearly in agony. Surprisingly, the adjudicator did not provide the response the political officer yearned for. Alfred managed a grimace, his pale countenance uttering, but thankfully, no shrapnel remains within me. I suspect there is no place here for surgery. How can you say that? Blood Oath is quite adept at performing cranial surgery, Baiji remarked, uttering unrelated nonsense, though his concerned gaze betrayed his inner thoughts. You all need to hurry. If you wish for her to survive in his mind, the Emperor suddenly spoke. Look around at the smoke, the corpses, the gunpowder, and the far worse energies of the subspace. In the domain of sacrificial terror, bleeding wounds shall not heal. Prolonging this only leads to a dead end. Here, take this. Alfred waved his hand before the dazed face of the lieutenant colonel, regaining his attention. The adjudicator then removed a cast iron pendant shaped like the emblem of the tribunal from around her neck. If I do not make it out alive, could you do me a favor? Alfred handed the pendant to Baiji. forcing an apologetic smile across his bloodless face. Return this to my mentor, Dean Vanderlano, the master of the tribunal's holy hammer, a man thrice condemned as a heretic, correct? Baiji accepted the pendant, its cold iron stained with the blood of a loyal servant. Is he the one who sent you to investigate my composition? He also ordered its cancellation, the adjudicator reminded him. If you hold a grudge against me for this, I shall have to question your character as a saint. Clarity in public and private matters should be one of the fundamental principles for a political officer. Very well, I will take it. Baiji nodded, then asked, why do you think that if you perish in the underbelly of the nest, I would have the chance to survive? He inquired, what if a misfired cannon from who knows where sends us both packing to the Golden Throne? That would only imply that the Divine Emperor summoned us. And rather urgently at that. Alfra raised his shoulders, his violet gaze lingering on Baiji for a fleeting moment. Hiss, I personally find it hard to believe. But could it be that you are indeed the chosen saint of the Divine Emperor? After a thorough appraisal, the judge suddenly remarked with a twinge of discomfort. Really? Why do you suddenly concede? Baiji asked, perplexed. Alfra displayed a peculiar expression, his purple eyes roving over the political officer. You ought to take a look in the mirror. After a brief pause, Alfra finally sighed in resignation. We are all just fleeing, or rather, breaking through to this point. But look at me. The judge gestured to herself, her current appearance far more disheveled than before, her trench coat torn by stray bullets, her boots caked in dust, stained with blood and charred remnants. Her hair was disheveled, and even her hat bore several bullet holes, while her body was riddled with wounds of various sizes. And now look at yourself. The political officer followed her indication and lowered his head, his gaze falling upon the gleaming imperial eagle, followed by his single-breasted uniform. The bloodied power sword and ammunition pouch at his waist, and the imperial scripture he never parted with, along with the newly issued incense burner. You appear as a frontline inspecting officer, while I resemble a beggar on the street, Alfra lamented. Baiji blinked, swallowing back the words that had almost escaped her lips, that it might just be a stroke of luck. You. The voice of the colonel political officer was abruptly interrupted by a sudden tremor, accompanied by a resounding thunderclap. No, Baiji thought, as if sensing something. The colonel glanced out the window. The once crimson sky was now again illuminated by the midday sun. That is certainly no mere thunder, came the voice of the judge. Coinciding with the booming sound, Alfra gazed out at the sky, the brilliant arc igniting her violet irises. Damn it, they have commenced the bombardment. Baiji cursed inwardly, initially wishing to add a remark about the disregard for human life. But recalling how he had executed hundreds of civilian cultists not far from this very spot just days prior, he silently closed his mouth. Listen closely. Judge Alfra pointed towards a certain area outside. The previously tranquil surroundings were now filled with a cacophony of explosions. Rand's main cannons, for certain. The destitute of the Blood Pact could not afford such lavish armaments. I believe it would be prudent for us to focus on our own safety first. Baiji crouched defensively, the aftershocks of distant explosions threatening to topple the dilapidated houses around them. Can you still walk? If not, I shall take my leave first. The colonel political officer turned to the judge, his tone earnest. If you find yourself unable to move, seek a place to hide. Once I gather the troops, I promise I shall return for you. I had anticipated that you would embody the noble spirit of sacrifice and camaraderie of the astral army, charging forth alongside me. Alfreya cast him an odd glance, surprised at his level-headedness. If I were merely an ordinary soldier, I might indeed act so. Baiji replied, but unfortunately, I am the second in command of a regiment, with thousands of brothers relying on me to lead them home, even if the chance is slim. Perhaps you possess talents beyond commanding troops. The judge scrutinized his eyes for a moment before suddenly uttering, to be honest, you are somewhat distinct from the other political commissars I have encountered. That may simply be because you have never worked under my command. The commissar responded, I manage my troops effectively, yet the role of a political commissar is inherently one that invites resentment. You previously claimed to love your soldiers as if they were your own children. The devourer is also considered a son of Angron. Baiji fell silent. Unlike the forthright judge of the Adeptus Mechanicus, he had to consider the feelings of a third party, regardless of whether the emperor of mankind chose to speak. Can you truly proceed? Baiji asked one last time. If you cannot move, I will find a place to conceal you and do my utmost to ensure the artillery does not bombard your position. Crack. The judge offered no reply. Instead, he responded with an empty syringe, which Alfreya casually discarded onto the ground, where it rolled to the feet of the colonel commissar. Guess what? Alfreya said expressionlessly, as the potent stimulant coursed through her veins, restoring color to her cheeks after a long absence. I must acquire one of those fine items someday. Baiji, with reddened eyes, fixated on the empty syringe. The judge, noticing his gaze, callously crushed it underfoot, scattering shards across the ground. Apologies. That was a special supply from the tribunal. Any unauthorized distribution warrants execution. The judge remarked mercilessly, as dust and debris rained down from above, leaving both men in stunned silence as they exchanged glances. Wow, it seems like they are firing in our direction, Baiji instinctively exclaimed, upon finishing his words. The commissar and the judge silently locked eyes. In the next moment, they both bolted, sprinting as artillery rained down upon them, heralding a grand escape. May the emperor protect us. Observing a shell explode merely 10 meters away, the colonel commissar could only silently reflect. Chapter 012, The Convergence. The offensive has commenced. For the first time in history, the Warhammer from Candela has demonstrated its might beyond its home planet. It has been proven that no matter the location, a hammer remains a hammer, unchanged in essence. Niels thought to himself, bang. Within this fleeting moment of contemplation, a bullet suddenly struck the cover he was hiding behind. The astral army major recoiled, hurling a grenade toward the direction from which the bullet had come. Boom. Following the explosion, the opposing rebels fell momentarily silent. Niels sighed, darting out from his hiding place and climbing onto a Chimera armored transport vehicle that was laying down suppressive fire in the alleyway. Major? Through the transparent window of the vehicle, the crew glimpsed the silhouette of the Major Commander. Niels gestured for the gunner to continue firing while he picked up a spare double-barreled lumber gun. The thunderous crack of the gun echoed as the Major pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrent of fiery destruction across the site of the previous explosion. Amidst the swirling dust, Niels was gratified to witness a splash of crimson. I knew you were unharmed, trying to play tricks on me, huh? He scoffed, releasing the grip of his weapon. The Chimera's suppressive fire had reached a temporary lull. The alley where the insurgents had once hidden was now thoroughly cleared, leaving only rubble and the remnants of flesh and bodies strewn across the ground. Clear out, Commander. The driver of the Chimera tapped on the glass of the window, making a gesture indicating that the area was secure. The scanner confirmed that no living creatures remained. Then let us proceed. Niels leaped down from the vehicle's roof and approached the pile of debris where the blood mist had erupted, using his toes to sift through the scattered fragments until the shattered pieces of the octagram were completely buried under the stones. He glanced at the advancing soldiers nearby, the distant sounds of artillery still echoing as the tremors of the earth shook under the trajectory of the heavy cannon shells landing on the enemy lines far away. Niels imagined the explosions unfolding before his eyes and felt a flicker of pride for the emblem of the Eagle of Heaven upon his shoulder. Continue advancing. He called to the soldiers behind him. Though his command was largely unnecessary, the seasoned veterans would instinctively make their own judgments. A shadow of a Lehman Russ appeared on the right flank of the troops, the barrel of its autocannon exhaling controlled flames. In the distance, a barricade made of corpses and debris crumbled under the relentless assault as the infantry pressed forward amidst the flames. Third block, Colonel. Observing the distant Astra Militarum troops tearing down the chaotic black flag, the tracks of the Lehman Russ crushed the octagram beneath, and the Imperial Eagle's standard took its place. Major Niels briefly withdrew from the front lines, addressing the officer on the other end of the communicator. Too slow. Increase your pace, Niels. After a moment, a voice tinged with dissatisfaction emanated from Alana. I've nearly reached 10 blocks out, yet I must slow my advance due to your delays. As a salient, we are under pressure here. Colonel, we've also secured this block. Should we wait? A faint report crackled through the communicator. The colonel's voice momentarily choked, yet he continued coldly. Regardless, accelerate, Niels. For the Golden Throne. With the communication concluded, Niels silently set down the device, watching his troops relentlessly fire and advance. Easier said than done, he muttered, a discontented grunt escaping his lips. After a sigh, he loaded his explosive pistol with ammunition and quietly moved to the forefront of the unit. We must hasten. The colonel has begun to blame us for the slow progress, he said to Leo York, the newly appointed commander of the 7th Heavy Weapons Company, who shook his head, clearly empathizing with the major's sentiments. What options are available to me? The colonel, wielding his venomous blade, plows through, while we must painstakingly dismantle the rebels' barricades bit by bit. How can I possibly compete with her in terms of speed? The seasoned veteran sighed. Even the progress of the Sage of Lunst is superior to ours. The heavy mechanized soldiers do not need to consider casualties, whereas nearly all my subordinates are green recruits. Yet, there is no alternative. Those who survive will eventually become veterans. As we all once did. Niels shrugged in understanding, but after contemplating the houses flanking the road for a moment, he suddenly sighed and whispered to Leo York. Is there truly no other way? Must it be this way? Leo York discerned the major's intent. This soldier, raised in the slums of Candela, hesitated, even though he knew he should not question his superior's orders. Many live here, sir. Do not dwell on it, the major replied, resolute in maintaining his orders. There cannot be much left now. Proceed with the demolition. Understood. Captain Leo refrained from further comment, merely casting a glance at the scene before him before striding toward the ranks of soldiers. Well, at least we need not gnaw through each street. Watching the captain's retreating figure, Niels whispered to himself in consolation, a recruit's life is still a life. He commanded the soldiers to halt, and the seasoned veterans who had followed the major for some time seemed to sense what was about to transpire. Their low murmurs abruptly ceased. Only the newly enlisted recruits, puzzled, craned their necks and whispered inquiries. 5 minutes later, all soldiers and vehicles came to a standstill. The crews of tanks and armored vehicles poked their heads out, smoking cigarettes, seemingly reminiscing about the desolate scene before them. It's coming. A veteran from Candela suddenly whispered, keenly detecting the sharp sound of a shell slicing through the air. The thunder of artillery began to rain down upon them, ultimately striking the illegal structures that obstructed their path. Bricks and the rebels hiding within were obliterated in an instant. The blaze of the explosion reflecting off the darkened helmets of the soldiers, each of whom fell into a profound silence. Advance. Ultimately, it was the accompanying political officer who shattered the silence. For the Emperor, for the master of mankind. Accelerate. He roared at the soldiers beside him, for the Golden Throne. For the Golden Throne. The soldiers echoed fervently. However, amidst these fervent battle cries, Niels's ears suddenly caught an incongruous voice. Niels? The major incredulously turned his head, only to find a ragged figure, resembling a beggar, having somehow traversed the barrage of artillery fire, now standing abruptly before him. Political officer? And misjudicator? Baiji's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at the astonished major, and the grievances of her flight surged within her. She ran toward Niels until gunfire erupted, debris splattering at her feet. Stay back, you two. Major Niels's expression hardened like iron, the barrel of his gun still wafting faint smoke. Upon witnessing this, Alfra raised his hands instinctively, eyes wide with disbelief. Niels tilted his head slightly, as all objects capable of unleashing firepower with a diameter exceeding 3 millimeters were aimed directly at the heads of the two unfortunate souls. Who knows who you truly are? Chapter 013, Return. Bai Ji was currently bewildered. He found himself at gunpoint from one of his most valued subordinates. While the internship political commissar beside him radiated unabashed hostility, as though the words death penalty were inscribed upon his face. As previously mentioned, certain political commissars within the Ninth Guard, even those merely in training, found it difficult to align with his approach. Being fervently devoted, this discontent naturally morphed into animosity. I mean no offense, sir, Niels said, though he showed no intention of lowering his handgun. But out of caution, how can you prove your identity? Hearing Niels' statement, Bai Ji's anxious heart eased slightly. As long as he was not branded a traitor outright, everything could be negotiated. The lieutenant colonel cautiously pondered, then tentatively inquired. The canned peaches we had before we set out? Canned peaches? The internship political commissar responded with confusion. What do canned peaches have to do with our discussion? I don't know what you're talking about. That batch of supplies seized from the Candela nest 3 months ago. What supplies? Wasn't he that lost during transport? The internship political commissar asked doubtfully. Bai Ji exchanged glances with Niels. The terror in the major's eyes confirmed to him that he had passed the test. Niels' facial muscles twitched, sending a chill down Bai Ji's spine, fearing that one tremor of that hand could result in his protector's demise right before him. Although I truly don't understand what you're saying, the major's voice trembled with emotion, I am willing to believe you. Fortunately, Bai Ji's fears did not materialize. As Major Niels slowly lowered his weapon. Welcome back, sir. Your subordinate definitely harbored murderous intent just now, right? Shut up. Though I think so too. Bai Ji whispered in his heart. The political commissar gradually lowered his raised hand and approached the Starry Sky Army's formation. Are you on the counteroffensive? Indeed. Under Colonel Alana's orders, we are tasked with compressing the enemy's operational space from this direction, Niels casually replied. Bai Ji was too weary to engage with this individual, as he was merely fulfilling his duty. In fact, had Niels done nothing and inserted himself into the ranks, Bai Ji would have felt compelled to reprimand him in the name of authority. Yes, as you can see, we are not entirely straightforward. We sometimes ration military supplies. And on occasion, we may even pilfer from the Ministry of Military Affairs warehouses. Yet we shall defend this empire and are willing to shed our last drop of blood for the survival of humanity. This was a reminder from the lieutenant colonel to the major during their first collaborative endeavor. Remember your duty, Niels. May the God Emperor bless us. The earlier dialogue had validated this sentiment, and Bai Ji felt a genuine sense of joy, even though he presently harbored a desire to administer 200 lashes to this fellow. What you just mentioned was, as they approached the rear of a Riemann Russ, the inquisitive Miss Judge could no longer contain her curiosity and quietly inquired of Bai Ji. Do not ask, Bai Ji replied, turning her head. Alfra was astonished to see a crystalline tear trace down the commissar's cheek. I beg you, Bai, she implored. I understand. Alana slowly lowered the communicator in her hand, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief from Nils's report. A slight smile graced the colonel's lips, rendering the chaotic battlefield before her somewhat less repugnant. Truly, may the divine emperor bless the commander. The commissar has informed me that he is en route, but if we continue our advance, our rendezvous may be delayed. At that moment, clad in shell armor, Liliana approached with a communicator in hand. The 3rd Communications Platoon had been assigned to the commander's unit. Thus such small communicators were plentiful. Furthermore, she mentioned that she had brought back the judge encountered in Landing City during subsequent operations. Judge Antonia van der Alfra from the Tribunal of the Holy Hammer would temporarily follow his command. What? Alana blinked, then recalled the woman who had once aimed a gun at the commissar's head upon their first meeting in Landing City. Isn't that judge still carrying out the mentor's orders? I heard that Judge Erno has lifted the suspicions regarding the commissar for reasons unknown to us, Liliana explained. In any case, the commissar requires another 15 minutes. What do you imply? Alana lowered her gaze, her eyes drifting towards her bloodied chainsaw sword. Leading from the front had always been her guiding principle, yielding considerable effectiveness within the ranks, thus significantly alleviating the duties of Commissar Bai. Do you not find? The colonel raised his head, presenting his chainsaw sword before Liliana. That my chainsaw sword could use some cleaning? If you wish. Liliana comprehended the unspoken intent of the colonel and astutely offered a way forward. Certainly. While you attend to your weapon and soothe the machine spirit, we can fortify our position in anticipation of a potential enemy counterattack. You share my thoughts. It appears our ideas align, Major Liliana. Ilana smiled as the colonel retrieved a brush from his finely crafted blessed armor, beginning to cleanse the blood that clung to his chainsaw sword. It is simply unavoidable. Of course. Oh, Omniscier above, may I be of service to you? The passing sage Lunster perceived an opportunity to impress the colonel. He extended a mechanical prosthetic toward him, from which emerged a brush, holy oil, and cleaning agents. Just 30 seconds, accompanied by the joyous machine spirit and a monomolecular layer refresh. Did I say something wrong? He queried, but received no response. The puzzled Lunster turned his mechanical eye, the crimson glass reflecting the colonel's dangerous gaze. Suddenly, I realized that the Emperor's mission must not be neglected. The ongoing tasks require our continued efforts, and surely, the Sage of Lunster would be willing to serve. Liliana seized the red robe of the former sovereign sage, gritting her teeth as she pushed him toward the forward position constructed by the Astral Army. This attempt quickly proved futile, as the mechanized teaching sage weighed over a ton. Although it was not apparent, beneath that red robe lay an array of advanced equipment brimming with martial virtue. If that is your intention. Lunster was perplexed by the situation, yet he could decipher her expression. Liliana, typically at odds with him, now displayed an anxious demeanor, suggesting that there were matters of greater significance than personal grievances at hand. Go forth, in the name of Omnisea. Munster nodded. As the blue-white lightning crackled to life upon his thunderous axe, armed with 3 heavy explosive shells, a lumberjack rifle, and his most adept weapon, the lightning axe, he raised his voice in a sacred binary hymn, charging toward the chaotic front line with unstoppable determination. The radiant protective forces followed closely behind the sage. And after a cacophony of explosive sounds, the astral army's line began to advance once more. Chapter 014. The journey now, I must say. Within the swiftly moving Serpent command vehicle, the recently escaped from death political commissar appeared to be idly gazing through the bulletproof glass observation window, surveying the territory recently reclaimed from the enemy by the astral army. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the vehicle's tactical tires rolled over a shattered piece of debris, causing a jolt that brought Baiji's head into intimate contact with the vehicle's ceiling. The advantage of such a model lies in its numerous reserved communication interfaces. Intended for battlefield command, however, its lack of comfort was evident, as the colonel preferred to sit in a Lymanris rather than this specialized command vehicle. What seems to be the problem? Oh, nothing much, just that when the artillery shells rained down from above, I must thank your protection, my lord of humanity. Baiji sincerely replied. The political commissar did not perceive himself as a lone warrior like Slima Bo. Just 10 minutes prior, the astral army had been bombarding the nest with relentless fire, and many shells were about to strike Baiji's position. Yet for some inexplicable reason, they turned into duds, more than a dozen of which Baiji had noticed, discounting the likelihood of the Ministry of Defense's malfeasance in military supplies. The protection of the Golden Throne emerged as the sole possibility. Not a problem. It's merely that the chosen ones let their own people get blown up, which is embarrassing. Otherwise, it would be better to exchange you for a good price with the sins of desire, the emperor remarked, though his words contradicted his heart. Baiji widened his eyes. He had previously jested about seeking refuge with the sins of desire, yet the Lord of Humanity seemed to ponder the notion seriously. Let us change the subject. I find myself suddenly curious about your current feelings. With this thought, Baiji awkwardly shifted the topic. Fortunate that the Lord of Humanity was merely teasing him, and thus emitted a soft hum to indicate his attentiveness. When you hear those traitors refer to you as a false emperor, what feelings stir within you? Baiji inquired, as they advanced further. The gunfire around them gradually became clearer. The political commissar caressed the silver skull on his explosive handgun, feeling as though there was a glimmer of gold flickering within its hollow eye sockets. Do you wish to hear the truth or a falsehood? Of course, the truth. Otherwise, why would I even ask you? Baiji shook her head in confusion, only to hear the voice of the master of humanity resonate within her mind. The truth is, there is hardly any sensation. The emperor declared, I understand you may find this hard to believe. But consider this. Countless trillions of humans pray to me daily across the empire, the majority being my loyal subjects and the god emperor, interspersed with a handful of false emperors and cursed beings. The voice of the master of humanity flowed forth, as if this topic had been pent up within him for nearly 10 millennia. Finally finding an outlet before the political commissar, imagine every soldier under your command divided into 3 groups, consistently greeting you from morning to evening in units of 10. Then magnify that number 1 billion times. That has been my sensation from the time of 30K until now. If you were to listen to this for 1,000 years, maintaining a heart of tranquility and remaining unaffected by honor or disgrace would be only natural. Imagining the scene the emperor described, the colonel political commissar fell silent, shivering slightly. Indeed, this empire was truly enduring unimaginable hardships. That is why we need you, the imperial guides, to save the souls of the living, my child. Baiji offered no further reply, only gently closing her eyes. Save the souls of the living? She slightly opened one eye as the fiery serpents swept across a devastated battlefield, the artillery of the astral army laying waste to a neighborhood that once housed thousands. All for the sake of the souls spoken of by the emperor. Yes, I am indeed destined to do so. The colonel political commissar suddenly realized, then closed his eyes once more. In order to preserve his own life amidst the rampant insurgency, he had not slept for 2 days. Rat-a-tat-tat, bang, click. Gregory listened to the incessant gunfire around him, inhaling the scent of gunpowder mingled with the charged air, feeling a surge of fervor rising within him, as if he were struck by 10 butcher's nails, on the verge of transforming into Angron. Unfortunately, he did not possess the boundless might of the Primarch. He was merely a petty, newly blessed champion of the blood god. Therefore, he could only take a deep breath and turn his gaze toward his quaking subordinate. Trembling like a quail, what on earth is happening? He exclaimed in a voice laced with authority, even roaring, my troops, my warriors, my legion. Why have your steps stalled? Why have the lackeys of the false emperor even reclaimed the offerings that rightfully belonged to the master of the throne? I am deeply sorry, my lord. The adjutant trembled, yet he had no choice but to voice the ire of the battle commander. However, our adversaries exhibited an equal fervor. The newly emerged unit on this planet, the 9th Candler Guard, my lord, possesses combat prowess far exceeding that of ordinary soldiers. Each encounter on the battlefield leaves us the more bloodied faction. Khorne cares not for bloodshed. Death and crimson will only render us more resilient. Yet, forgive my candor. My lord, we mere mortals do care. With every syllable uttered, the adjutant of this blood-packed warband shrank further beneath the commander's wrathful presence, until he nearly prostrated himself to finish his statement. To die for blood is indeed glorious, but my lord, the dead shall not create value for Khorne. They cannot even secure a mere street corner for us. Their valiant struggles have already pleased the blood god. Gregory teetered on the brink of madness, the incessant voices from the brass throne and the beater echoing in his ears. This once calm, sagacious, and adept commander of the blood-packed warband was now as sensitive as an enraged bull, his mind consumed by the flowing crimson before him. Yet, my lord, brave combat is futile before the steel of the hounds. We are but mortal flesh, unable to charge against the lumbering Riamanus and the Chimera armed with lumber guns. Why not? Gregory seemed awakened by the adjutant's words, a terrifying clarity flickering in his bloodshot eyes. Indeed, it appears you are not entirely a coward and a fool. Lieutenant Thayer, he muttered. The commander, now towering over 2 meters, rose, transforming the adjutant's perspective into that of a mountain. I shall go forth to annihilate the false emperor's hounds, and you, Lieutenant Thayer, he said with a disarming tone, fixing his gaze upon the adjutant. The adjutant realized the implication, but in the very next instant, a fully mutated claw pierced through his chest, violently tearing his head from his body. I allow you to witness. The commander impaled the severed head upon the bone spikes protruding from his back and strode forth into the conflagration of war. Chapter 015. Gregory Elarenatia felt a sense of imminent victory. Her forces surged like an unstoppable tide, as if blessed by the emperor himself. Even the roar of the venomous blade engine beneath her seemed to transform into a melodious symphony. Boom. Beside the colonel, a twin-barreled autocannon of a Land Raider flashed with elongated flames, its heavy explosive shells screaming through the makeshift defenses erected by the traitors in the distance, shredding the chaos acolytes hiding behind into splattered remnants. Ah, you truly are. Near Elarenatia, the weary misjudicator, battle-damaged version, suddenly smirked, her gaze drawn to the sparks from the venomous blade turret, its Mechanicus insignia captivating her attention. The number beneath the insignia attested to the true origins of this war engine. Filthy rich indeed. Alpha lamented that while there were indeed forces in the Star Realm equipped with the formidable Poison Blade super heavy tanks, they were a rarity amidst the vast expanse of the Empire. To behold one with his own eyes, and even to fight alongside it, might be considered a privilege. However, even in this situation, the opportunity to fire the main cannon had yet to present itself. Baiji echoed with a hint of regret, expressing her desire to witness the spectacle of the Poison Blade cannon firing. What a pity, she sighed. The opposing forces consisted entirely of infantry. Firing the main cannon would not only fail to enhance their advance, but would instead damage the roads on both sides, rendering such an action counterproductive. Commander Alana cast a cold glance at him, her blood-red eyes reflecting the fiery glow from the heavy explosive gun atop their vehicle. As for your reckless wandering, which ultimately led to your encirclement in the rebel-occupied zone, we shall address that later, my political officer. It's all her fault. Under the oppressive reality of bureaucratic hierarchy, the middle-aged political officer pointed at Alfra, who was intently observing the battlefield. He decisively sacrificed the once loyal misjudge. This heretic claimed there are cults beneath the nest. I was merely assisting her in investigating the cultists. By the Emperor, I had no intention of acting independently. You bastard. Alfra was about to retort when he noticed Baiji gazing at her with a pleading expression. The political officer stood behind Alana, his face ashen, seemingly on the verge of tears, which made Alfra hesitate momentarily upon seeing the judge. Well, that's about the situation, Colonel. After a brief contemplation, Alfra resolved to shoulder the blame. As it turned out, his words were indeed not in vain. A mere 8 hours after our incursion into the depths of the nest, this sudden rebellion erupted. So, should I thank you for this? Not at all. Alfra raised an eyebrow, aware that as a member of the tribunal, the Star Realm's regulations held no sway over her. Thus, she faced the colonel without a hint of fear, unlike the obsequious political officer, who constantly worried about his standing in the commander's eyes. We are all here for the Emperor. Now that is a sensible remark, Alana muttered, lifting the infrared binoculars hanging from her chest. The smoke from the automated cannon had yet to dissipate entirely, leaving them reliant on this specialized battlefield observation tool. After a couple of glances, the blonde Imperial noble suddenly emitted a sound of confusion. What is that? What? Let me see. Alana furrowed her brow and handed the binoculars to Baiji, as he brought his eyes close to the lens, through the distant haze of gunpowder. A terrifying figure was striding forward from the shelter of cover. Why does that figure look so much like a champion? Baiji hissed, recalling the pain of having his abdomen sliced open by the champion aboard the warship. As the massive silhouette approached, the distinctive broad, K-party-style helmet atop his head became increasingly prominent. There is no need to continue reading. Alfred's face twitched, and the judge nervously tightened her grip on the pistol. Her experiences in the study of the subspace allowed her to quickly ascertain that he was undoubtedly a champion. What was that treacherous dog holding? Ilana suddenly interrupted the conversation between the political officer and the judge, while the colonel squinted and pointed at the war hammer in the hands of the battle commander, which had become grotesquely fused with flesh and blood. She uneasily remarked that it did not appear to be a good omen. Boom. No sooner had the colonel finished speaking than the approaching terror champion violently slammed the war hammer into the ground. The immense force sent the Rand Raider, which was firing, toppling over, leaving a horrifying gash in the front armor of the tank. The machine spirit was displeased. Retreat. The hatch of the Rand Raider opened, and the head of a mechanical priest emerged, smoke wafting gently from beneath his red hood. Attached to his mechanical limbs was a comatose soldier. By the Omnisia, what on earth was that? The chaotic artifact was simply unlucky, kid. I suspect that old K is deliberately messing with me. Baiji's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. As Gregory drew nearer, she discerned the complete form of the warhammer. Its crimson head was adorned with elongated spikes, and a face of anguish was forged on the side, imprisoning the soul of either a captive or a warrior. How on earth could such a thing exist in this small place? Alfred voiced Baiji's thoughts, her violet eyes fixated on Gregory, who had ascended to the status of a chaos champion. Each furious swing of the battle commander wrought a storm of bloodshed among the crowd, regardless of whether they were allies. Limbs and viscera flew, some even adhering to his already grotesquely transformed face, rendering him more fearsome than the champion of sin itself. We should retreat, Colonel. Baiji's complexion was pale as she watched the rebels advance under Gregory's cover. She attempted to fire upon the battle commander, but the explosive shells and the lasers from other astral forces, grenades, and even armor-piercing rounds from tanks proved ineffective. Beneath the protection of the brass throne, all damage from ranged attacks was deflected by the subspace, rendering them utterly imprecise. Retreat? Before this rabble? As Baiji had anticipated, the colonel completely dismissed her suggestion. Pride and honor prevented her from retreating in the face of the rebels. The golden-haired imperial noble pressed the throttle of his chainsaw sword, and the head of the wise cleanse emerged from the armor plating of the poisoned blade. Ilana nodded at him. Let us charge forward, she declared. We shall crush that fool standing in the middle of the road. By the Omnissia's blessing, the wise cleanse clearly agreed with the colonel's command. Perhaps feeling a long-lost thrill from piloting this formidable war engine, he quickly withdrew his head, and the next moment, the engine of the poisoned blade let out a chilling howl. Ah, forget it. As Baiji watched the champion in the distance draw ever closer, he could only let out a resigned sigh and unsheath his finely crafted power sword from his waist. For the Emperor, shouted the Colonel Commissar, fervently proclaiming his loyalty as he bent low to cleave through a blood-bound soldier charging at him. The searing blood of the mortal splattered upon him. In the next heartbeat, he forcefully propelled himself off the edge of the turret, descending upon Gregory with the grace of a divine being, aiming for his head. Chapter 016. The poisonous chariot approaches. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Gregory strode confidently across the blazing battlefield, the augmentations and embellishments on his helmet obscuring much of his vision. Through a narrow slit, a rapidly enlarging glimmering power sword gradually filled his entire field of view. At last it has arrived. Surprisingly, the emotion that welled up within Gregory was not one of peril, but rather an exhilarating thrill of being threatened. The terrifying blessing of fear was elusive. And from the moment he acquired his newfound power, the prideful rationality he once cherished had vanished entirely. Blood for the blood god. Driven by excitement, Gregory raised the warhammer that had become an extension of his right hand, its countless spikes quivering and emitting a haunting wail. He swung the hammer down toward the Colonel Commissar, who was lunging toward him, but instead of the familiar sensation he anticipated, he felt a jarring impact against his chest plate from the preemptive armor of the poison blade executor. The colossal war engine roared as it struck Gregory's body, the overwhelming kinetic force sending him hurtling away, stirring up a cloud of dust amidst the distant spires. Did that fool just think I would duel him? Perhaps. The K faction tends to be that way. Baiji crouched slightly to absorb the impact, twisting his body to dissipate inertia. The disassembly field of his power sword cleaved through the rebel, holding a laser rifle behind him, slicing the traitor in twain as effortlessly as a hot knife through soft butter, the upper half of the rebel's body collapsing to the ground. For the Emperor, Baiji instinctively turned to shout, as it was ingrained in his subconscious that whenever the Commissar needed to engage in direct combat, it meant the enemy was already upon them, or the troops were charging headlong into the fray. In either case, a suitable battle cry was essential for motivation. However, no one echoed his call. For the soldiers of the 9th Imperial Guard, this was not a moment of low morale in need of faith. As Baiji surveyed his surroundings, he found the humanoid figures nearby were either filthy blood-bound traitors or busy exchanging gunfire with the enemy IG heads. Each was preoccupied with their own tasks, rendering the Colonel Commissar seemingly obsolete. For the Emperor, don't mind it. This is to spare you the embarrassment. The Emperor's understanding did little to alleviate Baiji's irritation. With a hint of being overlooked, he began to strike down the scattered blood-bound soldiers around him. The brilliance of his power sword and the thunderous gunfire sliced through the air as rebels fell one after another, the righteous fury of loyalty further disarraying the traitor ranks. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, the true leaders of both factions were sizing each other up. In the midst of awe, the former wise leader of the Mechanicus tore open the armored shell of the Venom Blade tank, his blood-red cybernetic eye sweeping across the towering figure that slowly rose before him. How is it possible that he remains alive? Krenz, who had previously led the Ark through countless battles, found it difficult to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. He had witnessed the Astartes, blessed by terror, but logically, a full-speed collision with an ultra-heavy tank should have obliterated a Chaos Terminator seasoned by eons of warfare. Yet the mortal before him merely bore a concave chest, a bloodied mouth, and ruptured eyes, with blood streaming from every orifice. He appeared far from unscathed. Yet he still lived, and therein lay the greatest abnormality. Amidst the rising and falling smoke and dust, the leader of the Blood Pact struggled to move his shattered left hand, attempting to push aside the debris that pinned him down. Upon raising his arm, he discovered that his left hand had been crushed beneath the tracks of the Venom Blade, reduced to a puddle of mangled flesh. He forced himself to stand. His right hand, the bludgeoner, splintering the steel reinforcement that bound it. Blood flowed freely from his body, yet the chaos artifact remained unscathed. The bludgeoner, a gift bestowed upon the Lord of the Skull throne by the demigod Vashtor, was now flung at Gregory. The life of the mortal served as fuel for this malevolent weapon, compelling its wielder to slay continuously or risk becoming its next offering. Gregory's helmet shattered in the recent collision, and thanks to this, he, now elevated to the status of a champion of terror, finally beheld the war engine that had struck him, and the golden-haired Imperial colonel standing atop the Venom Blade's cannon. It mattered not that he was still alive, after all. They had always been tenacious, persistently clinging to life, slaying one after another. Alana frowned as she scrutinized Gregory, whose body was marred and broken, unmasked disdain and hatred emanating from her blood-red gaze. Fire! Obliterate this wretched creature. commanded the colonel. Krenz nodded, his body remaining outside the tank, while the Venomblade-S cannon began to turn slowly. Colonel, I still sense something amiss, Krenz remarked, just as Alana had begun to lose interest in Gregory. However, the Inquisitor Alpha remained fixated on the bloodied leader of the Blood Pact dragging his mangled form toward them. This fellow is still alive. The blessings upon him likely exceed our imagination. If we could capture him, the Mechanicus would. No, we would undoubtedly extract vital intelligence. I have no interest, Alana interjected, interrupting Alpha's enticing proposition. The colonel shook his head, addressing the Inquisitor with the barest semblance of noble courtesy. With all due respect, you have no grasp of the value of this champion's death. But I understand the worth of his demise, Alana replied, her expression turning grave as she regarded Alpha, who seemed eager to argue. Or do you or the Holy Hammer cult believe you possess the authority to issue commands in my stead? Certainly not, Colonel. Alpha took a deep breath, resolutely reminding himself that the current situation favored him. As you wish. Yet, before you commence, I must fulfill my duty as a judge and pose a question. Ask away, Elena replied, tapping the barrel of the poisoned cannon. Krenz's prosthetic limb was diligently loading the heavy explosive ammunition into the cannon's breech. As this task progressed, Alpha cleared his throat, his crimson mechanical eye and violet organic eye casting a dignified gaze. While I would prefer to suspend you on a pyre, flaying your skin with hooks to extract your confessions, she frowned. Circumstances compel us to simplify matters. Now, tell me, traitor, the judge intoned, her voice laced with a deep-seated uncertainty. For whom does the terror bestow such formidable blessings upon you to slay? Chapter 017. Duel 1. For whom to slay? This question, inconspicuous amidst the chaotic battlefield, reverberated as countless weapons erupted with fire, bayonets clashing against battle axes, scattering sparks in every direction. The roar of heavy weaponry threatened to shatter mortal eardrums, compelling even the starbound soldiers to don soundproof helmets, relying on internal communication. Nevertheless, the judge's words surged like a tempest, prompting Gregory to instinctively ponder this query. His brain, choked with blood, had lost the capacity for fate's analysis. And upon yielding no answers, he began imploring the malevolent deities of the subspace for enlightenment. In the next moment, Gregory felt his soul ascend, the battlefield shrinking before his eyes, contracting further until his vision transcended this block, this nest, this planet, and then the stellar sector, galaxy, and cluster. Ultimately, he beheld every war transpiring within the Milky Way, every act of slaughter, causing him to tremble slightly. He witnessed the very essence of war itself. Above all the wars in the galaxy, he discerned a colossal, blood-red figure, reminiscent of an armored bull or a majestic emperor, seated upon a throne forged of brass. He knew this was his deity, the sovereign of all warfare, Khorne. Hail to you, Lord of Blood and Skulls, the artist of war's crimson craft. Gregory slowly knelt before the brass throne, bowing his head in submission. Please, enlighten me, what must I slay for you? There was no reply. Only the scorching breath akin to a bellows emanating from the brass throne. The acrid air swept over the warlord's form, causing his skin to flake away while his robust muscles swelled further, the desire for battle surging within him. Khorne embodies the primal yearning for violence that resides in every heart, and thus, his power is irresistible. In the very next moment of confronting the deities of blood and violence, a horrifying transformation befell the leader of the Blood Pact. Demonic horns erupted from Gregory's skull, and the fleshless fibers of his muscles turned a deep crimson. A new layer of skin, formed from the flowing blood, enveloped his body. In that instant, the malevolent god of the subspace disregarded the constraints of physical laws and utterly transformed this mortal into a quintessential subspace demon. He was subsequently thrust by an invisible force into 88 infernal forges, spewing forth steam and smoke, where dimensional blacksmiths wielded their hammers and reforged him through 88 rigorous processes. When he stood beneath the brass throne once more, Gregory had completely metamorphosed into the embodiment of a demon, savage, powerful, and filled with anticipation. I grant you great power. He heard the voice of the Skull Master emanating from the brass throne, each syllable seemingly dripping with blood, just as he had envisioned. And I command you to present the severed head of that accursed commissar, preventing the coward and the fraud from obtaining him. The commissar? Gregory murmured to himself, recalling the one who had leapt from the tank but lacked the courage to confront him. Indeed, regardless, kill him and offer his head as a sacrifice. The warm winds from the brass throne caressed his newly formed skin, igniting a fervor within the heart of the former mortal warlord. This is my request of you. As you wish, great god of blood, Gregory replied submissively, bowing his head, and in the next moment, his consciousness began to descend, just as it had risen. The war-torn nest before him magnified, growing larger and larger. The instant the warlord's soul returned to his flesh, an extraordinary sensation washed over everyone present. It was as if a demon's soul had been infused within a human body. Judge Alfreya felt this more acutely. The demon host that had once escaped her grasp belonged to this very category, which heightened her sensitivity to the unfolding scene. What is this? Alana's brow furrowed deeper as the colonel instinctively turned around. In the distance, Baiji was still battling the remaining Blood Pact traitors, using her rose beads and the Emperor's blessed 15-lock explosive gun. Yet, when the essence of terror swept across the battlefield, the actions of the Lieutenant Commissar abruptly froze as if a pause button had been pressed. What in the world? Baiji exclaimed in bewilderment, witnessing the blood-red figure ascend. Like a butterfly breaking free from its cocoon, a pair of wings gleaming with a brass-like sheen obscuring the Commissar's vision. The overwhelming scent of blood hit her like a tidal wave, causing her to instinctively cover her mouth and nose. nearly inducing an unnatural urge to vomit. Even the chaos-worshipping blood-pact traders could not withstand such an intense miasma. Many doubled over, expelling their last meal onto the ground, adding a peculiar flavor to the tempest of blood. The voice of the Emperor grew grave, as the Lord of Humanity, unable to discern the disconcerting atmosphere, made a candid observation. What madness has old K descended into, transforming an ordinary mortal into a demon for no apparent reason? How should I know? Bai Ji, covering her nose, lamented that her greatest folly was not bringing the breathing mask she had previously used on Candela. But if he survived a wound from a poison blade, are you certain he is merely a mortal? At least a minute ago, he was indeed a mortal, the Lord of Humanity replied. The subspace projection of demons is vastly different from that of humans. I am not yet so old that I cannot discern the foul stench of demons, even now. Its odor makes me want to retch. After all, having inhaled the scent in the nether paths beneath the throne for a millennium, Bai Ji smirked, finding it hard to fathom that, despite the distance, she was still overwhelmed by the ghastly aura, while Alana and Gregory stood shoulder to shoulder, her form unwavering. This is faith, the Emperor remarked with profound significance. When armor, poison blades, and chainsaw swords offer no protection, you must rely on this. Even faith can be a potent poison. Bai Ji silently ignited her power sword, having no understanding of what faith entailed, nor any interest in comprehending the workings of this so-called power of faith. She merely observed a fearsome demon rise before the captain, brandishing a warhammer high above its head, while her captain remained frozen in place, akin to a quail paralyzed by fear. Boom! The thunderous sound of heavy explosive rounds echoed from afar, as a group of seasoned veterans clad in power armor and donning helmets of the Loyalist Storm Brigade rushed toward the captain. They were the captain's honor guard, veterans of the 0th Company, having undergone basic genetic modifications to adapt to the complexities of the battlefield. Sent by the noble houses of Terra to safeguard Colonel's safety, they now rushed to support their commander in the face of unexpected peril. Yet, it was evident they were too late. Bai Ji watched as the bloodbound traitors, rising from their stupor, charged with blood-red glints in their eyes toward the gun barrels of the honor guard, engaging in a brutal melee with the veterans. Sigh. Bai Ji sighed silently, realizing that after all this time leading troops, it ultimately fell upon her as the political officer to plunge into the fray. Blood thief. She raised her head, exuding the spirit of a hero of Liangshan, and bellowed, causing the distant demon to halt abruptly. If I call out to you, will you dare to respond? With that, the political officer strode toward Gregory, her power sword slicing through the air, creating a stark white ripple. Chapter 018. Duel 2. Will you dare to respond? Hearing the call echoing in his ears, Gregory's movements abruptly halted, granting Judge Alfreya the chance she needed. The judge swiftly wrapped her arms around Colonel Alana's waist from behind, forcefully dragging her down from the armored cannon of the poisoned blade, as they both sought refuge behind a pile of discarded construction materials. As soon as Alfra's arm made contact with Alana's waist, he was taken aback by an unsettling sensation. The Colonel's attire was damp, her body as frigid as if she had just emerged from an ice bath, and the once commanding crimson hue of her pupils had lost its former authority. Colonel? Alfra inquired nervously, reaching out to gently pat Alana's face. The commander's eyes snapped open, and she abruptly sat up from the Inquisitor's embrace. Alana gazed wide-eyed at Alfra, her mind still grappling with the haunting visage of the blood-red figure that had recently manifested. It was a presence beyond mortal comprehension, an instinct or will that transcended description. If one were compelled to articulate it, the sole term that would suffice would be corn. My Emperor, have you seen it? Alana's voice faltered as she turned her attention to Alfra, whose expression was marked by concern and alarm, though the young Inquisitor had begun to reveal the essence of a demon-wrought individual. Her mere 2 decades of existence rendered her incapable of remaining composed in the face of such a transformation. I have only seen my duty, Alfra replied, misinterpreting the Colonel's intent, thinking she referred to the mortal traitor who had ascended to become a demon. Rest assured, we shall specialize in this. We shall certainly offer blood to the blood god, and skulls to the skull throne. Gregory's footsteps and furious shouts interrupted Alfra's response. The two hidden among the ruins cautiously peered out, witnessing the colossal crimson figure collide with the political commissar, sending White G hurtling backward. It should be fine, right? Behind them, the head of the Sage Cleanse emerged from the exhaust pipe of the poison blade, a pair of mechanical eyes flickering with a pale blue light. The main cannon is loaded, Colonel, came the synthesized voice from Alana's communicator. By the grace of Omnicia, fire now. I am confident we can eliminate this foe. At this distance, even a greater demon cannot withstand the firepower of a super heavy tank. And what of my political commissar? Of course, he will be vaporized alongside the target. Cleanse replied. There is no alternative, at this range, even with Omnicia himself aiming. The explosion radius of the poison blade S cannon ensures he cannot escape its lethal reach. Then strike elsewhere. Alana inhaled deeply, and then, resolutely, she made her decision. You go assist elsewhere. We shall handle the battle here. At this juncture, Alana's voice abruptly faltered. Her gaze fell upon White G, who had been cast aside by Gregory, and she slowly closed her eyes. We shall resolve this. Static crackled from the communicator. And while Cleanse offered no reply, Alana observed as the super heavy tank, piloted by the Dominus, powered down its engine. The cockpit opened, revealing a massive figure emerging from within. What are you doing? Alana gazed in bewilderment as Cleanse, shielded, rushed to her side, commencing the installation of an increasing number of battery packs and ion-cutting layers onto her lightning axe. Isn't this what you said? The mechanical sage appeared momentarily taken aback. I meant, let us engage in a game, shall we, Colonel? Cleanse abruptly halted his actions, centering Alana's face within the viewfinder. What game? A riddle game. There seemed to be a hint of amusement in the sage's electronic synthetic voice, and Alana suddenly noticed that one of the mechanical limbs behind him was missing. Why don't you take a guess? Cleanse suddenly leaped from his cover, sweeping the lightning axe, arcs of electricity cascading from the blade into the distant battlefield, where a squad of insurgents operating logging guns was instantly transformed into a cloud of crimson mist. How did my mechanical arc meet its demise at the hands of chaos? At that moment, the sage Cleanse finally revealed the fervor driving his participation in the battle. His mechanical limbs launched miniature missiles while his chassis advanced in a rhythmic motion, his massive form charging towards Gregory, the lightning axe poised to strike. By Omnisia, you wretched chaos dogs, deliver your lives to me. In that instant, the fallen Baiji raised her gaze, and Gregory, poised to swing his warhammer, involuntarily turned his head. The blessed 15 Omnisia's lightning war axe descended directly upon the forehead of the tyrant champion, embedding itself into his skull, as lava-like blood vaporized into mist amidst the searing heat. You enjoy jumping, do you? Show me another leap. The sage Cleanse, in a fit of rage, tore at Gregory's form. With the lightning axe lodged in Gregory's forehead, Cleanse relinquished this handy weapon, opting instead to unleash a barrage of heavy firepower upon Gregory's head. Lasers and heavy explosives rained down, splattering brain matter onto the sage's crimson robes. Just as the sage reveled in this successful vengeance, the demon, who should have collapsed, unexpectedly seized his mechanical limb. Gregory, feeling the excruciating pain radiating from his forehead, found this utterly absurd. For half of his head had completely detached from his neck, becoming a mere element of the surrounding battlefield, yet he still endured the agony. Omnisia, with a ripping motion, Gregory tore the limb from Cleanse's back, sending the sage, along with his crimson robe, flying. He raised his right hand, smashing the warhammer against Cleanse's armor plating, inscribed with sacred prayers, which fractured and melted beneath the force of the blow, revealing the frail gears and bearings beneath. It's all right, you will repair him. Alfra contemplated his own fate as he witnessed the divine figure swing the axe before being hurled away, managing a strained smile towards the inexplicably weakened Alana. Right? Alana had lost all desire to respond to the judge's inquiries. The specter of a past confrontation once again materialized before her eyes. She watched as the blood-red mist rose from the corpses on the battlefield, gravitating towards Gregory's warhammer, where it coalesced into substance, reconstructing the head of the terrifying champion. In the ruins, Baiji witnessed the entire scene unfold. As the mechanical sage was hurled backward, the political officer's eyes widened slightly, yet he remained remarkably composed. For he noticed that before being flung away, Kren seemed to give him a thumbs up, signaling not to panic. Don't be hasty. Hearing Baiji's call, the malevolent demon slowly turned, revealing a sulphurous grin. You're next, political officer. Baiji spat to the side, forcing himself to rise from the rubble. Always fixated on me. Does your chief have a secret crush? As he extracted the shards of stone embedded in his body, his gaze fell upon the war hammer, clutched by the demon. Clang. A bloodstained lightning axe was yanked from Gregory's grasp and tossed before Baiji. The servant of the blood god requires no mundane skirmishes. Take up your weapon, and I shall honorably escort you to the throne of skulls. This champion seeks a duel with you. Baiji looked down at the crimson-tinged lightning axe, electricity coursing through the alloy handle. The heavily modified Krenz could wield it without issue, but he knew it was beyond his grasp. No need. He took a couple of steps back and retrieved the power sword that had slipped from his hands during their earlier clash. Though the weapon bore a few new scratches from battle, when Baiji pressed the hilt, the light of the disintegration field remained as stable as ever. Come forth. Are you serious? The Emperor's voice tinged with urgency. You think you can contend with the K-Demon army in your state? Why not? You need to understand. This is not the lecherous champion you encountered aboard the ship. This is terror. And what of terror? Baiji chuckled, instinctively licking his lips as a sickly sweet metallic taste invaded his senses, accompanied by a faint stabbing pain in his chest. It feels as if my ribs are cracked, and my head is spinning. Baiji gazed up at the sun, now stained a deep crimson, its rays illuminating Gregory, whose grotesque bat wings reflected a brass-like sheen. He suddenly felt that this could very well be the final stop of his journey in this otherworldly realm. Strangely, a wave of tranquility washed over him. Even if I were to perish here. Baiji glanced back at the battlefield, noting that the fighting was nearing its conclusion. The figure of the poison blade executioner, accompanied by several mechanical priests, advanced to the front lines, crushing the blood-packed rebels' defenses with thunderous force. Meanwhile, the battle standard guards, who had been engaged in close combat with the insurgents, had cleared the nearby enemies. However, given their distance, they would be too late to reach the political officer's side. The ground lay strewn with the corpses of the rebel forces. As the servants of the brass throne ultimately succumbed beneath the radiance of the golden throne, the leaderless insurgents began to disintegrate, fleeing in chaos, while the loyal soldiers fired upon their retreating figures, watching them fall one by one. Hey, Baiji turned back, raising an eyebrow at the tyrant champion standing opposite him. You've lost. Even if you kill me here, this planet remains firmly within our grasp. We have triumphed once again. The planet? Gregory impatiently kicked a nearby fragment of rubble, clearing a circular arena amidst the disorder of the battlefield. Who cares about such trifles? The blood god demands your skull as tribute, and I shall acquire it for him. After uttering these words, the tyrant champion suddenly appeared restless. An ominous premonition flickered through his mind. Had it not been for his respect for his adversary, he would have struck him down already. Are you ready? Baiji took one last glance at the ruins on the side of the battlefield. Behind a pile of alloy steel materials, as if by some unspoken connection, the head of Colonel Alana emerged. In his memory, her complexion had never appeared so ashen. her blood-red eyes fixated unwaveringly in his direction. He then observed her mouth moving, and amidst the cacophony of battle and gunfire, he could only decipher her words through lip reading. Survive. Survive? Upon interpreting Alana's lips, Baiji felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. For the Emperor, he shook his head, bidding farewell to his commanding officer through gestures, and then nodded in acknowledgement toward the demon. For the Emperor, Baiji ignited the blade of his energy sword. And in the next instant, a heavy warhammer loomed before the political officer at an unimaginable speed. Instinctively, Baiji crouched down, unleashing his energy sword just as he caught a fleeting glimpse of his military cap falling into a distant pool of blood. Gregory withdrew to block. But Baiji's energy sword grazed his hardened abdomen, spilling forth a torrent of scalding blood. Seizing the moment while Gregory's strength was waning, the servant of the blood god retracted his right hand, sending the spiked hammer hurtling toward the political officer's chest. Bang! Baiji raised his sword to parry. The formidable artifact crashed against his energy sword with a tremendous force. He rolled on the ground to dissipate the impact, and in a moment of disorientation, he even heard the anguished wail of the machine spirit. With his next strike, the energy sword's luminescent field began to dim. Skulls for the skull throne. Gregory unleashed a fervent battle cry. A wave of intoxicating joy surged within him, and the sensation of being observed by the dark god ignited his fervor. In the face of such fervent ecstasy, even the blade of Baiji striking his shoulder felt insignificant. By the heavens, Baiji gazed at his empty hands. In his attempt to evade the champion's returning hammer, he had momentarily relinquished his weapon. The energy sword's blade was embedded in Gregory's shoulder, which was more than 2 meters off the ground, resembling but a trivial ornament. It is over, lackey of the false emperor. Gregory issued a triumphant declaration. As he spoke, Baiji realized that a grievous wound had been inflicted upon his head by the spiked weapon of the challenger, blood seeping from the gash and staining his dark eyes. Waves of dizziness assailed his senses. In the next moment, he drew his explosive handgun, instinctively evading and firing. The loyal projectiles tore through Gregory, creating numerous bloody holes. Yet the champion's vitality remained undiminished. The warhammer continued its relentless assault. What do you say? Baiji inhaled the tainted air surrounding him, oxygen flooding his lungs, fueling his subsequent actions. Have I grown a bit stronger? He had lost count of how many times he had narrowly escaped the hammer's descent. The brass spikes carved yet more wounds into his flesh, yet astonishingly, he still stood before Gregory. Gregory's attacks grew increasingly frenzied. An overwhelming sense of peril gripped Baiji's nerves, while the political commissar's strength swiftly waned amidst evasion and blood loss. His vision blurred until the emperor's voice resonated once more in his ears, restoring a glimmer of clarity to the commissar's gaze. Do you see the ruins over there? Following the emperor's guidance, Baiji glanced behind him at the remnants of a devastated battlefield, where the wreckage of a land raider emitted wisps of dark smoke. You see it? Then heed my words. The voice of the Lord of Humanity sounded unusually calm, exuding a paternal steadiness in Baiji's ears. Count to 3, then leap in that direction. Are you serious? Baiji raised an eyebrow. He could certainly take cover behind the destroyed land raider, but the next moment, he would be crushed into a pulp along with the tank itself. Just trust me. I suppose I have no other choice but to trust you. Baiji chuckled softly. Though the Lord of Humanity might not perceive it, he felt compelled to smile. It is an honor to serve you, my Lord of Humanity. 1. Baiji squeezed the trigger. The final explosive round left the chamber, striking Gregory's bleeding left shoulder, causing the formidable humanoid weapon to stagger. 2. He fixated on the rapidly approaching warhammer and hurled his empty handgun toward Gregory's face. 3. With the last vestige of his strength, he leapt toward the ruins beyond the dueling arena, and then, in a moment of disbelief, he witnessed, crack. A golden giant descended from the deck of the Ares gunship. Bathed in sunlight, the eagle emblem on the giant's helmet shimmered brilliantly. Oh, greetings to all. The voice of the commander of the Imperial Guard rang out from the ranks of the sword-wielding champions. As his gaze swept across the battlefield, a relaxed tone emanated from within the commander's helmet. Good morning, I bring greetings from the Lord of Humanity. Chapter 020, Chaotic Atmosphere Awash with Excitement. The little cat surveyed the chaotic battlefield before him, where blood, corpses, and smoke spread beneath the feet of the giant. The commander of the Sacred Terra's Imperial Guard lowered his head, ultimately fixing his gaze on the stunned champion of terror. Good morning, my dear blood god. He enthusiastically grasped Gregory's neck, the hydraulic system of his power armor exerting force, causing the already crimson face of the terror champion to turn an even deeper shade of red. Now farewell. Gregory attempted to swing his warhammer, the thunderer roaring as it arced through the air, but he was a moment too late. The commander had already seized his right hand, and then, with a gentle rip, it was done. Just as one might tear a piece of paper, the chaotic artifact, along with its wielder's flesh and blood, slowly fell to the ground. The towering commander of the Imperial Guard released his hands, allowing the lifeless mass to descend. The mortal champion is not even an Astartes, he muttered softly, suddenly directing a look of pity at the blood-soaked political commissar in the distance. It appears you're not faring too well, my young friend. At that moment, Baiji was already gasping for breath, his depleted strength and will rendering his vision blurry. He barely managed to discern the gleaming Aquila emblem atop his opponent's head. And from their tone of address, he understood one undeniable truth. He was saved. Praise the Emperor. A serene smile spread across Baiji's face. And then he collapsed before the approaching colonel and inquisitor. Rest in peace, the little cat remarked without emotion, before the commander turned his head, nodding to the civil guards, the champion of the sword, and the soldiers of the Imperial Guard behind him. In the name of the Emperor, he shouted, eliminate these treacherous scum. For the Golden Throne. Behind him, the guards echoed his rallying cry, then seamlessly rushed into the fray. Half an hour later, the war was concluded. Baiji opened his eyes. The black sun burning fiercely in the subspace. Back again. No, this time you're still alive and well, came the voice of the master of mankind. Now closer than before. You fainted earlier, and the regiment's apothecary is currently attending to you. Don't worry, you'll awaken shortly. I see. Baiji sighed in relief. Having returned to the Golden Throne twice within half a month was, even for someone as straightforward as him, nearly unbearable. His gaze drifted to the sun suspended in the void. You truly value your loyal servant, don't you, your divine majesty? The political commissar lifted his head, recalling the imposing golden figure that had been before him just before he lost consciousness. You truly spare no expense for the sacred Terra's Imperial Guard. He is one of my commanders. You may get to know him, the master of mankind said with a slight smile. You can call him the little cat or fellow villager, he one mind. Is the little cat also a traveler? One of the earliest batches. Even more ancient than the era in which you reside, the emperor explained. You could even consider him a native Terran, for compared to his time on Earth. His duration on this Terra has been sufficiently prolonged, enough to encompass all of his memories of his homeland. Of course, I surmise he would not mind conversing about his birthplace with you. The commander of the Imperial Guard, your esteemed self, truly is willing to invest considerable resources. Baiji remarked. Is it not said that every Imperial Guard is your treasured gem? Dispatching such a squad solely to rescue me? I suspect you may be somewhat afflicted by an excess of self-awareness. The voice of the Black Sun resonated with a tone of resignation. Who informed you that they departed Terra merely to save you? What then was their purpose? Baiji inquired, perplexed. Are they also to assist you in retrieving magical ponies for the lavatory? You are rather stingy, not even providing them with 2 squads of Silent Sisters. The unyielding expedition of Little 13 is approaching its next phase. He requires the care of a father. Even if it is just a squad of Imperial Guards representing my will, the Emperor declared, his voice now tinged with a somber gravity. I have also foreseen a calamity to occur upon the blood-red earth of the Crimson Scar, where loyal angels will fight valiantly within the fortress. While the enemy is but a ravenous shadow, surely it cannot be Baal. Highly likely, for it harbors the remains of Saint Gilliman, one of my most cherished sons. He must not fall into the hands of the Tyranids. Thus, you dispatch the Imperial Guard? Baiji pondered, having just resolved one query. Only for another to emerge in his mind. Yet a single commander leading a squad of guards is insufficient. Given the intensity of Baal, unless you deploy a 1,000-strong battalion. Are you not merely sending a corn canister to the delightful insects? Who informed you that I intended for them to confront Leviathan's fleet at Baal? The Black Sun imparted earnestly. Reflect on what I previously stated. They are to stand beside Robut Gilliman, at the forefront of the unyielding expedition, alongside the mightiest armed force in the entire empire. Then you might as well send a dream or convey the message through the powers of the warp to your progeny. It would surely be swifter than dispatching a squad of guards. The shadow of the Tyranid hive will devour the energies of the warp. Thus it is imperative that someone personally accompany them to Gilliman's side. Truly, it is a time fraught with tribulations. Baiji shook his head, feeling himself breaking free from the shackles of this void, descending once more into the boundaries of the tangible universe. He realized this was a harbinger of his imminent awakening. It appears you are departing. Farewell. The master of mankind bid his political officer farewell. I look forward to our next meeting here. I implore you not to anticipate such things, even if it is merely a formality. Baiji sighed, and just as he prepared to close his eyes and depart, a new question suddenly surged forth in his mind. Oh, right, I have one more inquiry. I have learned that your projection in the warp appears to humanity as a golden sun. But why? The Lieutenant Colonel Political Commissar continued. Did the confusion in his eyes deepen? To me, it appeared as darkness. That is because you lack faith. In response to the Commissar's inquiry, the Emperor provided his own explanation. In the eyes of the devout, the power of faith alters my perception in their hearts. They envision me as resplendent as the sun. Thus in their sight, I am indeed a radiant sun. Yet, devoid of faith, my gaze remains unembellished. Are you truly a black sun? I am but a person, child. Not a sun. This time, the response from the Golden Throne was delayed for a moment. Well, it is time for you to depart. Baiji seemed poised to say more, but an irresistible force surged from behind. A sensation of falling rose from the depths of her being, and the Lieutenant Colonel Commissar opened his eyes. Oh, awake now. The golden giant shielded him from the overhead light, the golden double-headed eagle on the helmet gleaming brightly. Good morning, child. Chapter 021. Casual conversation. Oh, awake now. The little kitten gazed at Baiji, whose eyes had just opened. The blinding white light of the operating room was obscured by the golden helmet of the military commander, allowing the commissar to finally open his eyes directly. The colonel, the military commander, turned his head and called out to the glass on the wall of the operating room. Your person has awakened. No one responded. Only the crisp sound of military boots echoed on the floor. In the next moment, the operating room door was flung open, revealing golden hair that rivaled the golden helmet of the military commander in splendor. By the Emperor's grace, you are awake, Lieutenant Colonel. Alana's figure appeared before Baiji, backlit. And as the little kitten stepped aside, the shadowless light above the operating table rendered her features somewhat blurred, though her voice remained clear. Colonel, you are unharmed. Baiji, just awakened and still unclear about the situation, felt a wave of relief upon seeing the commander, who generously rewarded the entire regiment, standing before her, safe and sound. Alana's eyes reflected a tempest of emotions, yet out of respect for the military commander beside her, she chose to withhold her thoughts for the moment. Rest well, Baiji. Alana pondered for a moment before finally uttering the sentence. Do not worry, you are fine. You merely have a fractured sternum, a ruptured cornea, arrhythmia, internal bleeding, and a slight brain injury. Our apothecary will heal you, and by next week, you shall serve the great emperor once more. How do you feel? I have never felt better, Baiji replied, tears streaming down her face, nodding with unwavering loyalty, wishing instead to return to the Golden Throne. As for your unilateral actions that led to a lack of qualified political commissars when the war commenced, and your illegal withdrawal of munitions without superior authorization. The commissar averted his gaze, feeling guilty. I am also serving the emperor. We shall discuss this once you have healed, Alana remarked meaningfully. Then nodded to the golden military commander. It seems the commander has nothing more to say to you. The towering commander of the Imperial Guard nodded respectfully to the colonel. Elena performed a gesture of the eagle with her hands across her chest before striding out of the operating room, leaving behind the anxious Baiji and the representative of the Golden Throne, exchanging silent glances. How shall I address you? Ultimately, after a moment of awkward silence, the deputy political officer broke the stillness. Baiji listened attentively to the surrounding tranquility and inquired of the imposing commander, you need not reveal your full name. I simply wish to know how to address you. Oh, you have made a wise choice, my friend, replied the commander with a hint of amusement in his tone, which seemed somewhat incongruous with the golden eagle helm he wore. My full name comprises over 5,000 characters, but if you merely seek an alias. My colleagues call me Little Kitty. Of course, you may also call me Kate. I do not mind. Little Kitty? I think I shall opt for Mr. Kate instead, Baiji said, the corners of her mouth twitching as she began to grasp the nature of this individual. The tension in her heart eased slightly. However, as the commander surveyed the wounds on the deputy political officer, Baiji followed his gaze and lowered her head to see the bandages wrapped around her body, emblazoned with the words, Emperor protect you. What is this? She inquired. Ah, that is a bandage inscribed with sacred runes. Currently, only Terra can produce them within the Empire. I procured them from a factory beneath the Himalayas. You now owe me 250,000 throne coins, Kate explained. Blessed by the Emperor himself. It maximizes your recovery from chaos and psychic wounds. The sacred runes protect you from the incursions of the warp, preventing demons from seizing your body. Can I settle my debt with Krieg? I know someone serving in Krieg. Perhaps I could persuade him to come and serve as cannon fodder for you next time. Baiji replied, her cheeks flushing. To be honest, it is rather shameful. You know we Terrans struggle to save money. Where do you hail from, devilish commissar? Kate was taken aback, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I genuinely suspect you have secretly succumbed to the whispers of treachery. Tula was right. I should have brought along 2 squads of silent sisters. Are you serious? Baiji exclaimed, her eyes widening in horror. I was merely joking. Even if you were to let me contact Krieg, I lack the authority to mobilize forces from other star systems. Of course, it was a jest, my friend. The commander chuckled, stepping closer to Baiji. As this golden giant loomed less than 20 centimeters away, Baiji was struck by his imposing stature. You have done remarkably well, Mr. Kate, he remarked, a hint of envy coloring the colonel's tone. Why was I not part of the Imperial Guard from the beginning? Silence ensued. Suddenly, Baiji realized that the commander did not appreciate her comparison. The Imperial Guard had its own burdens, and mortals had their respective duties. After a considerable pause, Kate's voice drifted softly through the air. You are fortunate to be born in the age of 41K. Had you lived during the Horus Heresy and the tumultuous times that followed, you would truly grasp the essence of a living hell. The political officer raised his gaze, locking eyes with the commander of the Imperial Guard. Through the eagle-shaped helm, he perceived the sorrow lurking within. The Horus Heresy, he began, is a term you who have not experienced it merely echo. For you, it is akin to the golden age of the Great Crusade, merely a prop for idle chatter among friends. You even abbreviate it as HH. But for me, it is a tangible catastrophe that unfolded before my very eyes. Countless worlds were reduced to ashes amidst chaotic gunfire. Loyal humanity had their heads severed and displayed atop rusted spears as offerings to the blood god. Astartes soldiers were executed one after another, their souls providing fuel for the unceasing forges, while demonic engines obscured the sky like a swarm of flies. And this transpired on Terra, beyond the Lion's Gate. I cannot deceive myself into believing I was oblivious. All I could do was wield a sword, at that time, a spear, and stand with Tiberius against the horrors. He turned to gaze into White G's eyes, the blue luminescence flowing within the commander's gaze. Indeed, you have fared rather poorly, my friend. Yet, his next statement extinguished any remnants of reverence White G held for him. To be bested by a mere mortal champion such as yourself brings shame upon us, the Traversers. Chapter 022 Delusion? Following this exchange, our commander of the Imperial Guard engaged in a congenial conversation with the political officer. The dialogue culminated in Kate delivering a punch to White G, sending him sprawling to the ground. The political officer was taken aback by this sudden assault from an ally, leaving him entirely unprepared for the Imperial Guard's swift action. Do not blame me, Mr. Kitten said innocently. This is the edict of the Golden Throne. Before my departure, my master specifically instructed me to deliver a slap to you personally. Since psychic strikes are off the table, physical ones will have to suffice, I suppose, White G muttered, covering his face. Kate evidently had no intention of taking his life. Though his visage bore some pain, his wits remained intact. What? You have never heard of this? A certain voice echoed triumphantly in his mind. A ruler's revenge is never tardy, especially for one of my stature as emperor. My vengeance was merely 3 months delayed. That is what true gentlemen say about retaliation, yet altering a single word does not transform the petty nature of your reality. White G lamented. I just fought for your empire on the operating table, and this is how you repay me? Certainly not, came the innocent voice of the subspace entity once more. I even dispatched an Imperial Guard commander across the vast expanse of the solar system to rescue you. What more do you desire as recompense? That was merely a side quest for you, but nonetheless, thank you. Bai Ji, with a heart full of gratitude, inquired, could you kindly assist me in assessing my progress? I feel as though I have grown stronger. Could you gauge the distance between myself and Astartes? From the desolate heights of the Terra Palace, the withered giant turned its equally parched gaze towards the vast expanse of the subspace. Following the beacon it had previously established, a unique and unyielding soul projection manifested before its sight. Ah, indeed, there is a semblance of growth, it responded. It appears that the trials of life and death have awakened your inherent potential and fighting spirit. As the conflict endures, your capabilities will continue to be unearthed. My potential? Bai Ji pondered, perplexed by this novel concept. What potential could I possibly possess? I am merely an ordinary IG political officer, adept at concealing notes within the imperial scriptures, extolling the virtues of explosive machine souls, and occasionally stealing a tune from SpongeBob during collective sermons. Yet, I believe I perform my duties adequately. You may harbor a misunderstanding regarding the essence of potential, the Emperor remarked, astonished by his own profound comprehension, yet soon overwhelmed by the necessity to elucidate the concept of potential to Bai Ji. This is my blessing for you. It simply lies dormant due to the fragility of your soul. A blessing? Bai Ji's confusion deepened. You cannot truly believe that I would be cast into the fray, only to have you disregard my soul's depths? In response to Bai Ji's bewilderment, the Emperor clarified, this is the golden opportunity one bestow upon you. Just as the 4 chaotic deities in subspace possess their chosen ones, so too are you among my prospective chosen. However, in your current state, your soul is weak, and your body lacks refinement. Do not even speak of Astartes. You might struggle against a mere human rebel who has undergone extensive biological modification. But you just claimed I had grown stronger. Bai Ji protested, exclaiming, I refuse to be belittled. Regardless, strive onward. The Emperor sighed heavily. Weariness etched upon his countenance as he addressed his political officer. I anticipate your return to the sacred Terra as an imperial hero. At that time, I shall personally elevate you beneath the throne to wield the power of subspace, transforming you into a true living saint. Bai Ji's expression suddenly darkened, and he bit his lip, as if words were on the verge of spilling forth, yet he restrained himself, considering the sentiments of another. What troubles you? Commander Kate, who had not strayed far from Bai Ji's side, tilted his head in confusion. The fact that his mortal compatriot could converse with the Emperor seated upon the golden throne was no secret. Upon witnessing the abrupt shift in Bai Ji's demeanor, he surmised that the Emperor's words had stirred a tempest within his heart. What did our Lord say to you? What if I wish to return? Bai Ji paid no heed to the inquiries of the little kitten, his mind consumed by the tumultuous struggle of indecision. This internal conflict culminated in him lifting his gaze to the sun of the subspace within the depths of his soul, uttering, I wish to depart from this insatiable universe that devours all, and return to my era of ignorance, where I could still lead a semblance of a stable life on Earth. I do not belong here. Much like a solitary bird that finds it impossible to integrate into another flock. If I yearn to return to the time that is rightfully mine, what shall you do then? To be honest, I must send you back when the opportunity arises, came the unexpectedly calm response, devoid of anger or sorrow. The Emperor's voice remained serene, as though Bai Ji's departure would not disrupt him in the least. Truth be told, you have brought me numerous benefits, both in terms of character and tangible gains, the Emperor continued. However, the Empire does not falter for the absence of any one individual. Nor does humanity's march forward cease with your disappearance. But you may wish to glance at my commander of the Imperial Guards, your fellow townsman, who stands before you at this very moment. Bai Ji, in silence, turned his gaze towards the golden giant beside him. The commander of the Imperial Guard seemed to have received a silent command from the golden throne, remaining uncommunicative. After a prolonged silence, the commander, referred to as Kate, spoke in a low voice. How old were you before your journey? 20? 30? Or perhaps 50? How long did that beautiful and tranquil era last? And how long will you linger here? Once you have spent millennia in this world as I have, you will come to realize that this is your true home. Time alters everything, my brother. As he spoke, a hint of bitterness and self-mockery tinged the commander's voice. Regrettably, during the first 40 or 50 years after my arrival, I clung to calling Terra Earth, and the other guards regarded me as an oddity. Were it not for my lord's benevolence, I would have likely been expelled from the ranks of palace guards and relegated to the dungeons as a jailer. And then, Bai Ji had grasped the warning from this unfamiliar brother, yet out of courtesy, he encouraged Kate to continue his narrative. Then I resigned myself to my fate, began to cultivate good relations with the other guards, and gradually ascended to the position of squad leader, champion of the sword, and ultimately, commander. The little kitten sighed and stepped forward, gently patting Bai Ji on the shoulder. Nevertheless, whatever path you choose, prioritize survival and move forward. The commander hesitated for a moment before finally stating, you are truly too weak. Chapter 023. A brief report next. Shall I report to you about this battle? Teacher Bai Ji? Hey, wake up. Teacher. HM. Golden locks brushed against Bai Ji's cheek, cobalt blue eyes blinking before him. His attention was roused from contemplation, and he blinked in return, focusing on the intern political commissar before him. Yes, I am listening. Please continue. All right. According to the subsequent battle report, the oversight of the troops by the commander's office is as follows. It was indeed Hilna, the blonde intern political commissar, a diligent apprentice of Bai Ji. Hilna Cliffs scrutinized the electronic screen in her hands, continuing her report to him. Today marks the 3rd day since his awakening. Ilana had spoken the truth, as had Kate. The medical expertise of the 9th Regiment's pharmacist is undeniably reliable, and the rune bandages from the factory beneath the Himalayas have indeed accelerated the healing of his wounds. preventing the injuries inflicted by the chaotic artifact from becoming conduits for demonic corruption. Thus, 76 hours after he opened his eyes, with the support of his intern political commissar, he left the comfort of his hospital bed, took a seat in a wheelchair, and, despite his injuries, entered his designated workplace. Every action he took stemmed from a profound sense of loyalty and fervor for his duties. And certainly not because he had heard that Alana was actively searching for a new political commissar. The garrison had successfully purged the rebel forces from the planet's equatorial region, and currently, all strength was focused on dismantling the remnants of these insurgents. Master Lunster had now arrived at the Starlight Choir Hall, collaborating with the original psychics of this planet to channel the power of prophecy. And the battle losses? Baiji feigned intense interest, nodding to her apprentice. How is the morale of the troops? I wish to know the performance of the gendarmerie and the intern political commissar. Morale? Hilna's expression momentarily became peculiar, stirring a hint of anxiety within Baiji. She could not forget the frenzied sight of the terror champion tearing apart tanks, and she was genuinely concerned that this influence might extend to her soldiers. After all, sometimes, annihilating a demonic army requires 2 battalions, and she did not wish for her own troops to become the sacrificial ones. It's fine, I can handle it. Just speak plainly, Baiji said, forcing a calm demeanor. Or so she hoped. Oh, Hilna appeared puzzled. You may have misunderstood my intention. What I meant to convey is that the morale of the troops is presently unprecedentedly high. I was momentarily at a loss for how to report this to you. Unprecedentedly high. Baiji blinked. What, do we have minimal casualties? Not significant, but not negligible either, Hilna replied truthfully. But have you forgotten? She said. Do you not recall the golden light that descended from the heavens that day, and the valor of the Emperor's angels in battle? At this point, the intern political commissar became somewhat animated, waving her arm. Her golden hair shimmered in the sunlight, proclaiming that the Empire's most loyal and powerful forces were now with them. What could possibly stand in their way? Oh, I lost my composure. I apologize, teacher. Seemingly noticing the unusual expression on Baiji's face, Hilna tempered her demeanor, awkwardly smiling at Baiji. However, one thing is certain. With our morale soaring, there is nothing to fear. Everyone believes this. Ahem. Seizing the opportunity provided by a cough, the commissar covered her mouth and nose, concealing the smile on her face from her apprentice. However, it is imperative to remember that blind optimism and arrogance are equally sources of calamity. After a brief moment, he set down his arm, still encased in plaster, and addressed his apprentice, stating that regulating the fervor of the troops is also a duty of the political commissar. The angels will eventually depart. We cannot perpetually rely on their formidable powers, but must strengthen ourselves to better pledge our loyalty to our empire. The glory of the golden throne shall eternally shine upon us. Herna responded, yet even so. She earnestly nodded at Baiji. I shall heed this point in my future endeavors. That is reassuring, Baiji nodded in satisfaction. Herna's every response filled him with a delightful sense of teachability, which is one of the reasons he placed such value on this girl. Moreover, teacher there is something I perhaps ought to report to you. The intern political commissar raised his gaze to meet his eyes, and within those azure depths, Baiji unexpectedly discerned a flicker of shadow. What is it? It pertains to Leonard. Upon hearing this name, Baiji's brow instinctively furrowed. Leonard, the rabble-rouser, he remarked. As previously mentioned, as the only official political commissar of the troops, Baiji's subordinates included numerous interns from various loyalist academies. Intern political commissars clad in uniforms edged with blue, who were to receive guidance under Baiji's tutelage, maintaining military discipline and morale across the different battalions. Only through Baiji's assessments could they ultimately become formally recognized leaders of their troops. However, not everyone was amenable to Baiji's customary methods. Leonard was one of the most obstreperous among them. He was the intern political commissar who had followed Niels during the assembly, practically inscribing the words death sentence upon his face. Yes, you may be unaware. Herna lowered her head slightly, inhaling deeply, as if what she was about to divulge caused her some discomfort. During your recuperation these past few days, he managed to find a certain lord of the Imperial Guards to lodge a complaint against you. Baiji blinked in bewilderment, seemingly grasping little of what Herna had just conveyed. What did he say about me? He claimed that you were engaging in favoritism, embezzling, breaking the law, promoting cronies, disregarding regulations, forming cliques for personal gain, and most importantly, he even questioned your loyalty in front of the Lord of the Imperial Guards. Upon finishing, the young intern lowered his head in shame. He is a heartless and equally foolish buffoon. The commander has already confined him to the brig. So please do not concern yourself with this buffoonish jester. And then, how did the lords of the Imperial Guards respond to him? Baiji too exhibited a look of embarrassment, for he knew that every accusation Leonard made was fundamentally true. The lord gave him a slap directly across the face. He is currently in the brig contemplating his life choices. A fleeting sense of exhilaration washed over her, and Hina's gaze brightened once more. Truly delightful. This is the fate that fellow deserves. I comprehend now. Baiji smiled faintly, though her heart did not share the same elation as Hina imagined. I shall find an opportune moment to have a serious discussion with him, she stated with calm seriousness, for she understood that discontent from subordinates often proves far more terrifying than the artillery of adversaries. Let us engage in a heartfelt conversation. Baiji's voice faltered momentarily as her eyes involuntarily drifted toward the power sword hanging at her waist. Of course, it is also plausible that we might engage in an utterly candid exchange. Upon concluding her thought, Baiji averted her gaze, donning a genial smile once more. I hope he does not simply turn away. Chapter 024. To entrust a master. By the way, just before concluding this report, Baiji suddenly turned her head in her wheelchair, directing her face toward the intern political commissar, pushing her chair. Why did you cut your hair? She inquired. Recalling that upon leaving Candela, her apprentice had boasted waist-length tresses, now reduced to barely grazing her shoulders. Was the previous hairstyle unappealing? During the earlier battle, I was perilously close to a heavy laser from the traitors. May the Emperor bless me with safety. But such trivial matters as hair do not warrant His Majesty's special attention. Hina instinctively curled a strand of her hair while responding, and at the tips, Baiji could still discern singed black marks. You have my gratitude. That pales in comparison to your own sacrifices. Facing the Chaos Champion for the safety of the entire regiment. In light of your heroic deeds, my minor stroke of fortune seems insignificant. The admiration emanating from the intern caused Baiji to blush slightly. Although she spoke the truth, Baiji could not help but feel an innate sense of inadequacy. Oh, perhaps you have not yet heard. Hina continued. Not only us, but the entire planetary defense force has already heard of your bravery and loyalty. I suspect this is one reason why the Imperial Guard does not believe Leonard's accusations. They were witnesses to your loyalty during your duel with the traitors. This. Baiji was momentarily at a loss for words, but Hina had already wheeled her to the infirmary's entrance, where the regiment's pharmacist took over her wheelchair. The intern political commissar stood at the doorway and offered a slight bow. I shall take my leave now, teacher. A good child, Hina replied. Looking forward to hearing your guidance again. Farewell, for the Emperor. For the Emperor. The two commissars bid each other farewell at the infirmary's entrance. And Baiji was pushed inside while Hina proceeded toward the 7th Company's headquarters. Not bad, recovering quite well. Inside the infirmary, an elderly man with graying hair deftly tamped down his pipe and swiftly began to cut away the entangled bandages from Baiji's body. Smoking is prohibited in the regiment. Sergeant Myoto, Baiji kindly reminded him, especially in a hospital setting. As the chief pharmacist, you ought to set an example for your subordinates. Humph. The elderly man, named Myoto, emitted a muffled grunt through his nose, offering no reply as he turned to retrieve a hammer from the equipment rack. Gesturing with it before Baiji. What do you intend to do? Baiji regarded the aged physician warily, like many others in the group. Myoto was also a soldier from another planet. The old man's hair and beard were completely white, yet his arms remained robust and powerful. Baiji had witnessed him, in the past at Candela, effortlessly twist the neck of a cultist, an act requiring no more effort than that of dispatching a chicken. I warn you, assaulting an officer is a grave offense, masquerading under the guise of treatment. The political commissar, a lieutenant colonel, stated with a facade of authority. However, the chief pharmacist merely exhaled smoke with a stoic expression, and suddenly, the massive hammer before him loomed ominously larger. My life is forfeit, Baiji lamented, closing his eyes in despair, only to hear a crisp crack as the plaster encasing his left hand began to fracture. Such a fuss over merely removing a cast. Sergeant Myoto scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him before casually tossing the hammer back onto the rack. He then turned towards the pharmacy, bellowing, Eve, come and take this away. Coming. A vibrant voice rang from the depths of the pharmacy, and under Baiji's gaze, a young woman clad in a pharmacist's attire, partially donned in military garb, rushed out, eagerly grasping the armrest of the commissar's wheelchair. Commissar, let me take you back to your quarters for some rest. Before Baiji could utter a word, the silver-haired girl had already begun to push him along. You seem well enough. Let the beds be given to those who need them more. We just had a skirmish with the rebels, and there are numerous wounded awaiting treatment. The old man has hardly had a sip or a wink in 2 days. A few puffs of smoke are merely to invigorate him. So you can pretend not to have seen. After her rapid-fire remarks, the boisterous girl yawned. Though I too have gone almost 2 days without sleep. You've worked hard. Baiji sincerely remarked. Efficient logistics are the fundamental guarantee of a military's combat capability, and doctors are the second most crucial component of logistics, though it is worth noting that the first is the cooks. And the 9th Regiment's mess team is likewise renowned among its peers. The girl, Evelyn, who was pushing him along, was often referred to as Eve by Sergeant Myoto. It was said that Myoto had found her as an orphan on the battlefield, due to the effects of intense radiation. Evelyn's cells struggled to produce melanin like those of ordinary individuals, rendering her hair as white as Myoto's, and her eyelashes were also devoid of color. This peculiar condition made her sensitive to bright light, which is why she often confined herself to the unit's medical supply room, effectively serving as a semi-warehouse keeper. In her daily duties, she favored a pristine white lab coat, which accentuated her delicate, porcelain-like beauty. However, she and Myoto also bore the responsibility of safeguarding medical equipment. After an incident involving a cultist attack, when she had cheerfully tossed a bloodied head to the soldiers who came to assist, Baiji quietly reconsidered his earlier assessment of her as a mere doll-like figure. On the way back to the dormitory, Baiji and Evelyn fortuitously encountered the wandering sage Klaus, accompanied by 2 mechanical priests. The sage himself was perched upon the neck of a heavy combat automaton, while 2 servo skulls clutched his limp mechanical limb. The accompanying priests were busily welding something onto his back. Sage Klaus, Baiji greeted him warmly. You seem to be well. By the blessings of the Omnisia, the mechanical priest humbly replied. I still have 2 prosthetics that require repair, but behold. He tapped his throat, and a new device emitted a faint silvery glow. I took your previous advice and replaced my speaker. I can now speak much more smoothly. Klaus declared, beaming with pride. Behind him, sparks from the priest's welding fell onto his painted face, rendering the scene somewhat comical. I'm glad to hear that, Baiji nodded, signaling Evelyn to proceed. The apothecary, unaccustomed to sunlight, would benefit from an early rest if possible. Comrade, we have arrived. 10 minutes later, Evelyn's footsteps halted before Baiji's dormitory door. The apothecary offered him a slight smile and then released the grips of her wheelchair. Thank you. I can manage from here, Baiji replied with his customary polite smile. Evelyn turned to leave, and Baiji watched her silhouette vanish at the entrance to the dormitory before he finally turned to push open the door. A moment later, the Colonel Political Commissar silently closed the door he had just opened, unsteadily returning to his wheelchair. What's the matter? The Emperor inquired, puzzled. Baiji lowered his head in thought for a second, then rose to reopen the door, pointing inside at the menacing brass warhammer lying directly opposite the entrance. A look of bewilderment crossing his face, akin to having ingested something vile. Why is this thing in my bedroom? Chapter 025. The Chaotic Artifact. Why is this in my bedroom? Baiji trembled as he left his wheelchair and limped into his dormitory. The explosive gun lay on the table, incense lit beneath the bed, filling the Colonel's room with a pleasant, soulful aroma. Appearing unchanged from when he had left, except for the brass warhammer on the floor, exuding an aura of malevolence. Calm down, calm down. There's no need to be overly anxious, a distant psychic entity from the sacred Terra reassured him. I have ensured it has been rendered harmless. There is nothing to worry about. Even if it's harmless, it shouldn't be casually discarded. This is my dormitory, not a garbage dump. Baiji mumbled as he sought a chair to sit down. Upon closer inspection, he noticed subtle differences. The human skulls that once adorned it had been removed. The blasphemous runes crudely ground down, and the spikes that had protruded from the hammer's side had been carefully broken off. Their edges as smooth as if cut by a laser. It doesn't look as hideous now, Baiji conceded with a nod. But what was the purpose of sending it here? Please take a right turn and walk straight for 600 meters, placing it in Captain Alana's trophy display room. Thank you. Ordinary mortals cannot behold such a thing, the Emperor remarked. Can you guess whose creation this chaotic artifact is? A chaotic artifact. Before expressing his thoughts, Baiji was initially taken aback by the identity of this warhammer. He had presumed it to be the weapon wielded by the mortal champion before his ascension. However, according to the Emperor's recent revelation, only a leader of a demonic army at least of the Grand Sorcerer rank would be worthy of such a weapon. How flattering. Baiji mused, wondering if it was the handiwork of some deranged dimension blacksmith beneath the brass throne. Terror is such that it either claims your life or your very essence. The Emperor mocked his second brother seated upon the copper throne in his mind, then added, yet. A dimension blacksmith cannot forge a chaotic artifact. Consider again. If we exclude Terror himself, then it must be the work of the half-Saint Vashtar. Correct, the Emperor's voice paused. This is a product of the forge of the chaotic demigod Vashtar, deliberately crafted from brass, a gift imbued with a nature to appease. And then it was cast aside by Terror to eliminate me, Baiji smirked. What business does Vashtar have in seeking my company? We have never even crossed paths. Wake up, the chaotic evil god is not an entity one encounters lightly. The same goes for the chaotic demigod, the lord of humanity impotently lamented in his heart. While Baiji fixated on the smooth surface of the hammer, as if trying to discern meaning from its intricate patterns. Yet, it is now in our possession. Baiji suddenly pondered, seemingly enlightened by the Emperor's subtle guidance, and tentatively inquired, perhaps we can turn waste into treasure? Thus, we can indeed take action, the Emperor concurred. As long as the technique is refined, there is not much fundamental difference between chaotic artifacts and the relics of our order. However, I evidently lack the capability to reforge Vashtar's creation, yet perhaps someone I know possesses such a skill. The astute political officer hesitated, rolling his eyes as he approached the dormitory door. He contemplated using his power sword as a cane to exit the dormitory, but after merely 2 steps, a faint tremor from the sword reminded him that such an action would be an affront to the machine spirit. After some thought, Baiji placed the sword upon the designated weapon rack and crawled onto his soft bed. They say it takes 100 days to heal from a broken bone. Yet he had only rested for 3 days after Gregory had nearly shattered half of his bones before being summoned back to duty, bitterness swelling within his heart. Perhaps I truly ought to consider promoting a few official political officers, Baiji mused, for in his mind, these interns clad in blue-trimmed uniforms were not yet prepared. But perhaps this was merely a manifestation of his unwarranted arrogance stemming from his lack of experience in this internship. The child named Zierna seems quite commendable. The Emperor devised strategies for him. Loyalty aside, she is also respected as the discipline officer within the company, from the company commander to the military police. All speak highly of her, and they have even begun to draw comparisons between her and you in hushed tones. Indeed, one must consider the source of such teachings. Baiji felt a swell of pride. As a teacher, he naturally basked in the glory of his students' accolades. However, it was perplexing that despite being students, the disparity between individuals could be so vast, just as a smile began to grace his face. Another figure leaped into Baiji's mind, the intern political commissar confined in the detention room, Liao Nada. He had long been preoccupied with this intern commissar who had never been particularly kind to him, whether out of apprehension, concern, or perhaps a combination of both. Once I recover, I shall seek him out, Baiji resolved silently. He then retrieved his personal communicator from his uniform pocket, Uriel. Pressing the call button, he addressed the commander of the 3rd Company, as their clandestine collaboration was symbolized by Baiji's communicator being directly linked to Uriel's channel. What is it, Commissar? The commander's voice soon emerged, sounding somewhat breathless. Baiji suddenly recalled that it was likely the time for physical training within the troops. Had the logistics department sent another shipment? I specifically instructed you not to pilfer from the logistics department again. Baiji's forehead throbbed with a vein of frustration as he pondered whether he should seize the opportunity to make things difficult for him. After all, the communications commander typically did not engage in frontline duties, and adding a couple more sessions of physical training should pose no issue. What? Uriel's voice was filled with bewilderment, even more so than Baiji's. Didn't you partake in it yourself? I thought the logistics department was once again supplying canned fruit. What have I done? Baiji sensed an impending misfortune, It appeared some misunderstanding had circulated among his subordinates, of which he was entirely unaware. The tale of your solitary endeavor to cash out half a company's worth of explosives from the logistics department has already spread throughout our entire company. There is no need for excessive modesty. We understand your implications. Uriel's tone was laden with recognition. One cannot grow fat without a midnight snack, naturally. Such things are best enjoyed within our small circle. The commander's words thrust the unfinished account between the colonel and himself back into Baiji's mind, causing his mood to darken further. Summon Pastor Leona, Sage Cleanse, and Judge Alfred to my quarters. With a silent sigh, Baiji calmly shifted the topic, issuing instructions to his mouthpiece. 10 minutes. Let us see your efficiency. Click. No response followed, but Baiji knew the commander had received the message. The link was severed. Baiji's expression remained composed as he stowed away the communicator, moving to the weapons rack to light incense. Knock, knock, knock. 10 minutes later. The expected sound of knocking resounded. Chapter 026, A Farce of Justice, Physics. Baiji sat in a wheelchair, his demeanor tranquil as he listened to the cacophony of footsteps outside the door. The preacher's cloth shoes, the Imperial troops' sturdy combat boots, and the unmistakable metallic clank reverberated in the air. Baiji cast a worried glance at the cup of water resting on her table, instinctively pushing it further away. Suddenly, I recalled the magnetic generator I had installed beneath my feet. Y&T I thought of it when I was jumped. A faint electronic synth voice drew nearer from outside, ultimately halting before the door emblazoned with a golden celestial eagle and a silver skull, the latter being Baiji's insignia within the troops, easily recognized by the entire regiment. Knock. Knock, knock. Baiji noticed her uniform hanging on the door tremble slightly. Political commissar, are you looking for us? Please, come in, she called out. With a resounding click, the door swung open, revealing a gloved hand entering her line of sight. We have come, by the grace of the divine emperor. What is this? Alfred twisted the door handle and immediately stepped back, instinctively placing his hand on the dagger at his waist. The judge's sudden movement startled the others following closely behind. All were seasoned elites, swiftly responding to the judge's alert. Lorna drew an octagonal hammer from her robe, while Cleanse's cybernetic eye began to flicker intensely. The armored giant shrugged, contrasting sharply with Uriel, who appeared remarkably calm. The third squad leader merely clutched his specially crafted divination instrument and peered cautiously around the commander's back, perplexed. What is happening? Do we need to call for reinforcements? The tall, slender man lifted the divination instrument, anxiously glancing towards Miss Alfred at the forefront of the group. No. Don't be so tense, children, Kate chuckled. We're not blind. As the commander stepped past the judge standing at the doorway, he inadvertently bumped his forehead against the doorframe amidst the audience's respectful gazes. He finished the statement he had left hanging, but it seemed too late. Suppressed laughter erupted from the ranks behind him. Now, I owe you 249,400 throne coins, my Lord Kate. A refined male voice drew everyone's attention. They turned to see the commissar's face, adorned with a faint smile. According to the compensation standards set by the Ministry of Military Affairs, the repair cost for the doorframe is 600 throne coins, to be borne by the one who damaged public property. Damn, how did he show up too? Baiji maintained her smile, yet cold sweat dripped silently down her back. Of course, I have always taken a down-to-earth approach, the commander chuckled, stepping into the commissar's room ahead of everyone else. I hope you don't mind my uninvited presence, Kate said cheerfully, and Baiji nodded with a smile, forming a double-headed eagle gesture across her chest, though internally overwhelmed with a mountain of grievances. She outwardly upheld the demeanor expected of a mere mortal in the presence of a commander. He spoke to the emperor in his heart, and after a while, the response from the sovereign of humanity arrived as expected. This is the military support I have procured for you. The emperor's voice indicated that the arrival of the commander of the Imperial Guard was no mere coincidence. Yet this revelation stirred an ominous premonition within the heart of the political commissar. Let me confirm, he said uneasily. Why do you believe that we would require military support for the modification of a chaos artifact that has already been rendered harmless? The hammer itself has indeed been neutralized. I have personally attended to it. Vashtor is not yet capable of inscribing a mark upon that which I cannot erase, replied the emperor. However, I have not interfered with the demon residing within it. Should anyone among your contingent inadvertently fall prey to the demon's invasion, the presence of the little cat may mitigate your losses. There is still a demon inside, alive. Baiji's eyes widened, as one by one, the individuals outside entered her cramped quarters, making the already limited space feel even more congested. Such is the technology from the Chaos realm, utilizing living abominable souls, or simply capturing a demon from the subspace to imbue the weapon with certain malevolent powers. You must have sensed this as well, otherwise, why would you have summoned a priest? I concede that point, but primarily it was for precaution. Baiji nodded discreetly, then lifted her gaze to address the assembly in her room. So, what are your thoughts? She gestured toward the brass warhammer resting on the floor. Having convened them primarily to deliberate on this matter, I suggest you submit it to the tribunal. Ms. Alfreya was the first to offer a recommendation befitting her station. Our order possesses sufficient power and experience to safeguard such items. I do not trust someone who cannot even monitor the demon host they summoned. Baiji shook her head. A moment of silence ensued, with all eyes converging upon the figure of Krenz, the sage. After a brief pause, the commander of the Imperial Guard hesitantly inquired, "Is it you? Who are you?" The mechanical sage scratched his head, while the little cat casually swung the brass warhammer in her hand. Ah, never mind. In any case, we met previously on the Sacred Terra, Sage, the little cat smiled. You were piloting a Titan past the palace gates. And it was I alongside my subordinates who were responsible for the wall's defense at that time. Oh, that was quite some time ago. Krenz seemed to recall something. his tone suddenly filled with nostalgia. When I went to Mars to collect my own forging arc, I made a stop at Sacred Terra and indeed encountered several Imperial guards. Forgive me, but I must say, you all appear rather similar. Not at all. Commander Kate awkwardly halted the movement of the warhammer in her hands. Passing the heavy hammer's handle to Krenz, the sage scratched his head, speaking with a hint of discomfort. I have never excavated a chaos artifact before. Regardless, it would all be processed the same once thrown into the reactor. Baiji took the lead in the conversation, but soon redirected his gaze towards Lorna and Alfred. However, I believe that a bound demon may prove more valuable to us. Amidst the seemingly enlightened gazes of the crowd, a smile graced the face of the Colonel Political Commissar. Coincidentally, both the priest of the National Church and the judge from the Holy Hammer Society are present here now. What do you intend to do? A cold sweat trickled down Alfred's back. The judge, taken aback, took a step back, only to find her path obstructed by the motionless Yuliel behind her. Shall we attempt to interrogate this hammer? Baiji offered her a sincere smile. If successful, you shall gain great renown in the court, Judge Alfred. Gulp. Alfred remained silent, but through the overhead light, Baiji observed the slight movement of her throat. He understood that the matter was settled. Chapter 027, The Incident of the Tongue Striking. I pledge my service to you, Emperor of Humanity. All that I possess is at your disposal, for my faith is unwavering. The room, not small but rather cramped due to the multitude of people, was now filled with the fragrant smoke of incense. Under the devout gazes of all present, the priest's recitation of prayers echoed slowly. We are born to fight and die in loyalty. All the combatants present responded in unison, the sacred verses resonating against the walls. The only one absent from this prayer was Krenz, the mechanical sage, who silently intoned the holy name of Omnisea while solemnly removing a finely crafted hammer from his back. In the name of Omnisea, and by the authority of the mechanical soul and sage Krenz 13, I shall obliterate the steel harboring the demon and reshape it with divine machinery. A steady electronic synthetic voice emanated from beneath the red robes of the mechanical sage. Baiji then recalled that the suffix 13 following Sage Krenz's full name denoted his designation as a mechanical sage. Each sage possessed a unique number to distinguish their esteemed status within the society. The bell tolled once. The mechanical priest accompanying the sage pronounced in solemn and divine electronic tones. Powerful hands striking the copper bell temporarily hung in the commissar's chamber, producing a thunderous resonance. May the Emperor safeguard us from the encroachment of evil, for we are his loyal servants, steadfast guardians of his holy empire. The recitation by the young priestess was not drowned out by the booming bell. Amidst the sound waves of metal, the fervent faith became all the more pronounced. The chains are bound this way, correct? Kate tied a knot in the iron chain in her hands, turning to Alfred and saying, Fortunately, I didn't pull the roots when I cut, otherwise, I wouldn't even find where to tie the knot. Yes, that's precisely it. The judge glanced at the chaotic artifact already bound by chains and suspended from the ceiling. She treated this weapon as per the standards of a demon host. Yet even she could not ascertain its actual effectiveness. Logically, one should also drive nails into the collarbone, but it appears this thing lacks a collarbone, so let that be. Is this truly reliable? Observing the bustling scene before her, Baiji could no longer suppress her inquiries. We are interrogating the demon residing within the weapon using methods designed for demon hosts. With our judge being a half-hearted individual with a history of failures, and our interrogator a mechanical sage devoid of any interrogation experience, I find this rather dubious. The political commissar commented, clearly skeptical of the approach proposed by Miss Alfra. Isn't a demon host merely an interstitial being that invades others' bodies? There is no fundamental difference between it and this entity. Sage Cleanse attempted to consider the issue from a scientific standpoint. In this respect, the hammer lacks the capacity for rampage and harm, thus presenting a significantly higher safety factor than the demon host. I wish you all the best, Baiji retorted. Retreating to the side, observing Sage Cleanse as he struck the forging hammer upon the surface of the runemaster with rhythmic precision. The bell tolled twice. The accompanying mechanical priest struck the hanging clock once more, and at that moment, a sacred atmosphere began to manifest within the dormitory. Under the ethereal yet steady recitations of Miss Lorna, the weapons adorning the walls radiated a glow, signifying the joy of the machine spirit. In the name of Omniscia, I command this object-s machine spirit to repel the forces of chaos. The intonation of Cleanse's Gothic tongue began to take on an odd quality, as if he were endeavoring to transmute a form of digital language into something comprehensible for mere mortals. In the name of the Lord of Humanity, the sovereign of the Golden Throne, the guardian of the human empire. Following closely was Alfra's proclamation, as she opened her thick tome, inscribed with the true names of demons, and addressed the surface of the warhammer with a resonant voice. Let the malevolent forces of the interstice be banished from this wretched weapon. May your brilliance purify it. The bell tolled thrice. The mechanical priest continued to strike the hanging clock, and this time, Cleanse's voice had transformed entirely into a binary hymn of sanctity, incomprehensible to those present, yet imbued with an inexplicable sense of reverence. As the resilient core of the runemaster gradually dented under the hammer's blows, amidst the distortion of metal fatigue and the sacred chant, a blood-red mist began to permeate the room. Uriel, witnessing this unfolding spectacle, Baiji suddenly called to the communication squad leader standing beside her. You should step outside. Understood. Uriel recognized the rationale behind Baiji's command. Among all present, his will and strength were the most feeble. Should the demon decide to detach from the warhammer, he would become the next sacrifice to this interstitial entity. For safety's sake, it was prudent to withdraw in such a circumstance. With a click, the third squad leader exited, and at the moment the door closed, Sage Klin swung down the exquisitely crafted Lightning Plus Pro Max hammer, a tool that had accompanied him from novice priest to sage, imbued with faith and heated intensity. Yet, it was the sacred verses recited by the judge and the priest that truly held power. On the surface of the brass-forged warhammer, the visage of a demonic head began to emerge. In the name of the blood god, now is the time. At that moment, the previously chanting Judge Alfra suddenly shouted. Without any hesitation, the commander of the Imperial Guards lunged forward, brandishing a magic-binding chain inscribed with scriptures. Moving with such swiftness that all that remained before Baiji was a fleeting golden afterimage. My lord, please be gentle. Do not kill this little demon. Alfra exclaimed anxiously. Observing Kate's actions. If it dies here, it will return directly to the subspace. Do remember to leave it alive. Understood. The commander of the Imperial Guards maintained his cheerful demeanor, as if he were merely apprehending a petty thief rather than a distinctly shaped subspace creature. In the name of the blood god, how about this? The demon intended to say more, but the commander did not grant him that opportunity. Mister. Kate inserted the chain into the demon's mouth, tying a neat bow amidst its sharp teeth. Perfect. Alfra nodded in admiration. As expected of you, esteemed Lord Kate. Your level of professionalism leaves me in awe. In the name of the blood god, is this really captured? Baiji turned his wheelchair, leaning his head toward the demons. Can't this head shrink back? It can't. It's bound by the magic binding chain, Alfra replied, casting him a disdainful glance. Now, your team has gained a tongue. A free-living subspace radar, more useful than many psychics. In the name of the blood god, can you all just let me finish? After being ignored multiple times, the poor demon finally reached its limit and charged its head toward Baiji's, exclaiming, I am not your toy. Baiji was caught off guard by the sudden impact, causing him to topple toward the ground. Damn it, the tongue hit me. This was the thought that flashed through Baiji's mind in the brief moment before his head met the floor. Chapter 028. Congratulations. Baiji, demon, I can't believe this. In the instant Baiji fell, three voices resonated simultaneously within the dormitory. Quickly call the apothecary. Lorna frantically waved her octagonal hammer, shouting at the judge. What are you waiting for? Hurry and smash this demon. Are you waiting for His Majesty the God Emperor to come collect your corpse? Calm down. He won't die just yet. In contrast to the anxious priestess, Judge Alfra regarded Baiji's fallen form with indifference, focusing more on preventing the demon from escaping and causing harm. After confirming that Baiji was in no danger, she redirected her attention back to the hammer. The last exclamation came from the commander of the Imperial Guards, whose extraordinary vision allowed him to discern Baiji's position on the floor, understanding that he was safe, leading him to merely express a sigh. Don't mind me. I'm just here for the excitement, he remarked. Baiji had fallen from his wheelchair onto the plush carpet of the room. The carpet was thick, so his head did not hurt much at all. The lieutenant colonel's political commissar blinked, and simultaneously, the malevolent demon head affixed to the warhammer blinked with equal malice. Look at you. In that fleeting moment of eye contact with the sinister creature, Baiji felt an overwhelming surge of anger. Do you think you are impressive? If you truly were, would you have been shoved into this wretched hammer by the terror incarnate? The grandeur of the blood god is beyond the imagination of lowly cowards like you. The demon scoffed disdainfully, its angular, hardened features retaining their repugnant visage even as it hung suspended by the chains of the Imperial Guard's leader. I do not stoop to argue with the subordinates of the disabled. Are you all right? Baiji magnanimously diverted his gaze as the priestess hurried over to assist him into a wheelchair, her expression fraught with concern. For her, the physical injuries were secondary. The corruption stemming from contact with the demon incited genuine worry for Baiji's mental state. Are you okay? Do you hear anything speaking in your mind? Yes. Baiji admitted candidly, nodding. I hear a voice of a golden giant in my head saying things like for the Empire. You must do this and that. Is that considered corruption from the warp? He too wore a worried expression, but the anxiety etched on Lorna's face had vanished. I almost forgot. You are perhaps the least likely among us to succumb to warp corruption. The priestess smiled, and Baiji's mouth opened and closed helplessly, ultimately sealing shut. It is for the Emperor, he murmured, as under the guidance of the Inquisitor, the Imperial Guard's leader was binding the demon on the hammer with chains. Yes, yes. Make sure to inscribe more purity seals on it, Alfred exclaimed, shouting towards the golden-armored Mr. Kate. Clearly, capturing a demon had revitalized the Inquisitor's confidence after a previous setback in allowing the demon host to escape. The scripture should be copied from the 9th chapter, 8th verse. 13th segment of the Book of Holy Words. Do not let this scoundrel escape. She was evidently intoxicated by the thrill of accomplishment, to the point of being disrespectful before the Imperial Guard leader. Fortunately, the guard himself seemed unconcerned with such formalities. Hey, do you have any sealing wax? The Imperial Guard leader responded to the Inquisitor's call while rummaging through an obscure corner of his attire, retrieving a piece of sealing wax. We need parchment and a quill as well. The ink provided by our church, which has not been mixed with holy oil, tends to flake under the influence of warp energy. It's fine for writing, but generally not for seals. You can find it in the second drawer of my desk. Baiji replied with a mournful expression. Please, do not open the third drawer. I beg you. The towering Imperial Guard silently approached the lieutenant colonel's desk. Pulling open the second drawer while, at a speed imperceptible to mere mortals, he cracked the third drawer open slightly. Oh, Emperor above, the little cat silently lamented, glancing inside before swiftly closing the drawer once more. The speed of the commander of the Imperial Guard was so extraordinary that none of those present could discern the contents within. I managed to find paper and ink. He handed the items to Alfra, who, upon receiving the stationery, leaned over Baiji's desk and began to write fervently, reciting the words aloud as she wrote. I was once the top student in my class for reciting and transcribing. The magistrate remarked with a hint of pride. asserting that few among the mentor's pupils could surpass her in the memorization and comprehension of scripture. Your mentor? Erno, perhaps? The commander of the Imperial Guard interjected suddenly. Does he still have living students? Upon hearing this, the magistrate's writing paused, and a melancholic aura immediately enveloped the room. There are still a few, she replied softly, though not many. The order is recently considering whether to revoke his apprenticeship rights. It's not easy, child. Just keep living well, the commander said sympathetically. That old fellow doesn't have many years left. Once he has gone, I shall recommend you to the Holy Hammer Order as the next Grand Magistrate. That might not be appropriate. He has still imparted teachings and nurtured us. Alpha hesitated. The Emperor teaches us not to be ungrateful, lest we invite greater calamities. Indeed. He himself had been quite moved by a few filial sons. Baiji silently reflected, and this thought immediately provoked the displeasure of the transcendent being within. As the human sovereign thundered in her mind with a deafening complaint. How dare you say that? The most unfilial one is clearly you, the political commissar. I toil day in and day out for your empire, and you still dare to question my intentions. Baiji felt pained by the sovereign's reproach, and with a grim expression replied, at least I would never compel you to duel with me. Only to end up piercing your kidney, and leaving you a cripple for a millennium. Can we change the subject? Can you focus on something more pressing? Very well. Baiji nodded, turning her gaze to the former chaotic artifact, now securely bound and restrained. That thing should remain in the stasis chamber. Do not bring it into my bedroom. The political commissar expressed disdain while directing the actions of the Imperial Guards and the magistrate. The little cat shook the chain in her hand, nodded, and turned to exit Baiji's dormitory. Wait, where did your group acquire the stasis chamber? Halfway out. The commander of the Imperial Guard poked his head back through the door. ISNT that only installed on warships? I have a miniature version, typically used for storing highly radioactive materials, Luntz replied. Follow me, I will take you there. Soon. The mechanical sage led the commander of the Imperial Guard away from the dormitory, while the magistrate and the priestess also departed in succession. Baiji gazed helplessly at her disheveled room, closed her eyes, and gently leaned back against her wheelchair. Oh right. Suddenly, as if recalling something, she sprang up and rushed to her desk, rummaging through the third drawer to retrieve the sacred text, clutching it to her chest. May the divine emperor bless me. The political commissar, satisfied, glanced at the sacred text before sweetly turning over in his wheelchair, falling into a deep slumber. Chapter 29. The Shooting Range. Wishing you success in the college entrance examination. A week had passed once more. By the grace of the emperor, commissar. Today you may finally rise. Clad in a white robe and wearing a sun hat, the pharmacist smiled as she regarded the bandaged figure of Baiji, the scissors in her hand glinting ominously. How do you feel? Evelyn crouched down, her slender fingers tracing the commissar's left arm. Let us begin here. Is it not a touch too rapid for your recovery? Baiji nodded, somewhat bewildered, as he raised his arm. According to his previous experiences, it was improbable for an injury like a fracture to heal in less than a month. Thus, one must say, the Emperor's blessings are indeed miraculous. Evelyn remarked devoutly. Surely it is the Emperor's great power that shields his servant. You must think so too, commissar? Naturally, indeed. Baiji nodded vigorously. For when others praised the Emperor in his presence, his sole duty as the commissar was to echo their sentiments. Ideally with a resolute expression to affirm his unwavering faith in the divine. All depended on the Emperor's mighty strength. With the pharmacist's deft hands, Baiji's left hand, bound by bandages for 2 long weeks, was finally liberated. At the first moment of freedom, he grasped the explosive rifle and power sword that had collected dust for 2 weeks on the armory rack, dashing towards the training field with fervor. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Miss Evelyn reached out behind the commissar, but her fingertips barely grazed the edge of his uniform. By the Emperor's grace. You've just recovered, and you wish to rush outside? Do you truly seek to tempt fate and hasten to the Golden Throne? Sergeant Evelyn. How can you say such a thing? Baiji turned around, firmly countering the pharmacist's words. Your thoughts are quite flawed. We mere mortals have but a fleeting existence. Should we not strive to serve the Emperor with urgency? A day or 2 more makes little difference. Cold sweat trickled down the pharmacist's forehead. Let me tell you, hastily labeling someone is a bad habit. Watch your back on the battlefield. You're not heading to battle. The pharmacist has her own form of combat, which does not concern the commissar. Baiji shrugged and waved her off. All right, I am aware of my own circumstances. I urgently need to make a trip to the training field. With the Emperor's protection, I surely shall not incur any further injuries, shall I? The voice of the commissar grew fainter, yet in the end, he convinced the pharmacist, successfully reaching the shooting range accompanied by 2 constables. Observing the makeshift targets swaying erratically before him, fashioned from discarded steel plates. Now what do you say? Baiji caressed the smooth silver stock of the explosive rifle. The hollow-eyed human skull gazing back at him, yet he discerned something else within. Could this be the arrival of my golden opportunity? In the eyes of the lieutenant colonel political commissar, the silver skull articulated its jawbone to communicate. As golden light subtly leaked from its hollow eye sockets, the master leads you to the door, but the cultivation is up to the individual. What I can offer you are merely some fundamental settings. The extent of your potential relies on your own capabilities. Then let us put it to the test. Sighed Baiji, slowly raising the explosive projectile in his hand, aiming carefully, aligning the distant target within the minuscule aperture of the gun's mechanical sight. Amisaya, bless me. He whispered a silent prayer, as the explosive gun emitted a gratifying, low rumble in his grasp. Beep, beep. And may the divine emperor also lend a hand. The commissar added, gently pulling the trigger. Boom. With the sound of gunfire, the explosive round shot forth from the barrel. The familiar recoil surged from his wrist to his shoulder. However, Baiji felt an unfamiliar tension. It had been quite some time since he had focused so intently on aiming. For the lieutenant colonel, shooting was merely a matter of directing the gun towards the enemy and pulling the trigger, with a force from the unseen guiding his wrath to hit the mark. He knew this was perilous. For every soldier in the Star Realm, shooting was fundamental to survival, yet for him, as a transmigrator, it was at most a tool to oppress the weak. He could scarcely recall the sensation of first imprinting the silver skull onto the grip of the gun, perhaps akin to a young man acquiring a formidable toy. As an Imperial political commissar, he had previously been somewhat carefree, and the gangs causing turmoil in the underbelly had not compelled him to explore his own potential. Yet now he understood that his novice protection period had expired. Henceforth, he would confront the myriad of monstrous entities within the galaxy as a struggling mortal, and he began to yearn for all the power that belonged to himself. Boom. The sound of the explosive hitting the target resonated from afar, rousing the lieutenant colonel's scattered thoughts. Baiji glanced at the data provided by the servo skull, 10 rings. Undoubtedly, if the previous target had been a heretic of sorts, that gunshot would have tolled his death knell. Yet Baiji also recognized that this did not truly reflect his actual skill level. Oh dear, he sighed softly, lowering the explosive gun in his hand. What is it? For the next shot, do not interfere. The lieutenant colonel raised his customary mechanical sight to his eye, for the first time employing the combat knowledge he had acquired at the Loyal Descendants Academy. When he truly committed to this endeavor, he found it was not as challenging as he had imagined. Understood. Upon hearing this word, Baiji's arm suddenly sank, and the lieutenant colonel looked down at his gun grip. The silver skull, which had been constantly aglow, now quietly dimmed. The effect of the blessing has been nullified. From this moment on, every bullet must be aimed by your own hand. He heard the voice of the master of mankind. After receiving the Emperor's promise, Baiji nodded gently. The colonel political officer silently exhaled a breath of stale air, holding his breath as he firmly centered the seemingly unattainable target in his sights. For the Emperor, he inhaled deeply and then gently squeezed the trigger. In the next instant, the shooting range erupted in a blaze of light. Chapter 030, A Fortuitous Encounter. Bang. The explosive round shot forth from the muzzle, trailing a slender tail of flame towards the target. Then, with a resounding blast, a gaping hole appeared on the alloy target. Though it was near the edge and almost a miss, for someone who was essentially firing a gun for the first time, it might be considered a commendable achievement. Baiji reluctantly lowered the gun, bashfully rubbing her nose. A ring, the servo skull, devoid of any awkward sentiments, hovered in midair, its artificial eye emitting a deep crimson laser. Upon scanning the hole on the target, the wetware calculator swiftly rendered its assessment. Not bad. Baiji glanced skyward. The atmosphere of the hive city above tainted with a grimy reddish-brown hue, carrying the acrid scent of war. As a first-time shooter, it is indeed commendable. The master of mankind echoed the sentiment. After all, you have declined extensive physical modifications, relying solely on your native human form. Considering your usual training attitude, I can only conclude that the enhancement has yielded results. Your prowess has significantly improved compared to before. Speaking of which, what precisely is the nature of your enhancement? Baiji squinted. As the helmet was equipped with aiming assistance devices, the training field of the 9th Regiment employed standard targets set at a distance of 500 meters. At this range, the distant target appeared merely as a faint black dot to the naked eye. Yet, astonishingly, when he squinted, even the polished scratches on its surface became distinctly visible. During routine inspections of the troops, Baiji had never perceived himself as possessing such keen eyesight. Can this help me defeat a canister? The political officer casually inquired. That will depend on your own performance, came the reply. Wait, could there actually be a possibility? Baiji muttered in shock, realizing that he lacked lofty ambitions. The disparity between mortals and Astartes was evident. Even now, since his arrival, he had yet to encounter any so-called space marine. However, the Imperial Guard had certainly witnessed them. Though he had lost consciousness during the rebellion suppression, he could still discern the unusual quietude of the streets these past few days. This silence spoke of a chilling fear before absolute might. Only under extreme coercion could the once chaotic hive city maintain such a harmonious tranquility. My affection for every saint is equally bestowed. From my perspective, you, like Celestine and Sabat, enjoy the same degree of power. Yet, you seem utterly resistant, unwilling to even open your mouth to accept the blessings offered to you, came the Emperor's resigned voice. Baiji pondered for a moment, then ultimately shook her head. No, if the price of accepting this blessing entails being brainwashed by some 40k cult, I would rather train myself. The Colonel Commissar obstinately declared, I am human, I do not belong here. One day, I shall return home. What will become of my extensive cybernetics and tattoos then? Do as you wish, was the Emperor's indifferent reply. After a brief silence, the Colonel Commissar thought she heard a sigh, yet it seemed as if she had heard nothing at all. The voice of the master of mankind resonated, delivering a near-prophetic response. In any case, you will eventually accept it. It is but a matter of time. Wait, let me confirm something. Baiji detected an ominous undertone in those words, though she was unaware of their true meaning. Tilting her head, she tentatively asked, You previously mentioned you had a way to send me back, correct? Indeed. Although the opportunity is rare and fraught with risk, your assertion holds true, the Emperor responded succinctly, suggesting he did not consider this a matter worth fabricating. However, the prerequisite is that you must survive until that opportunity arises, and before that, you must be prepared to relinquish everything here. Even I cannot guarantee you a second chance to return. Everything, Baiji murmured. Everything, the Emperor affirmed with unwavering tone, including your rank, your impressive power, sword and firearm, the respect of your soldiers, all those you have come to know here, and what else? No, nothing of consequence. The Emperor continued. In summary, you must be ready to depart with nothing. Of course, the bodily modifications you have already undergone will remain. For you are not a soul transfer, but a flesh transfer, which serves as your foundation for returning to the 3K era. I hope you will contemplate this well. Before that moment arrives, we shall still have the opportunity to reconsider. I will. Bai Ji discerned the emperor's intent. Though she was certain he must know of some prophecy, these matters felt distant to her. Fortunately, Bai Ji excelled at living in the present, for one never knows when everything might cease to exist. What do you plan to do next? The emperor shifted the conversation from the weighty topic, inquiring further. The little kittens cannot remain in this world forever. They must return to Shaoshir-san, and perhaps even venture to Ball. Without the presence of the Imperial Guard, what do you intend to do? The authority of the Commissar is not solely reliant on the Imperial Guard, Bai Ji replied. If they leave, so be it. I must continue my duties. The discipline of the troops cannot be cast aside due to a single operation. In addition to the occasional downtime, I am diligently upholding my responsibilities as Commissar. Indeed, the Master of Humanity had no intention of disputing Bai Ji's proud assertions. Although not flawless in every aspect, the political Commissar had never faltered in fulfilling his responsibilities. Thus, let us now embark on the honorable and loyal endeavor of close combat. With eager anticipation, Bai Ji relinquished his explosive firearm, retrieving his power sword from the weapon rack. Stay out of this. Allow me to test my own skills. But why? You typically do not rely on your physical prowess to confront adversaries, the Emperor inquired, puzzled. I understand your reluctance to depend excessively on powers drawn from the subspace. Yet as long as you remain within this galaxy, my gaze shall never truly stray from you. Aside from a few isolated locations, you may harness the bestowed strength to vanquish your foes. Yet the blessings also require personal initiative, do they not? Bai Ji sighed, activating the power sword switch. Necessity dictated that even a political commissar must learn the art of combat. His gaze shifted towards another section of the training ground, which housed a designated area for soldiers to practice close-quarters combat, filled with high-quality targets provided by the Mechanical Guild. As he strode purposefully towards that direction, the political commissar's hand, gripping the power sword, trembled suddenly upon noticing a golden figure at the center of the arena. Oh, Bai Ji? A softly spoken inquiry arose. The colonel commander of the 9th Vanguard, Alana Tyeris, wiped the perspiration from her brow, casting a puzzled glance towards him as she gently deactivated the chainsaw, sword's restless blade. What brings you here? The commander asked in surprise, as behind her, a battered alloy automaton collapsed with a thunderous crash, shattering into debris. Chapter 031. Another arrival. How is it that you are here? Alana paused, regarding the political commissar, who was cradling the power sword, with a curious expression. Isn't your injury still healing? By the grace of the divine emperor, those who have faced death often recover with greater swiftness, Bai Ji shrugged, responding fluidly. Evidently, the devout commander naturally overlooked the matter, her attention shifting to the power sword in his grasp. By the way, it is quite rare to see you here at the training ground today, Colonel. Alana remarked, half pleased, half skeptical. Typically, one would not find you present at this hour. Having faced the recent battle, I have come to realize the paramount importance of self-improvement, Bai Ji replied with an elevated tone. Our enemies are growing increasingly formidable. We must not remain stagnant. Well said. However, it is rather peculiar to hear such words from you. I am delighted that you have finally come to this realization. It must have been quite a challenge for you. The colonel raised an eyebrow, her crimson gaze sweeping over the power sword cradled by the political commissar. So, have you finally decided to wield your prized possession? It hardly qualifies as a treasure. It is merely a somewhat suitable tool, Bai Ji responded. Bai Ji humbly shook his head, yet the satisfaction of his vanity still lifted the corners of his mouth into a pleased arc. By the way, how did you know my power sword was crafted by Lucius, a piece of exquisite workmanship that can slice through hair and sever iron? Do not jest. Who does not know that your power sword was commissioned by me from Lucius? Half of the armament in our unit was acquired through my connections. To attribute it as your own merit is quite a skill, Elena sighed. At that moment, 2 engineers approached the training ground, clearing away the scattered mechanical training dummies and setting up new target figures. Wooden training dummies, Bai Ji muttered, while such figures were suitable for testing power. He was unaccustomed to hacking at something so still and lifeless. He preferred a target that was vibrant, mobile, and resistant, rather than a mere lump of immobility, which he found somewhat tedious. What? Unhappy? Elena glanced at him. Unless you can find someone willing to spar with you. The troops are currently training, and among the gendarmes, I doubt anyone can match your skill. Everyone else has their duties to attend to. Why should you be so leisurely? From the perspective of imperial law, I am still an injured party, wounded in the line of duty, and thus entitled to the leave I deserve. I am merely here for rehabilitation, Bai Ji chuckled. He could discern when Elena was jesting and when she was serious. Or perhaps I should wonder if I am fortunate enough to have that honor. Or if you have the time, Colonel, I shall pass. I have a meeting with the Navy shortly. The golden-haired commander shook her head, a look of frustration crossing her face. I hear there are rumors of troop movements from the Ministry of Military Affairs. Those fellows have been restless lately. And the extreme frontier is hardly peaceful. Surely not. This is the Atrama Minor Sector, the territory of the 500 worlds. Bai Ji wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. The Empire's unyielding expedition had already reached the other end of the galaxy. Who would dare invade the ancestral home of the original beings at such a time? How should I know? Elena shrugged, her expression mirroring his helplessness. By the way, the first phase of the unyielding expedition is nearing its end. Who knows how the situation will evolve next? We must all be prepared. That makes sense. Bai Ji nodded, recognizing that this marked the conclusion of their conversation. Farewell, Colonel. May the Emperor bless you. And may he bless you as well, Commissar. Elena returned his smile, patting his shoulder before turning toward the training ground's exit. Oh, it seems you have found a training partner. Bai Ji heard the Colonel's voice call from the other side of the fence as he took a few steps. complying. He turned his head to see a black-clad figure approaching slowly beside the golden-haired commander. Greetings, Colonel Elena. The newly arrived adjudicator nodded gently to the colonel before casting a curious glance at Bai Ji standing in the training field. How did you end up here? That is a question I should be asking you. Bai Ji tugged at the corners of her mouth, casting an incredulous gaze upon Alana. How is this person still lingering in our regiment? She should return from whence she came. Judge Alfra applied to the Ministry of Military Affairs for a deployment investigation order. The colonel, blinking innocently, stated, according to the directives from the ministry and the tribunal, she is now our regiment's special judge and will henceforth act alongside us until she is reassigned. The judge tilted her head towards the political commissar in the distance, curiosity radiating from her artificial eye and pale violet gaze. You mean you are unaware? How could I possibly know while I lay in bed all day? Bai Ji flicked her wrist, the power sword's hilt in hand, as the sharp monomolecular blade sliced through the air with a piercing sound. Oh, you can wield that. The judge's attention was irresistibly drawn to the sword's faint blue aura. Alpha inquired, I know you excel with explosives, but I have yet to witness your prowess in close combat. Shall we have a friendly spar? The judge's tone suddenly brimmed with excitement. While Bai Ji scrutinized the ornate dagger at her waist, its decorative essence seemingly outweighing its practical use, and a questioning remark hovered on her lips. Very well. The colonel smiled in agreement, thinking how rare it was to have the chance to confront a delusional individual. Such a divinely granted opportunity would not be squandered. Who grants such things, I wonder? Come, I shall allow you the first move. Bai Ji eagerly stepped to the center of the training ground, directing the two accompanying gendarmes to remove the training dummies previously set up. Do you have any other equipment you wish to retrieve? He asked insincerely. Though the power sword in his hand was already ignited, the air tinged with the scent of slightly ionized particles. Well, I do have something. Alfra hesitated, but that might be a bit unfair to you, so perhaps it is best left aside. No worries, everything is permitted. Bai Ji smiled generously, gently activating the power sword, a soft blue glow immediately illuminating the blade. You'd best not regret this. In the name of the Emperor, I shall not regret it. Very well, await my return. Alfra cast a meaningful glance at her before turning away. Bai Ji noticed the complex emotions etched on Alana's face nearby, as if she wished to speak. Yet the colonel ultimately sealed her lips, sighing as she departed the field. 10 minutes later, heavy footsteps echoed from afar, resonating like thunder and war drums, just as anticipated. Chapter 032, Sparring, 1. Now, Bai Ji understood why Alfra had previously remarked that this scenario was somewhat unfair to him. Hey, are you serious? The colonel instinctively stepped back, the tip of his power sword drooping, while his left hand pointed at the distant judge. You dare don that power armor? You were the one who insisted I wear it. The judge, enveloped within the holy hammer-shaped power armor, chuckled softly, her cunning voice amplified by the speaker at her lips, creating a storm of sound in Bai Ji's ears. What? Are you having second thoughts? Not quite. At this moment, Bai Ji finally comprehended the true meaning behind Alana's gaze as she departed, yet it was far too late. His eyes were fixated on the power hammer tightly gripped in the armored hands of the judge, and he now felt as if he were the one wielding a mere toothpick. However, I recall that the hammer-type power armor is not exactly commonplace within the tribunal. Is it? Bai Ji inquired, puzzled. How could someone as insignificant as, I mean no offense, a mere judge, possibly acquire such high-end equipment? I certainly could not. But someone managed to, Alfra replied with a look of incredulity. This was procured through connections my mentor has within the order, you know. To some, he is regarded as the foremost vanguard against chaos. Although to others, he is no different from chaos itself, right? Bai Ji interjected. The internal strife within the tribunal was enough to astonish anyone privy to the details, yet for him, the internal conflicts of these deranged factions held little relevance. Thus, Alfra cast him a triumphant glance and clicked her tongue, saying, one must always rely on connections. Bai Ji instinctively rubbed his nose, and at that moment, Alfra stepped forward, causing the political commissar to feel the ground beneath him sway slightly. So, shall we commence? Bai Ji asked. Alfra exhibited a look of skepticism, but she nodded nonetheless. Then activated the power hammer, the pale blue disintegration field beginning to faintly shimmer across its surface. Turn that contraption off. Do you wish to endanger my life? Oh, very well. The judge responded, realizing the gravity of the situation, and subsequently deactivated the disintegration field. After all, this was not a deadly struggle on the battlefield. Such a field might be excessively detrimental to the atmosphere. So, with the switch turned off, the judge redirected her gaze to the political commissar, but in the next instant, her light purple pupils abruptly constricted. Buzz, guided by instinct, Judge Alfra lunged a fist towards the shadow behind her. The muscle fibers within her armor transmitting a surge of power as her heavy fist descended like a hammer upon the figure emerging from the shadows. Bai Ji tilted his head mid-air, his waist muscles engaging powerfully, allowing him to twist his body at an odd angle, successfully evading the judge's powerful strike. Gotcha! Bai Ji bit his teeth in relief, unexpectedly advancing rather than retreating, reaching out to seize a protruding decorative silk on the Saint Hammer-type armor, and with a swift motion, he climbed on Alfra's back. Hey, don't grab my ceremonial cloth. You'll have to pay for that. Alfra shouted in panic, but in the midst of battle, her actions were resolute. The judge swiftly grasped the exposed leg of Bai Ji, and thus began their tug of war. Naturally, the political commissar was the rope in this scenario. Let go. You let go first. To the gendarmes observing the duel, the confrontation between the political officer and the adjudicator appeared somewhat ludicrous. Bai Ji's leg was firmly grasped by Alfra, her body stretched taut, one hand gripping the scripture fabric sewn onto the powered armor, while the other desperately attempted to jab the unlit energy sword into the adjudicator's neck. Meanwhile, the adjudicator's counterattack was marked by a certain hesitance. On one hand, she had to evade the relentless strikes aimed at her throat, and on the other, she needed to exercise caution, ensuring she did not inadvertently rend the political officer in two. She was still perplexed by the phantasmal assault Bai Ji had executed moments ago. Yet at that juncture, it seemed clear that when the battle truly commenced, the adjudicator, clad in powered armor, would emerge victorious. Let go, Bai Ji proposed, secretly regretting his earlier reckless onslaught. Yet, he could not fathom how he had slipped into the shadows and resurfaced in an instant. It felt akin to momentarily submerging in an infinite abyss of darkness, adrift amidst frigid ice and surging tides. But as he endeavored to open his eyes and charge towards his intended target, the cold receded, and a warm vigor returned to him. Is it subspace traversal? The political officer pondered, yet the pressing matter remained his duel with the adjudicator. After reaching a tacit understanding with Alfra, Bai Ji finally leaped down from the powered armor, seizing the opportunity to massage his sore thigh while she lamented over her damaged scripture fabric. For the Emperor's sake, can you not act with a modicum of integrity as a political officer? The adjudicator shouted furiously. Bai Ji gazed at the sky, which, as before, was murky and chaotic, imbued with a scent of desolation and ruin. The Emperor cares not from whence victory is derived, he replied, whispering to himself, just as the tyrant cares not from where the heads offered to him come. Can we not strive for fairness? You dare speak to me of fairness? Bai Ji regarded her powered armor, initially intent on retorting, but ultimately swallowed the words that surged to the tip of his tongue. Very well, as you wish. He nodded, lowering his stance once more, directing the wedge-shaped tip of his sword toward the gaps in the adjudicator's armor. Let us be fair and aboveboard. You may go first. Alfra paused momentarily, but did not dissent. The adjudicator cautiously stepped back 2 paces, her warhammer poised in a readiness to strike from the shadows of her powered armor. Bai Ji inhaled deeply, and in the next instant, the adjudicator perceived a golden light emanating from his pupils. Yet for him, darkness enveloped him. Chapter 033. Sparring. 2. What does the subspace look like? This question lingered in the mind of the colonel political officer until he closed his eyes. For one who had never before encountered such power, this place was both the source of strength and the wellspring of suffering. Yet, until witnessing it firsthand, all descriptions failed to quell his burgeoning curiosity. In the training grounds, Bai Ji closed his eyes and then opened them again, only to find his heart pounding violently at the sight before him. Blood sacrificed to the blood god. Allow me to share a secret. The Washatol Chaos Armory offers demonic engines and soul grinders for bulk rental and sale, with customization available for large orders. Welcome, newcomers. I am extraordinary. Whispers from the subspace echoed like phantoms in the mind of the political commissar. Bai Ji struggled against these murmurs, but the voices reverberated at the very core of his soul. Closing his eyes, covering his ears, even screaming could not drown out their insistent clamor. The lieutenant colonel found himself adrift amidst this cacophony, when a deity from the subspace cast its gaze upon him, intent on drawing the fragile intellect of a mortal into its realm. Yet, a proclamation, louder than any sound and deafening in its clarity, severed the surrounding malevolent noises. In a daze, Bai Ji heard the voice declare, "Begone. These are my people." In that instant, the world fell silent. Dazed, Bai Ji opened his eyes to behold the familiar black void, alongside the immense, horizon-spanning black sun. And the blazing fleet beside the sun, along with the equally fiery black legions. Where am I? Bai Ji attempted to speak, and, against the backdrop of what should have been a vacuum, his own voice naturally reached his ears. Did I just arrive? No, this time you entered of your own accord, replied the black sun, expelling dark flames as plasma fire streaked across the cosmic expanse, faint cries of anguish echoing in the distance. What are you doing? Nothing much, just swatting away some mosquitoes. They're quite noisy, came the relaxed voice of the Lord of Humanity within his mind. Bai Ji felt an urge to scratch his head, only to realize he still held the power sword he had brought from the realm of reality, with the Emperor's prior response in mind. A glimmer of understanding washed over him. Is this also a blessing you bestow? Traversing subspace? Bai Ji turned in place, feeling the solid ground beneath his military boots. Then wondered, how do I exit? Fear not. Having entered, you shall also find your way out. The black sun burned silently. As the plasma spears it emitted began to descend, the ominous presence that had loomed over the political commissar seemed to have been vanquished by the overwhelming majesty of the Lord of Humanity, allowing Bai Ji the long-awaited chance to breathe. I am delighted to encounter you once more, albeit in a manner I had not anticipated, the Emperor spoke, his voice resonating in the commissar's ears rather than within his mind. Transdimensional travel is indeed a skill possessed by all living saints. I shall introduce you to Celestine in due course. So this is the realm of the ether, he realized, and those earlier sounds were merely the cries of insects. As the Emperor expressed with a hint of resignation, unlike the tangible universe, the ether is both vast and crowded, void yet fulsome. The wails of the soulless echo throughout every moment and corner here, never finding peace. It sounded dreadful. Bai Ji empathized, wondering if those voices had belonged to demons. Oddly, she recalled not hearing them during her previous visits. That is because during your earlier visits, you were either nearly killed or actually killed, naturally. The dead cannot hear the voices of the living, the Emperor replied. The commissar, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, nodded, acknowledging his own frailty, a feat only a true champion could achieve. So, the purpose of this blessing is to draw me into the ether when I am about to engage in an honorable duel, only to be overwhelmed by a cacophony of demonic chatter, awaiting my presentation before you? Bai Ji lamented, her gaze drifting toward the Cursed Legion and its fleet, where a towering shadow, previously unseen, stood at the forefront beside the Black Sun. She recognized this figure as Phoenix Manus, the former commander of the 10th Legion, known as the Steel Hand, and the current lord of the Cursed Legion. His quest to recover the head severed by the commander of the 3rd Legion, Fogan, appeared daunting. Rest assured, as you are aware, the ether is devoid of the concept of time. Regardless of how long you remain within, when you return to the material universe, time will forever be suspended at the very next second following your departure, the Emperor assured. But why can it not be the past or the future? Baiji queried, recalling instances when she had witnessed support fleets arriving before invasions had transpired, and the subsequent chaos that unfolded 3 months later. She maintained a clear understanding of the chaotic temporal currents of the ether. What if I plunge into the ether and emerge only to find the battlefield transformed into a primordial forest or a chaotic factory? Would that not be akin to sending a meat bun to a dog with no return? That is a matter for me to worry about, the Emperor replied. Baiji felt reassured by his promise, her trepidation subsiding. She shook her head. If all is well, how then do I depart this place? How did you arrive? He inquired. With eyes closed, Baiji envisioned herself tunneling through the ether to emerge behind her destination. Halfway through her thought, as if to lend credence to her intent, the Commissar closed his eyes. However, upon reopening them, the sight before her was not that of the Black Sun and the Legion, but rather the imposing figure of a judge clad in power armor, impressive, yet still far overshadowed by the Emperor's true grandeur. A voice, late yet resonant, echoed within his mind. It's just that simple, you know, though I may have taken too long. The Emperor's voice gradually faded, but at that moment, Baiji could no longer afford to heed the incessant chatter in his head. He swallowed hard. Before him, the vigilant silhouette of the judge loomed ever closer. Where could he have vanished to? Alfred's whispers intertwined with the mechanical clicks of his power armor as the judge surveyed the desolate training ground with caution. The political commissar crouched in the shadow cast by his armor, silently raising his power sword. In that instant, Baiji understood that the opportunity had arrived. Chapter 034, Sparring, 3, Stealth, in Baiji's eyes, could be categorized into 2 distinct types. One represented by the Calidus assassins, true masters of genuine stealth and lethal ambush, while the other was epitomized by the Iverson assassins, who believed that as long as they illuminated everyone, no one would recognize their infiltration, a facade of terror. In his current state, Baiji possessed neither the formidable cloaking capabilities of the Calidus assassins nor the frenetic enhancements of the Iverson clan. Given the disparity in strength between the two sides, after much contemplation, he ultimately opted for a middle ground. Hush, there lies a solitary judge ahead. Let us approach her quietly. As he mentally calmed his nerves, Baiji honed the skills he had perfected over 3 years of battles against countless cultists. The sound of military boots scraping against the coarse terrain of the training ground was nearly imperceptible, especially when his opponent donned power armor that emitted subtle mechanical sounds, thereby enhancing the stealth of the political commissar. 5 meters, 3 meters. Baiji silently counted the distance between himself and Alfra, acutely aware that in the presence of a judge clad in power armor, he typically had but a singular chance to strike, either to incapacitate a critical part of the armor or to directly target Alfra's unprotected head. However, as he had previously stated, this was not a life or death struggle. He dared not destroy the armor or sever the wearer's head. Thus, when he successfully crept behind the judge, aided by the noise of the armor and a stroke of fortune, he found himself confronted by the emblem of the tribunal I emblazoned on the armor's rear. The political commissar could only raise his power sword repeatedly before letting it fall once more. Thud, thud, thud. Ultimately, he simply extended his hand and gently tapped Alfra on the back. Heretic. The response was a thunderous blow, the tip of the breech hammer hurtling towards his head with a whistling wind. Baiji had anticipated this. As he tilted his head to evade the strike, he caught a glimpse of alarm flicker in the judge's eyes. By the Emperor, how did you manage to sneak behind me? Alfra exclaimed, scanning the armor's sensor records with his cybernetic eye, yet even the omniscient gaze of Omnicia failed to discern the commissar's movements. Confronted with the sword's edge aimed directly at her head by the colonel political commissar, Miss Judicator wisely chose to retreat before striking again with her hammer. Do not be so tense, she advised, as Baiji deftly sidestepped the heavy blow from the Judicator, lunging forward and leaping to strike at the unprotected face of the powered armor with her blade. By the way, why aren't you wearing a helmet? During the fray, Baiji discerned the sole vulnerable point on the Judicator's otherwise formidable frame, a weakness so glaring that, upon recognizing it, her hand instinctively swung the power sword in that direction. A helmet? Who wears that, really? Alfra waved aside Baiji's weapon, the lightweight ceramic shell of the powered armor easily deflecting the sword's edge. With so many on the battlefield, how could the Emperor know whom to bless if you're wearing a helmet? That makes sense. No, it absolutely does not make sense. Baiji nodded in agreement while bending low to avoid the sweeping blow of the Judicator's Warhammer. Empowered by the sanctified hammer-type armor, Alfra's speed and strength far surpassed Baiji's. Logically, after losing the advantage of stealth, the colonel political commissar should have found himself in a precarious position. Yet curiously, as the battle progressed against Alfra, he appeared to grow increasingly adept. Wait, how did you evade that? Alfra's hammer whizzed past the commissar's military cap as Baiji pressed down on it, crouching low, and with a flick of her wrist, she left a white scratch along the armor's leg with her sharp monomolecular blade. Who knows? After a skilled roll, Baiji successfully evaded the striking distance of Alfra's hammer. With neither combatant equipped with ranged weapons, the commissar dusted himself off and stood confidently before the Judicator once more. All right, let us go again. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Alfra charged forward, his steps relentless now that he had a clear target. For the first time, Baiji truly experienced the daunting sight of a 220-centimeter behemoth bearing down on her. Honestly, it's utterly terrifying. Am I really going to have to face such a creature in the future? Just the thought is a headache. The Colonel Political Commissar despaired internally, particularly as he recalled that the powered armor worn by mere mortals lacked the black shell, rendering it far less agile and responsive than a true Astartes. Especially in the actual theater of war, where the towering foes would be even more agile, a wave of sorrow overwhelmed the Commissar's heart. Why didn't I just crash into the Loyalist Academy and end it all? Baiji smirked slightly, even as her battle-hardened body remained in perpetual motion. What seemed an eternity was merely a matter of seconds, as the shadow of the Judicator, once distant, now loomed over Baiji's face. You can dodge, can you? Let us see you escape this. Alfra raised his left fist amidst his furious sprint, though devoid of any weapon. The robust power gauntlet itself served as a formidable instrument of destruction, particularly against the defenseless mortals. In the face of absolute speed and strength, Baiji could only hastily raise her power sword. In the next instant, the heavy ceramic steel gauntlet collided with the smooth blade of the sword like a rocket, the tremendous impact reverberating through her arm and into her body. Baiji shut her eyes, simultaneously preparing a scream to unleash when she was inevitably thrown backward. Clang. The moment their weapons met, the anticipated shockwave surged forth, causing Baiji to involuntarily step back, her power weapon tilting slightly before resting upon her other hand. Beyond that, nothing else transpired. Is that it? As she opened her eyes, the scream brewing in her throat was swallowed back. The gaze of the Colonel Political Commissar rose once more, meeting another pair of perplexed purple eyes. By the grace of the God Emperor, Alfra stared vacantly at his cracked power gauntlet, while the sword in the Commissar's hand remained as sharp as ever. Should I not have engaged with you? Chapter 035, Sparring, 4 Boom. 15 minutes later, as the Colonel Political Commissar delivered a powerful kick to the chest of the power armor, accompanied by a cry laced with both pain and disbelief. The battle between the Commissar and the judge finally drew to a close. Bright yellow armor shards whizzed past the judge's face, leaving Alfred dazed upon the training ground. A vivid red silk ribbon caught in the wind, gently draping over her head. My goodness, you truly delivered. Blessings from the Emperor indeed. Faint whispers reached the judge's ears, suggesting that the Commissar was communicating with some unseen entity. An invisible presence subspace demon's corruption fall. While there had yet to be a precedent of a Commissar's fall in the Empire's history, the guiding philosophy dictated that anyone lacking the loyalty inscribed upon their visage was a potential traitor. A horrifying conjecture inevitably surfaced in the judge's mind. With this thought, alarms blared within Alfra's heart. However, she seemed to faintly hear the name of the Emperor, indicating that the essence of the deranged individual had yet to manifest. As the judge contemplated, the distant Commissar had already sheathed the power sword that had never ignited but remained gleaming and sharp, simultaneously thwarting the attempts of the military police and guards to enter the training ground. With a refreshing smile, he approached the fallen Alfra. By the Emperor's grace, have you secretly undergone gene enhancement? Alfra waved her hand in midair, disentangling herself from the power armor with the assistance of servo skulls, rubbing her swollen head in confusion. I warned you beforehand. This endeavor lacks the joint approval of the Tribunal, the Ministry of Military Affairs, and the Ministry of Justice. Should it be discovered, you will face dire consequences. You think too much. I have no connections to undergo gene enhancement. I haven't even installed many cybernetic limbs. Stepping forward, Baiji assisted her in removing the remaining pieces of battle armor. Once the servants or engineers of the Judgment Court had cleared the training ground, this invaluable set of armor would be transported to the Mechanics Guild for repairs and recasting. The silk adorned with scriptures would be restored, and the inscriptions etched within the triangular palace would also be meticulously mended, with all expenses deducted from the income of the judge. Thus, on numerous occasions, the loyal judges would rather perish alongside their power armors than engage in a death struggle against formidable foes, a decision not entirely driven by loyalty. Suddenly, Baiji halted her assistance as the political commissar raised his hands, for a detonating pistol was pressed firmly against his forehead. Alfred's expression was far from pleasant, his violet eyes glimmering with skepticism. Without genetic enhancement, how could you withstand the power armor? Without cybernetic implants, how could you evade my hammer? Alfred's face bore an expression of disbelief, with his crimson-hued gaze flashing with complex emotions. I must remind you that the regulations of the Imperial Ministry of Military Affairs and the Judgment Court do not permit a political commissar to engage in any strange modifications without authorization. If you have indeed acted outside the bounds of Imperial law, I urge you to report it honestly. Though I may not be able to overpower you, I will advocate for your chance at redemption. The innocent will remain untainted, Miss Alfred. With great caution, Baiji maneuvered the detonating pistol away from her forehead, acknowledging that such a dangerous weapon should not be aimed at a colleague, lest it accidentally discharge. How do you explain your recent, performance? At this point, Alfred turned slightly, ensuring that the guards and military police accompanying the political commissar stood at a safe distance before daring to pose the question. Generally, mere mortals lack the capacity to endure the strikes of power armor. Even the loyal stormtroopers clad in exoskeletons could not withstand such force, let alone you. I suspect that this is not the full version of your power armor, and aren't you a mere mortal as well? I recall that the Holy Hammer-type power armor from your Judgment Court is vastly inferior in strength and reaction speed compared to the standard Astartes armor. Mind your own business. That is not something a mere mortal like you could endure, Alfred retorted, anger and embarrassment mingling in her voice. Enough with the nonsense. Your response in the next 20 seconds will determine the course of your future, whether you continue as a political commissar in the Star Realm Army or find yourself subjected to rigorous interrogation in the Judgment Court. I suggest you think carefully. Moreover, the notion of being vastly inferior was something Bai Ji chose to disregard, meeting the scrutinizing gaze of the judge. She discerned from the expression in those violet eyes and the firm grip on the detonating pistol that Miss Alfred's inquiry was serious. Would you believe me if I said it was the Emperor's blessing? After a moment's reflection, Bai Ji resolved to speak candidly. Of course. You may inquire with Captain Alana or Dr. Evelyn. I have been confined to that wretched wheelchair for the past month. How could I possibly have had the opportunity for genetic enhancement or cybernetic implantation? No. Your demeanor has become even more suspect. Such thoughts streaked through Alfred's mind like a meteor, as the judge scrutinized the explanations provided by the colonel and political commissar, combined with his earlier soliloquy. A conjecture of conspiracy gradually took shape in her heart. Perhaps, as you suggested, she concluded her contemplation and raised her head to address Bai Ji, stating, "You lack the time, and the technological conditions here are insufficient for such endeavors. Thus, attributing it to some divine favor does not seem unreasonable. Truly splendid. You exhibit such understanding. My perception of the tribunal was on the verge of transformation due to your influence. However, I equally believe that the identity of the one bestowing the blessing remains a matter of debate. I shall report your circumstances to the order, and subsequently, I shall apply to remain with your unit, the 9th Candelabra Guard, if I am not mistaken." The judge spoke with gravity, her gaze sweeping over Bai Ji's guilty visage, the blood of loyalty coursing through her veins, fortifying her resolve. "Regardless, you require oversight, whether as a substantial military entity under the Empire's banner or as a uniquely diverse force. It is evident that merely a political commissar and a national priest are insufficient to uphold the integrity of the entire unit." Alfred's tone conveyed disbelief intertwined with determination, as if questioning why the Ministry of Military Affairs and the National Church would permit such a force to exist, especially since, in the eyes of the Church, the believers within the military represent a significant power. "Do as you wish. I am not in a position to decide." Bai Ji shrugged, gazing at the judge's skeptical expression, aware that henceforth, he would face yet another deranged individual. "I have other matters to attend to." The political commissar strode past the judge's shoulder, heading towards the gendarmerie awaiting outside the training ground. After Bai Ji departed, Alfred sighed, the sound so faint that no one else, save for her, could hear it. "Where's that intern now?" Alfred set down the explosive weapon she had been gripping. Bai Ji's inquiry floated in from behind, but Alfred paid it no mind. Her thoughts were absorbed in the countless scratches adorning the power armor before her, contemplating how long it would take to compensate the order for such combat equipment. Perhaps living to 120 would suffice, she mused silently. Chapter 036, The Apprentice Political Commissar. In the confinement chamber, Commander. The gendarme saluted before reporting that the individual had been incarcerated for over half a month, currently serving time in the punitive area. Over half a month? Bai Ji's tone was laced with astonishment. As the confinement chamber in the unit is generally reserved for those officers whose transgressions are moderate and who show the capacity for reform. Lesser offenses typically warrant only corporal punishment, while more severe ones are sent to the penal battalion. Therefore, the design and intended use of the confinement chamber usually span a mere week and are not meant for prolonged detainment of errant soldiers. Why the extended duration? That fellow's mental state is somewhat unstable. Pastor Lona is currently observing him, until the pastor reaches a definitive conclusion. It seems that he will remain in the confinement chamber for the foreseeable future. The gendarme responded to Bai Ji's inquiries, and, noticing that the colonel political commissar appeared somewhat perplexed, he sighed and conspiratorially leaned closer to the colonel's ear. "I heard from the guard on duty that there are whispers about Leonard." The gendarme's tone piqued Bai Ji's interest, as he had personally trained this loyal unit. Each gendarme had undergone Bai Ji's specialized training, fostering an ineffable rapport between him and his subordinates, including the nuances of their speech. "What are you so anxious about?" Bai Ji asked. "Just speak plainly. With me here, who could possibly take your life over a mere exchange of words? They say there are signs of chaotic corruption on Leonard." "Wait, don't draw your weapon. Say that again." Bai Ji's trembling hand lowered the explosive device pressed against the gendarme's head, and visions of his subordinates being driven to chaos and subjected to the torturous interrogations by the military's legal department and the church's Grey Knights invaded his mind. "Take me to the confinement room at once." But the commander said that without the church's permission, we cannot enter the confinement room. "Then fetch a priest to accompany me inside." Bai Ji's heart raced. The dangers of chaotic corruption were self-evident. In the vast history of the human empire, there had never been a case of a political commissar succumbing to such corruption. He could not bear the weight of this potential disgrace, nor allow it to tarnish the legacy of his subordinates. Thankfully, his fortunate circumstances had arrived just in time. Bai Ji sprinted toward the confinement room, with the gendarme desperately attempting to keep pace with the commissar's hurried steps. Yet, despite the gendarme's rigorous physical training, he found himself unable to catch up to the lax-paced commissar, leaving him silently astonished at how the commander could so easily conceal his true prowess. As he ran, Bai Ji suddenly pondered a crucial question. If Leonard truly had succumbed to chaotic corruption, what would happen if he opened the door and was immediately confronted by a horrific entity? Should he fight or flee? How should I know? Judging by your performance, you're likely somewhere between a poorly clad judge in power armor and a proper Astartes. Perhaps have the little kitty test your capabilities later. The Emperor's response carried a hint of reassurance, as if envisioning a future where his political commissar wielded a power sword, wreaking havoc across the galaxy. If you open that door and find your apprentice commissar has transformed into a chaotic egg or has been possessed by a malevolent entity, do not hesitate. You know what true liberation entails. Today, I shall cleanse the ranks, Bai Ji declared, donning his battle gear and striding purposefully towards the confinement room. His menacing gait silenced those who attempted to greet him, as if they could sense an impending storm. The entire 9th Regiment was unusually diligent that day, training and maintaining their equipment, all conspicuously ignoring the Colonel Political Commissar weaving through their midst. Only one group was excluded, the military police under the Discipline Committee, clad in full-face tactical helmets and exquisitely crafted armored suits, exchanged glances of mutual understanding before instinctively springing into action, fiercely following in the wake of the Political Commissar. Admittedly, they could not keep up, but the aura of their presence was undeniable. The military police, numbering 80 in total, were mostly elite personnel who had accompanied Baiji from Candela to this very point. The Commissar commanded them with the precision of a conductor, deeply earning Baiji's trust, fully aware of what needed to be done and what should be avoided. Thus, when they witnessed Baiji's furious countenance as he charged towards the confinement room, armed to the teeth, and recalled certain recent rumors that had surfaced regarding the Commissar's arrival at the door of the confinement room, over 50 equally fierce military police had already joined their ranks. According to military regulations, military police were authorized to wield weaponry of a higher grade than standard issue. Thus, when over a dozen thermal weapons and heavy lasers were simultaneously aimed at the door of the confinement room, Baiji's initial unease evaporated completely. Commissar, please ensure your safety. The captain of the military police approached Baiji, gently patting his shoulder with a tone of valor, as if ready to face a heroic demise. We will do our utmost to hold off the captain and the members of the National Church. Thank you, James. Baiji grasped his hand in gratitude, shaking it fervently with the expression of one honoring a martyr. Subsequently, accompanied by several confidants, perhaps more accurately termed bodyguards, the mechanical priest responsible for guarding the confinement room silently opened the door. After all, the sage's orders merely stipulated that the individual inside must not be allowed to exit. As for Alana's demands, what did the Stellar Army's directives have to do with my mechanical sect? The priest's binary brain pondered this. Thud, thud, thud. No matter the thoughts swirling within, the oil-slicked visage of the mechanical priest effectively concealed his contemplations. Baiji strode past the red-robed priest, sunlight streaming from behind the Commissar into the confinement room, illuminating a curled figure within that stirred slightly. Leonard? Baiji placed a hand on the explosive firearm at his waist, while the bodyguards similarly raised their weapons. Are you all right? Baiji furrowed his brow as he surveyed the surroundings of the cell. The iron-colored anti-rust coating filled his vision, chains dangling from the ceiling, lightly resting on the prisoner's similarly drooping head. Fortunately, the inmate appeared to be intact, with no abnormal growths, which allowed Baiji to exhale a quiet sigh of relief. At least he would not bear the ignominy of having birthed the first chaotic Commissar. Baiji. Upon hearing his name, the curled figure slowly lifted its head. How dare you show your face to me? Leonard lunged towards the Commissar's direction, and just as Baiji instinctively drew his weapon to fire, a dull thud echoed, resonating with pain. Thud. By the Emperor above. In his fury, the gaunt figure seemed to forget the reality of his imprisonment, colliding directly against the alloy cage, and before the watchful eyes of many, the apprentice Commissar, bloodied, slowly collapsed to the ground. Baiji could hardly anticipate that her furious arrival to seek justice would lead her to utter the first words. Quick, summon the medic. The Colonel Political Commissar turned around, urgently commanding the soldiers behind him. Do not let this man perish here. Chapter 037. The Political Commissars hearing him? In the enveloping darkness, a blinding beam of light suddenly pierced the eyes of the trainee Political Commissar. Leonard, in agony, attempted to squint, but a slender yet firm hand firmly grasped his eyelids, leaving him to silently endure this unwarranted torment. O Divine Emperor, he muttered in his still drowsy mind. Is this also a test of loyalty for your devoted followers? Test my foot, wake up. The hand that had previously pressed upon his eyelids was suddenly withdrawn, prompting Leonard to promptly shut his eyes. Almost immediately, a series of sharp sounds reverberated across his face. He is unharmed, Commissar, merely some superficial injuries, not affecting his mental state. Thank you, Sergeant Evelyn. It is my duty. The hushed whispers infiltrated Leonard's ears like a subtle subspace, causing the trainee Political Commissar to feel increasingly agitated by the incessant noise. At last, after releasing a furious roar, Leonard bravely sat up once more. However, he was met with the sight of numerous laser weapons pointed directly at him, the flickering laser sights rendering him somewhat ludicrous. Oh, you're awake. In the midst of his bewildered and enraged gaze, the insolent Commissar turned around with a smirk that invited retribution. As the shadow of the pharmacist faded into the distance, leaving only 2 Political Commissars and a squad of soldiers in the confinement room. The wrath of the Divine Emperor shall incinerate your soul, heretic. Before Baiji could continue, Leonard erupted in outrage. How dare you appear before the loyal servant of the Emperor? Have you completed your corruption of our brotherhood? Corruption? Baiji was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected counterattack, her initial fury gradually dissipating. What are you talking about? I corrupt whom? Still playing the fool. I understand now. Your insidious whispers to the Emperor's servants have yet to fully align with your chaotic master's expectations. Upon hearing Baiji's inquiry, the trainee Political Commissar, confined within the cell, surprisingly exhaled a sigh of relief. I knew it. Captain Elena could never be corrupted by a wretched heretic like you. She is the most devout commander I have ever encountered, merely unfortunate enough to be ensnared by someone as shameless as you. Wait. Are you sure we are discussing the same matter? I have nothing to say to a heretic who is allied with chaos. Leonard chuckled stubbornly, turning away and falling silent. I had warned you. His mental condition is rather unstable, muttered the soldier who had previously reported to Baiji. She turned to him, and he immediately resumed a serious demeanor. What I mean is, he now perceives everyone as a heretic, especially you, Commissar. This is also why Pastor Lorna decided to observe him for a while before proceeding. Then why did you suddenly conclude that I am a heretic? Bai Ji inquired with curiosity, simultaneously pressing down on her hand behind her. Within a second, the laser sight on Leonard's weapon vanished in an orderly manner. I haven't wronged you, have I? Wronged. The acting political commissar scoffed disdainfully. Listen to this bureaucratic term. At this juncture, you still cannot shed your facade. Bewildered, Bai Ji rapped the bars of the confinement room with the butt of her gun. Enough of the frivolous talk. Be specific. Surely, you aren't dim-witted enough to unjustly label someone based solely on personal preference? By the way, if that were the case, you probably wouldn't survive to graduate from Loyalist Academy. Can we get to the specifics? Leonard glanced at the military police behind Bai Ji, who likewise noticed his gaze and nodded lightly to the group behind her. Be cautious, Commissar. The captain of the military police handed him a helmet and then, along with the remaining officers, exited the confinement room. Outside, indistinct voices began to rise gradually. So may we speak now? Bai Ji donned the helmet and, weapon in hand, regarded Leonard. If you insist on hearing it. The acting political commissar shifted his posture within the confinement room, casting an arrogant glance at Bai Ji. To be frank, from the very first day I began my internship under your command, I sensed something amiss with you. In what manner am I amiss? Do you truly have the audacity to ask? Leonard shook his head within the confines, closed his eyes, and then reopened them. Indulging subordinates in theft. Overly involving oneself in the commander's decisions, favoritism, and even cultivating personal soldiers within the ranks. According to the organizational standards of the Ministry of Military Affairs, a standard Star Realm military combat group should have a formal political commissar assigned to each company. Yet here you are, the sole one. Care to guess where the other political commissars have gone? Hold on, I'll concede that your other points may hold merit. Bai Ji interrupted the acting political commissar's enumeration of charges, facts. When you speak of personal soldiers, whom do you refer to? Do not feign ignorance. Those who just had their weapons pointed at me. It's them, isn't it? Leonard let out a derisive laugh. I should have known. Whose military police would heed the commissar, and not the supreme commander? You harbor your own soldiers in the army. Is it truly for the service of His Majesty the Divine Emperor? Who told you they only listen to me and disregard Alana? Bai Ji queried. Just then, a quarrel erupted from outside the confinement room. Step aside, soldier. A cold, feminine voice echoed within the 9th Guard Regiment. Only one woman dared to speak to the military police in such a manner. Well, Commander, the military police captain's voice followed, laced with unease compared to the earlier voice. The commissar is inside conducting an interrogation. Interrogations should be conducted by a designated judge. Alana's voice gradually deepened. Now I say, step aside, soldier. The familiar sound of a round being chambered echoed from just beyond the wall, and the face of the lieutenant commissar instantly morphed into one of sheer terror. You better behave yourself. With that fierce retort, Bai Ji dashed out of the confinement room, positioning herself between the two groups that had converged at the doorway. What a gathering we have here. Bai Ji gazed at the colonel, the priest, and the mechanical sage before her, feigning nonchalance as she greeted them. The captain of the gendarmerie behind her let out a sigh of relief, hastily leading his men behind the political commissar. We did our utmost, Commissar, the captain remarked awkwardly, to which Bai Ji nodded in understanding. According to military regulations, what was the punishment for disobeying a superior officer, Commissar? Alana, the supreme commander of the 9th Guard Corps, narrowed her striking crimson eyes and coldly inquired of the commissar. Ordinarily, it would be execution, but who would dare defy a superior officer? I see no such disobedience. To protect her subordinates, Bai Ji decisively began to play the fool. Though I believe I heard someone disrespecting a superior officer, such behavior must be met with severe punishment to serve as a lesson. We'll handle this ourselves. Bai Ji signaled with a glance, and the captain immediately understood. The military discipline officer withdrew a whip from a small pouch at his waist, leading everyone to administer mutual punishment. The air soon filled with anguished cries. What are you doing? The colonel, frowning, scrutinized the closed door of the confinement chamber behind Bai Ji, disregarding the commissar's intentions. You only come to the confinement chamber when you're injured? I've never seen you so diligent before. Leonard is in trouble. As the commanding officer, I cannot stand idly by, Bai Ji replied earnestly. If he is innocent, I should personally release him. If he is guilty, I should personally execute him. Less talk. The colonel brusquely interrupted the commissar's grandiloquent speech. Step aside. I wish to see for myself. Bai Ji swallowed hard, silently stepping aside in the stillness. The colonel strode directly through the line of defense erected by the commissar and the gendarmes, kicking open the alloy door of the confinement chamber. What in the world is going on here? Before passing through that door, the colonel cast a final glance back. The patriarch from the state church and the mechanical sage closely following behind. Sighing, Bai Ji trailed behind and entered the confinement chamber. Chapter 038. The commissar's hearing to Colonel? As the colonel's imposing figure burst into the dim cell, sunlight streamed in, illuminating the captives within. The figure imprisoned there slowly raised his head, and upon recognizing the newcomer, Leonard's face softened with a gentle expression. May the divine emperor bless you. Such a changeable disposition, Bai Ji remarked disdainfully behind Alana, her contempt for Leonard's double standards evident. Feeling better? Alana, ignoring the reactions of the two commissars, gently inclined her head towards the state priest and quietly inquired of Patriarch Leona. It appears so. May the divine emperor bless him. The priest sighed in relief, his azure eyes fixed on the pale-faced apprentice in the cell. At last, he is willing to speak? Quite the challenge. I have been waiting for you, Colonel. Ignoring Leona's words, Leonard suddenly lunged forward, gripping the bars of the confinement chamber and excitedly shouted at Alana. You have been deceived all along. No one dares deceive me. Alana shook her head. a flicker of hesitation momentarily crossing her crimson eyes before they resolutely regained their determination. Especially within this battalion. As she uttered these words, she deliberately glanced back. Her expression impassive as she regarded the Colonel Political Commissar standing nonchalantly behind her. Naturally, Baiji unknowingly concurred, until the mechanical sage, unable to bear the scene any longer, gently prodded his back, prompting the Commissar to realize who the Colonel was referencing. Some matters, I merely refrained from voicing. It does not signify my ignorance. Alana shook her head, disregarding the minor interaction between the Commissar and the sage. In her perspective, a few explosive devices and cans were trivial. As long as her subordinates devoted themselves wholeheartedly to serving the Emperor, the Tieris family never hesitated to bestow rewards. It was merely the manner in which these rewards were received that had deviated slightly. Alana considered this. And it was precisely due to such thinking that the 9th Kandragard had nurtured a specialized team adept in stealth operations, primarily comprising the communications soldiers of the 3rd Company and a portion of the gendarmes. This small special unit could offer a more diverse array of tactical options for the complex combat tasks the commander was about to face. After each operation, Colonel IG would compensate the local military and legal departments with just a modicum of thrown coins and a touch of goodwill. Corrupt officials and cyber hounds would tacitly turn a blind eye. Only a few oblivious fools, left in the dark, would savor the stolen surplus cans from the warehouse, blissfully believing their petty actions went unnoticed. One could only wonder where they derived their misplaced confidence, with the mechanical god surveillance cameras nearly pressed to their faces. While that fool Yuliel merely donned a standard-issue gas mask, and even forgot to remove the 9th Guard's insignia, were it not for the Colonel's silent guardianship. These inexperienced recruits would have faced execution countless times over. Baiji subtly averted her gaze to escape the Colonel's piercing stare. Naturally, why would anyone harbor doubts about this? On another note, what brings you here? Seizing the moment before the troublemaker Leonard could voice his grievances, Baiji swiftly redirected her focus towards the mechanical sage who had just offered a well-meaning reminder. This pertains to our internal affairs within the Star Realm Army. What business do you have here? The materials for modifying the mech's servants have run low, and I thought to come and observe the commotion. How can you be so inconsiderate? Cleanse vehemently accused, while Baiji tilted her head, evading the awkward inquiry with a scrutinizing gaze reserved for prisoners. Returning to the matter at hand, you just claimed I was deceived. What do you mean? Alana let out a silent sigh, directing her blood-red and stern gaze towards the unfortunate soul imprisoned. You are the Commissar. You know the consequences of deceiving a superior. I swear by the Emperor's name. Leonard quickly raised his hand in loyalty, exclaiming, it is that person standing behind you. I have witnessed him leading his subordinates in illegally retrieving, stealing, supplies from the military department's warehouse. That refers to the procurement of military supplies, which I have approved. As Alana uttered these words, her gaze averted. A familiar sense of guilt surged within the esteemed colonel. Then why, when I inquired about the authorization, did no one produce a definitive order? Leonard's suspicions began to rise. His expression laced with doubt. It is not a clandestine matter. One could easily approach the military department during daylight hours, utilizing a large capacity vehicle to retrieve supplies through the front entrance. Moreover, why are you all donning gas masks? I do not customarily display authorization to my subordinates. Baiji retorted stubbornly. Furthermore, the military department has raised no objections. It is not your place to cast aspersions. You know well that if I were to engage in any dubious activities, the legal officers would be at our door the very next day. Have you ever witnessed such a scenario? Enough, Alana cautioned, casting a warning glance at the incessantly chattering political commissar. Baiji, sensing her own shortcomings, promptly fell silent. Very well, let me pose another question, one that has long perplexed me. Leonard refrained from elaborating further, as the acting political commissar hesitated to question the colonel's loyalty, thus temporarily shelving the accusations against him. According to the customs of the military department, each company within the Star Realm Legion should have its designated political commissar. Yet I see only you here. Where have the others gone? Leonard narrowed his eyes, his gaze drifting over the political commissar's military cap, pressed firmly beneath Baiji's helmet. Do not feign that they have all perished. The casualty rate among political commissars in the Star Realm has not reached such extremes. I have spent 3.5 years in the 9th Regiment and have never encountered another formal political commissar besides you. I mean no offense. But could you elucidate this matter? First, Alana raised a finger. This is a matter for the military department, of which I am not privy. Second, Baiji interjected. I received the orders from General Delukmas of the Political Commissariat in 850M41 to serve in the 9th Guards Regiment of Candela. Should you have any queries regarding my position, you may seek verification through the legal department from the Holy Terra. Of course, considering the instability of subspace communications and the administrative efficiency of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. He wore a mysterious smile, falling silent thereafter. Leonard understood the implications of his words, grumbling as he shifted the topic. Yet I have witnessed your peculiar behavior on multiple occasions. The acting political commissar posed his final query, at times in the dormitory, other times in the barracks. You mutter to the air, your expressions shifting with your whispers. This must be the voice from subspace, unless you are afflicted with a mental disorder. Speaking of which, the robed mechanical sage concurred. I too have observed this several times, though I had not given it much thought. Commissar, I am aware that your relationship with Pastor Lorna is less than amicable. 2 soldiers by Baiji's side expressed their concerns. However, should you encounter any insurmountable issues, do not fear embarrassment. The light of the Divine Emperor will shield you. Pastor Baiji turned her gaze towards the middle-ranking political officer. The flicker of concern in her eyes mirrored in the bronze-cornered scripture she held. Unconsciously, she leafed through the thick tome, the rustling of the pages creating a soft sound. Amidst the anxious rhythm of her heartbeat, even the colonel's gaze seemed to shift to one of suspicion, a faint voice echoing in by Ji's ears, causing cold sweat to trickle down her brow. We indeed require an explanation. Elena turned to meet the political officer's eyes, her expression teetering between vigilance and curiosity. He swallowed hard. Of course, I can elucidate. Baiji wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling the weight of the crowd's scrutiny bearing down on her. Within the colonel's mind, a fierce debate raged. Think of something quickly, he internally shouted, maintaining a stoic expression while grappling with the chaos of thoughts. It's your fault for never considering the circumstances when you converse with me. What will we do now that we are under suspicion? Now you realize it's my fault. The Emperor's voice echoed with a tinge of grievance. You never mentioned this matter before, and I can't hear your thoughts as they arise. It was you who chose to voice them. Does that not render me akin to a neurotic with convoluted thoughts? Baiji retorted stubbornly. Regardless, you must devise a solution. Otherwise, I shall be apprehended by the tribunal. Try to remain calm, the sovereign of humanity consoled. Perhaps they'll execute you on the spot. I don't care, just, officer? Elena called gently, observing Baiji frozen in place. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Huh. Baiji snapped back to reality, realizing all eyes were fixed upon her. The atmosphere shifted, prompting the soldiers to subtly place their hands on their weapons. Dismissing her sorrow, the middle-ranking political officer steeled himself to respond. Of course not. I have no psychological issues. Physically, I am sound as well. My loyalty has been affirmed by the Emperor, and you may trust me as you have in the past. Every heretic proclaims themselves a defender of the divine Emperor before their true nature is revealed, murmured a priest accompanying the state church. Only actions can attest to one's loyalty. Indeed, as the pastor stated, Leonard narrowed his eyes in agreement. Unless you take corresponding actions to validate your loyalty, why not just become my roommate? I will monitor your every move on behalf of the divine Emperor. Who says I cannot prove my loyalty? Baiji maintained a calm facade, though her inner turmoil compelled her to lower her gaze. I beg you, your majesty, show some mercy. Are you listening, Grady? Very well, I shall spare you. Perhaps the officer's earnest pleas finally touched the Emperor's benevolent, albeit feigned, heart. In the next moment, amidst the crowd's scrutiny, Baiji suddenly felt an itch at the back of her head. She reached to scratch it, only to unexpectedly encounter something hard. The object was angular, possessing a smooth metallic texture, its sharp edges capable of slicing through her gloves to draw blood. Lowering her hand, she noticed a change in the gazes of those around her. Officer, is that you? A vigilant gendarme, with trembling hands, lifted his full-face helmet, as if seeking to ascertain the reality of the scene before him through the naked eye. A sudden jolt gripped Baiji's heart. Before he could utter a word of reprimand, a shadow abruptly crashed down before his eyes. Thud! Baiji bent down to retrieve his helmet and cap, and through the gleaming silver emblem of the eagle on his cap, the gendarme's words finally came into the line of sight of the colonel political commissar. There, before him, was a golden, sharp rod, radiating a golden aura that extended down to the top of Baiji's head. The colonel, however, felt nothing more than a warmth and a slight itch on his forehead. I told you so. An impolite voice interrupted Baiji's thoughts. The gathered crowd shifted their gaze, and the former prisoner, now standing tall behind iron bars, proclaimed with the air of a victor, "What do you have to say now?" I have never heard of the Emperor's blessing causing one to grow horns, murmured the accompanying priest of the state church. The purity of the skull is a symbol of human purity. If one were to sprout twisted bone horns, would that not be akin to chaos? Yes. Seize him quickly. No, just execute him on the spot. Leonard's face flushed with excitement. With this man dead, the Ministry of Military Affairs would dispatch a new political commissar. The very thought of no longer enduring the presence of a scheming superior and the prospect of rising to the rank of formal commissar ignited a fierce desire within Leonard, as if he could pierce through the heart with his gaze. By the day, what the hell are you doing? Baiji dared not move, for the mechanical sage, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, had already welded the door of the confinement chamber shut, with armed mechanical servants standing guard. Should a conflict arise now, he would face a mechanical sage, 2 state church priests, and 3 gendarmes, all while enduring the incessant taunts of an intern. It would be a scene reminiscent of a struggle against Keelyman and Mortarian. Rest assured, I would never harm you. It would be far too late for that. Wait, that thing is still growing. The voice of the gendarme echoed once more. Baiji cast his gaze upward, where the resplendent golden horn continued to grow, curving and smoothing into an elegant arc. Upon closer inspection, faint characters began to form upon its surface. The Candela people could not decipher these symbols. Yet Baiji recognized them clearly. He had lived in a country that employed such script for many years prior to his crossing. Authenticity verification for loyalists. Plagiarism in the subspace will be prosecuted. Is this the highbrow content you choose to inscribe? Never mind. As long as they remain loyal, they perceive it as scripture. Upon hearing these words, Baiji cautiously lifted her head, noticing that the guns aimed at her had mostly lowered. Summoning her courage, she cast a glance at the colonel, whose blood-red eyes casually rested on the handle of his chainsaw sword. The glimmering monomolecular coating of this distinguished weapon radiated a sharp, cold light. Yet Baiji understood that, at this moment, he bore no hostility toward her. She had witnessed how he truly dealt with enemies, an unspoken intimidation that, in comparison to being brutally dismembered, was remarkably gentle. That kind of text. A faint mechanical whirring emanated from behind. The deputy commander turned to glance back, observing the mechanical sage in a crimson robe, whose red mechanical eye was likely cross-referencing the text on his own head with the database. Is it identical to the one on my flag? Flag? What flag? Alana furrowed her brow, keenly sensing the implications in the sage's words. Who would present a flag to a mechanical sage? Surely, there are no crusaders in this world. Fragile flesh and blood. Adhering to the principle of caring for the vulnerable, I share a close rapport with the local garrison. This is a gift from a local officer. A token of gratitude for my repairs on their vehicles, proclaimed the cleansed sage with a touch of pride. You know, sometimes, possessing overly advanced technology can be quite a burden. As long as you are pleased. Alana subtly shrugged. Throughout their conversation, the pair of horns atop Baiji's head continued to grow, but now, amidst the watchful gazes of the crowd, their extension finally began to slow. Beyond Baiji's line of sight, the golden radiance eventually ceased. In the colonel's eyes, a flicker of confusion manifested. Alana's gaze shifted to the right, discovering the same expression mirrored in the eyes of the national pastor. If I am not mistaken, according to my comparison, the mechanical sage interjected. As 6 mechanical eyes, 2 servocranial units, simultaneously emitted scanning rays. He provided a definitive answer. This thing. He raised his head, a tentacle scratching his scalp. Is indeed a laurel. Chapter 040. The laurel-wearing general, great deception, a laurel? After hearing the mechanical sage's assessment, Baiji stood frozen in place. She recognized that object well. As a part of the space Romans, the laurel had long been a coveted symbol of honor among the loyalists in the Warhammer 40k universe. During the era of the Space Marine Legions, such honors typically belonged to centurions, captains, and champion guards, even in the present age of post-Astartes sacred texts. This distinction was reserved for esteemed battle brothers within the chapters. As for mortals, the honor of bearing a laurel seldom flowed from the Ministry of Military Affairs to the ranks. Thus, the object atop Baiji's head appeared particularly rare. Deputy Commander, would you care to take a look yourself? A servo-cranial unit floated before Baiji, its smooth alloy cranium reflecting the laurel atop her head. Aside from the emblem of the mechanical deity obscuring her face, this device indeed served well as a mirror. Baiji leaned forward, observing a golden crown growing from the top of the head, bending downwards and extending to the level of the ears. The main stem of the crown was smooth, with curled edges, resembling laurel leaves sprouting from a sharp golden trim. To be frank, it was indeed striking. The political commissar remarked that he had only seen such a crown during a parade on Terra, worn atop the head of a captain from the Imperial Fists. At that time, it was the Emperor Ascendant Festival, and the entire Terra was abuzz with the grandeur of the celebration. The Space Marines were no exception. The captain, adorned with a laurel crown, strode confidently at the forefront of the parade, followed by 2 valiant dreadnoughts bearing banners. The progeny of Rogel Dorn marched like a moving fortress past the broad lion's gate. Even the palace guards patrolling the walls paused briefly in awe. Make no mistake, even the Loyalist Academy did not have a holiday during the Emperor Ascendant Festival. Baiji seized the opportunity during a military exercise to sneak out of the academy and blended into the cheering crowd to witness the parade, and then stealthily returned on a moonless, blustery night. Coincidentally, a political commissar returning to Terra for duty happened to be attacked by a local cult that day. Adhering to the principle that any cult daring to cause trouble on Terra was no ordinary threat and warranted a heavy-handed response, the Loyalist Academy mobilized. Stormtroopers and apprentice commissars scoured the lair of the cult like wild dogs. However, due to the complicated terrain of the lair, the return was rather sparse. Baiji casually wandered into an alley and borrowed a head from a local with 4 arms, thus returning to the academy in broad daylight without raising suspicion. To digress, in Baiji's aesthetic opinion, this crown was quite appealing. It would have been even better if it did not grow atop her own head. Speaking of which, did it hurt to have such a thing on one's head? The sage Krenz kindly approached, a cybernetic limb emitting a beam of disintegration aimed stealthily at the laurel crown above Baiji's head. The disintegration beam, capable of slicing through ceramite, merely stirred ripples across the surface of the crown. It didn't hurt. What are you doing? Baiji cast a curious glance at him, and the sage, somewhat disgruntled, retracted his limb. Suddenly, the entire scene fell silent. At that moment, upon hearing the voice, Baiji was jolted back to reality. Realizing she was not in her dormitory wallowing in self-pity, but rather surrounded by a group of Imperial zealots, where a moment of inattention could lead to peril akin to that faced by Shang Yang in ancient times. She quickly redirected her gaze, employing the most loyal and innocent expression since her birth to look at the contemplative priest, Lorna. In matters of heresy identification, no one held more authority than a national church priest, aside from the inquisitors of the Hereticus. The only inquisitor present, not of the Hereticus, was absent from the spectacle. Thus Lorna's judgment became the highest standard here. Guided by the God Emperor, I am at a loss, the priest sighed, her eyes filled with confusion. A cranial mutation or merely wearing a crown is one thing, but I have truly never seen someone with a crown growing from their head. Perhaps we should summon the local bishop. Baiji suddenly let out a strange cry, drawing everyone's attention. Amidst the perplexed gazes of the crowd, the lieutenant colonel political commissar tilted his head gently, raised his hands above his head, and then delicately removed the laurel crown. Are you certain this will be effective? Baiji silently pondered this question 3 times as she observed the stunned expressions of those around her. If something goes awry, it won't be me facing the consequences. The emperor, indifferent, shattered Baiji's fantasy with a cold remark. Just follow my instructions, and there will be no chaos. If necessary, I can assign you to a different unit. Oh, is there a chance of redemption if things go awry? The political commissar displayed a curious expression. Where to? The curse-bound legion. I knew it. Wait, can this actually be removed? As Baiji conversed with her inner voice, a cold tentacle reached out to take the laurel crown. Cleanse observed the flowing text with intrigue, and an electronic synthesized voice resonated in the air. Is there a change in the writing on the Omnisia? It seems so. Let me take a look. Baiji snatched the fruit of her own labor and discovered that the text had transformed from familiar Chinese into the equally familiar ornate Gothic script. The cited scripture now derived from the sacred book of Proverbs, chronicling the words and deeds of the great human guardians over a span of millennia. Many remembered their actions, yet few followed their example. Beep. A red beam suddenly struck Baiji's face, as a floating servo skull emitted a blood-red scanning ray, leaving a tingling sensation on the commissar's head. The skull's shape appeared entirely normal, perhaps too normal. The unique mutterings of the oil man echoed from behind Baiji. Turning around, she saw Cleanse holding a data pad, where a myriad of zeros and ones flowed, the dark green digits coalescing into the outline of a human skull. Mutation rate, 0.037. The last time I encountered such odds was at the Mars Museum. Pure, untainted purity. After the sage's soliloquy, he turned to the national pastor, casually handing the data pad to the colonel. Chief, he might truly be a saint. Alana accepted the data pad, lowering her gaze to scrutinize the displayed information. Clearly, she understood not a single character of the zeros and ones, yet she politely nodded, signifying her agreement with the sage's assessment. The skull shows no mutations, and the laurel crown bears legitimate scripture. Therefore, I see no issues, Commander Alana. Even the pastor, an expert in identifying heresies, provided a verdict of no concerns. Thus, amid a tranquil atmosphere, the sudden doubts were finally laid to rest. The only one injured was the interned political commissar, confined in his cell. After experiencing a roller coaster of emotions, Leonard suddenly realized that his fate might not be any better than the heretic he had previously identified. Do you not harbor any hatred towards him? A ghostly voice whispered in his ear, so faint that it went nearly unnoticed. The intern glanced around in confusion, observing the bustling world beyond the iron bars, where everyone was fervently discussing the laurel crown. Yet in a secluded corner of his mind, a place overlooked by the indoctrination of Loyalist Academy, something seemed to awaken. Leonard blinked. He could hear laughter. No one was laughing in the confinement room. Chapter 041. The Appeal of Maculage. In summary, I will conduct further research upon my return. Rest assured, we will safeguard it. Priestess Lorna held the laurel crown solemnly against her chest, while her other hand, gripping a spiked mace, silently attested to the reliability of her words, exuding an undeniable aesthetic of conviction. After discussions regarding the crown yielded no conclusions, it was ultimately decided that professional matters should be entrusted to professionals, just as the colonel's expertise lay in warfare and the lieutenant colonel's specialty was in idleness. Within the peculiar Candela Ninth Guard, no one dared claim a superior understanding of the so-called power of faith over the seemingly youthful pre-march of the state church. Of course, the so-called power of faith was merely an excuse fabricated by Baiji under the emperor's guidance. He had no true faith to harness the emperor's might. However, the master of humanity, well-versed in the intricacies of existence and revered for millennia by countless fervent followers, could certainly concoct a tale of divine intervention to deceive the youth. According to Baiji, when faced with skepticism, an indescribable force suddenly enveloped his mind, leading to a moment of spontaneous physical manifestation. Subsequent analysis by the local envoy from the Star Language Hall and the leader of the regiment's psychics, Lunsterneil, confirmed that this spontaneously generated crown bore an effect on subspace energy akin to that of the Geller field. Once its practical value was established, the crown was formally bestowed upon the ecclesiastical faction within the 9th Regiment by the political officer. Are you certain you want me to do this? After handing the crown to Lorna, Baiji harbored a doubt in his heart. Why do I feel this is somewhat unreliable? You keep insisting I wear it even though I'm reluctant. After all, I quite like my current hat. Baiji removed his hat and gave it a flick. The silver skull emitted a crisp hum, reminiscent of the clear, crystalline sound of ice-cold water in the depths of winter. Isn't that settled then? The emperor continued. Moreover, wearing that is of no use to you. You are to oversee the front lines. Wearing such a thing would make you a target. You're no space marine. A single bullet could take you down just like an ordinary soldier. Yet there are so many others in the Imperial Army who wear them? Baiji queried, surprised by the emperor's unexpected response. How have they not perished? You must understand one point, the emperor said earnestly. It's not that they haven't died. Rather, most who have perished were unworthy of wearing it, and they are space marines. Are you one? So this essentially means you've provided me with a tangible universe version of a Geller field, and then entrusted it to the hands of the state church? Baiji suddenly grasped something profound. What? Do you suspect the church? The Anglican church hardly presents any issues, or rather, the problems do not lie with the church itself. Are you playing charades here? The master of humanity seems incapable of uttering coherent words, does he? Baiji is drenched in sweat, transforming into a mere embodiment of perspiration. Leonard, the intern political commissar, uttered words that caused Baiji's heart to skip a beat. He pressed on. Is that true? What could possibly be wrong? Isn't it merely the jealous affliction of the red-eyed disease, unable to tolerate the success of others, although I might share a hint of that flaw myself? To be honest, I am quite certain that before you left the confinement chamber, I heard some dissonant sounds. Sounds? Baiji became alert. As the saying goes, the cycle of karma is relentless. Good and evil will eventually be repaid. Previously, he had been wrongfully accused of being a chaotic and corrupt element. Yet now it seems that those who wronged him have transformed into the very essence of chaos and corruption. The danger inherent in this situation was known only to him. What sounds? Whose? He inquired further. I couldn't quite make it out, as I could only gauge the echoes of the spiritual energy resonating from the projections of human souls in the subspace, which I then used to infer the realities of the universe. The previous echoes were not only fleeting, but seemed to bear traces of encryption. The political commissar's complexion grew increasingly pale as he listened, feeling as though his very soul was trembling in fear. Could it be that the formidable GW is the source of this power that eludes even the master of humanity? Yet, It is either a treacherous scheme or a terrifying cruelty. There's little to speculate. Most likely, it is the former. Baiji nodded calmly, then drew his weapon and prepared to depart, stating, I shall return shortly. Hey, wait a moment. Come back. Baiji paused, looking up at the sky in confusion, his genetically enhanced body preventing his pupils from being scorched by the blazing sun. What is it? What do you intend to do? To rid the empire of treachery and alleviate the troubles of humanity. In other words, I am going to execute that wretched soul who dares to embrace chaos. Baiji replied with an unwavering demeanor, his gaze intense as he spoke those words with the calmness of someone swatting away an ant that has crawled upon them, or a chaotic vanguard who confidently claims an outpost in 80 days. Who taught you to be so extreme? The emperor, seated upon the distant golden throne, pondered whether his methods of cultivation had faltered. According to statistics, over 60% of the judges in the imperial court have heard the whispers of the subspace. What? By your logic, does that mean the imperial court should cease its operations? When they convene, they are no different from heretics. That is pure prejudice. The emperor kindly admonished the fiercely determined political commissar. After all, that individual is currently imprisoned and cannot escape. Why not give him a chance? People often emerge from encounters with the whispers of chaos remarkably transformed, whether for better or worse. Very well. Baiji considered this briefly before reluctantly returning the explosive device to his holster. If it were possible, he would prefer not to personally eliminate an intern political commissar, as it would inevitably compel him to submit a report to the Ministry of Military Affairs, leading to a cascade of unwelcome complications. The disposition regarding him left Baiji in a state of inner turmoil, as he resolved to engage in endless disputes with the various military officers within the regiment over this inexplicable slander. However, it soon became apparent that he was overthinking the situation. The following day, a highly classified document from the Ministry of Military Affairs arrived, bearing the weight of urgency. When Baiji was summoned to the command center, he was met with the pallid visage of Colonel, his face a mask of distress, and his crimson eyes, alongside a flurry of veteran guards bustling about, intent on clearing up the mess left by the regimental commander. 10 minutes later, the reason for the heightened concern became evident. The document, a plea for assistance, was delivered with a tone of desperation by the officer responsible for handling it, as if a dark shadow loomed over him. It originated from Makulich. Chapter 042. A shift in attitude undoubtedly. The plea for assistance from Makulich sent shockwaves throughout the entire planet. As an integral part of the extreme star domain, it was common knowledge that the 500 worlds under the dominion of Imperial Regent Robert Kilimon were formidable, well-guarded, and robust. Makulich, being the birthplace of the extreme warriors and the capital of these 500 worlds, was fortified with an overwhelming array of defenses capable of repelling even the most fearsome enemies of the empire. Yet, this illustrious world, replete with glory and the might to protect it, unexpectedly dispatched a plea for aid to a remote world, detailing an unparalleled calamity that beset Makulich and beseeching all Imperial forces for any assistance they could muster. The urgency of the language and the severity of the orders astonished every Imperial commander who received the correspondence, enveloping the planet in a palpable tension. Of course, had this merely been an ordinary urgent document, the Ministry of Military Affairs and the aristocratic elite of the Imperial world could have dismissed it as a mere missive distorted by subspace sorcery, intended to lure Imperial forces into a trap set by traitors. However, the Ministry discovered the unmistakable signature of Imperial Regent Robert Kilimon and the seal of the King of Makulich, Calgaeus News, the current commander of the Extreme Warriors. Following verification by several generals within the Ministry, the authenticity of the seal was confirmed, and the signature bore an undeniable power, effectively ruling out the possibility of subspace distortion. Thus, the risks of inaction were magnified exponentially. In the ensuing 3 days following the receipt of the letter, the doors of the upper council opened and closed again, as murder and unrest quietly spread in unnoticed corners. Amidst the gunfire suppressing the riots, the ruling aristocrats of the planet reached an agreement with the Ministry of Military Affairs that was acceptable to both parties. After considerable contemplation, Emperor Galasius XII resolved to dispatch a starbound legion towards Makulich for support, accompanied by a scientific vessel from the mechanized cult. However, let there be no misunderstanding. Their mission was to clandestinely excavate an alien tomb, with no connection to aiding Makulich, though their paths coincidentally aligned. Yet, how could this be? This was Baiji's initial thought upon receiving the orders. This is akin to the capital of the Zhou dynasty being besieged by the Chang people, failing to summon troops from the fiefs of various lords, and instead seeking assistance from agricultural tenants 800 miles away. Is there truly no one left in the 500 worlds? The political commissar subtly articulated his perplexity to the colonel, while Alana busily packed documents from her solid wooden desk, casting him a momentary glance devoid of context. In other words, if the core of the 500 worlds must seek aid from the periphery, then the situation in Makulich is, regrettably, far from optimistic. Baiji shrugged, her heart heavy with an inexplicable sense of impending crisis, as the Star Language Hall traced the origin of this document. A minor subspace storm had driven nearly half of the Star Language users to madness, and even the psionic master Lunst had returned with a disheveled appearance, effectively hindering any discussion regarding the document's provenance. I cannot say for certain. The subspace lacks the concepts of time and space. I can only assure you that Kiliman's signature is authentic. The political commissar sought counsel from the ruler of humanity, receiving the aforementioned response. Nevertheless, regardless of the answer, it did not alter the reality of their imminent departure, accompanied by 2 locally produced IG regiments and a scientific expedition warship of the mechanical deity. aboard which were the mechanical priests and the guardians preparing for a scientific exploration deep within the 500 worlds. Naturally, it seemed reasonable for the guardians to bring along around 500,000 personnel to protect their scholarly achievements. The naval fleet docked at the starport would come to retrieve them for their journey to Maculage by 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Thus, it was prudent for Baiji to address her current affairs beforehand. Before parting ways, Alana specifically cautioned Baiji, "I hope incidents akin to yesterday's do not occur upon the soil of the 500 worlds. Do you understand my meaning?" Baiji nodded vigorously. And in the next moment, she drew her weapon and headed straight for the confinement chamber. "I shall eliminate that fellow," the colonel's political commissar murmured softly. Audible only to himself, his tone calm, akin to deciding what to have for lunch. After all, leaving him alive poses a risk. The Empire is vast and teeming with talent. If he does not act, others will. Why do I feel you are the most formidable threat? The Emperor's quip did little to deter the colonel's resolve to eliminate the traitor, yet when he forcefully kicked open the door to the confinement chamber, the scene that met his gaze startled him. "Commissar, no? Sir." Leonard, tears streaming down his face, turned his head from the shadows, and upon seeing Baiji, 2 streams of clear tears cascaded down his cheeks. "I have wronged you." With a thunderous crash, the trainee commissar leaped before the colonel, colliding solidly against the barrier separating them, the commotion startling the armed guards stationed outside. "Sir, be careful. Is it that fellow?" Observing the imposing figure of the intern political commissar, akin to a fierce tiger, juxtaposed with the stunned demeanor of the lieutenant colonel political commissar, the 2 guards exchanged cautious glances, their minds seemingly attuned to an unspoken understanding. Consequently, they stood at attention, saluted, and proceeded to act as if nothing had transpired as they closed the door. "What is he doing?" "Do not inquire. Perhaps he has been possessed." "What are you doing?" Baiji widened her eyes, fixating on the individual before her. The once aggressive young man, who could critique the world even from within the confines of a prison, now wept profusely, his hands gripping the cold iron bars. Had it not been for the absence of any discernible intent to attack emanating from his eyes, Baiji might have been unable to suppress her instinct to draw her weapon in self-defense. "I have misunderstood you, Commissar. Today, I finally comprehend your anguish," Leonard cried out, desperately clutching the bars, his voice hoarse. This unexpected display of vulnerability left Baiji feeling rather awkward. He was precisely the type of person who, when opposed, would wish for nothing more than to eliminate you with a single shot, seizing any opportunity to ensure your demise in some forsaken gutter. Yet, if you displayed submission, he would feel reluctant to continue his reproach. It's all right if you admit your mistake, child," Baiji said, quietly returning her explosive weapon to its holster at her waist. Then, as if nothing were amiss, she grasped Leonard's hands. She had prepared for both eventualities. Should the intern political commissar choose to bare his soul, she would offer comforting words to soothe the tormented spirit of the young man. However, if he opted to betray her, she would not hesitate to use her newfound strength to crush his bones and subsequently put an end to him with a single shot. With such thoughts in mind, a gentle smile graced the lieutenant colonel's face. "I now finally understand you, Commissar," Leonard stammered, emboldened by the lieutenant colonel's kind gaze. As he raised his head and spoke with a trembling voice, "By the Emperor's grace, there truly exists something that can speak within one's mind." Chapter 043, Subspace Stealth, Initiate. Time rewinds to yesterday afternoon. Since the moment the lieutenant colonel and his entourage departed from the confinement room, Leonard's psyche had been unraveling. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In the desolate confinement chamber, the solitary prisoner crouched in a corner, his hands buried in his disheveled hair, his gaze vacant, muttering to himself incessantly. "Impossible. Who could shake my unwavering loyalty to the Emperor?" Leonard murmured, oscillating between whispers and shouts, while the guards outside had long since grown accustomed to his erratic behavior, now ignoring his delusional ramblings. In the past, while he had exhibited some unfriendly behavior towards Baiji, Leonard firmly believed that his actions were entirely driven by an everlasting sense of duty and loyalty to the Emperor. Had he not heard the incessant echoes reverberating in his mind? Observing the commissar's haughty demeanor, he could not help but feel a twinge of frustration. "I truly do not. Can you please be quiet, brother?" "Foolish. The individual who has led you all to this perilous path," after grappling with the inner voice. Leonard discerned the attributes of this visitor from the subspace, an incessant whisper, yet the barrier between the material universe and subspace remained intact, rendering it powerless to disrupt the progress of reality. The struggle between the intern and the demon unfolded on a mental plane, where faith held particular significance in this conflict. "Commissioner, how have you endured?" Leonard, now filled with profound remorse, poured forth his anguish with tears streaming down his face. "That being has been whispering insidiously in my mind. By divine grace, I can momentarily resist the encroachment of malevolence, but should this persist..." His expression shifted, ultimately settling into one of resolute determination. "Rest assured, I shall fight against the enemies of the Empire to the death. Of course, if there is a chance for salvation, I believe I can generate greater value for the Empire." Leonard fixed his gaze intently upon Baiji's eyes, his hands gripping the railing tightly, veins bulging. His deep blue eyes mirrored a tumult of emotions, yet predominantly reflected steadfastness. Indeed, Baiji nodded repeatedly. "I possess considerable experience in this regard. One can't help but suspect that your experience pertains to rather inappropriate matters. However, you must endure a little longer." After offering words of comfort, Baiji abruptly shifted the conversation. "As you know, the troops have recently received an urgent distress signal. The subspace storm has severed our communication with the regional command. Thus we must depart tomorrow to safeguard Maculag." "Wait, what is the connection between your last 2 statements?" Leonard, perplexed, nodded slowly, then suddenly appeared to awaken to realization. Blinking rapidly. Did you just mention Maculag? In the meantime, you need only remain in the confinement chamber. There is no need for you to visit the prison or the punishment camp, Baiji coaxed gently. As an intern commissioner, you understand the nature of that environment. I will arrange for the national religious faction to communicate with you regularly, and should you require anything, you can have the guard at the door notify me at any time. Wait, Maculag. Engrossed in her role, Baiji failed to notice the intern commissioner's gaze growing increasingly vacant, as he muttered to himself until he finally bellowed the name. Yes, Maculag. Baiji scratched her head in confusion. What is it? Maculag must not be approached. Leonard shouted, his gaze clouded. This is a trap. The demon yearns for our blood. Baiji was startled by his sudden outburst. The facade of her insincere smile was instantly shattered. With a swift motion, she drew back, leaping away, and drew her weapon. A series of actions unfolded seamlessly, and as the explosive round sparked against the steel, igniting Leonard's hair, the intern's dazed expression finally sharpened into clarity. What is happening? Why has he suddenly gone mad? Baiji watched in horror as the intern commissioner rolled on the ground, attempting to extinguish the flames while screaming. Outside, the guards burst in with weapons drawn, adopting a standard tactical position to shield Baiji, then, under the commissioner's command, seized extinguishers and began to spray them frantically at Leonard. Unable to approach Maculag, with a thick layer of aggregate foam enveloping his head, Leonard's voice still resonated through the foam, muffled yet discernible. That place is a plague trap. Plague? Baiji pondered this weighty term, which, when coupled with the name Maculag, evoked memories of a war that concluded nearly a century ago, the Plague War. Yet, had it not been concluded at the end of the first phase of the Indomitable Expedition? Baiji mused internally. Few battles could compel Maculag to seek external aid, namely the skirmish during the Shadow Expedition, the Behemoth's time in Maculag, and at most, the Plague War. Of course, this does not imply that throughout the annals of the 500 worlds, Maculag had never faced threats beyond these. However, if one were to enumerate the wars that drove Marius Augustus Calgas to incessantly solicit external assistance, those mentioned would encompass all the conflicts during the reign of the king of Maculag. I see it. I witness Maculag transforming into a desolate green. Soulless living corpses and grotesque mounds of flesh proliferating across the planet's surface, and above the entire world, a colossal cauldron incessantly churns. Oh Emperor, spare me from such visions. Poor child, allow me to assist you. In a moment of disorientation, Leonard seemed to hear a voice. The intern political commissar, having sworn by his 3 years of service, was certain that the voice's owner would not assist him as he had envisioned. No, there is no need. Bang. Yet, before he could complete his sentence, a rapidly expanding shadow obscured his vision. Baiji, with a look of pity, retracted his explosive firearm, observing Leonard's figure collapse despondently, while the blood dripping from the gun's handle was conveniently overlooked. May you have sweet dreams. Oh, and remember, you still have to wrestle with demons in your dreams. May the Emperor bless you. Baiji chanted softly, watching Leonard succumb helplessly, and summoned the guards stationed outside to call for the priest of the National Church and the apothecary. Subsequently, the young political commissar, a mere lieutenant, slowly departed from the confinement chamber, along with his exit from the physical universe. Subspace Stealth, activate. Chapter 044. Subspace Eavesdropping Plan, Mist, Subspace Stealth. This marked Baiji's inaugural subjective experience with this newly acquired boon. Unlike the psychic cloaking employed by the Shadow Ravens, which allowed them to silently emerge from the enemy's shadows while enveloped in psychic energy, Baiji's ability appeared more profound. In essence, he could fully enter subspace. Yet in doing so, he became trapped within it, necessitating someone to extricate him. Traditionally, this burdensome task was borne by the master of humanity himself. However, this time, Baiji seemed to have identified another capable entity to undertake this significant duty. Let me see. Baiji drowsily opened his eyes, as the dazzling and surreal scenery of subspace twisted and spiraled before him. Visions beyond human comprehension were automatically shielded from the political commissar's sight, transmuting into a semblance of vibrant hues that appeared harmless to both man and beast. Even so, at the outset of his conscious entry into the subspace, an overwhelming sensation akin to suffocation, reminiscent of being submerged in the depths of the ocean, constricted his throat. Baiji struggled like a parched fish in the void for what felt like an eternity, only to discover that the anticipated feeling of asphyxiation had not materialized. Ahem. The colonel political commissar regained his composure, feigning nonchalance while clearing his throat twice to alleviate the awkwardness. The training he had undergone at Loyalty Academy immediately proved effective. Guided by his subconscious, he tilted his head in a certain direction. Ah, now I see. In the next moment, the colonel political commissar emitted a sound of sudden realization. You see, I told you so. Against the backdrop of deep purple subspace, an object emanating a faint blue glow was perched atop a similarly amorphous entity. Its head bent over, incessantly chattering to the thing beneath it. The pale blue silhouette evoked a surreal sense of dizziness. Externally, it appeared to possess a slender body and a grotesquely bloated head, its smooth skin entwined with scrolls and parchments inscribed with indecipherable characters. Frankly, Baiji was uncertain whether that peculiar entity was indeed parchment. However, upon closer inspection, one would discern that the form of this subspace creature was anything but fixed. Did it have 3 claws? Or 5? How many fingers adorned each claw? These inquiries seemed trivial and devoid of meaning. Yet the moment one's gaze shifted even slightly from the direct observation of this demon, even for a mere second, the impression of the subspace creature would begin to dissipate rapidly, until it vanished entirely, leaving only a vague memory that it was a demon. Suddenly, Baiji felt as though he were hallucinating. Amidst the chaos of the subspace, he distinctly heard the sound of water splashing. Yet, he soon realized that the source of the sound emanated from near the demon, where four branch-like claws gently stirred the waves of subspace, extracting information that only he could comprehend. A bizarre demon. Baiji swiftly arrived at a conclusion based on his knowledge. According to standard procedure, he should now return to the real universe. If he were to avoid hassle, he would report to the tribunal, or if he preferred to bypass the inconvenience, he could simply execute Leonard on the spot. Although he was uncertain whether the amorphous entity firmly grasped by the bizarre demon was indeed Leonard, it was better to mistakenly eliminate 100 than to let one escape. Such was the Imperial strategy, Grey Knights, regarding subspace incursions. Yet, he was resolute in his defiance. Let me hear the nonsense you speak. Baiji stealthily approached the demon, curiously noting that the demon seemed oblivious to the commissar's presence, continuing its incessant chatter towards Leonard's subspace projection. As he crept forward, Baiji recited silently in his mind. If a demon is slain in the real universe, it returns to subspace to respawn. What if I were to kill a demon in subspace? I advise against it, the Emperor cautioned. The so-called subspace demon is essentially a manifestation of the powers and will of the malevolent deities. You may conceive of them as shards of these dark gods. When you slay a demon in subspace, unless you possess a unique holy weapon, the defeated demon will bypass the return to subspace and directly enter the respawn process. Moreover, you might not even be capable of defeating that creature. Take a closer look. Upon hearing the Emperor's explanation, Baiji focused intently on the demon's pale blue skin. Several pairs of inquisitive eyes were spinning rapidly, a sign of its contemplation. This demon evidently lacked the ability to breach the physical universe and was currently powerless against the indomitable will of the Imperial Commissioner, at least for now. Yet, this challenge only ignited the interest of the servant of the Lord of Change, prompting it to ponder even more fervently, to the extent that the blue scales on its surface began to glow faintly red. 9 arms, each adorned with 9 claws. Blue scales entwined with scrolls inscribed with lies. This is no ordinary demon, the Emperor remarked. 9 arms. Baiji paused momentarily, realizing there were clearly only. Never mind. He swallowed the words he had yet to finish, for in his sight, an additional arm suddenly sprouted from the demon's side, only to vanish 2 moments later. From this phenomenon, he gleaned that in subspace, what one sees is not necessarily the truth. It would be prudent to heed the advice of the human sovereign. It is indeed the Secretary of Chinchi, quite a rare sight. As these beings seldom stray from the realm of change, the human sovereign's tone rose slightly. Let us listen in. What is this wretch saying to my commissioner? It is an intern commissioner, Baiji corrected with dissatisfaction. He can only be a formal commissioner with my consent and the approval of the Ministry of Military Affairs. For now, he is merely an intern. The compensation for families of those who perish in the trenches is even more substantial than his. Why would a commissioner have family compensation? Guess why he is a commissioner. The Emperor retorted. Shoo, less idle chatter. What if I am discovered? Baiji made a gesture for silence, though he pondered the significance of such a gesture in subspace. And you say I cannot defeat it? Why? The scrolls held by the Secretary contain accounts of Chinchi personally shattering fragments. Though it is but a demon, it is akin to a mere mortal operating a torpedo launcher. I trust this metaphor resonates with you, so I need not elaborate further. Understood, nuclear operator, Baiji said. A slight twitch of his lips evident. As for my second query, what if I am discovered? If you could be discovered, you would have been long ago. Do you truly think a mortal can evade the perception of a demon in subspace? The human sovereign's voice was laced with disdain. Upon hearing this, Baiji straightened his posture. However, to the eyes of the Secretary of Chinchi, it merely appeared as a chaotic and disorderly fluctuation within subspace, warranting no attention whatsoever. Thus, now, go over there and listen attentively. The Emperor's voice turned somewhat grating as he continued. I wish to see what those treacherous rebels intend to do to my world. Chapter 045. Ascend. End of volume. In the realm of subspace, the concept of time is non-existent. However, in Baiji's perception, within a mere 10 minutes, the shadows of subspace had unveiled their plans through the narration of that treacherous clerk. In brief, under a fortuitous guidance, the clerk inadvertently discovered a plea for help, sent from 500 worlds to the outer star regions, dating back to the time of the Plague Wars nearly a century ago. After retrieving this long-drifting document from the tumultuous waves of subspace, the clerk commenced the arduous task of restoring the letter, filling in crucial missing information, forging the seal of the human empire, and mimicking the tone of interstellar warriors to such an extent that it could deceive even the keenest observer, thereby luring Imperial forces into the subspace routes. To Baiji, the clerk's scheme was remarkably succinct, even starkly straightforward, lacking the usual intricacies associated with the Master of Change. And then, Baiji pondered, luring us into subspace, and then what? Are they going to throw us a farewell party? However, ironically, the clerk suddenly sighed deeply, slowly closing his mouth. From the perspective of subspace, Leonard's projection flickered dimly for a moment before losing its discernible fluctuations. What is this? Baiji's heart raced. Has he perished just like that? No, he merely fainted. Perhaps he hit a wall in a moment of despair. The Emperor provided a reassuring answer. Simultaneously, a sense of suffocation returned, and Baiji sensed a force acting upon her. The Colonel Political Commissar attempted to struggle, but the repulsive force emanating from the surrounding sea of subspace was far beyond what a mere mortal could withstand, nearly tearing him apart. After all, the Commissar was still partly mortal, and subspace was not a realm for the likes of him. He realized that this was likely the limit of their infiltration. Thus, Under the increasing intensity of the repulsive force, the Colonel Political Commissar resolutely abandoned his futile eavesdropping and chose to depart from the chaotic sea of psychic energy. Haha, Commissar. Upon awakening, a flustered gendarme happened to appear at his dormitory door. What happened? Baiji furrowed her brow, but remained true to her character, addressing the gendarme gently. Leonard hit a wall. The gendarme stood at attention. Is that so? Baiji feigned ignorance. Is he alright? The wall is fine. It just needs a fresh coat of paint. Nonsense, Baiji said, tugging at her lips. I meant the man. Oh. The man is currently in the hands of Sergeant Evelyn. Then all is well. Baiji felt relieved. Although the medic might have saved fewer lives than she had taken on the battlefield, it was fortunate that as long as the wounded soldier made it to the surgical table of the 9th Medical Unit alive, their chances of survival remained quite promising. However, Sage Krenz also went. He pondered over what to do, and suddenly, the mechanical sage's past complaints resurfaced in his mind. Damn it. I would rather eliminate him than let him modify the mech servant. Fueled by a mix of anger and concern, he disregarded the dizziness induced by the subspace stealth and sprinted towards the medical room of the headquarters. The gendarme who had just reported the information stood frozen, seemingly contemplating whom the political commissar intended to eliminate. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario that plagued his thoughts did not unfold. When the Colonel Commissar arrived at the operating room, Sergeant Evelyn was just stepping out, removing her mask. Upon seeing him rush in, the pharmacist shook her head in disappointment. Is there a chance of recovery? He asked anxiously. Evelyn sighed, then responded earnestly. The risk is substantial. You must be prepared. No. Why? Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, another dissatisfied voice interrupted their conversation. By omniscia, my calculations indicate that Leonard's probability of skull fracture stands at an alarming 63.672%. Even if there's no risk of a fracture, the likelihood of severe concussion exceeds 93%. How did you manage to save him? It's quite simple. Evelyn replied with a sincere smile. We simply replaced his skull. I hope he appreciates his new bulletproof cranium. With pity from omniscia, the mechanical sage emerged from a pile of medical equipment, disappointment evident in his tone. Why is it so difficult to modify a mech servant? There are countless criminals in the lower nests. Instead of apprehending them, you wish to modify someone from the ranks? White G exclaimed in indignation. If you are willing to invest time, there are plenty of available mech servants outside waiting for your enhancement. Even Dolakale, a great sage, dedicates time every day to work on them. Dolakale? The sage questioned, confused. Are you referring to Belisarius Kale? That is the honorific we use on our side. White G maintained a calm demeanor, concealing her amusement. I know that guy, Clem said, taken aback. We were in the same class back on Mars. He specialized in soul preservation and alien technology, while I focused on Imperial technology application and modification. However, the credits for both subjects were the same, you know? He even delayed his graduation by 2 years. When did you establish such connections? White G was astonished. With such talent, why are you working for the Star Realm Army? Serving omniscia, of course, is primarily for the STC, the mechanical sage replied, oblivious to the commissar's skepticism, continuing to humble himself. My mech servants target the high-end market. The lower nest denizens, who grow up consuming body starch, not only possess substantial impurities in their bones, but their skulls also exhibit a higher degree of deformation compared to normal individuals. Modifying them into wetware is less stable than for others, which is crucial for heavy cavalry-type combat mech servants, as they require components capable of withstanding harsh environments. You have heavy cavalry-type mech servants. White G was astonished by the extent of his secrecy. Why haven't you utilized them before? I possess but a single squadron, a tool for academic exchange with my colleagues. As you might know, currently, my family is in decline, and I attribute this misfortune to those chaotic miscreants. The sage, slightly abashed, adjusted the brightness of his electronic eye. Although Baiji could not discern the emotional expression of the oil-smeared man. A squadron? 12 units? Baiji felt a slight easing of her anxiety. 12 heavy cavalry units. While useful, were somewhat limited, particularly for the 9th Regiment, known for its opulent armaments. What? 12 units? I mean a squadron. Isn't a combat vehicle squadron typically a dozen in a group? Baiji paused momentarily, instinctively offering an explanation. No, I refer to a squadron of the Astral Army. The sage, Krenz, appeared taken aback, gesturing with a prosthetic limb towards the distant steel torrent advancing towards the naval transport ship. 2,000 units. Chapter 001, A New Beginning? 4 Baiji, boarding the naval transport ship once more evoked an almost surreal sense of nostalgia. Greetings, Commander. The Emperor gazes upon you. At the Naval Health Inspection Station, a medic clad in a white cap waved a probe, reciting the prescribed polite phrases from the Holy Human Empire Navy Fleet Boarding Inspection Procedure directed at senior officers. Please raise your hand, Commander. How do you know the Emperor watches over me? The familiar procedure resumed. Baiji complied, lifting her hand, while the latter part of her statement remained firmly contained within her thoughts, unheard by any. Let me see. Accompanied by a slight sting from the fingertip, the medic's voice followed. All is well. Please wait in the rest area. Your troops will soon complete their inspection. May I observe from here? Baiji, haunted by her previous experience, expressed concern. Could we enter together after our regiment finishes its inspection? I am the political commissar. My troops cannot function without me. The medic cast a look of discomfort, but, after receiving approval from a fleet lieutenant, Baiji's request was granted. You may wait here, in this modest inspection station. An Imperial Navy lieutenant rose, relinquishing his seat to Baiji, who settled into the small chair, witnessing the entire process of her troop security checks. How magnificent, Baiji remarked, gazing through the bulletproof glass. Outside the inspection station, thousands of heads gathered, an array of gleaming gold eagles shimmering brightly. Countless pairs of sturdy military boots echoed on the boarding deck, producing a sound akin to a buzzing hive. Suddenly, a long-forgotten joke resurfaced in her mind. Observing the scene before her, the political commissar blurted out unexpectedly. What joke? One I heard long ago, in a previous life. Baiji pondered for a moment and replied. In an Imperial unit, there are Astartes, Battle Sisters, Titan Legions, Knightly Houses, as well as Inquisitors, Imperial Guard, and Astral Army. At that moment, the combat effectiveness of this unit is 100%. Subsequently, the Astartes and the Battle Sisters perished, the Titan was obliterated. And the Imperial Guard suffered significant losses. Even the oil-fueled priest met his martyrdom. On the battlefield, only the Astra Militarum continued to fight with a remarkable vigor of 99%. While this may seem somewhat exaggerated, there is a kernel of truth to it. After all, in the vast expanse of the galaxy, there are countless battlefronts, and how many places can truly claim the protection of the Astartes and the Mechanicus? The Colonel Commissar sighed, then smirked slightly, acknowledging, in most areas, it is we, the Astra Militarum, who bear the burden. We handle the trifles that the Lords of Chaos, the heretics, and the traitors disdain, matters that the Death Angels overlook. As he spoke, Baiji found herself laughing at the absurdity. It was amusing to recall that when she first traversed into this realm, her heart was set on joining an Astartes battle company, yearning for camaraderie in arms. Yet, nearly 4 years later, she had encountered but a handful of the revered warriors. The Imperial forces each have their designated roles. Their cooperation is essential for the survival of humanity. However, as you stated, across the vast territories of the galaxy, it is indeed the Astra Militarum that serves as the cornerstone of this empire and of humanity itself. Those who have fallen can now rest in peace. Baiji smiled. But at that moment, gunfire erupted from a distance. She exchanged puzzled glances with the sentry outside the checkpoint, and a naval lieutenant offered her a pair of binoculars. To her astonishment, she observed a squad of sentinels engaged in a firefight with a contingent of the Astra Militarum, with the naval troops clearly holding the upper hand due to their advantageous position and firepower. After a while, the gunfire subsided. Several naval soldiers emerged from the boarding ramp, dragging a few corpses, and soon vanished from her view. It appears that even our cornerstone has begun to harbor pests. There are rumors of a Xenos lineage discovered at one of the checkpoints. Following the cessation of gunfire, a communications officer, equipped with a bird-like auger, reported to the naval lieutenant, seemingly unperturbed by Baiji's presence. Do they truly believe we are blind? He scoffed, defending the claim that it was merely a wrinkle, only to find that one shot rendered the brain matter green. Xenos are inherently brutish. One cannot expect our human intellect to apply to those beasts. The naval lieutenant nodded dismissively, offering a look of apology to Baiji. Please do not take offense. While these Xenos may be foolish, the purity of the Imperial forces is the wellspring of our victorious might, and we cannot allow these vile creatures to taint our ranks. Excuse me, is this a frequent occurrence? Baiji inquired, her expression revealing a hint of intrigue. The naval lieutenant, sensing her interest, sighed in relief. For no one desired to offend a commissar, as it is well known that they often possess an intensity of conviction. To be honest, it happens almost every time. I assumed you, as a high-ranking officer, would be aware of this, he replied with a shrug, a note of resignation in his tone. After all, during our ship inspections, we must establish 2,000 checkpoints to scrutinize nearly 500,000 embarking troops. And as you know, not everyone possesses the capability to maintain their purity at all times. Thus, such occurrences have become commonplace, it seems. Baiji lifted the telescope, observing as the fleet's servants began to scrub the deck, mopping up the crimson and verdant stains. The Emperor is often merciful, the lieutenant chuckled, dismissing the matter as trivial. The troops boarding the ship were required to surrender their weapons. The terrain favored us. And even with 4 hands, they could not advance. Yet, one must not underestimate them. They indeed possessed 4 hands. Baiji returned to her seat, awaiting the completion of inspections, after which the colonel political officer merged with the crowd entering the ship's hold. Although familiarity breeds comfort, as she walked towards the assembly point, she happened upon a massive artillery platform, where countless enslaved laborers strained to maneuver a colossal shell, while a priest stood aloft, fervently praying. Nevertheless, it was difficult for her to fathom this reality. Baiji's expression remained unchanged, yet her thoughts were tumultuous as she passed the artillery platform, silently reflecting. We possess the capability to launch shells at sublight speeds, yet it takes 1,000 souls an entire hour to load a single shell onto the platform. This is the generational gap brought about by technological stagnation. It is beyond my control. The Emperor seemed to resonate deeply with this sentiment. The fleet of the Golden Age could have operated entirely with Iron Men. A crisis of intelligence machinery shattered my imperial dreams. Enough of this. The colonel political officer continued deeper into the ship's hold, swiftly arriving at the assembly point designated for his unit. The officer halted, shadows flickering before his eyes, as he beheld crates upon crates of various supplies. Baiji was certain that none of these belonged to the 9th Regiment. Chapter 002. The Kansaket People. 1. Who are you? Baiji stared in bewilderment at the impeccably dressed allies, deducing from their insignia that the lurking figures before her were likely her comrades. Yet, why were they in possession of her regiment's supplies? Which of your eyes perceived these as belonging to your regiment? A short man retorted aggressively. Baiji, perplexed, drew her pistol and scratched her forehead. What nonsense are you spouting? The emblem on this crate bears our insignia. Oh, it seems I neglected to clean mine properly. The short man glanced down at the crate's surface, where the hydra of the Candela people remained defiantly visible, its presence unmasked even by the caustic acid meant to corrode its paint, due to Colonel Alana's stringent standards of honor. Enough with the trivialities. Who are you? And why do you possess our regiment's supplies? Speak the truth at once. At this moment, Baiji finally grasped the situation. These items had been acquired at zero cost. She straightened her expression, casting a glance at the insignia of the leading man, and with the authority befitting a senior officer addressing a subordinate's transgression, she sternly inquired, "In the name of the Emperor, this is an act of theft. We are the Kansaket people, sir." The Kansaket people? Where are they from? Baiji had never heard of this name, nor of the exploits of this unit. So she momentarily set aside her hostility towards these strangers and inquired with a gentler tone. "In the Pacific Star Domain, the commander," the short man replied honestly, ignoring the furtive glances exchanged among the group behind him. Their attitude towards admitting fault was commendable. "The Pacific Star Domain? You have strayed rather far," Baiji exclaimed, taken aback by the mention of this place, for it was a perilous star domain. "How on earth did you end up here?" "It is the Military Affairs Department's doing. Commander, we have been dispatched to provide support for the troop rotation." "This is how you conduct a troop rotation?" Baiji directed the muzzle of his gun towards the two men who were hoisting boxes, a wave of humiliation rising from his heart to his forehead. "Damn it, you have the audacity to steal right under my nose. There is a saying, a thief may thrive for 1,000 days, but a guard cannot be vigilant for 1,000 days. Today, I have finally grasped this truth. Another lesson learned today is that good and evil will ultimately be repaid. Give me your unit designation, soldier." With this thought, Baiji suddenly barked, "In the name of the Emperor, I must sternly warn you. The Military Affairs Department explicitly forbids such actions. Once I expose your misdeeds to the Military Affairs Department, the best fate awaiting you will be with the Penal Legion." Silence enveloped the air, and Baiji felt a chill creep up his spine. The middle-aged political commissar cautiously took 2 steps back, raising his explosive gun slightly. "Why is everyone silent? What do you intend to do?" "Commander," after a brief pause, the leader of the group finally spoke slowly, "I believe this matter is open to negotiation." "Negotiation?" Baiji could hardly believe his ears. "Do you see what is perched atop my neck? A head, Commander, not a boiled egg." "No, Commander. Then how dare you negotiate with me?" Baiji was consumed by rage, brandishing his explosive weapon and roaring at the men before him with the ferocity of a lion. "Now, your unit designation." "The 13th Guard Regiment of Kansaket, Commander." In the face of Baiji's fury, the short man reluctantly disclosed a designation of dubious authenticity. "Our home planet is located right beside your Kansaket regiment." "The Guard Regiment?" Baiji paused momentarily. "Is it just you? Or is it a guard? Is being a guard a title of shame among you?" "No, when it was established, we lacked heavy weapons and could only wield knives, hence the name guard." The man responded nonchalantly. Yet inexplicably, Baiji felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. There must be a tear-jerking story hidden behind this name. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Baiji inquired, "What have you stolen? Open it and let me see." With a click, the two men set down the boxes, hesitating for a moment before unveiling the lids before Baiji. Upon glimpsing the contents inside, Baiji suddenly regretted his earlier compassion for these scoundrels. "You truly deserve this." Baiji, filled with trepidation, gazed at the overflowing box of canned fruits and narcotics before her. Even within the 9th Regiment, such provisions represented 2 months' worth of rations for high-ranking officers, not solely for her, but for other officers as well. The thought of them being discovered as stolen sent a shiver down her spine, envisioning the colonel's handsome face darkening with fury. The last time she had seen such an expression on AI Lana was on the home planet of Candela, upon learning of the Dark Spirit tribe's invasion of their nest. A moment when Baiji just happened to be present. In the ensuing battles, she had felled over 50 Dark Spirits in close-quarters combat to alleviate her stress. When she returned to the regiment, her countenance grim as she carried back a soul stone of the conspiracy's leader, Baiji suddenly understood her standing before this officer. The goods remained, and she was to depart. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to inform the regiment's political commissar, stating that she would personally consult him regarding their treatment. "What is your commissar's name?" "Kyle Valiner, sir. By the way, our regiment's colonel is named Chris, and the frontline major commander is called Rouster." The diminutive man divulged a plethora of information without restraint, implying that Baiji would merely need to confront them for accountability, while he, a mere soldier, could not afford the repercussions. After all, one life was all he had, and he might not even be willing to part with it. "And you?" However, Baiji was not so easily deceived. The middle-aged political commissar narrowed his eyes, the aura of intimidation he brought from the subspace beginning to manifest. "What is your name, soldier?" "I am Sly, sir." "Very well, you may return." Pleased with the cooperation, Baiji nodded and casually retrieved 3 cans of fruit from the box on the ground, pressing them into the hands of the individual named Sly, a Lithuanian. "You've had a hard time of it, coming all this way. It's a small token of appreciation. Take it back to the brothers of the 13th Regiment for a taste." "Sir?" The Lithuanian was taken aback. In his mind, if the other party had been adamant, he would have seized an opportunity to eliminate this individual and blame it on the pests scurrying through the ship's conduits. If the individual had been reasonable, he would simply retreat to avoid scrutiny. Yet, what was the situation? Did the political commissar also possess a changeable temperament? Take it, Baiji laughed, lifting the remaining bulk of supplies from the ground. After the bewildered thieves from the 13th Regiment departed, the commissar leisurely returned to the 9th Regiment's base. 10 minutes later, at the temporary station of the 9th Candela Vanguard Regiment, by the Divine Emperor, gather a few people and accompany me to the territory of the 13th Vanguard Regiment next door. Upon entering the regiment's headquarters, the political commissar's face donned an expression of indignation. What is the matter? As anticipated, Baiji's actions drew the attention of Commander Ai Lana. The golden-haired noble officer furrowed her brow, pausing her tactical planning with a quill pen. "Someone has stolen from our regiment." Bai Ji placed half a box of supplies upon the commander's desk, vehemently denouncing the despicable thievery of their allies in front of the communication officers and commanders present. A whole half box. Bai Ji presented to everyone the nearly empty supply box, a move that proved effective. Half an hour later, a combat formation composed of fully armed gendarmes and 3 Lehman Russ tanks appeared at the entrance of the 13th Vanguard Regiment of Consket. The crowd was filled with righteous indignation, vowing to ensure that the Allied forces who dared to steal would face the harsh penalties of imperial law. Of course, when it came to the 20-odd cans that had mysteriously appeared in their dormitory, the political commissar claimed ignorance of any such matters. Chapter 002. The People of Consket. 2. Greetings to all my brothers in the Astral Army. Today is the 853rd year of M41. As we find ourselves in the subspace warp, I shall refrain from reporting the exact time. This is the Hydra Regiment's flag report. I, your correspondent and chief editor, Uriel Kilyuo, bring you live coverage. At the entrance of the 13th Vanguard Regiment's base, amidst the convoy from the 9th Vanguard Regiment seeking justice, an unusual group was seen brandishing cameras, with the leading company commander animatedly speaking into a microphone. Inside the base of the 13th Vanguard Regiment, Commissar Valena Kale warmly received the visiting Commissar Bai Ji from the 9th Vanguard Regiment. After a vigorous exchange of words and a constructive dialogue, both parties reached a consensus on how to address the earlier incident of theft. Commissar Bai Ji remarked, "Young people, in their fervor, may err in judgment. As the cornerstone and bulwark of humanity, we must strive for mutual understanding and learning. Matters pertaining to the Imperial Guard should be resolved behind closed doors. Escalating this to the Ministry of Military Affairs benefits no one. As long as the 13th Vanguard Regiment is willing to return the 23 cans of fruit previously pilfered from the 9th Regiment's warehouse, we can start anew." In response to Commissar Bai Ji's statements, Commissar Kale acknowledged the need to address the underlying issues that led to this incident, citing a lack of moral fortitude among certain soldiers within the 13th Regiment and a decline in loyalty. He assured that measures would be taken to bolster the political and ideological education of the troops, ensuring such incidents do not reoccur. The 13th Regiment would make every effort to compensate for the losses incurred by their allies, and those soldiers involved in the criminal actions would face severe punishment. Subsequently, the meeting transitioned into a closed-door discussion, barring the flag reporter from entry. Future reports would be handled by the 13th Regiment's flag report. I am Uriel Kilyuo, and this concludes my report. Thank you, brothers, for your attention. Your regiment certainly has a knack for fabrication. Once the Hydra Regiment's report concluded, at the temporary quarters of the 13th Regiment, Valena Kale rubbed his now stiffened face. The rigidity of his expression stemmed from a complex mix of factors. Half was the need to maintain a smile in front of the camera to foster an atmosphere of camaraderie between the two armies, and half was due to a righteous elbow strike from the other commissar that landed squarely on his left cheek. Of course, Bai Ji was not entirely unscathed either, as Kale's power sword hilt had struck the same spot on him, leaving both men with a deep bruise around their eyes. When will I be compensated for those cans? Bai Ji grinned, baring his teeth. 23 cans of fruit. There were orders, not a single one can be missing. 23? Nonsense. Kyle felt a surge of indignation. Sly and his companions managed to bring back merely 3 cans, and upon their return, they claimed they had encountered benevolent individuals. Yet, here they are, greedily pocketing 20 for themselves. I must write to our colonel, urging her to conduct a thorough investigation into the corruption within her ranks. He continued, "One cannot speak so carelessly. How could there possibly be corruption within our esteemed unit?" Bai Ji, with an expression of innocence, interjected, "Even the theft of 3 cans warrants a meticulous inquiry. With such rigorous anti-corruption measures in place, who would dare engage in embezzlement within our ranks? Are you truly an imperial political commissar?" Kyle exclaimed, taken aback by Bai Ji's audacity. "Chaos has indeed infiltrated the Loyalist Academy. Likewise, your peaceful star region is not devoid of talent," Bai Ji replied courteously, though he was clearly not present merely for a few boxes of canned goods. "To be candid, I am here today because our colonel has assigned me an additional task." Clearing his throat, Bai Ji winced slightly from the lingering pain in his eye, a remnant of an earlier encounter with Kyle's power sword. "We require an ally for the impending battlefield." After a brief pause, Bai Ji quietly revealed the mission entrusted to him by Commander Ilana. "The battlefield that can summon Maculag for assistance is undoubtedly formidable. While I do not shy away from sacrificing myself for the Emperor, I also recognize the intrinsic value of my survival." Maculag? Which Maculag? Are we truly headed there? Kyle's astonishment was palpable. Would such a prestigious location actually require our assistance? I must admit, I feel a twinge of regret. Bai Ji scrutinized the group, who were already in hyperspace yet oblivious to their destination. However, recalling the chaotic management within certain regions of the Military Affairs Department, the political commissar decided to temporarily overlook this concern. "Our regiment is not one that just anyone can rely upon." Kyle's gaze sharpened. "What is the configuration of your regiment? How many personnel do you have? What equipment is at your disposal? Speak, speak." "We are fully staffed at 9,000, though currently we have only 7,500. Bai Ji stated candidly. "Most of our soldiers are seasoned veterans with multiple deployments, and our standards for new recruits are quite stringent. So there is little concern regarding the quality of our troops." 19,000. Kyle was taken aback by the figure. Even at the peak of the 13th Regiment, a time when they scarcely had a peak to speak of, this number represented nearly 5 times their total manpower. "Numbers alone do not signify much," Bai Ji reassured him. "Now, let us discuss the level of your equipment. What assets does your regiment possess?" "Now you have my attention." Kyle perked up at the mention of equipment. Disregarding the facts for a moment, "Do you know what our regiment's flagship vehicle is?" What is it?" Bai Ji inquired. "The Venom Blade." Kyle proclaimed with enthusiasm. A legendary class, super heavy tank. Though it does have some minor maintenance issues, it is indeed the Venom Blade. Impressive, Baiji expressed with newfound respect. In the political commissar's humble understanding, a unit capable of both operating and maintaining a super heavy tank was undoubtedly either opulent or, like the 9th Regiment, both affluent and powerful. We also operate the Venom Blade, but our command is generally not situated on top of it. Then where do you direct your operations from? Commissioner Kyle inquired curiously. Could it be that you possess a superior combat platform than the Poison Blade? No, came the candid response from Baiji. Our command post is typically situated within 500 meters of the front line, allowing us to reach the battlefield in merely a minute's run. The colonel usually mandates that we arrive at the battlefront within 5 minutes, as she tends to rush into action and could be at our regiment in 3 minutes. We cannot function without her. She is as vital to us as a mother. Our regiment also has a maternal figure. One might say your colonel is quite formidable. Commissioner Kyle seemed to resonate with the notion of a maternal figure within the regiment, and Baiji nodded in agreement. Is there anything of value your regiment could spare for us? With a shift in conversation, Commissioner Kyle began to contemplate how he might procure some resources from this seemingly affluent colleague. Perhaps firearms or artillery, even some automatic rifle ammunition would suffice. We are not picky. Automatic rifle ammunition? Baiji scratched her head, visibly troubled. We do not possess that either. What about some heavy explosive shells? We just received a fresh shipment from Reza a couple of days ago, and our regiment needs to clear out our inventory, as we cannot exhaust it all during regular training. Reza's new shipment? Commissioner Kyle paused, a flicker of realization crossing his face. If I recall correctly, isn't Reza a foundry world? Indeed. Where else would ammunition originate? Baiji replied. We are merely collecting spent casings from the battlefield. However, this observation was not something she could share with her bewildered colleague. Commissioner Kyle displayed a grateful smile, and after a rather muddled agreement was reached, a beaming Kyle escorted Baiji out of the base's entrance. That evening, all officers of the 13th Regiment gathered and shared an emotional moment of tears. The next day, Baiji arrived with a transport team, bearing the promised 2,300 heavy explosive shells at the station of the 13th Vanguard Regiment of Consequit. However, she found the area bustling with activity. The small clearing at the camp's entrance was filled with soldiers from the 13th Regiment, eager to observe. The leader was not the Commissioner Kyle she had conversed with the previous day, but rather a youthful officer adorned with the insignia of a major, who appeared quite dashing. Hello, may I ask? Welcome. Baiji, it is an honor to have such a talented young figure from the Empire gracing our regiment. It is a moment of pride for us. Before she could finish her sentence, the young officer eagerly interjected, I am Major Roster Schreifinger, the commanding officer of the 13th Vanguard Regiment. Without waiting for Baiji to respond, the enthusiastic major seized her hand with fervor, nearly tackling her in his eagerness to shake hands. Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you. Could you kindly release my hand? Baiji managed to extricate herself from Roster's grip and cleared her throat seriously. In any case, I represent the Candela 9th Vanguard Regiment, here to deliver a consignment of ammunition supplies to your esteemed army, as I agreed with Commissioner Kyle yesterday. This is a modest token of our collaboration. Oh, why the formality in your arrival? Major Rost, though engaging in pleasantries, allowed his fervent gaze to traverse over the shoulder of the Colonel Political Commissar. If one could perceive warmth through mere glances, Baiji would have believed that the intensity of his stare could ignite the munitions behind her. Would you like to inspect the goods? Baiji proposed. However, upon turning around, she discovered that the Concerquites had already ascended the trucks designated for transporting supplies. The foremost centaur had driven into the barracks, and countless figures were bustling about on the vehicle. A wave of concern washed over Baiji. Would these Concerquites return the vehicle to her? No need. What kind of friendship do we have to discuss such matters? But we have only known each other for 2 days. The camaraderie among the Star Realm Army brothers transcends time. Baiji glanced at the centaur driver in the distance, who was shrugging at her. Several Concerquites were enthusiastically draping their arms around his shoulders and neck. He had almost been forcibly removed from the driver's seat in such a manner. And this vehicle? What vehicle? Major Rost inquired, glancing back. When you purchase items, do you not buy the entire package? But this isn't yours to claim, is it? Never mind. Baiji sighed, realizing that with this lot's disposition, retrieving her centaur was likely futile. All right, I have delivered what you requested, she said, revealing an eager glimmer in her eyes. Might I now be permitted to tour your barracks? For reasons unknown, the moment she posed this inquiry, Major Rost's smile faltered. And even the soldiers of the 13th Regiment, who were engaged in moving supplies, exchanged perplexed glances, halting their tasks. I'll just take a quick look. I won't disturb anything, Baiji reasoned, assuming there was some concern on their part. I swear by the Emperor's name that I shall adhere strictly to your instructions. No, you misunderstand our intentions. What I meant was, you are most welcome, Commander. Rost's expression shifted, and a soldier behind him, understanding the cue, dropped what he was holding and rushed into the barracks with several others. Of course, we hope you might wait a moment. Very well. Out of caution. Baiji nodded lightly. An unshakable intuition hinted that this seemingly ordinary troop bore profound differences from her initial assumptions. Yet she could only remain silent until she witnessed it with her own eyes. At this juncture, the only certainty she had was that this regiment indeed belonged to the Star Realm Army. However, since they were part of the Star Realm Army, they should not be lacking in quality, she mused, drawing from her modest experience with their recruitment. By the way, Commander, at that moment, Rost's voice abruptly interrupted the Commissar's reverie. What is it? Nothing. I was merely inquiring. The Major scratched his head sheepishly, his gaze flitting excitedly among the soldiers within the barracks. This batch of supplies didn't pass through the Ministry of Military Affairs, did it? Bai Ji furrowed her brow. She was surprised by the unexpected astuteness of these concertquoites in this regard, which had not been anticipated at the outset. The Military Affairs Department is currently unaware of this matter, but rest assured, we will handle the subsequent logistics procedures, ensuring they do not attract the attention of the legal department's inspectors. No, it is best that the Military Affairs Department remains oblivious. Louster sighed with relief. Our regiment has had some minor conflicts with the Military Affairs Department. What conflicts? Bai Ji inquired, perplexed. If you have offended the Military Affairs Department, how can your regiment continue to operate on the battlefield? This requires some historical context, but you must understand, our regiment has been established for several centuries. Even longer than many renowned legions, Louster elaborated. Bai Ji listened with growing respect. The Candela 9th Guard Regiment has only been formed for a mere 4 years, and in the presence of the illustrious ancestors of the Kansekai 13th Guard Regiment, the political officer felt an overwhelming sense of historical gravitas, especially considering they claimed to have offended the Military Affairs Department. The fact that they had survived without being disbanded or relegated to penal units suggested their combat prowess must be extraordinary, filled with individuals like Slamabo, a warrior in his own right. So, why did you offend the Military Affairs Department? Louster did not respond, and Bai Ji, understanding the unspoken agreement, refrained from probing further. After witnessing the elite engineers of the 13th Regiment efficiently unload their vehicles and munitions, Bai Ji finally followed Louster into the barracks of the Kansekai 13th Guard Regiment. It must be said, at least in terms of construction and layout of the barracks, Bai Ji observed a level of professionalism befitting a competent military team. From the arrangement of the shelters to the planning of various pathways, even a cursory glance revealed the meticulous thought of the designer. Yet, for some reason, this layout appeared to be designed for the swiftest evacuation from the battlefield, or perhaps it was a characteristic of the Kansekai people. Was it merely her imagination, Louster? Her contemplations were interrupted when a female voice suddenly resonated from the barracks nearest the entrance. The political officer looked up to find Louster standing frozen in place. As though he had seen a mouse upon encountering a cat, and from the shadows of the tent before them, a tall woman emerged. Who is this? Bai Ji's voice coincided with the woman's. Louster, feigning composure, cleared his throat twice and turned with a smile. Allow me to introduce. He gestured towards the woman, a look of genuine respect appearing on his face. This is the mother of our regiment. Chapter 004. The Kansekai people, and Yelenia, Colonel's aide. The detached woman extended her hand, and Bai Ji shook it symbolically. Bai Ji, political officer. What brings the political officer here? I just came to visit. The woman, identifying herself as Yelenia, remained silent, her gaze fixated intensely on Louster behind Bai Ji. After Bai Ji had broken a substantial sweat, the woman suddenly revealed a beautiful smile. Welcome, Commander. Yelenia gracefully bowed, from which Bai Ji discerned that this young lady evidently emanated a distinguished noble background, both in appearance and demeanor. Louster, please extend proper hospitality. Yes, the major replied crisply, as the elegant adjutant offered a slight nod to Bai Ji before briskly making her way towards the regiment's headquarters. I apologize for the amusement, sir, Louster remarked once Yelenia had departed, finally taking a moment to retrieve a handkerchief from his pocket to dab the cold sweat trickling down his forehead. She is our colonel's adjutant and cousin, responsible for the regiment's finances and logistics. All the funding for the troops is dispensed through her. I understand, Bai Ji nodded repeatedly, aware that formidable women are seldom to be trifled with, whether their aura radiates indifference or fervor, both indicative of experiences beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. However, your mindset is misguided, Bai Ji pointed out. Serving the emperor unto death is an obligation we each bear. How can it be conflated with monetary concerns? Indeed. Your admonition is noted, Louster acknowledged with a nod. Shall we continue our tour? The deputy political commissar fell into a moment of contemplation. In truth, we have nearly reached the conclusion of our visit. After all, my intent was merely a fleeting whim to assess the capabilities of our ally, based on the barracks arrangement. It is clear they are not an incompetent force. Yet, out of sheer boredom, Bai Ji pondered for a moment and acquiesced to Louster's invitation. This would become his most regrettable decision of the day. Why do you bring scrapped vehicles aboard the ship? They are not scrapped. This is our regiment's chimera. It is operational. And what of this tracked armored vehicle? It seems rather rare. That is our regiment's Riemann Russ. And this is the poison blade. Bai Ji gazed impassively at Major Louster, who was whistling merrily. Similar dialogues had transpired numerous times before, leading the commissar to a sense of numbness. I will ask one final time, Bai Ji resolved to press on. You previously claimed to be a mechanized motorized unit. Yet I observe that your individual transport vehicles appear to be modified electric bicycles. Just state whether they are individual transport vehicles. Louster dropped the pretense. Regardless, we have taken the ammunition, you have seen it, and in truth, we possess neither funds nor lives to offer. So that was what the Lelin Ratman taught you. Bai Ji was taken aback by the shamelessness of the allied troops, yet a flicker of yearning arose within him for such a battalion. If only I had been assigned to this unit back then. Fortuitously, the supplies from the Ministry of Military Affairs have arrived. Louster's voice suddenly rang out. Although Bai Ji was well aware he was attempting to divert attention, he nonetheless directed his gaze toward the area indicated by the major's finger, a flat little square where a contingent of Navy soldiers was engaged in transferring supplies to the 13th Regiment. As per customary practice, prior to embarking on the battle-bound transport vessel, the Ministry of Military Affairs conducted a routine supply replenishment for each unit deployed to the front lines, ensuring they could perform their duties effectively in battle. This was knowledge Bai Ji already possessed and was nothing extraordinary. However, the scale of this supply still compelled him to inquire, Why is it so meager? The lieutenant colonel, narrowing his eyes, attempted to discern any unshipped supplies from the naval sailors' transport vehicles, yet each endeavor met with failure. Was this scale sufficient to equip even a single company? Why were there scarcely any crates of heavy weaponry or ammunition? Had the Ministry of Military Affairs dispatched the wrong personnel? Indeed, it seemed so. Louster made a startling observation. Our regiment's supplies have consistently been at the company level. Have you slain the entire family of the Ministry of Military Affairs to be so targeted? Bai Ji widened her eyes in disbelief. How could a battalion of 2,000 receive supplies meant for merely 200? What would you wield in battle? Fear not, for where the road leads, there will be a way. As the bridge meets the ship, so too will solutions arise in abundance if only our resolve remains steadfast. Louster chuckled. We shall scavenge the shells left behind by others on the battlefield, and occasionally, when stationed at our garrison, we shall reap the benefits of our frugality. We have amassed our resources bit by bit. I dare say your mindset has already begun to erode. Bai Ji was now certain that the previous Commissar Kyle was not an anomaly within the 13th Vanguard Regiment of Consecurit. Rather, the Commissar might be the least afflicted by their circumstances. What sort of regiment is this? Bai Ji shook her head, while on the other side, Commissar Valena Kyle, engaged in a reciprocal visit at the 9th Vanguard Regiment of Candela, expressed similar sentiments. What troubles you, Commander? Major Liliana, responsible for guiding Kyle, glanced back, her expression shifting instantly. Kindly remove your face from the external armor of the holy warship. This is a sacred war engine. I merely wish to compare it. It is vastly superior to our regiment's dilapidated vessel. Reluctantly, Commissar Kyle lifted his head from the exterior armor of the Venom Blade destroyer, and had he not been discovered, he might have even contemplated peering into the cannon's mouth. Our dormitory has a glorious history as well. Please, follow me onward. Liliana endeavored to disregard Kyle's peculiar murmurs. Her mind occupied solely with the task assigned by the colonel. Next, we shall visit the artillery section. 011101110110101011. Did someone just pass through? 11001110111011. It seems so. How would I know? Once the two departed, a sacred binary conversation erupted from beneath the armor of the 9th Regiment's Venom Blade holy warship. Startling. The machine spirit was displeased moments ago, and the shells had loaded themselves automatically. Fortunately, Omnisea blessed me, and I managed to forcibly remove them. Let me see. As he spoke, a narrow slit in the observation port of the Venom Blade's lower level suddenly opened, revealing a pair of gleaming artificial eyes. 033. What did you see? Our newly manufactured explosive rifle from yesterday has gone missing. Chapter 005. Welcome to Atralama 3 days later. The vessel is about to exit the hyperspace corridor. Gale's position will undergo a brief refresh in 30 minutes, during which some turbulence may occur. In accordance with naval regulations, all unauthorized personnel are to return to their quarters. Those who depart without permission shall face execution without warning. In the alloy cast walls, the distorted voice of the naval announcer reverberated from the hymn player. During these days, Bai Ji's life had finally returned to its long-missed routine. Rising, patrolling, checking if Leonard was still alive, dining, patrolling again, and then retiring for the night. Apart from this newly added step, everything felt comfortingly normal. Upon hearing the notification from the hymn player, and since the 9th Regiment had not been assigned to guard duty this time, Bai Ji entered his dormitory, preparing to polish his cherished explosive gun under the overhead light. After cleaning the gun, Bai Ji took the time to tidy up his power sword and incense burner, then pulled out the Imperial Codex from the drawer to glance at it. Yet, until everything was completed, he did not hear the anticipated sound. Why is there no gunfire? Bai Ji dropped the Imperial Codex, and a colorful trinket tumbled out. He quickly bent down to pick it up. How curious. Has the subspace shown mercy today? The absence of gunfire indicated that the vigilant guards had detected no enemies, yet subspace exits were currently underway. According to past experience, this was the prime moment for chaotic corruption to take hold. The weakening position of the Geller field rendered the protective barriers of the ship utterly ineffective, and the soldiers' heightened anxiety could easily become a pretext for corruption. However, today, there was nothing outside, an eerie silence akin to that of a morgue, interrupted only by the occasional footsteps of patrolling soldiers and the low, solemn intonations of the chaplain, marking that this warship still belonged to the human empire. How strange, thought Bai Ji, scratching his head. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he directed his gaze towards the side of the dormitory near the porthole. According to naval regulations, the high-strength crystal window should have been covered with a dull gray alloy, inscribed by seasoned fleet chaplains with scriptures that crawled like ants across its surface, isolating the crew from any visual contact with the external subspace. Yet, oddly enough, the political officer's gaze seemed to penetrate through the heavy alloy and its inscriptions, as the vibrant whirlpool of subspace directly entered his field of vision. The lieutenant colonel blinked, reaching out, his white-gloved hand passing through the subspace before him, as cold steel reclaimed his sight. Do not move. Since you have questions, allow me to show you. The Emperor's voice always came so unexpectedly. Bai Ji rubbed his head and redirected his gaze toward the porthole before him. Wait, is that? As his focus settled on the tidal sea of subspace, the purple-hued backdrop dazzled the eyes, but upon closer inspection, a curtain woven of blue and pink began to emerge from the background. The sinister forces of the demon army? Look closer. It is quite lively outside, a rare sight for ordinary folk, though it is not unusual for them to engage in battle, they said. They? Bai Ji felt a cold sweat trickle down her spine as the mid-ranking political officer hurriedly rubbed his eyes. attempting to peer through the veil of physical barriers into the hazy and tumultuous expanse of the subspace sea. The Emperor was indeed correct, for a mere mortal. The scene before her was extraordinarily lively. If I am not mistaken, she hesitated, her thoughts lingering on the question, are those the fleets of the Sins? Not just that, the Emperor's voice seemed to hold back laughter. Take a good look, the terror and the filth are also present. The deceiver is attacking all forces that approach your fleet, while the terror is engaging in indiscriminate assaults. The Sins are fixated on the terror, and the filth is stoking the flames, aiding whoever falters in their efforts. The entire subspace was in utter chaos. Bai Ji stroked her chin, realizing, no wonder the journey had been so serene. It turns out these factions were merely tearing each other apart, leaving no one with the opportunity to strike. Heh. Cast your gaze towards that water cup on the table. Ingres is currently demonstrating his prowess by tearing Carlos apart. How splendid. Bai Ji's interest was piqued, and she mused inwardly. It seems that in this interval before departing from subspace, she would not find herself bored. Haha, meanwhile, in a distant corner of subspace, a black sun suddenly emitted a brilliant arc of light, golden rays piercing through the midsection of its corona and swiftly reaching the fiercely burning Black Fleet. Yes, my lord. Within the Black Fleet, the Astartes, aflame with fervor, listened intently to the Emperor's holy decree. Prior to this, they had repelled countless attacks from the minions of four subspace deities, and through their protection and sacrifice, the Imperial fleet bound for Maculag was rendered secure. The enemy had abandoned their intent to strike, and most of the Sins dispatched in this direction had retreated into the waves, their next target being the Terror, who was preoccupied with its own plight, perhaps hoping that these war-maddened fools might grasp the agony of isolation. Skulls burned with fire, yet even so, Sergeant Marcus aboard the Cursed Legion's strike cruiser, the Burning Shield, could still hear his holy father calling out to him. Soon, Marcus, my child, the corona flickered, and a sacred voice from the Golden Throne descended into the ears of the Cursed One. When the chaos has resulted in mutual destruction among the demons, and the Imperial fleet has fully exited subspace, the war here will conclude on its own, and your mission will reach its end. At that moment, we shall undoubtedly return beneath your throne, Marcus replied reverently. After speaking, the former sergeant of the Fire Eagle battle group cast his empty gaze towards the bridge, where colossal cannons continuously belched forth flames, sending one after another of the demon forces that had breached the Deceiver's blockade back into the subspace. Oh, Emperor above, brother. He gently shook his head, turning his attention to another cursed one beside him. Can you imagine? One day, we find ourselves fighting side by side with demons. We do not fight alongside demons, brother. The other replied, we merely leave their demise for the end. In the distance, the order of the physical universe tore open a rift in the subspace. Through that irregular fissure, the conjurers beheld a magnificent starry sky. Welcome to Atra Lama, children, whispered a member of the former elite warrior tactical squad, though Bai Ji on the ship did not hear this greeting, only letting out a fierce sneeze. Achoo! The colonel political officer rubbed his nose, only to be violently tossed out the door by a sudden jolt. Engage the enemy. Repeat, our ship is engaging the enemy. All combat personnel immediately assemble on the bridge. The hymnal player on the wall suddenly resonated like a specter. Bai Ji clutched his head and gazed out the porthole. And in the next moment, the political officer's pupils constricted sharply in shock. He witnessed a hell on earth. In a physical sense. Chapter 006. Engage the enemy. Hell on earth. If this were 37,000 years ago on Sacred Terra, a scene of murder that claimed the lives of dozens, or a firefight in a regional war, might have been dubbed thus. However, since traversing into this wretched world, Bai Ji, who had witnessed the heads of thousands piled up to summon demons, was no longer easily moved by the sight before him, unlike certain green recruits. Yet now, the colonel political officer was more than willing to bestow his first emotional response in 3 years upon the scene before him, in the boundless black void of space. A battleship with a gaping maw was hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. For the first time since arriving in this world, Bai Ji felt that matters had escalated significantly. Mother. The colonel political officer stammered, turning his head in all directions. In the adjacent barracks, fully armed soldiers surged forth like a torrent, gathering around their respective company commanders and sergeants, converging towards the highest-ranking officer nearby, heading to the bridge mentioned over the intercom. It was evident that no officer in the vicinity surpassed Bai Ji's rank of colonel. Thus, a minute later, he found himself gazing into the bewildered eyes of hundreds beside him. Despite his own confusion, the colonel political officer had no choice but to lead the soldiers in formation towards the bridge. Along the way, hurried sailors crossed this ever-growing troop, and Bai Ji seized one of them. The response plunged him into icy despair. Chaos jump. We must head to the guns. The sailor hurriedly saluted him in a distorted manner, and through the observation slit of his gas mask, Bai Ji glimpsed the fleeting fear in his eyes. Fear not, soldier. The Emperor protects us. Bai Ji placed a hand on his shoulder, speaking in the steady tone honed through years at the Loyalist Academy. To die for the Emperor is an honor, is it not? For the Emperor. The sailor raised his hand in fervent salute, and Bai Ji noticed a melta bomb strapped to his waist. It seems you have long been prepared. To the Golden Throne. Enthusiasm replaced fear in the sailor's eyes, Bai Ji mused. Fanaticism can indeed eclipse the instinctual fear of death. At times, the role of the political officer merely involves rallying these fervent believers before executing those deemed insufficiently zealous. We proceeded to the bridge. After the sailors hastily departed, Bai Ji issued further commands to the soldiers behind her, many of whom were not familiar faces, comprising members from the 9th Regiment and other units. The soldiers, scattered amidst the ship's tumult, instinctively congregated around the highest-ranking officer to heed their orders. Throughout our journey, The wall-mounted speakers emitted jarring static, compelling Bai Ji to command the soldiers to fire upon the source to prevent the noise from dampening the troops' morale. A professional affliction of hers was an acute sensitivity to the morale of the unit. Suddenly, another broadcast erupted, yet before Bai Ji could discern its content. A jarring tremor far more violent than before made her acutely aware of the implications of a void shield overload in the midst of a naval engagement in space. Commander, shall we take that out too? After the shaking subsided slightly, under the guidance of various ranks of officers, the troops regrouped. A sniper from one of the squads raised his hell gun, equipped with an auxiliary targeting system on his helmet that allowed him to accurately hit minuscule targets even in a tumultuous environment. No, let it remain. Bai Ji pondered for a moment. The steel expanse beneath her feet continued to tremble intermittently, yet perhaps the void shield array had successfully rebooted, momentarily halting the violent oscillations. Listen, gunfire, she remarked to a temporary adjutant, a captain from the Navy whom she trusted for his familiarity with the warship's interior. Is it just ahead? It sounds like it's in the 13th district. The captain, his expression grave, contemplated for a moment. It's an essential passage to the bridge. Dispatch scouts to investigate. They've already gone. Just a moment. Commander, interrupted the voice of the augur, the captain's instrument crackling as it activated, and in an instant, the amplified sound of gunfire filled the political officer's ears. Engagement. 13th District Fire Point. Chaos. Chaos reinforcements. We are currently in conflict with the 3rd Infantry Division of Tanis. The communication ended, and Bai Ji couldn't help but exhaled deeply. Everyone present understood that they should, or rather must, take action. Form up. We depart in 10 minutes to assist our allies in securing the fire point, or at least clear a path to the bridge. After a brief pause, he added with difficulty, from the Candela 9th Guard, at the front. No one objected. Approximately 20 to 30 soldiers stepped forth from the crowd. Bai Ji noted the insignias of the 5th, 3rd, and 7th companies among them. The soldiers did not even glance at her, their rigorous training enabling them to autonomously form a reconnaissance formation, advancing towards the direction of the gunfire ahead of the larger contingent of 100. 15 minutes later, 3rd Company engages the enemy, for the Emperor. 7th Company engages the enemy, for the Emperor. The 5 consecutive uncontacted units discovered friendly forces and have now converged with them. Communication has been transferred to Captain of the 6th Company of the Tanis 3rd Infantry Regiment. Hello? Is there anyone alive? Mind your language, soldier. Responded Bai Ji in a measured tone, signaling her troops to prepare for combat, while temporarily halting their advance. I am Colonel Bai Ji, political commissar of the 9th Candelaria Guard. What is the situation on your end? Yes, Commander. Upon hearing the title of the commissar, the other party immediately ceased their bravado. An artillery position at the 13th District node had been struck by the enemy, and during the overload of the void shield, 3 enemy transports carrying Chaos Thralls crashed into Colonel Yelia's artillery base, resulting in his immediate death. This contingent is now under my command. How many personnel do you have? 136, and currently we have 135 remaining, Commander. What about the enemy? Not many, approximately 3 to 400. We are currently suppressing them with shipborne firepower. We have also observed a friendly fire support unit. Is the contingent moving from Zone 7 to the bridge yours? Indeed. Maintain resistance. We shall arrive shortly. To be honest, Bai Ji was not particularly adept at battlefield command, but she could still issue basic orders. For the Emperor. For the Emperor, ho, concluded Tanis. After terminating the communication, Bai Ji drew her meticulously maintained explosive pistol from her waist. At that moment, although the soldiers could not perceive it, her gloves were already dampened with sweat. What the hell should I do now? She questioned inwardly. In the past, her role had primarily been to oversee the troops, with commands issued from the command post, and the soldiers operated with their own tactics, as long as no one retreated. It was considered a victory. But now, she was required to personally maneuver a unit to besiege an enemy force of comparable size. If only I had practiced tactics more during my training. While she muttered this, the pressure of the situation brought forth memories of her studies at the Loyal Air Academy. She recalled her mentor's first lesson, on the battlefield, when you are uncertain of your next move. The commissar pulled a silver whistle from her collar and rubbed it in her sweat-soaked palm. Sound the charge. Command your troops to advance. Oh dear teacher. I rely on you this time. Colonel Bai Ji whispered to herself, and then 3 piercing whistle blasts echoed through the air. For the Emperor. Under the gaze of hundreds, Bai Ji shouted with fervor amidst the crowd, advance. Chapter 007. The corrupted demon army. As the troops advanced, a foul stench began to infiltrate the nostrils of every soldier. It was the odor of charred flesh, decay, and the rancid smell of pus, mingled with the biological scent emitted from spores growing together, all fermented by the dark sorcery of the subspace. Every particle in the air revealed its malevolence towards life. What on earth is that horrid smell? Muttered the naval company commander beside Bai Ji, his complaint resonating with the soldiers, many of whom instinctively covered their mouths and noses. Those fortunate enough to have grabbed gas masks during the assembly took it upon themselves to lead the way. Accelerate, Bai Ji uttered in a muffled tone. A loyal soldier offered him his gas mask, temporarily shielding him from the noxious stench. Let us swiftly eliminate those vile traitors, and we shall soon be rid of this defilement of the Emperor's sanctity. For the Emperor. This time, the soldier's response was particularly earnest. A unit that once required the sharp crack of a whip to spur them into motion now surged forward with unbridled fervor. After 10 minutes of marching through the narrow corridors of the warship, an expansive space unfolded before this small contingent. By the Emperor above, Bai Ji could not help but exclaim in awe. Before him, lasers, explosive rounds, and plasma traced deadly and resplendent arcs in midair. Arcs potent enough to vaporize flesh and sever steel. The kaleidoscope of colors captivated the eyes of the political commissar, who surveyed his surroundings until a soldier, hunched and clad in a gas mask, approached, signaling their position with a flare. They had reached a cluster of bunkers, nestled at the intersection of pipes, lights, and corridors, where the protruding iron curtains stood starkly against the flat firing position. The soldiers of the Star Realm moved deftly between the bunkers, while the bodies of the fallen lay piled haphazardly behind them, with no one having the time to drape a shroud over their faces. Commander? It was then that the voice of a captain from the 6th Company of the Tanis 3rd Infantry Regiment crackled through the naval communicator. I see you. You are at the junction of the 13th and 7th sectors, approximately 150 in number, correct? Indeed. Where are you? Hold on, there are many ahead. You have open ground in front of you. If you force your way through, you'll be exposed to enemy fire. Let me find someone to arrange a significant diversion. There are some good supplies left in this firing position. Wait, what are you planning to do? Before Baiji could finish, he noticed a soldier peeking from behind a bunker, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Without a moment's hesitation, the political commissar issued a command to take cover. He then leaped and rolled behind the corner of the steel corridor. 3 seconds later, a terrifying explosion erupted behind him. A miniature mushroom cloud slowly rising from the ranks of the foul abominations. The bloated corpses, their drooling mouths testament to the viral menace they bore, were vaporized by the intense heat, while the molten steel framework collapsed, momentarily obstructing the vast expanse between the corridor and the chaotic fiends. Come on. The audio from the communicator buzzed in by Ji's ear as he hit the ground, his vision blurring. The soldier's footsteps became mere phantoms in his sight, the sound of military boots on the deck resonating like thunder. You bloody Baiji struggled against the ringing in his ears to rise, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, when a foul odor surged into his consciousness with a jarring clarity, piercing his mind like a needle and sharpening his focus. Charge! For the Emperor! Neglecting all else, Baiji tore the silver whistle from around her neck, and 3 piercing notes shattered the veil of smoke and fog, prompting the soldiers to charge forth. It was only at this moment that Baiji discerned the enemy she faced. Truly, she wished never to behold them again in her lifetime. They were an army composed of the followers of Nagwa and the undead, their pale green forms signifying not life, but the repulsive decay they embodied. Although they referred to it as rebirth, the pockmarks and blisters that marred their bodies, along with intestines protruding grotesquely from their abdomens, rendered any rational individual capable of making the right decision. For the Emperor, amidst the charge, Baiji deliberately maintained her position towards the middle and rear of the formation, ready to monitor the overall movements of the battalion. In the midst of chaos, the dissonance of discordant voices amidst the rallying cry for the Emperor was particularly jarring. In the blink of an eye following the rallying call, the sounds of gunfire and collapsing bodies echoed simultaneously. In the next instant, the loyalists marched resolutely over the corpses of the fallen, firing as they advanced towards the Allied positions. A familiar male voice pierced through the cacophony of gunfire and explosions, and thankfully, most soldiers here wielded the Empire's standard laser rifles, which produced only a faint roar upon firing. Commander, over here, through the thick haze. A squad of approximately 7 assault troops cleared the smoke grenades deployed by Imperial forces and approached the figure of the colonel political officer. The leader, a man of considerable stature, was capable of delivering the firepower equivalent to an entire 3-man team. Captain Sancherl's 6th Company of the 3rd Infantry Regiment, Commander, he announced. A rugged smile broke through the gas mask obscuring his face, but to Baiji, he appeared merely as a heavily armed giant blocking her path, his tone brimming with bravado. Less chatter. Where are your men? As he shouted, the smoke particles swirling around him invaded his nostrils, forcing Baiji to cough violently twice. The mask that had once adorned her face had been lost in the earlier explosion, and now, the foul stench combined with the smoke from her own men's grenades tested her resolve in this hellish environment. Who instructed you to indiscriminately deploy smoke grenades? Does your infantry code permit altering the battlefield without informing your allies? Enough with the talk. No, this way, Commander, Sancherls urged, his voice rising in urgency. Baiji sensed danger looming. Just as she prepared to flee, the burly man lunged forward, grasping the political officer's shoulder and hoisting her onto his shoulder, sprinting away. Pardon the offense, Commander. The company leader apologized, but Baiji felt little in response. The butt of the rifle slamming against her forehead rendered her momentarily unconscious. By the time she was slung over his shoulder, her consciousness had already slipped into darkness. Chapter 008 Yu Baiji awoke to the gentle shaking of someone in the command center aboard the bridge. As he opened his eyes, a cascade of golden locks sent a jolt through the heart of the colonel political commissar, instantly banishing the drowsiness that clouded his mind. Commander Alana, where am I? The colonel political commissar groggily blinked, discovering himself resting upon a makeshift stretcher, a cold pack resembling ice extracted from a cooling pipe resting upon his brow. Standing before him was the colonel, while in a corner of the bridge, he spotted the captain of the 6th Company of the 3rd Infantry Regiment. The very man who had compelled him to kiss the rifle but, Sancherls, was it? The traitor. I swear I will put an end to you. Upon seeing the bearded figure grinning at him, a surge of anger welled up within Baiji. He initially intended to leap from the stretcher and shoot him. But before his rage could manifest, the sound of laughter and the popping of champagne filled his ears. Woohoo! Before Baiji could fully comprehend the situation, the chilled, fragrant liquid splashed across his face like a shower, its refreshing touch tempering his fiery ire, leaving him momentarily bewildered. It was not until Commander Alana placed a crystal flute filled with champagne before him that he remembered he ought to inquire about his circumstances. Colonel, what is happening? Baiji accepted the glass from Alana, swirling the pale golden liquid within. Through this exquisite drink, The entire bridge was awash with a hue reminiscent of the commander's hair. Why is champagne being served? Has the battle with the filthy undead concluded? Have we arrived at Maculag? That is a long story. You might as well take a look outside, Alana shrugged. Baiji noticed her right hand moved awkwardly, seemingly affected by some physical trauma, and he quickly grasped the intensity of the previous battle, immediately expressing concern. Are you alright? I'm fine, at least not severely harmed. Alana replied with her usual reliability. Baiji pondered for a moment, finding it hard to believe that mere mortals could inflict serious injury upon the colonel. Her protective gear, when pieced together, could nearly rival a battleship. With that thought, Baiji heeded the colonel's suggestion and cast his gaze toward the large crystal windows on the bridge. Reassuringly, through the polished glass, he beheld the deep blue cosmos, devoid of the twisted silhouette of the undead warships. By the Emperor's grace, the colonel political commissar sighed in relief. A mountain of flesh looming dozens of kilometers away was too visually overwhelming for the likes of him. It is the same for each of us, Commander. Just then, an unexpected guest interjected into their conversation. Baiji turned his neck, the anger that had been subdued by the wine flaring back to life. How dare you still come to see me? Without a doubt, it was the captain of the 3rd Infantry Regiment. Sanchels, a towering figure nearly of the same height as an ogre, was grinning broadly at him. Do not be so furious, Commander, he stated. We fought splendidly against your forces previously, successfully ambushing the invading ships for a full 3 hours. Twice the number of our traitors, until the battleship completely exited the warp. After the arrival of reinforcements, our troops crushed those foul swine's heads as easily as squishing a bug. So, do you remember to have the logistics department issue you a new pair of boots? Are there no other officers left in your regiment? Baiji, helpless, took a sip of wine. The refreshing fruity aroma lifted his spirits. So what is the situation now? We have departed the warp corridor 3 hours ago, Alana replied, the navigator having confirmed through star charts that we are currently in the Atrama secondary star zone, with Maculag not far ahead. That's good news. At least we are largely safe. Baiji, oblivious, blinked. Just as a naval soldier who had tended to his wounds passed by, a complex expression crossing his face. By the Emperor. He sighed softly before hastily exiting the command room of the bridge. I have just received word that the political officer also perished in the ambush against the Chaos forces. I am now responsible for commanding the Tanis 3rd Infantry Regiment. Sanchez spoke gloomily. Although our regiment has only mustered 3 or 4 companies. Where are the others? They have yet to be found. Sanchez sighed. The point where the enemy ship collided was precisely where our regiment was camped, as you can imagine. By the Emperor. Baiji echoed, sighing, wishing them a return to the Golden Throne. So what shall we do now? The political officer quickly emerged from his despondent mood, finally standing up from the stretcher, pacing within this makeshift regimental headquarters. Who knows? The naval fellows refused to speak, merely huddling together, murmuring. Ilana shrugged, by the way. According to the sacred imperial calendar aboard the battleship, it is now the 101st millennia, 42nd year, August 29th. The era of the Plague Wars. Baiji, his face darkened. Continued Ilana's statement, as the political officer exited the windowless temporary headquarters. The bridge was bustling with activity. There were sentinels on guard, and fleet commanders gesturing at the star charts. In front of the enormous panoramic viewport, the fleet commander was encircled by the servitor skulls. His back to Baiji, yet the captain's holograms around him wore serious expressions. Indeed, so the traitors are up to this in the warp? Baiji recalled a scene glimpsed through alloy in the dormitory. It turned out those treacherous magic troops had come to escort them. The traitors want to ensure your safe arrival at Atrama. The sycophant wishes to see if he can kill you first. The fearmonger is free to assault. And the Nurgle is delighted to see you in the Plague Wars, sending someone to invite you to a divine pestilence feast. Why not strike me in the warp? Baiji pondered, perplexed. The warp was the domain of the dark gods, and our small fleet from a remote world lacked the capability to withstand the onslaught of chaos warbands. First, if you are killed in the warp, whose soul is it then? Although the 4 malevolent deities cannot be considered as blood brothers, they at least share a mutual disdain for one another. Furthermore, the realm of the subspace is not solely inhabited by these 4 gods. Understanding this, Baiji felt a sense of relief wash over her as the anxiety that had gripped her heart dissipated upon realizing that she was not merely a pawn in the hands of the cunning. Where shall we go now? She inquired. The others merely shrugged. But soon the answer to this question revealed itself before them. A human Imperial strike cruiser gradually emerged in front of their modest fleet. The ship's bow gleamed with a brilliant U-shaped golden light. Chapter 009. The Radiance of Maculag. This is the Indomitable Expedition's first fleet. The Void Claw strike cruiser of the Extreme Warriors. Unfamiliar fleet, immediately report your allied codes. A thunderous voice blared from the cruiser's internal broadcast system. To Baiji's eyes, the distant blue-painted warship basked in the brilliance of the stars, its colossal cannon mouths eloquently expressing the power of the sun. As a strike cruiser belonging to the Space Marine chapter, the Void Claw was equipped with firepower and armor far superior to that of conventional naval vessels. Its expansive hangar was capable of accommodating a squadron of Thunderhawk gunships, and the contingent of Space Marines aboard was always prepared to engage any enemy vessel in a tactical jump assault. Thus, when the Void Claw issued commands to the naval escort ship where Baiji was stationed, the starship commanders ordered the antenna radar arrays, initially concealed beneath the deck, to spring into action to facilitate communication among the fleet. Simultaneously, one by one, the warships opted to deactivate their anti-air weaponry, retaining only the Void Shield activation systems. Clearly, the fleet's compliant stance won the trust of the Extreme Warriors. After transmitting their Imperial identification codes, the Void Claw dispatched 2 Thunderhawk gunships to Baiji's flagship. Upon arrival at the bridge, the leading Space Marine captain, flanked by his Terminator guards, assumed command of the ship. Ninth Candela Guard? The captain, his armored hands gripping a document presented by the fleet commander, spoke through the synthesized voice of his Terminator armor, according to our database. The Imperial Ministry of War has no record of a unit such as yours. That is because our regiment was formed 160 years after the Plague War concluded, Baiji interjected, responding on behalf of Colonel Alana. This prompted skepticism from the captain. What did you say, mortal? Forgive me if I have caused any offense, esteemed Astartes, Baiji replied with measured composure. Inwardly, she mused. How absurd would it be to consult a mere captain when I converse with the Imperial Guard? Yet, she kept such thoughts firmly contained. For she was not eager to test the physical strength of the massive chainsword slung across the captain's back. To the best of my knowledge, Chapter Master Kargan has not issued any distress signals, let alone any correspondence bearing the signature of our Gene Father. The company commander spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Yet upon receiving the solemnly preserved distress signal encased in a stasis field from the fleet commander, he found himself swayed once more by the essence of his Gene Sire. Let us first proceed to the First Fleet. Nevertheless, it was only a brief moment before the indomitable spirit of the Astartes steadied the commander, whose century-long experience in warfare had forged his will into something as unyielding as steel, leading him to make the most efficient decision at that moment. Esteemed Marshal, may I inquire? After waiting patiently for the Space Marine commander to reach a conclusion, Alana finally seized the opportunity to speak. We have received orders to engage in combat at Makridge. Might I ask, does this illustrious planet truly require the might of the Emperor's loyal servants? I cannot answer your question at this time. Colonel, the Space Marine commander replied, shaking his head as he turned towards the hangar where the Thunderhawk gunship awaited. His steps alongside his Terminator escort reverberated throughout the entire bridge. You will receive direct commands from our pre-march, Robot Gilliman, within the First Fleet. You need only heed his orders. It is a tremendous honor. Alana bowed her head to express her respect, though unseen by the commander through his helmet. Baiji discerned an unusual flush on her superior's face. This is it. The madness has begun to take hold, he thought despairingly. Yet outwardly, he and the colonel bowed in unison, respectfully seeing off the departure of the indomitable Space Marine commander. As the Thunderhawk gunship lifted off from this fleet, the fleet commander also received a guiding signal from the unyielding expedition's First Fleet. This small-scale border fleet largely consisted of outdated facilities, with many areas bearing irreparable damage. Thus, as they approached the grand planet, the home world of the Astartes, Makridge, the majestic fleet, seemingly bathed in divine light, instantly captured the attention of every soul, particularly the naval captains and fleet commanders who remained loyal to the Emperor. Long live the Emperor, the fleet commander stood beside his command throne, recalling how he once commanded his modest fleet from this very seat. I have no doubt about the Empire's victory now. That may not be the case. Baiji muttered softly, yet it was heartening to observe that this awe-inspiring fleet had rejuvenated the long-dwindled morale of the troops, who had been affected by both warp travel and chaotic assaults. Soldiers paused before the portholes, their gazes rekindled with determination in the radiant glory of the Imperial Aquila. The fleet continued its approach towards the esteemed armada that had successfully completed the first phase of the indomitable expedition. As the voyage progressed, an increasing number of details came into view. Lunar-class cruisers, Avenger-class Grand Cruisers, and Demon Hunter-class Colossal Cruisers, alongside countless Retribution-class and Emperor-class battleships. At the journey's conclusion, every individual who beheld that magnificent vessel could not help but shed fervent tears. The Gloriana-class battleship, Makridge's Honor, once the flagship of the 13th Legion during the Great Crusade, though it remains so even now, was the war chariot of the pre-march Robot Gilliman, whose grand silhouette alone could profoundly inspire the morale of the troops upon its arrival on the battlefield. Its prow was adorned with a soaring eagle, embellished with olive branches and laurels, beneath which the ship's name was inscribed in elegant Gothic script. In a short while, we shall convey you to the presence of the pre-march Robot Gilliman aboard the Arvis lighter. Once the fleet has docked at the designated space reserved by the First Fleet, the fleet commander and flagship captain issued a notification to Alana and the other commanders of the Astral Knights. You will receive direct orders from the Imperial Regent and the Imperial Military Command. In summary, your forthcoming mission will be detached from our affairs. Before their departure, the fleet commander shook hands with each departing member. This elderly gentleman, whose beard was tinged with gray, bore a resemblance to most naval leaders. His eyes sharp and his posture erect. When White G clasped his hand, it felt as though she grasped a piece of burning iron. The fleet commander escorted them aboard the already warmed Arvis lighter, and just before the airtight hatch sealed, the often serious naval brigadier finally revealed a hint of a smile. Glory belongs to the master of mankind. Children, that is all. Wishing you a prosperous fate in your endeavors. Chapter 010. Robot Gilliman. The journey to Makridge's Honor was not lengthy. Soon, accompanied by the notifications from the navigation systems, a slender guiding beam of light led the Arvis lighter carrying White G into one of the hangars of Makridge's Honor. Truly, it was the flagship of the pre-march. Before her eyes flashed an array of the Empire's most advanced aircraft, from the transport vessels responsible for space logistics to the Valkyrie and Stormhawk fighters. Both exemplary of the Imperial Navy, each could be found in at least one squadron within the hangar of Makridge's Honor. In fact, during the lighter's deceleration and docking, White G even glimpsed a familiar silhouette of an Ares gunboat typically operated by the Terra's enforcers, which instantly brought to mind a certain individual who had indeed mentioned a desire to be near Robot Gilliman. Before long, the lighter's deceleration reached its conclusion, where a naval officer awaited their arrival. As the officers of the Star Realm Army descended from the transport vessel, the naval lieutenant greeted them with a courteous salute. Please follow me. The generals of the sector command are awaiting your presence in the command room. Where on earth is that scoundrel Rost? Before Bai Ji could respond to the lieutenant, a furtive shadow caught the attention of the political commissar, a middle-aged man adorned with the insignia of a full colonel, who appeared somewhat anxious as he wandered about the overly spacious hangar. According to the fleet command stipulations, a regiment could be represented by 3 senior officers. To honor the Imperial Regent, the colonel commanding the regiment, if he had not perished in the previous battle, was required to make an appearance, while the political commissar was a figure of optional attendance. Thus, among this small delegation of support troops, only a handful of political commissars accompanied their commanding officer. Colonel, they are watching us. One of the few familiar figures among the political commissars approached the somewhat peculiar colonel. The voice identified him as Commissar Kyle, prompting Bai Ji to associate this colonel with the name Klaus. Indeed, the supreme commander of the 13th Guard Regiment of Conquerors shared the same disposition as his subordinates. Very well, if everyone is gathered, please follow me. As the group gradually exited the ship's cabin, the naval lieutenant gestured for them to proceed. They followed him into the interior of the flagship, the Maculag's Radiance. Oh, by the way. However, after approximately 10 minutes of walking, the leading naval lieutenant suddenly halted. Before we meet the regent, I have a few questions to pose to you all. Do you believe that Lord Kilamon is the son of God, or merely a returning entity, not a deity in essence? Faced with this unexpected inquiry, many present fell into contemplation, or perhaps merely pretended to. Most had already formed their own opinions on the matter, yet they hesitated to disclose their thoughts, uncertain of the lieutenant's true intentions. Who permitted you to pose such a question? At this critical juncture, the ever-reliable Colonel Alana took it upon herself to shatter the silence. Is this your own decision, or does it reflect the sentiments of the regional command or some other authority? This is a personal inquiry, the lieutenant replied fearlessly. However, I believe certain commanders may also find this question of great interest. Rest assured, none of our discussions here will be recorded. You may express your thoughts freely. I trust you as far as I can throw you. Bai Ji maintained a facade of contemplation while inwardly scoffing. Who knew whether he might relay my thoughts to that zealot of the state church? If he were merely a powerless bishop, it would be one matter. But if he were of the caliber of a war apostle, the thought of being dropped into a war zone, greeted by 3 death wardens in a decaying tower vehicle, sent a shiver down Bai Ji's spine. Colonel, what do you think? The gentle inquiry from Kyle towards Klaus caught Bai Ji's attention, prompting her to listen to her colleague's opinion before organizing her own thoughts. I find it utterly nonsensical. I believe everything that fellow says is mere drivel. Colonel Klaus's response was, as always, imbued with the distinctive linguistic flair of the 13th Regiment. In my view, whatever we say, that individual will deem us incorrect. We have already offended the Ministry of Military Affairs, if we were to further incite the regent's ire. At that moment, even Bai Ji could not help but extract a portion of her tense demeanor to silently mourn for this unit of which she knew so little. It was only after encountering the 13th Vanguard that she realized how idyllic her previous life had been. If, as you assert, this is merely a personal issue. During Bai Ji's eavesdropping on the conversation among allies, Alana had already shaken her head at the naval lieutenant. With all due respect, I am under no obligation to answer your questions, nor is anyone here. Please do not continue to waste our time. Let us properly, Lieutenant. With the support of her own regiment leader, Bai Ji adopted a stern expression. If you have doubts regarding the definition of divinity, perhaps several state clergy could assist you better than we can. Behind Bai Ji and Alana, the lieutenant, perhaps under duress, finally ceased his futile prattle. With a sense of near escape, Bai Ji and her companions followed him into a spacious hall. This is the temporary meeting room of the Star District Command. Please wait here briefly. Others will soon arrive to take over my duties. After escorting them to this location, the naval lieutenant swiftly departed, leaving behind the peculiar remark customary for a host. Moreover, welcome aboard the Maculag's Radiance, gentlemen. As he closed the meeting room door, the lieutenant's expression appeared somewhat peculiar. Welcome to the sanctuary of the Divine Emperor. What do you mean by that? With a dispassionate disregard for anyone's confusion, the lieutenant exited the venue with brusque indifference, leaving the expressions of everyone present rather displeased, except for a few of the Kangsakites, who were quietly relieved to have escaped a perilous situation. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere, approximately half an hour later, a substantial detachment of guards came into view. Chapter 011. Robert Kierman, 2. It was unequivocally a cadre of battle-hardened elites. The moment the first soldier of the command's guard opened the door and the remaining soldiers surged in, all present instinctively reached this conclusion. The loyal stormtroopers, or rather, the ultramarine version of the loyal stormtroopers, the elite guard unit of the ultramarine auxiliary forces, were fully equipped with advanced exoskeletal armor. The weapons they bore were not the mundane arms held by ordinary troops, but rather the specially crafted Calibraf V1 laser rifles, designed specifically for the world, which were also utilized by the solar auxiliary forces of the Solar Star Domain. It is rumored that this formidable unit was personally assembled and trained by the Extreme Warriors Legion, each member meticulously selected from the elite ranks of the myriad worlds. Consequently, this battalion now bears the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the sector command, a duty that undoubtedly amplifies the pressure upon them. Thus, when they made their entrance, an aura of ominous intent permeated the grand hall. It was only after the Atralama Honor Guard conducted a thorough inspection of the weapons possessed by all present that the generals of the sector command gradually entered the venue. Trailing behind the command's generals was the Imperial Regent himself, the genetic progenitor of the 13th Legion, Robert Gil Lyman, accompanied by a contingent of the Honor Guard. Under the illumination of the overhead lights, the progenitor's visage, reminiscent of marble, shimmered with a divine radiance. In that moment, I surmised that many would likely reconsider their prior convictions, reflecting on the question posed by the naval lieutenant earlier. Even a mere fleeting glance was enough to draw me to the silent authority emanating from the progenitor. Before this, no mortal general, not even those of the esteemed Terra, had instilled within me the same sense of intimidation. Of course, it could also be attributed to the fact that none of them towered at a height of 3 to 4 meters like the progenitor. Colonel, what shall we do next? I heard Kyle softly inquire of Klaus. It seems we cannot provoke anyone here, but we haven't crossed them before, have we? Of course not. If we had, our entire regiment would find itself perishing in a retribution camp. Klaus whispered urgently, though I could not assure myself that the progenitor was oblivious to our hushed exchange. The attention of the lieutenant colonel was now fixated on the contingent of honor guards surrounding the progenitor. If my intuition served me well, that was indeed the owner of the Ares gunship from the hangar. I don't believe I recognize him. The lieutenant colonel maintained an outward calm, yet silently mused. The leader of the honor guard appeared to be a civil officer, unadorned by a helmet, but bearing a golden iron circlet behind his neck armor. Mavaldor Keegan. The lieutenant colonel recognized this civil officer in his thoughts. Gilliman's liaison with Holy Terra, tasked with safeguarding the progenitor and ensuring he does not incite insurrection. Goodness. The Gilliman rebellion. He did not dare to vocalize the thought, though it flitted through his mind. Who knew if there were any psychics from Holy Terra lurking near the honor guard? Was it he who held the greater status, or the little feline? Suddenly, I recalled my compatriot's inquiry about the civil officer. I remember he is the commander of the honor guard, is he not? In the hierarchy of the honor guard, the civil officer serves as an advisor and strategist to the commander, ranking just below the supreme commander of the honor guard. However, isn't there only one commander of the honor guard? I scratched my head, feeling a twinge of confusion regarding this vast, ancient, and intricate organization. If he is the commander, what then is Valdo's role? The concept of a commander and a leader is not synonymous. When explaining the matter of his personal guard, the sovereign displayed remarkable patience. You may perceive the roles of a protector and a commander as fundamentally similar, albeit with nuanced distinctions in their specific functions. However, elucidating this is rather intricate, and I cannot clarify it adequately in such a brief span. Nevertheless, in essence, there is presently only one commander, Walder, correct? Baiji seemed to grasp a part of this, redirecting her attention to the matter at hand. Welcome to all the forces coming to aid the Otrama campaign, ladies and gentlemen. At last, after an interminable and somewhat awkward silence, a middle-aged naval brigadier broke the stillness. Indeed, your arrival is most opportune. Is there any service we can render to the Empire? Upon hearing the brigadier's words, Baiji sensed impending trouble. Surely, the colonel beside her, upon hearing this, was now alight with enthusiasm, promptly adopting a demeanor of readiness for self-sacrifice. Although Alana likely had no time to regard his expression, appearances must still be maintained in front of the assembly. You are undoubtedly aware that we are currently combating the foul demon legions unleashed by the cataclysmic stars. The malevolent and corrupted entities have established subspace foul devices in the Ecclesiarchy's world of Espando, thereby allowing the storms of subspace and demons to continuously invade Otrama. We are preparing for a raid on Espando. If we can annihilate the subspace foul device set by Mordorion, the storms will abate, and the vitality of the demon legions will diminish. This would significantly alleviate the pressure we face. May we have the honor of participating? Alana inquired eagerly. Yet Baiji's attention was drawn to Klaus and Kyle nearby. The expression of the consanguineous was tumultuous, their faces betraying unspoken thoughts. Certainly, the naval brigadier nodded before this. You shall be properly equipped and afforded ample time to recuperate. Subsequently, the Imperial Regent himself shall oversee this operation. Will this take a long time? No. The authoritative and resonant voice swept through the hall, and it was clear that this was a sound far beyond the capabilities of the mortal brigadier. All eyes in attendance turned once more to the Jean Pre-March, the giant adorned with a laurel crown and clad in azure power armor. His piercing gaze seemingly fixated on Alana. Baiji noted that under the Jean Primarch's imposing presence, the surrounding officers averted their eyes, save for their own commander, who, upon noticing the gaze of Gilliman, found Alana's interest intensified. It will not be long. We have no time to lose. The Cobalt Giant declared solemnly. Mordorion plans to drag the entirety of the 500 worlds into the Garden of Nurgle, and we shall not allow him to succeed. Hence, the Spear of Espando must be initiated without delay. The Spear of Espando? Baiji muttered softly, yet she remained unaware of the Jean Primarch's furtive glance directed at her. Indeed, the Spear of Espando. Thus, Robert Killiman's casually uttered phrase established the tone for all present over the ensuing fortnight. Chapter 012, A Brief Respite. The Espander Spear operation aimed to obliterate the subspace malevolence devised by the fallen Primarch Mordorion, which loomed over the once pious world of Espander, thereby weakening the chaos forces entrenched in Ultramar and alleviating the defensive strain on the Imperial forces in this star sector, preparing the way for a counteroffensive. This was the vision of the Imperial Sector Command and the Jean Primarch concerning the current state of affairs. While the idea held merit, its practical implementation proved to be an entirely different matter. Commissar. Here we go again. At the sound of the call echoing in her ears, even the typically mild-mannered Baiji could not suppress a roll of her eyes. What now? 2 crates of explosives, 3 hellguns, and 25 thermite bombs, along with some. All right, I got it. Did we capture anyone this time? No, they fled faster than rabbits. Yuliel and his team couldn't catch up even on motorcycles. Very well, I shall report this. Upon hearing this, Baiji could only shake her head in resignation. You should return to your duties. There's no need for you to concern yourself with this. The communications officer hesitated before replying. Are we really going to ignore those consanguinians? This marks the 10th time we've been pilfered this week. There's nothing I can do. The sector command will cover all our losses, so let them be. We can't catch them anyway. The middle-aged commissar shrugged. Those consanguinians are desperate. We ought to show some understanding. For the Emperor's sake. How could we possibly land alongside such a rabble? The communications officer muttered as he departed, leaving Bai Ji to gently shake her head. Over the past fortnight, a total of 26 crates of assorted munitions, 37 individual weapons, and 77 explosives had been whisked away. Had it not been for the timely closure of the gates by the guards, they might have absconded with the Chimera as well. Could they possibly be a splinter faction of the Blood Ravens? An absurd thought suddenly flitted through the commissar's mind, but it was fleeting. However, one thing was certain. They must share a common language with the Blood Ravens. Bai Ji mused silently. After a moment of reflection, Bai Ji sought out the quartermaster, presenting the approval forms to the personnel of the sector command. Once this was accomplished, she resolved to find the true authority behind that Blood Ravens splinter faction. Lieutenant Orania, are you there? Standing at the entrance of the 13th Consanguinian Guard, Bai Ji peered past the idling guards and called out. I am the commissar of the 9th Candela Guard. I need to speak with you. Upon hearing Orania's name, the previously idle guard sprang to attention, returning to his post and adopting a serious demeanor. What are you pretending for? Bai Ji inquired, perplexed. Isn't it clear to Lieutenant Orania what your conduct is like? Knowing is one thing, being caught is another. The guard replied, just as you are well aware that seeking out Deputy Elenia is futile, people often desire to save face. If I do not grant Deputy Elenia the respect she deserves, I would be met with a similar lack of regard in return. Have you not noticed that we have shown you respect? The guard shrugged. When supplies are received, everyone extols the virtues of you, Commissar Bai Ji. For your calm demeanor and lack of quarrels. You are indeed the most amiable commissar we have encountered. I cannot speak for others, he assured. But should any misfortune befall us on the battlefield, my comrades would surely prioritize your rescue over that of Lorster. What has happened to Lorster? A cold, indifferent voice interrupted Bai Ji and the guard's conversation as an expressionless head slowly emerged from behind the panel wall of the 13th Regiment's camp. Ah, greetings, Deputy Elenia. Bai Ji cleared his throat, while the guard stood at attention, feigning disinterest. I believe you remember me. I would like to discuss some recent minor frictions we have been experiencing. Minor frictions? Elenia arched an eyebrow. Bai Ji was uncertain if this could be considered a reaction. Yet it was the first time he observed anything beyond indifference and fatigue on the face of the female deputy. Indeed, it is not merely with us. Recently, your subordinates have engaged in certain actions. Do not pretend you are unaware. At this point, Bai Ji detected a hint of helplessness in Elenia's eyes. Among the Star Realm military, while they generally managed to coordinate effectively during combat, the inter-unit rivalry for supplies, ranging from ammunition and vehicles to personnel, was ever present during peacetime. Although the Ministry of Military Affairs was supposed to allocate resources according to need, in reality, the distribution of supplies and their timing was fiercely contested among commanders. For instance, both the Krieg Death Legion and the Conqueror 13th Guard were under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Yet Krieg could provide a substantial number of high-quality recruits to the Empire annually. Consequently, entities like Lucius's Forge World were even willing to supply them directly with custom orders. In stark contrast, the Conqueror forces, skilled only in fleeing from battles rather than fighting, received supplies only based on the size of their companies, often consisting of the remnants that others had discarded. They had fallen to the point of relying on scavenging from allies and the battlefield merely to maintain a basic level of combat readiness, which was precisely what determined the Ministry of Military Affairs' prioritization of supply allocation. Yes, I am aware that our personnel may have caused some minor inconveniences, Elenia, maintaining her silence, pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. However, please understand that this has become somewhat of a military tradition here, and I am powerless to effect significant change. I have but one question, Bai Ji remarked, somewhat perplexed. Although your relationship with the Ministry of Military Affairs may be strained, at least within the First Fleet, the responsibility for supplying the troops should rest with the Autralama Star Zone Command, and the Autralamans are renowned for their wealth. Surely, a supply for over 2,000 personnel cannot be lacking, especially since we are under the command of Lord Killamon. Which quartermaster would dare to deprive our troops of their rightful provisions? No, in fact, we have received adequate supplies for the first time in history. Elenia displayed a complex smile while gesturing for Bai Ji to join her in the camp, where the political commissar truly witnessed an arsenal commensurate with a force of 2,000. Now, we must all pray before our meals, Elenia finally remarked. Pray for the Emperor to grant you strength? Pray for the Primordial to provide us with provisions. So you still come here to steal from us? Oh, that is merely a habit. We shall return it to you in a couple of days. Chapter 013. The Spear of Espando. 1. The resupply and rest period, though it seemed lengthy, took less than half a month under the highly efficient management system of the First Fleet, under the coordination of the administrative and military organizations established by the Genetic Primordial. Even long-standing under-resourced units like the 13th Kansket Guard received a complete set of equipment to arm themselves adequately. Once all preparations were in place, the operation known as the Spear of Espando commenced. We, along with 15 other units, would be deployed via transport ships, while the First Fleet would cover our landing on the eastern continent of Espando. Preliminary reconnaissance indicated that a remnant force of the Outlaman Auxiliary Army was still resisting there. While their condition was precarious, their fighting spirit. Do you hear that, Bai Ji? Oh, I understand. The political commissar snapped out of his reverie, shifting his gaze from his gleaming explosive gun to the face of Colonel Ilana. Landing, eastern continent. I will ensure the discipline department is prepared. Be serious. This is the closest we have come to the Emperor's light. Ilana urged him with keen eyes, for over the past half-month. This noble-born commander had nearly exhausted his capabilities to forge an invincible force for the Imperial Regent. The result of all this effort was that the 9th Candela Guard now met the extreme standards required at the inception of the unit. All combat personnel maintained a 24-hour readiness rotation, and the engines of war had been fully activated and blessed a week prior. A squadron of heavy mechanized aides from the Sage Krins had been entirely requisitioned, and the mechanical ecclesiasts who arrived with Baiji were also fully prepared for battle. However, Baiji's workload inevitably surged alongside the escalating pre-war responsibilities, from addressing the soldiers' morale to negotiating with various external units, and even tending to Leonard's health. Yet, speaking of the intern commissar, Baiji couldn't shake the feeling that his gaze towards her had been somewhat peculiar these past few days. Although he had always looked at her oddly, this time, there seemed to be a trace of contemplation in his expression, something rare for someone who seldom engaged in deep thought. This prompted Baiji to take precautions. During the final routine check before their departure, she discreetly instructed Sergeant Evelyn to attach a detonator to Leonard, which she intended to use for a loyal death should the need arise. Thus, amidst the fleeting moments of preparation, war approached. In the realm of Espando, once illuminated by the divine radiance of the God Emperor, a world now overrun by desecrated corpses and plague awaits the impending assault of the unyielding expedition's first fleet. Led by Robert Killamon, Buzz, the first wave of landing troops is urged to assemble at the hangar. Clack, clack, clack. Aboard the Maculag's Radiance, Baiji follows the throng towards the vessels designated for troop transport. The ship's intercom, the sound of footsteps, and the friction of servitors and battle servants fill every inch of space around the colonel's political officer's ears. He briefly halts. To his right, a squad of extreme warriors marches in precise formation toward the blue-painted drop pod. Thud, thud, thud. The giants clad in cobalt blue ceramite armor move with steadiness, their colossal explosive rifles exuding a scent of holy oil, the aroma of gunpowder overpowering even the incense. At the forefront, the company commander brandishes a massive U-patterned flag, their strides causing the entire deck to tremble. Are they the Primarchus Astartes? The political officer inquires softly to a nearby soldier. The soldier lifts his respirator, gazing at the towering giants, their eyes gleaming with intensity. They must be. By the Emperor, if only I am. I mean, they look truly magnificent. Baiji nods in satisfaction. Such thoughts are permissible in one's mind, yet voicing them could stir discord. Fortunately, the distant Astartes appear indifferent to the exchanges among the Astra Militarum. After stowing their gear into several specially crafted drop pods, the distant extreme warriors come to a halt, gathering to inspect their weapons, while some begin a hushed prayer under the guidance of a priest. After observing for a moment, Baiji dismisses their actions, as he has a multitude of tasks awaiting him. Thus, the Emperor's political officer withdraws his gaze and continues to follow the flow of the Astra Militarum personnel. Esteemed warrior, please wait a moment. A steady male voice emanates from behind Baiji, seemingly originating from the center of the extreme warriors. Turning in trepidation, he discovers the leader of the extreme warriors, a company commander who has removed his helmet, his countenance resembling a marble-carved visage adorned with a gentle smile akin to that of a Roman noble. May the Emperor protect you, esteemed Astartes. May I inquire? With a heart steeped in confusion and fear, the political officer gradually comes to a halt. The soldiers around him glance back, and Baiji can only gesture for the troops to proceed without him. Were you calling for me? Indeed. You are all brave warriors, yet I refer solely to you. Colonel Baiji, the Primarchus Astartes company commander, adhering to the customary politeness of the extreme warriors, addresses Baiji, who musters the courage to return the imperial eagle salute, as mandated by the Astartes Codex. What brings you here, noble angel of the Emperor? During the conversation with the commander of the Primarchus Battle Company, Baiji deliberately transitioned from the low Gothic tongue used to communicate with the soldiers to the high Gothic dialect, adorning her words with the most ornate language possible. Is there any guidance regarding the forthcoming battle? Relax, warrior. Seemingly perceiving Baiji's unease, the towering commander of the Primarchus Battle Company, over 3 meters in height, offered a gentle smile. I am Felix Decimus Andronimus Felix, a warrior of the extremis and a loyal progeny of the genetic Primarch. May the Emperor's glory shine eternally upon the Primarch and yourself. Baiji echoed the words of the Primarchus commander, but Felix shook his head, revealing his true intent for summoning her. The Apostle of War? Baiji scratched her head, repeating the name that Commander Felix had just mentioned. Indeed, the Apostle of War, Matthew. As far as I know, he possesses a wide reputation within the Astral Army, serving as an assistant to our genetic progenitor. Felix chuckled lightly. Before our departure, the Apostle of War specifically sought me out and mentioned your name. Thus I decided to come and see you. Does the Apostle of War have any business with me? Baiji's expression grew solemn, and Felix once again shook his head. If the time is ripe, the Apostle of War will come to meet you personally, Comrade Baiji. There is no time to waste in preparation. Before leaving, Felix offered a final reminder. I hope your performance on the battlefield will uphold the name of the Emperor. I shall, Your Excellency Felix. After a brief pause, Baiji quietly reiterated, we shall. Chapter 014. The Spear of Espando, 2. The Apostle of War, Matthew. With a deep curiosity and anxiety regarding this name, the Colonel Political Commissar boarded the Navy's transport vessel. Come, Commissar, take this protective suit. As soon as she stepped aboard, a gendarme who had been waiting approached Baiji, presenting her with a combat protective suit equipped with a robust, breathing mask, issued by the Ministry of Military Affairs. Each person is provided with one for use, and one as a spare. I suspect the conditions below are quite foul. Baiji, fully aware of the necessity, accepted the protective suit. Throughout the Plague War, the Astral Army had to don such heavy filtration systems to combat the lethal effects of the tainted sorcery. To be candid, in resisting the malevolent forces of the warp, the so-called power of faith proved far more useful than protective suits. However, Baiji lacked faith, fortunately. The protective suit was adequate. Speaking of the Apostle of War, Matthew, while awaiting the warship's departure, Baiji inquired about the information previously disclosed by Commander Felix. I heard he is a state church minister? What is he like? The soldier being questioned pondered for a moment, having spent over half a month resting with the First Fleet. Many soldiers had mingled with the original Astral Army units. I must say, Minister Matthew is quite remarkable. The soldier, with a face full of admiration, raised his thumb in approval. Baiji last witnessed such an expression when Alana returned with the soul stone of the Dark Spirit clan's scheming leader. How should one articulate this? Priest Matthew led by example, demonstrating empathy towards his subordinates. His lifestyle was exemplary, devoid of foul language or corruption, even to the extent of donating all his possessions to the impoverished of the empire, retaining only the bare essentials for himself. Such qualities are indeed what a distinguished state church priest ought to embody. The soldier was filled with awe, affirming that the original beings truly possess a discerning eye far beyond that of mere mortals. Is it truly so remarkable? Baiji expressed her skepticism, but soon, as the thunderous roar of the macro cannon and light spear reverberated in her ears, the mouth of the political commissar was firmly shut. The priests of the state church rose in their stead, commencing a final pre-battle sermon among the troops. Attention, our ship has breached the enemy's anti-aircraft fire network, and the Avenger squadron has taken off and is prepared for action. Approximately half an hour later, accompanied by the announcement echoing through the cabin, the small transport vessel began its breakthrough through the Death Guard's constructed anti-aircraft fire network, delivering the Imperial troops into the atmosphere of Icebender. By now, the vibrations caused by the firing of the macro cannon and light spear had largely ceased. A smaller, yet more concentrated laser array suitable for annihilating small, dispersed enemy forces commenced a vigorous assault. The Imperial Navy's Avenger fighter squadron also soared from the warship's hangar, engaging the chaotic machine swarms of the Nago demons midair. Peering through the ship's porthole, one could witness the chaos of the Servant Army and the Legion soldiers of the Death Guard collapsing beneath the ferocious firepower of the Imperial Navy. In the sky, downed Avengers and Nago swarms fell like raindrops upon the land of Icebender. The sight compelled many soldiers to whisper prayers, while Baiji stood resolutely, rallying the troops' morale with her words. At last, amid a violent jolt, the transport ship's hatch slowly descended, revealing a pale green expanse of Icebender's land, corrupted by Nago's dark sorcery. They had arrived. For the Emperor, it was unclear who first shouted the rallying cry, but Baiji seized the moment to sound the silver whistle for the charge, as the first contingent of Imperial forces to land. The 14 units accompanying them were tasked with establishing a secure foothold for the subsequent troops, and making contact with the auxiliary forces of the Atrama and the battle nuns already entrenched there. This mission had been personally assigned by the genetic original, and in pursuit of the Empire's regency. All Imperial soldiers and commanders would pour forth their wrath and lives for this cause. Boom. The first direct artillery shell was fired from a Lehman Russ main battle tank belonging to the Candela Ninth Guard. This reliable tank had served in the Astral Army for over a millennium, and today, the heavy shell fired from its standard large-caliber combat cannon could still extinguish the humble lives of traitors. In the fury of humanity's sovereign, a shell struck the body of a Death Guard Space Marine, tearing apart his entire upper body in a violent explosion. Genetic enhancements, armor, and the blessings of the Father of Plague could not prolong the shameful life of this traitor. The dismembered flesh of the Death Guard lay strewn in a semicircle upon a spando, emitting a charred aroma. In the next moment, further firepower traced arcs through the air. Baiji conceded that he was not particularly adept at commanding such a colossal military endeavor. Previously, his responsibilities had involved leading no more than 5 battalions, yet now, with 100,000 soldiers on the battlefield, merely identifying his own troops amidst the chaos was a formidable challenge. Engineers, dig trenches. Tank squads, aim at the plague swine across. 2 Hellfire teams, take out their heavy explosives. The petrified lizards, however, as foreseen by the Genetic Corps and the Regional Command, observed that within 10 minutes of the first wave of troops landing, commanders of various ranks executed their directives with commendable efficiency. Amidst a chorus of shouts, the initially disordered firepower of the Astral Army gradually coalesced into a dense network. The positions of the Death Guards had already sustained severe damage from prior orbital bombardments. After enduring substantial casualties, the minions of the Plague God ultimately chose to retreat. Do not pursue. Witnessing the enemy across the line begin their withdrawal, under the protection of the Honor Guard, Commander Ilana, who had been engaged in frontline combat, issued the command. Political officer, order them to halt. Yes. Baiji discarded his bloodied power sword, disregarding the stench on his hands as he tore off his breathing mask, braving the battlefield's acrid smoke, ozone, and the foul odors of decay to sound a silver whistle. Under the sharp notes of the whistle, many Imperial troops ceased their advance. The infantry gathered near the combat armored vehicles, forming a protective formation for the engineers' trench construction efforts. The Emperor above, we have triumphed. Long live the Emperor. Praise the Emperor. Following the final gunshots around them, someone initiated the chant of praise for the Emperor, which began to resonate throughout the Astral Army. The battle priests and combat sisters of the state religion seized the opportunity to commence extensive evangelism and preaching, while Baiji chose to ignore them. The political officer, Major, exhaled slowly, collapsing onto the heated armor of a Lehman Russ, gazing silently at the overcast sky. Praise the Emperor. After a considerable time, Someone beside him acknowledged his words. Chapter 015. The Spear of Espando, 3. For Baiji, Espando was undoubtedly a place he would remember for a lifetime. The battlefield of tens of thousands was utterly distinct from the gang conflicts in the lower tiers of the hive. Ah, Liliana. By the time Baiji rose from the now-cooled armor plate of the Lehman Russ, the major, clad in a breathing mask, happened to pass by with the engineering company, prompting Baiji to call out to her. How is the situation now? We are still assessing the casualties, Commander. Major Liliana saluted him and replied. Krod has taken a team to establish contact with the auxilia of Outrammer, while Priest Lorna has also sent individuals to preach the Emperor's glory to the remaining Battle Sisters of Espander. They fought valiantly. Outrammer Auxilia and the Battle Sisters? As the seeds of confusion began to sprout in Baiji's mind, he recalled Espander's status prior to the onslaught by Morderia. It was not entirely surprising for a former state church world to still harbor thousands of Battle Sisters. Never mind. You may handle these matters yourselves. Baiji shook his head and turned to gaze at the crimson and green flames of sunset, then stepped into the encampment of the Astral Army, which had begun to establish its position. Here, even through the thick layers of full protective gear, Baiji could perceive the weariness in the eyes of the soldiers, particularly those of the 9th Candela Guard, with whom he was well acquainted. After all, one could not expect a force that had only engaged in the purging of hives and planetary defense since its inception to swiftly adapt to the warfare against Chaos Space Marines, unless they were all warriors who took pride in death, like the Krieg Death Guard. Yet, evidently, this young force was still far from reaching that level of purity. In stark contrast, the 13th Consequent Guard, stationed nearby, surprisingly adapted to this brutal battlefield with remarkable speed. Even before the first shell was fired from the cannon of Lehman Russ. Hold on, you there, stop. At that moment, Baiji finally had time to catch a familiar figure. At last, I have caught one of your regiment's men. What were you doing? Why did you not charge when I blew the whistle? The soldier halted abruptly, hesitating for a moment. And upon hearing the click of the political officer's gun behind him, the Ratling finally complied and turned around. It's unjust, comrade politician, Sly began, attempting to deflect blame. I'm a sniper. I'm not supposed to charge. Nonsense. Even without mentioning you, I haven't seen a single shadow of a consequent soldier at the front. Where is your comrade here? Why weren't you ordered to charge? Baiji brandished the explosive rifle in his hand, threatening the sniper, insisting that he come to see him. Otherwise, he would personally submit a report to the Ministry of Military Affairs. Comrade Kier deemed it was not the right moment to charge. Nonsense. When the first barrage of Earthshaker cannons obliterated the enemy's firing positions, 9 out of 15 units blew their charge whistles. Yet I didn't catch a glimpse of you even while I was busy slaying a lone plague pig. You killed a Death Guard? Impressive, Comrade Baiji. The Ratling hurriedly offered flattery, but Baiji remained unmoved. Stop talking nonsense. Why did you not charge? How would a mere soldier know? Sly nearly began to weep. Could you please ask the politician yourself? Very well. Baiji sheathed his weapon, recognizing that a sniper need not charge alongside the troops. Moreover, he wished to avoid escalating the matter to the Ministry of Military Affairs, as it seemed unlikely they could pose any significant threat. However, he felt compelled to seek clarity. In the midst of genuine warfare, even the slightest oversight could condemn them to an unmarked grave. That said, upon arriving at the positions of the 13th Guard Regiment of Conqueret, Baiji was struck by the meticulously constructed fortifications before him, trenches, tripwires, and even reinforced bunkers that were beyond reproach. The political commissar entered into deep contemplation. His own forces boasted machinery and manpower, alongside the guidance of the mechanical deity's sage. Yet, based on his observations along the way, the excavation of trenches by these Conqueret soldiers barely reached half of what was required. Drawing from his past experience as a draftsman, he noted that the trench design was not particularly suited for repelling enemy assaults. Though it was undeniably flawless for a rapid retreat, it was no wonder they had incurred the ire of the Ministry of Military Affairs. Baiji had intended to voice this thought, but the words caught in his throat. Should the need for retreat arise, he emphasized should, Major Roster, who was courteously attending to him, remarked, Welcome, esteemed troops. The rear of our positions is laden with landmines. I assure you, any pursuers shall meet their demise. May the Emperor's grace spare us from such a day, Baiji mused after a brief pause. However, do inform me should any news arise. Absolutely, Roster replied. Baiji did not encounter the commissar Kal he had hoped to find. Roster mentioned that he was in the barracks, presumably engaged in a meeting with the regiment's headquarters. Baiji had no desire to ascend the rickety structure that appeared to be hastily cobbled together with metal sheets and bulletproof panels, so he chose to depart instead. The duties of a political commissar were demanding, requiring vigilance during combat, and often only truly beginning once the fighting subsided, provided they had survived the earlier clashes. Upon returning to his own troops, the political commissar keenly observed that every soldier he encountered wore a forced smile while saluting. What troubles you? He inquired. Nothing. The casualty count has been tallied, Commissar, replied the soldier he had casually detained, feigning indifference. Yet his somber tone betrayed him. Over 1,500 fallen, nearly 5 companies. Not to mention those rendered incapable of combat. Do you realize that your words alone could warrant my execution numerous times over? I know. Such morose sentiments should not be shared with others. The soldier calmly shook his head, revealing the insignia on his shoulder, Sergeant of the 5th Company's arsenal. This company, largely composed of new recruits from the previously docked world of Chengdu, had suffered significant losses in the recent conflict. I am the most steadfast believer in our precinct, Commander, which is why I came when others dared not approach the conscription office. The soldier continued, seemingly eager to unburden his heart. I do not regret my choice. I fear not death. My parents toiled as factory workers their entire lives, and it is through their sacrifices that I was able to attend the church school. As long as I can serve the God Emperor, I fear not death. However, I hope that my demise holds value. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke again under Baiji's gaze. Today, I witnessed those traitorous Astartes crushing the Sentinel's alloy chamber with their bare hands. How can we triumph over them? We are mere mortals. The young soldier appeared somewhat indignant, yet Baiji merely regarded him calmly. Under the watchful eyes of the political commissar, the agitated soldier gradually regained his composure. I too have seen those traitorous turncoats you speak of, Baiji remarked, resting her chin on her hand. Trust me, when pressed beneath the treads of a tank, those foul swine and mortals are not so different. They too will perish, for they are far from divine. But for us, you may operate the tank. Baiji interrupted him, or command the Earthshaker cannon, practice hurling thermite bombs, or learn to wield the incendiary gun, if you wish. Our arsenal holds ample provisions to send those traitors to their demise. Do not complain. It is futile. The God Emperor is not fond of such sentiments. I understand. The soldier saluted him, and, contemplatively, turned to leave. Yet, as he turned, Baiji placed her hand firmly on his shoulder. Do you comprehend? Yes, I do. Then go to the military discipline office, 50 lashes. Do not compel me to send someone to apprehend you. Yes. Watching the soldier flee in disarray, a sweet smile graced the lips of the Colonel Commissar. Chapter 016. The Spear of Ispander, 3 weeks. This is the maximum timeline established by the genetic progenitor for the Spear of Ispander operation. Within these 3 weeks, the Imperial forces landing on this planet must identify and obliterate all the demonic machines set by Mortarion and endeavor to fulfill the further directives of the Imperial Regent on this world. This undertaking pertains to the supply lines of the Nurgle-S foul legions, which have emerged from the northern reaches of Ultramar amidst the starry calamities. Therefore, even in the face of foreseeable and significant casualties, the loyal forces must launch a formidable counteroffensive against the tightly fortified defenses established by Mortarion's Death Guard. Following the rendezvous with Baiji and other reinforcements, the Ultramar auxiliary troops and battle sisters still engaged in combat were placed on an emergency rotation schedule to ensure that the ailments caused by prolonged fighting would not jeopardize the entire Imperial army. Subsequently, the rested Ultramarines were rejuvenated with a fervent zeal to defend the 500 worlds, under the governance of the elite warrior chapters and their subgroups. The Ultramar sector emerged as one of the regions with the highest happiness index among the entire Imperium. Thus, when Baiji once again set foot on the battlefield against the Nurgle legions, the Battle Sisters, proudly hoisting the banner of the state religion, replaced a battered unit and stood alongside the Candela. Even so, this war remained arduous, rendering the Loyalists' progress exceedingly challenging. In the stillness of the early hours, at 3 o'clock in the morning, Baiji peered through a telescope towards the distant, dark green stronghold, an ominous line fortified by the Death Wardens and their minions. The twisted and blasphemous weapons, along with a buzzing swarm of lethal wasps, filled the view of the deputy political commissar. He lowered the telescope and withdrew from the shelter, shaking his head. This predicament cannot serve as an excuse. Within the confines of the command post, the colonel's countenance was as unyielding as stone, his gaze as frigid as ice. We are short on time. According to naval intelligence, a diabolical machine is positioned behind this stronghold, our primary target for destruction. We cannot afford to waste any moments. With all due respect, we also lack the manpower to squander, Baiji replied, shaking his head. Given the circumstances, it would be most prudent to allow the Navy to conduct an aerial bombardment, much like on the day of our landing. That may prove unfeasible, Elena interjected gravely. The battle in orbit is ongoing. We held the advantage during our landing, but currently, the Plague Fleet is contesting air supremacy with the First Fleet. If things go awry, we may find ourselves on the receiving end of an attack. The situation is precarious for the First Fleet, Baiji assessed. The Imperial Navy cannot afford to lose. He critically reviewed the battle conditions in planetary orbit. The adversary facing the First Fleet was the Plague Fleet, commanded by the notorious Typhon, leader of the Death Wardens. However, this force represented only a fraction of their total strength, with Typhon himself absent from Ispando. If they were to suffer defeat, it would be a calamity for all naval officers at the sector command. If orbital bombardment is unattainable, we must rely on our artillery, Major Claude suggested. Having commanded more than half of their forces in previous engagements, we still possess a sufficient number of cannons, and our tanks remain ample. Should this be the sole conflict we face above Ispando? Baiji sighed. As a political commissar, evaluating casualties and their impact on morale was a delicate skill. When the casualty rate of a Starfield military unit exceeds 80%, even a commissar struggles to quell the soldier's desire to retreat. Whoever attacks suffers the consequences. Liliana remarked from her corner, shaking her head as she surveyed the map. Unless we have additional assault forces, Baiji muttered, but the sudden silence around him felt disconcerting. Wait, that was merely a thought. Surely it cannot be true? Indeed, it is, Elena finally broke the silence. Retrieving a plan from the terminal, one set forth by the sector's frontline command stationed at Ispando, the pre-march squadron from the Extreme Warriors, which officially joined the Extreme Warriors formation after the conclusion of the first phase of the Unyielding Expedition, will be commanded by Captain Felix to assault the Death Warden stronghold. The pre-march Space Marines? Baiji recalled the drop pods aboard the warship and then remembered the genteel Captain Felix. It was hard to fathom that merely 2 days had passed, yet the memories of them had been overshadowed by the smoke that enveloped Ispando. Captain Felix will launch an assault on the Death Guard soldiers before us, and our adversaries consist solely of plague-ridden corpses and cultists. Surely that poses no issue? Indeed. Baiji could only nod, For the colonel's gaze instilled in him the apprehension that voicing another dissenting opinion might result in his untimely demise at her hands. Then notify the artillery to prepare for bombardment and await your charge. I have faith in your expertise, Commissar, Ilana commanded resolutely. Upon delivering her orders, the colonel seized a chainsword from the weapons rack, donning the Imperial cap as she made her way towards the door. Wait, do we have only one squad of elite warriors to assist us? Baiji braced himself to inquire as the colonel's shadow loomed near the regiment's artillery cover. I just want to confirm. How could that be? Ilana turned back, a flicker of skepticism regarding the commissar's intellect glimmering in her blood-red eyes. We operate under the command of the Jean Primarch. He and his progeny are the true rulers here. While I am not one of those overseers from the Department of Justice, there is only one ruler of the Imperium, Colonel. Baiji expressed his trepidation concerning the colonel's grand proclamations. I must remind you that a second Imperium is an impossibility, especially in Ultramar. Robert Gilliman is undoubtedly the most loyal scion of the God Emperor. Then let us praise the Emperor, Ilana replied, elegantly turning away, her footsteps echoing in the silence left behind. When you sound the charge, do not forget to whisper his name. Of course, I shall, Baiji sighed, acknowledging the command. For the burden of being a commissar is to lead by example. 20 minutes later, the roar of petrified lizards erupted. This time, on the battlefield ignited by artillery fire from Mordorion's progeny, Cobalt giants would march alongside the Astra Militarum. Chapter 017, Spear of Aspander, 5, War. As Baiji had anticipated, commenced with the furious roar of the Astra Militarum's petrified lizards, swelling with the descent of Cobalt gunships. As clusters of shells pierced through the stench-ridden swarms and the barriers of warp sorcery, dozens of drop pods carrying Space Marines descended alongside the Emperor's wrath. Premier Space Marines, typically endowed with greater physical prowess than ordinary Astartes, had compensated for their lack of combat experience through relentless expeditions over the past 12 years. The Death Guard, renowned for their resilience, inevitably succumbed to chaos under this sudden onslaught. As the drop pods opened, the battle swiftly escalated to a fervent pinnacle. Alongside Captain Felix came the elite of the Primaris Space Marines, their lethal and steadfast strength forged through countless skirmishes and close-quarters combat over the past 12 years. Shouting the name of the God Emperor and the 500 worlds, the Cobalt warriors gradually overwhelmed the greenish hue that symbolized the plague. After suffering significant casualties, the Death Guard began to abandon their defensive positions. For the soldiers of the Astra Militarum, the remaining chaotic minions within were the primary targets for their unleashed fury. 3 piercing whistles resounded from the entrenched formations of the Starbound Legion, as a pale azure blade cleaved through the almost obsidian dust raised by the cannon fire. For the Emperor, roared countless soldiers and battle nuns, propelled by the commands of their commander, bishop, and political officer, as they launched an offensive against the positions left by the Death Guard. In the direction of their charge, the trenches of the Death Guard lay vacant of any sight of the chaotic space warriors, as Cobalt blue giants advanced over the fallen bodies of their foes, utilizing an arsenal of firepower far exceeding that of mere mortals to sweep away any creatures daring to resist. To the Emperor, at this moment, Baiji stood atop the chassis of a chimera, shielded by a personal protective field from the rain of gunfire emanating from the opposing line. Automatic weapons and lasers collided with the surface of the force field, whizzing past Baiji without leaving a single mark upon him. If you run this time, I swear I'll be the first to take aim at you. After deflecting the bullets fired by the Chaos minions, Baiji turned to the bound roster, who was secured to the top of the chimera, and shouted, "Tell your men to advance with us, or I'll toss you into the trench. Go ahead and toss me. I dare you to kill them." Roster replied defiantly, despite being tied to the protruding bulletproof plate atop the chimera, writhing like a worm in his futile struggle. "Even if you throw me into the trench, I have no way of commanding them to charge alongside me. You're a major for God's sake. How could your men possibly disobey you?" As Baiji spoke, the chimera beneath him had already pierced through the fragmented fire net woven by the Nurgle devotees. A dual-barreled autocannon roared beside his ear, unleashing a storm of bullets that shredded the Nurgle followers obstructing the chimera's path, effectively halting the dialogue between Baiji and Roster. For the Emperor, regardless of whether others could hear him, the political officer, his voice muffled by a heavy respirator, let out a battle cry. For the Emperor, within the range of Baiji's strained hearing, a voice responded, a woman's voice. Stealing a quick glance to the side, Baiji observed a contingent of battle nuns from the Ecclesiarchy, clad entirely in jet-black armor, occupying the small trench where fierce combat erupted. Their unwavering faith in the Emperor fortified them, allowing these mortals to disregard the vile toxins of the Nurgle devotees as they cleave through the inferior armor and abominations of these traitors with their finely crafted weaponry, swiftly extinguishing their lives. Plague is but a lie of the warp. Upon hearing praises for the God Emperor nearby, the battle nuns could not contain their responses, oblivious to the blood and filth splattering across their faces, leaving Baiji with a shiver of unease. No worries for the Emperor. After rallying himself with fervent encouragement, the Colonel Commissioner brandished his power sword and leaped from the roof of the chimera into the trench, of course not forgetting to lower the bound louster from the top. Bang! As soon as the Major gained his freedom, he attempted to flee to the rear of the front line, but Commissioner Baiji, perceptive to his intentions, swiftly thwarted him with an explosive device. There could be no deserters within my line of sight. Baiji sternly rebuked Louster's intentions while crouching down. A putrid and rotting flail swept past his hat, only to have its owner bisected by the Colonel Commissioner's swift sword strike. "My men are behind me. Do you expect me, an officer, to charge alongside you, a madman?" With no escape in sight, Louster finally displayed a fierce tenacity akin to a cornered beast, The major of the 13th Regiment ended the life of a leader from the Nagwa war band with a decisive downward strike. An antiquated chainsaw sword whirled in his hands, cutting through the Nagwa demon army, forcing them to retreat in disarray. How can he fight so fiercely yet be so cowardly? Baiji was astonished by Louster's newfound combat prowess. Under the cover of the chimera behind them, the two officers commenced a flawless assault along the trench. Wait a moment. Isn't that your regiment's colonel? Louster, hiding in a shell crater, pointed towards a plank in the trench. As the battle raged on, this was now the last trench of the Nagwa demon army, with bodies from both sides strewn haphazardly in the twisted trench. The enemies slain by Baiji and Louster were particularly tragic. Baiji struck ruthlessly while Louster, wielding a sword in one hand and a gun in the other, left most of their foes without a single intact head. What? Baiji looked towards the direction Louster indicated. There, leaning against a smoky Lehman Russ tank, was Ilana. Her once golden hair, now matted with murky, bloodied filth. Baiji failed to recognize his superior at first glance. She didn't seem to be in good shape. Wait, where is she? Louster instinctively turned to pat Baiji on the back, but found himself alone when he turned around. Colonel. Baiji sprinted through the convoluted trenches, where cultists, demons, and blessed corpses were reduced to mere pulp under the radiance of the power sword. At that moment, one thought consumed Baiji's mind. Damn it. I can't protect my wallet. Chapter 018. The Spear of Espando. 6. To be honest, Baiji had no doubt regarding Ilana Terela's significance to the 9th Vanguard Regiment of Candela. Equipped with full exoskeleton armor, exquisitely crafted power swords, rose prayer beads, personal force field shields, and an array of armored artillery units far exceeding standard scale, all of this hinged on the survival of Ilana Tyralis. Colonel. Amidst the searing lasers and exploding ordnance that tore through the adversaries in her path, Baiji successfully approached the Lehman Russ tank that Ilana leaned against. This formidable vehicle had undoubtedly endured a grueling battle, its heavy frontal armor and turret marred by scorched marks and pockmarked craters. A terrifying molten fissure spanned the cockpit and ammunition compartment of this war engine, clearly a testament to its demise here, caused by a thermite bomb detonating beneath its chassis, leaving its occupants as mere vapor. However, Baiji's primary concern was not the Lehman Russ itself, but rather the comatose figure of the colonel before her, whose life hung in the balance. The lieutenant colonel and political commissar swiftly recalled the battlefield first aid lessons from the Loyalist Academy. First, I must ascertain vital signs. Then recite the sacred prayers beseeching the Emperor's protection, chanting the original text imparted by his instructor. The commissar cautiously turned Ilana's unconscious body to the side of the Lehman Russ, facing the direction of the Astra Militarum's charge, deftly unraveling the bloodied sections of her uniform. May your soul return to the Golden Throne, he murmured, gazing at the grievous wound beneath her military attire, which could only be described as a gaping abdominal injury. An instinctive sorrow for the colonel surged within him, but the sensation of dread propelled him to leap in place, his keen gaze scanning the vicinity for allied units bearing the insignia of apothecaries within a 200-mile radius. Emperor above, hold on, Colonel. Sweat poured like rain from Baiji's brow, and at last, through his relentless vigilance, he spotted an Astartes adorned with a cross insignia amid the chaotic battlefield. Most esteemed Astartes. Though uncertain if the figure would heed his call, desperation compelled Baiji to seek assistance. There are wounded here, for the Emperor's sake. Please lend your aid. Rest assured, my mortal brother. The distant apothecary, seemingly hearing Baiji's plea, continued firing his explosive weapon while a cobalt blue battle brother shifted his gaze towards them. Hold on, I am coming to assist you. Persevere, Colonel. The angels of the Imperium are here to rescue you. The lieutenant colonel pressed down on Ilana's wound, dark green liquid oozing from the gash. Baiji did his utmost to cleanse the debris and dirt from her injury, and at his feet, he discovered a broken string of rose beads. What could have inflicted such a fate upon her? A wave of doubt surged within Baiji. Ilana, capable of vanquishing the Dark Eldar's conspiratorial masters, should not have faltered before mere mortals. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he leaped from the pathway to evade a misfired mortar shell, landing in a trench where he stepped upon the decaying corpse of a fallen guard. When he clambered back up, he wielded a corroded chain's word, its hilt etched with the insignia of the 9th Cadian Regiment. That was Ilana's personal weapon, which Baiji discovered embedded in the chest of the Death Sentinel, having cleaved through its two hearts. Behind the corpse of the Death Sentinel lay dozens of shattered bodies of the filth-ridden undead, along with a scattering of weapon fragments. I have arrived, soldiers. Are there any injured among you? As Baiji, clutching Ilana's chainsaw sword, sought refuge behind the wreckage of Lamanris, the extreme warrior apothecary, called forth by the previous commissar, finally reached their side. Oh, Emperor above. The cobalt blue apothecary trudged onto the corridor plate, heavy with the weight of his medical gear, adorned with needles, circular saws, and syringes meant for extracting the gene seeds of fallen brothers. How could one sustain such injuries? Our commander has just slain a Death Sentinel and his mortal minions. Esteemed sir, please save her, Baiji implored, deeply concerned, as she planted the now-defunct chainsaw sword into the scorched earth before Ilana. Amidst the chaos of flying shells overhead, they could only communicate through shouts, for the Emperor's sake. My lord, by the Emperor's grace, I shall save this child. The original apothecary, evidently taken aback by Ilana's prowess, cast one more glance at the remains of the Death Sentinel, letting out a disdainful snort beneath his helmet. Such traitors deserve to perish at the hands of mortals. Does it seem to be somewhat infected? Baiji asked anxiously, noticing the reddening tissue around Ilana's wound illuminated by the flames, a sign of impending infection. According to the Commissar's rudimentary battlefield medical knowledge, those filthy traitors only know this tactic, the apothecary intoned in a deep voice. Administering a dose to Alana from the syringe on his power pack. She requires an organ transplant. Do you have spare organs? Yes, just behind us. All officer ranks have backup organs. Upon hearing the apothecary's query and sensing hope, Baiji nodded vigorously. We are from the 9th Candela Guard, and that is our colonel. You need only seek Sergeant Evelyn or Mechanicus Clarence. No, not now. The apothecary shook his head. After administering the injection to Alana, the Astartes clad in cobalt blue armor drew his explosive sidearm from its holster. My battle brothers still need me. I cannot allow their gene seeds to be sullied. And what of my colonel? Baiji pressed. I have administered a slow-release medication. She will hold on until then, provided her faith in the God Emperor remains steadfast. With that, the apothecary, burdened by his duty, departed the trench. At that moment, the enemy along this front line had descended into utter rout, with the Death Sentinel and its minions abandoning a multitude of putrid corpses to retreat to the next defense line. In the Commissar's view, various regimental banners from different Star Sector forces had begun to rise. Damn it, Colonel, you must hold on. Baiji gritted her teeth, removing a string of rose beads from around her neck and placing them in Alana's hand. Then, adjusting her cap, she charged towards the last few positions occupied by the filth-ridden demon army, wielding her power sword. For the Emperor, on the other side, having vanquished all adversaries before him, the long-overlooked roster raised his head from the shadow of the trench. In his bewildered gaze, the brilliance emanating from behind Baiji's head was evident. Did we ascend to demonhood? Murmured the major of the 13th Regiment, scratching his head as he watched the political commissar's retreating figure. Chapter 019. The Spear of Espando, 7. Long live the Emperor. Praise the Emperor. Hooray. As the last of the foul undead collapsed beneath the political commissar's blade, the sound of jubilation erupted. It was unclear who initiated the cheer, but soon the praises of the Emperor drowned out the prior cacophony of gunfire. The chants of battle nuns and priests intertwined, echoing amidst the fluttering banners. Praise the Emperor. A soldier familiar with Baiji approached the political commissar, beaming. Well done, commissar. We have triumphed. Let us hold off on the praises for now. First, let us find a couple of men to carry the colonel back. At that moment, Baiji was far too preoccupied for such superficial matters, despite having once held them dear. The political commissar grasped the soldier's hand and hurried towards the place where Elena had previously lost consciousness. However, upon arrival, the lifeless body of Lymanris was conspicuously absent. Where's our commander? Baiji asked, his expression one of sheer panic as he turned to the gasping soldier behind him. This unfortunate fellow had just endured a fierce battle in the trench, and before he could catch his breath, he was being dragged to this location by his own commissar. Now nearly on the verge of frothing at the mouth, the commander was sent back to the rear long ago. Didn't anyone inform you, commissar? After finally regaining his breath, the soldier scratched his head in confusion. I thought you sent someone to escort the commander back. Me? Baiji pointed to himself. I had no such time. Do you have any idea where I was when the battle concluded? Oh, it might have been other allied forces passing by. A squad of battle nuns escorted the commander to the rear field hospital. The leading high-ranking battle nun seemed to know the colonel, so she directly informed Sergeant Evelyn, who is now taking the cultivated organs for transplantation. Battle nuns? Baiji mused, slightly perplexed. Though acknowledging they had indeed rescued some surviving battle nun units during their prior landing operation, he swiftly moved past that topic. Never mind, how is the colonel faring? He sustained some intestinal injuries, but has since been treated and is now unconscious. Thankfully, by the grace of the God Emperor, he is no longer in danger of death. The soldier replied, admiration evident in his expression. It is thanks to the colonel's steadfast faith in the God Emperor. According to Pastor Lorna, some succumb merely from a slight cut. Indeed, let us praise the Emperor. He has granted us life. Baiji spoke with gravity, preparing for the next battle. We still have the Emperor's mission to fulfill. For the Golden Throne, the soldier raised his laser rifle in salute to Baiji, who nodded in acknowledgement before turning to head towards the regiment's headquarters. Wait, have you forgotten someone? An anguished roar erupted from behind Baiji, prompting the political commissar to glance down into the trench. A hand, caked with mud, emerged from the depths, while the other gripped an antiquated chainsaw sword with tenacity. Oh, you're not dead, are you? Upon hearing his robust voice, Baiji couldn't help but regard Louster with newfound respect. If I recall correctly, I left you at the front lines, yet here you are, surprisingly formidable. By the way, where's my chimera? The moment she laid eyes on Louster, she remembered that she hadn't charged into this place on foot. The commissar surveyed the area behind Louster, but found no trace of the chimera armored personnel carrier. Don't bother looking. It was blown to bits long ago, Louster shrugged. Fortunately, we left early. The moment we departed, that unfortunate vehicle belonging to your regiment met its demise. Blown up? Baiji lamented internally. How did that happen? Dozens of ghouls armed with explosives charged in, and the Chimera's dual cannons couldn't reach the bottom of the trench, Louster replied with a tone tinged with regret. Though it was unclear whether he mourned the loss of the Chimera or the crew who had fought valiantly aboard it. It seems we must return. No one from your regiment has followed us? Baiji turned to glance at the crowd behind her, who were cheering and praying. The standard bearers typically raised their unit flags at such moments, yet she found none. Long live the Emperor. Louster, unbeknownst to her, produced a flag from somewhere, and casually hung it from a discarded bearing. At last, our regiment has its day to raise a flag. Ultimately, Baiji exercised her privilege as a senior officer to secure a passing truck designated for transporting the wounded back to their base. Most of the injured aboard were not critically hurt. The worst among them had merely lost 2 legs to shrapnel. In truth, on the battlefield against the Nurgle, most casualties would succumb to subsequent infections and plagues. Thus, with time and transport in short supply, The beleaguered medics rarely attended to severely wounded soldiers. They all died for the Emperor. Baiji spoke to those battered soldiers. They are valiant warriors, summoned to the battlefield by their faith. Consequently, her words garnered fervent cheers. And within the small truck shelter, the praises for the Emperor resounded endlessly. As the vanguard of the First Fleet deployed on Ispander, the overwhelming majority of them would never have the opportunity to leave this planet alive. Artillery, plague. Even the most minuscule wound could become infected with the virulent toxins crafted by the Nurgle legions. They had come here solely for the survival of humanity among the stars. Or perhaps merely to spread the Emperor's light. Unbidden, Baiji recalled the naval captain she had encountered upon arriving at the Majestic of Makalagu, who had posed a question to everyone. Who is Robert Gilliman? Is he truly the son of a god, a noble demigod, or merely the genetic progenitor of a legion? Baiji observed the expressions on the faces of the soldiers. Beyond enduring the agony of their wounds, each individual's gaze radiated pride and fervor. Even fatigue could not obscure the vibrancy on their faces. Death is an inevitable part of life, and to die for the divine emperor is the noblest choice. He recalled the words spoken during a missionary endeavor by the national church. The divine emperor safeguards our souls from suffering, and despite the torment of our flesh, we shall attain eternal peace upon the golden throne after death. Baiji scoffed at this notion, deeming it merely a spiritual anesthetic. A ruse concocted by the national church for the sake of wealth accumulation, despite the preacher clad in simple robes leading a life of poverty in the local nest. Yet, at this moment, gazing into their eyes, Baiji began to reconsider the necessity of the national church, as well as the deification of the emperor and his progeny under the current state of the empire, ultimately concluding, without these charlatans, the empire could hardly sustain itself. The political commissar, with a sigh of resignation, shook his head and turned away, heading towards the rear hospital. Chapter 20. The Spear of Ispander. 8. At the landing point of the First Fleet, this area, having endured extensive bombardment from the Imperial Navy, had become the cleanest spot on the entire planet of Ispander, now serving as the logistical base for the vanguard of the Ispander Spear operation. As the war persisted, numerous airborne logistical units, barracks, and field hospitals were gradually deployed here, where some commanding officers directly overseeing the combat established command posts. This location was under constant surveillance by the fleet and protected by several Astartes companies, making it one of the safest places on the planet. Correspondingly, only a select few high-ranking officers could avail themselves of the medical services here, such as the commanding officer of a certain unit or significant figures like noble officers such as Alana, as even the Ministry of Military Affairs preferred to avoid inciting the noble factions above the sacred terra. Ah, Commissar, you have arrived. As Baiji entered the hospital within the logistical base, Medical Sergeant Evelyn had been waiting at the door for quite some time. I was just thinking of sending someone to fetch you. Your timing is impeccable. Let us set aside the matter of the colonel for now. In response to the medical sergeant's greeting, Baiji anxiously inquired, is she all right? Well, about that, I have some good news. In the face of Baiji's inquiry, Evelyn's gaze wavered. Would you like to hear it? What good news? Baiji asked curiously, silently releasing a breath of relief. I must admit, upon hearing good news, his previously racing heart finally began to slow. You have been promoted. According to the line of succession established by the Ministry of Military Affairs, you have now attained the highest command of the Candela Ninth Guard, with the rank of acting colonel. If you perform well, the word acting can be removed. Evelyn beamed as she delivered this news, while the still acting political commissar appeared as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Why has this fallen upon me? As Baiji's vision darkened, she could not afford to display her distress in such a bustling environment. Instead, she murmured softly, stay calm, stay calm. Colonel Alana is alive, right? Do you need me to support you? Evelyn hastily approached, linking her arm with Baiji's, her shield designed to guard against the toxic atmosphere pressing against the commissioner's face. Hold on, you are the face of our regiment. Do not faint in front of so many people. Alive, that's good, that's good. Baiji's heart, which had just begun to cool, surged and plummeted within the span of 5 seconds. Even with the beauty by her side, she felt her vision fade once more. Wait, if she is not dead, why must I command? We just helped the colonel replace her digestive system, using the prefabricated organs we had cultivated previously. She is still unconscious and needs rest. Fortunately, we were well prepared. Colonel Alana's injuries left her with less than 20 hours for treatment. When I arrived at the rear hospital, the priest and the battle sisters said her life was in the hands of the emperor. Thankfully this time, the emperor protected his servant. Praise the emperor. Even the medical sergeant spoke of the emperor, and Baiji could do nothing but join in the praise. Subsequently, she was allowed to enter a specially sterilized ward, where she could see the still unconscious colonel through glass, filled with holy water. Colonel Alana had shed the cold, frenzied aura that had once enveloped her. The elegance befitting a noble woman finally manifested in her appearance. She truly resembles an angel, does she not? Evelyn inquired through her cumbersome protective suit. All troops engaged in ground combat on Ispando must be equipped with such stringent protection to avoid succumbing to the toxic mists during the offensive. Aside from a few battle sisters and the ecclesiastical army, Baiji could only see a group of Kriegskin Space Marines. No, the angels are on the other side. The colonel, now acting as colonel, emotionlessly pointed towards the hospital's window. Beyond the glass, the towering original cast Space Marines patrolled back and forth around the hospital. They are from the Imperial Fist subgroup, the Crimson Fist Battle Company, commanded by the gene progenitor Robert Gil Lyman, currently under the leadership of Battle Company Commander Pedro Cantor, tasked with safeguarding the logistical facilities. The Emperor's Angels of Death, Evelyn whispered. Are you fighting alongside them on the front lines? We should be grateful to them. Baiji replied with trepidation. Had it not been for a pharmacist responding to my plea, The colonel might not have survived long enough for your treatment. Perhaps. The medical sergeant responded uncertainly. With her unwavering faith, she might have been strong enough to resist the plague of these foul beings. You did not see the extent of the colonel's injuries. My father taught me that such wounds typically warrant immediate burial. I never expected she would pull through. That is difficult to say. Baiji concurred with Evelyn's sentiments. Ultimately, as long as she was safe, it was enough. We could do without anyone in our regiment. But not her. Please command us well. Just ensure that our modest resources are not squandered, Evelyn urged as she gently pushed Baiji towards the door. All right, you've seen enough. The Ministry of Military Affairs stipulates that visiting hours for outsiders are limited to 10 minutes. Others are awaiting your instructions. Wait, where's the battle nun who brought her here? In the prayer room over there. I shall go and see. Baiji made her way towards the prayer room, where dark figures were gathered in unified prayer. As Baiji approached, the leading nun ceased her prayers and rose to greet her. Good day. Are you Sararia Beatrice, the battle nun of the Hispano Ecclesiastic Army? It is an honor to meet you, Comrade Baiji. The head nun extended her hand to Baiji with unexpected warmth. Pastor Matthew has described you to us. Your gallant deeds on the battlefield certainly befit a scion of the God Emperor. Was it you at that time? Baiji recalled the battle nun squad that had charged alongside her, who later became scattered in the fray. If it were indeed them, it would not be surprising for them to have found Elena. Did you not notice us? Well, my attention was focused on. Wait, did you mention Pastor Matthew? Baiji, halfway through her explanation, was suddenly captivated by the name mentioned by the battle nun. What did he say about me? He remarked that the radiance of the God Emperor shines particularly bright within you, and perhaps you could serve as a boon to his progeny. Is my role truly that significant? Baiji felt a flicker of skepticism, wondering if these nuns were merely flattering her. Could she really be of assistance to the Premarch? Do not misunderstand. Regardless of anyone's absence, the victory of this war has already been claimed by the God Emperor. We are merely enacting this process, the senior battle nun gently clarified. Our duty is to disseminate the Emperor's majesty, safeguarding his dominion from the clutches of chaos, which necessitates exemplary figures. Pastor Matthew believes you could fulfill that role. I am profoundly honored. Please convey to the Apostle of War that I shall devote everything for the glory of the Emperor. Baiji felt compelled to echo the battle nun's sentiments, yet the head nun smiled slightly at her. No, it is best if you speak to him yourself. There will be an opportunity. As the battle nuns watched her leave, the bewildered political commissar was escorted out the door. Outside, Evelyn, already aboard the Centaur assault vehicle, greeted her with a smile. Commander, acting, the vehicle is ready. In Chapter 021, The Spear of Hispano, 9, ultimately, under Baiji's insistence, the medical sergeant rescinded the title of commander, acting, and retained the title of political commissar for Baiji. The communications officer has gone ahead. Now the entire regiment is aware that you have become our acting colonel, Evelyn reminded Baiji during their journey. The command for the next battle has now fallen to you. If you wish to charge like Commander Elena, that is fine. But I advise you to appoint someone from the two majors to inherit your position, for the Emperor's blessing. This is merely a precaution, nothing more. The Emperor will forgive such considerations. I am not adept at this. The newly appointed acting colonel lamented, adjusting the lenses of her mask. While Evelyn maneuvered the Centaur assault vehicle over crater after crater and trench after trench. In this place where everyone dons protective gear, the medical sergeant, who has long been deprived of sunlight, finally has the opportunity to exercise her skills in battlefield rescue. No one is born with this ability, one must adapt. As they disembarked, Evelyn gently patted Baiji's shoulder, offering reassurance. If you harbor doubts about your capabilities, our regiment has recently welcomed a few itinerant preaching groups. There are individuals who specifically wish to meet you. Perhaps the teachings of the God Emperor will instill confidence in you. Of course, after you fulfill your duties. The itinerant preaching groups? Baiji was familiar with these individuals, a cadre of state church ministers who traversed every trench, appearing in their gleaming sermon-equipped trucks after each battle to proclaim the righteousness of fighting for the Emperor and the supreme glory of sacrifice. While they warmed the soldiers with incense, holy oil, and hymns, they also subtly promoted their sect's doctrines and scriptures. In essence, for soldiers enduring the anguish of war, caught in a dual torment of mind and body, these ministers served as a blend of half a political officer and half a morale-boosting entertainment troupe. What do they want from me? Baiji was thoroughly perplexed. Yet the most pressing concern at hand was to assess combat losses and casualties, collaborating with the sector command to devise the next phase of ground operations. By the time Baiji returned from the command post, exhausted and weary, the matter of the preaching group had slipped from her mind entirely. Strangely, the once lively state church ministers did not exhibit any discontent regarding this. They quietly conducted their sermons in the barracks of various companies, preaching until Baiji recalled this matter and hurriedly arrived the following dusk. By the Emperor's grace, may I inquire who you are? Upon encountering this so-called itinerant preaching group, Baiji did not see the golden sermon stands or the opulently adorned bishops, either gaunt or corpulent, as she had imagined. Instead, she beheld a group of ragged, almost indecently clad bald-headed ministers, whose footprints indicated they had traversed the trenches on foot. I am a disciple of Minister Matthew. One of the ministers replied politely when questioned by Baiji. The acting colonel turned to another minister, then another. I am Minister Matthew's bodyguard, replied a robust, muscular acolyte. Gripping a trench club, his bulletproof armor battered and scarred. I am a cleric accompanying Minister Matthew, said another minister, his bald head inscribed with scriptures, embodying the visage of a fervent zealot. 1011? 0100, 1100, 0110. This was the response from the oily mechanic. Why, then, was there a mechanic among the preaching group? Very well, and you? Which role do you serve in Minister Matthew's entourage? The physically and mentally fatigued acting colonel fixed his gaze upon a lean, middle-aged minister in the crowd, who appeared so unremarkable that even as Baiji inquired about the others, he merely stood aside, silently praying, resembling the most junior of apprentice ministers. I am Pastor Matthew, the middle-aged cleric replied calmly, his waist adorned with a utility belt bearing a laser gun and a chainsaw sword. At first, Baiji mistakenly perceived him as a kind of armed monk. If memory serves me right, isn't Pastor Matthew a war apostle of the original deity? Baiji scratched his chin, unable to reconcile the image of this shabby yet serene man, whose countenance bore an air of authority and benevolence, with the term war apostle. Indeed, it is my honor to assist the offspring of the God Emperor in achieving victory, Pastor Matthew humbly stated, expressing a preference for being described as an ascetic. Baiji recalled the soldiers' evaluations of him. It seemed they were not entirely fabricated. What brings you to me? Baiji felt a sense of discomfort. Being in the presence of such a prominent figure, especially one from the national church, instinctively made him uneasy. Regardless of his reputation among the soldiers, Baiji merely wished for him to leave promptly. I have heard of your deeds. You are a beneficiary of the God Emperor's grace. Having risen from the abyss of death, Pastor Matthew did not respond to Baiji's inquiry. Instead, the stern-faced cleric managed to force a faint smile and spoke to Baiji in a preachy tone. Given this, I bear the task of the God Emperor, and I hope you can lend me your support. Of course, it is my honor. Could I possibly say otherwise? Baiji maintained a strained smile, fully aware that Pastor Matthew was merely being polite. As a war apostle of the genetic original, it was already an extraordinary act of grace for him to seek his opinion before issuing orders. What must I do? Upon seeing a look of satisfaction on Matthew's face, Baiji hastily inquired, eager to fulfill any task entrusted to him by the God Emperor. The God Emperor revealed to me in a dream. Pastor Matthew stood up, his expression solemn as he spoke, to ensure the victory of the divine offspring in this war. The Emperor has instructed me to seek a young girl on the planet Paminio. She will influence the most crucial battle of this conflict. To achieve this goal, I require a unit of unwavering faith, willing to sacrifice everything for the God Emperor. You and your troops are the ideal choice. Moreover, I have heard that you have recently obtained the acting colonel position from the Ministry of Military Affairs. This must be the Emperor's assistance to me. Pastor Matthew's voice grew louder and more fervent with each word, and Baiji could only attempt to soothe his excitement, lest the war apostle act rashly. I do not wish to disturb you, Pastor Matthew, but we are still on Espando, a considerable distance from the planet Paminio. Espando poses no obstacle to the divine offspring any longer. Matthew replied matter-of-factly, my mission is to fulfill the responsibilities bestowed upon me by the God Emperor. The liberation of this planet is already in his hands, and I no longer concern myself with the battles of Espando. I am glad to hear that. Then it is settled. May the Emperor bless you. Praise the Emperor. Observing the radiant countenance of the Apostle of War, Baiji could only stand silently at attention. Sighing inwardly, Colonel, once the Apostle's contingent continues on to their next destination, gazing at their retreating figures, I silently lament. Return to us. Chapter 022. The Spear of Espander. 10. For the time being, matters concerning the Apostle of War, Matthew, were to be set aside, as they would unfold on the planet Parmenio. Presently, however, the newly appointed colonel faced the daunting task of subduing the chaotic forces that spanned the entirety of the planet. As the conflict dragged on and troop strength diminished, Baiji's Candela Ninth Guard gradually withdrew from the front line, supplanted by an increasing number of interstellar warriors who took their place at the vanguard of the assault. Among the myriad experiences over these days, what left the most profound impression on Baiji was not the sight of fallen comrades on the battlefield nor the terrifying foes that loomed before them, but rather the resurgence of the Kansequites. Ever since Roster raised the battle flag at the forefront of the entire line, it seemed they believed in a glimmer of hope for salvation. The sector command even supplemented their dwindling resources with an additional company of ammunition. It was entirely plausible that their distressing habit of rushing out of the trenches to scavenge after every battle, under the Emperor's protection, had spurred this response. By the conclusion of the second week of the Operation Spear of Espander, the entire regiment had significantly upgraded their equipment. Moreover, following a technical exchange with the tech priest of the 13th Regiment, Mr. 010 Omega, Baiji discovered that his recovery teams had unexpectedly transformed into scavengers, with their vehicles, originally crafted strictly according to the STC template, now displaying signs of improvised modifications. The most considerable assistance the Kansequites provided to the 9th Regiment lay in the substantial enhancement of engineering operations and individual mobility. Through a comprehensive reform scheme, which included equipping every soldier with motorcycles, Baiji successfully reduced his casualty rate to levels comparable to those of the 13th Regiment. Despite the fact that due to earlier conflicts and the size of their forces, the Candela losses in this battle still amounted to the equivalent of a full 6 companies. This was a somber figure, Baiji understood, yet he was equally aware of the inevitability of such casualties. Life serves as currency in the Emperor's hands, and all commanders of Imperial forces, himself included, could merely expend their limited lives to procure greater victories for the Empire. Fortunately, as the interstellar warriors gradually assumed control of the battlefield, conditions improved significantly. For the Emperor, exterminate the heretics. This was the Emperor's retribution. Traitor, traitor, you shall die today. The sight of towering, 3-meter-tall Primaris Space Marines, roaring as they wielded chainswords to rend the undead into pieces, served as a tremendous encouragement to every Imperial soldier fighting on the battlefield, save for the Imperial commissars. For while they found inspiration in these mighty figures, the booming voices of the giants made their own tasks increasingly challenging. For death, you subpar beings of the warp. Since the first time her battle cry was interrupted on the battlefield, Baiji found herself gradually acclimatized to the sensation of her voice being overshadowed by the booming presence of the blue giant. After all, mere mortals cannot compete with the vocal might of a space marine, especially when the opponent has equipped a him player within their helmet. So be it, love. For whom and for what? In any case, no one could hear her voice, and thus Baiji chose to merely feign the act. After swiftly dispatching a decaying zombie armed with a rotting blade, a potent stench surged forth, preceding the sense of impending doom that flooded the colonel's nostrils. Since her arrival on Espando to engage in battle, her sense of smell had become even more acute than her sight in detecting nearby foes. A fortuitous twist of fate amidst misfortune. Though Baiji certainly wished to find fortune in a less perilous environment, the distinct, heavy breaths of the death guards, accompanied by the sound of their scythes slicing through the air, filled the political officer's ears. His body instinctively bent forward, a motion that had saved his life countless times. Bending down, supporting himself with his hands, rotating his waist with force, and then executing a horizontal slash with his power sword. This sequence of actions was ingrained in Baiji's very DNA, flowing with remarkable fluidity. The disassembling stance of the power sword carved a molten cut across the dark green armor of the Chaos Space Marine, who staggered back. Yet beside him, a heavy explosive round had penetrated the traitor's skull, ensuring the demise of this self-proclaimed resilient Chaos renegade. Well done, my mortal brother. Not far away, the extreme warrior who had just fired his weapon charged forth from a moving land raider, advancing toward the fallen Death Guard, and stomped down upon his head. Die, traitor! With a crack, the helmet of the Death Guard was shattered under the force of the extreme warrior's boot, releasing a foul-smelling, opaque liquid that made Baiji instinctively retreat a couple of steps. Be cautious, my mortal brother. These traitors are hard to kill completely. After speaking, the extreme warrior suddenly recoiled, brilliant sparks dancing upon his cobalt blue ceramite armor, while a whistling sound filled the air. Get down. Before Baiji could discern what was soaring toward him, an ingrained sense of danger propelled him to leap into the safety of the trench below. Moments later, a deafening explosion erupted, sending a wave of heat and shrapnel that grazed the political officer's cap, slamming against the trench wall. When Baiji lifted his gaze again, half of the extreme warrior's charred corpse tumbled right before him. The intensity is a bit overwhelming in this battle. The colonel expertly wiped his face, clearing the dust raised by the explosion, then cautiously grasped the still-hot body of the fallen Astartes, peering out from the captured trench of the Death Guard. The demon engine that had just fired a projectile had been slain by another Primaris Space Marine wielding a power sword. One of the sergeants of the extreme warriors roared amidst the wreckage of the demon engine, surrounded by a combat squad composed of standard bearers, shield guards, terminators, and veteran suppressors, advancing forward in the formation prescribed by the Codex Astartes. I am here, I am here. As the interstellar warriors advanced, Baiji hurriedly crawled out of the trench, firing his explosive gun with his left hand while sprinting forward. Although the extreme soldiers possessed their own armored might, the battlefield was predominantly populated by various allied Star Realm troops. In such chaotic circumstances, even a mere 5 minutes of disappearance could result in being presumed dead. Moreover, as the acting commander, thousands of eyes were searching for his presence on the battlefield. However, just as he emerged from the trench, bloodied and weary, a shadow towering over 2 meters suddenly enveloped him. Prepare to embrace rebirth, the Death Guard hissed, its decaying and foul presence glaring through the slits of its helmet, the scythe in its grasp dripping with blood. Chapter 023. The Death Guard, are you ready to experience rebirth? The Death Guard, standing directly before Baiji, spoke in a low, resonant voice. At such a close range, the Imperial political commissar could discern details obscured by smoke and artillery fire. For instance, the cracks on the adversary's armor, riddled with grotesque growths, were undoubtedly the result of prolonged warfare and a lack of maintenance. The broken horns, the torn and rotting wounds, all these details were too harrowing for the commissar to bear. Nevertheless, at that moment, Baiji still had the opportunity to glance around. To his left, the extreme soldiers were charging forward. To his right, a large contingent of Star Realm troops was advancing from the rear. However, as he had leaped into the trench to evade the previous explosions, this area, already on the periphery of the battlefield, had been heavily obscured by rising dust, causing both sides, from the Imperial forces to the foul demon army, to inadvertently overlook it. Naturally, no one noticed that an Imperial commissar was being regarded as prey by a Death Guard in this forsaken corner of the battlefield. Thus, in this dire situation, if Baiji wished to escape the crumbling trench alive, slaying the Death Guard before him became his sole option. Unfortunately, the Death Guard appeared to share this sentiment. Why aren't you shouting for the false emperor? The Death Guard, evidently confident of its impending victory, regarded Baiji with disdain, curiously inquiring of the commissar-clad mortal before it. A millennium ago, your kind, the servants of the false emperor, were far less composed. They either groveled like dogs, pleading for their lives, or came charging in like mindless flies. Their fates were all the same. Is it not better to call upon a being whose heart bears the name of a supreme mentor, carved under the weight of a grey knight? Mortarion even commanded the immobile Typhon. Why do you still heed him? Following Abaddon offers more promise. What is Abaddon? I once swore allegiance to the War Master Horus. He is but a lapdog. The Death Guard scoffed at Baiji's remarks, while the commissar's provocations successfully roused the already volatile Chaos Space Marine. Tainted by the encroaching influence of the warp, the Death Guard suddenly swung the colossal scythe in his grasp, its blade, laden with insidious pathogens, hurtling toward Baiji's face. Perish, hound of the false emperor. It was only when Bai Ji found himself engaged in combat with a well-preserved Astartes that he truly comprehended the vast disparity in power between the foe and a mere mortal. For a chaotic veteran who had participated in the Horus Heresy and had endured the eons of the Long War, extinguishing a mortal life was as natural and poetic as disseminating the plague of a benevolent father. However, despite his constant self-identification as a standard mortal, Bai Ji was, at that moment, not truly among their ranks from the perspective of genuine strength. Confronted with the scythe of the Death Guard, reeking of disease and decay, his years of honed reflexes prompted an instinctive response. He bent low, braced against the ground, and, while spinning, struck with his power sword. In the fleeting moment of collision between blade and scythe, both Bai Ji and the Death Guard stood momentarily frozen. The sound echoed. Just before he heard that sound, Bai Ji felt a tremendous force coursing down the length of his power sword, causing the field generator to emit a wail of impending damage under the scythe's subspace sorcery. Yet, in the next instant, he realized that this force was not unbridled. Rather, it could be manipulated, ultimately determining its own purpose. He rotated his wrist, as was his habitual pastime during moments of tedium. Subsequently, the pale blue edge of the sword traced an arc through the air, pushing the scythe imbued with subspace energy away from his head and leaving a charred mark upon the Death Guard's armoring. What? Bai Ji exclaimed, initially bewildered after deflecting the Death Guard's scythe, only to be engulfed by fury. Who granted you, wretched beast, the authority to hold back? The Death Guard, taken aback, soon seethed. Who do you dare insult? Hound of the false emperor? Are you not immortal? Indeed, I am immortal, Bai Ji retorted. And as he sensed that the disparity in their strengths was not as profound as he had imagined, a bold notion began to surface in his mind. What expression is that? Observing the look upon the political officer's face, the Death Guard's ire intensified. You dare challenge the child of the benevolent father? Before he could finish his sentence, the veteran of the Long War raised his scythe and swept it toward Bai Ji. Simultaneously, a lethal miasma began to seep from his armor, and in the current psychic environment of Espando, the poison released by a single Death Guard could easily reduce an entire Star Realm battalion to blood. Die. Embrace the wrath of the benevolent father. As Bai Ji crawled out of the trench, which had completely collapsed, the corpse of the Death Guard inadvertently aided him greatly. It must be said that, while the stench was overwhelming and the texture was repugnant, the Death Guard's grotesquely swollen body was indeed well suited to serve as a makeshift stepping stone. Were it not for treading upon the remains of the Long War veteran, Bai Ji would have found it exceedingly difficult to extricate himself from such a ruined trench. See, the facts prove I was right. Upon leaving the trench and once again setting foot on the cratered ground, battered by artillery fire, Bai Ji, as night approached, could only mutter to himself while making his way toward the objective designated by the troops during their operational meeting. It appears that this battle has culminated in a definitive victory for the Empire. It is no wonder that the war apostle, Matthew, would regard Ispander as a negligible threat. Here, the Imperial forces command the orbital realm, possessing comprehensive advantages over the mortal auxiliary troops and the Space Marines. Conversely, the demonic legions, reliant on their undead armies and the chaos demons, find themselves increasingly weakened due to the relentless destruction of Mortarian's infernal machines. Presently, the military of the human empire continues to secure victories on this once sacred world, and for the pre-march, it is indeed time to contemplate the next objective. However, for White G, it is not yet a moment for such musings. Today marks his inaugural triumph in vanquishing a Chaos Space Marine in direct confrontation. Upon returning to his quarters, he resolves to indulge himself with a bottle of high-quality spirits, a special provision for the troops. Of course, having witnessed the battles above Ispander, the Commissar's heart is unlikely to be stirred by the mere slaying of a Space Marine. For not only for him, but for the pre-march and the Empire as a whole, the best days are yet to come. Muttering his unheeded grievances, White G strides purposefully into the distance. Chapter 024, A Glorious Victory? It is said that time swiftly passes through both the most joyous and the most arduous of days. White G finds truth in this assertion. For after vanquishing that Death Guard, the progress of the entire battlefield of Ispander seemed to ascend towards celestial creation. 3 weeks. This was the maximum time frame initially set by Gilliman for the entire Spear of Ispander operation. However, as the Space Marines, originally tasked with pinpoint assaults, joined the offensive alongside the astral forces, the gradual retreat of the Death Guard hastened the reclamation of the eastern continent of Ispander into the Empire's embrace. Concurrently, the relentless destruction of the subspace machines established by the demonic pre-march Mortarion weakened the forces of the Nurgle's undead, demons, and even the Death Guard. Their diminishing strength further accelerated the advance of the Imperial army. Thus, by the end of the 3rd week of the Spear of Ispander operation, the Imperial forces finally encircled the location of the last demonic machine in the 3rd city. Following the preliminary reconnaissance by Captain Felix, who had been elevated as one of the legendary 4 of Ultramar, the position of this final infernal engine became known to the Imperial command. Now, victory over Ispander lies just within reach. At this critical juncture, the Lord of Ultramar, the King of the 500 Worlds, and the pre-march of the 13th Legion, Robert Gilliman, finally descended upon the battlefield, accompanied by his elite guard, known as the Unyielding. The pre-march was resolute in his intention to personally dismantle the demonic machines set by his treacherous brother, signifying his determination to combat this incursion and inspiring the weary Imperial forces through his very presence. War incessantly grinds the mortal psyche. Only the most steadfast and devout soldiers and followers can persist in the relentless arena of the warp. For a considerable number of these warriors, particularly the mortal auxiliaries, Witnessing the presence of the son of the emperor serves as irrefutable evidence of the emperor's continued blessings upon humanity. With this conviction, they can muster the courage to face the perilous battlefields that lie ahead. Thus, on this morning, as the offensive was about to commence, Baiji once again beheld that dignified and sagacious figure. Father, Lord Guilliman, Regent. Such exclamations reverberated through the command center. Baiji observed the glimmer of fervor in the eyes of those around her. After much contemplation, she ultimately resolved to follow the lead of the officers before her. Lord Guilliman, greetings to you, valiant warriors of the Imperium. The Primarch, long absent, bestowed a warm smile upon the gathered officers. In an era when the emperor was rendered inactive, and the other Primarchs either rebelled or fled, his every action symbolized the very essence of the human Imperium. He had to present a facade of rationality and restraint to his subordinates while articulating his stance on the war, lest the military might they represented descend into an abyss of relentless aggression. At times, he pondered whether the Imperium had been plummeting through that abyss for millennia. This is our final stand on this forsaken planet. Loyal servants of the Emperor, I now call upon you in the name of the Emperor's son. Within the conference room, the genetic Primarch, utilizing his resonant voice and the oratorical skills inherited from his adoptive father, Conrad Kurz, delivered an impromptu speech. Its theme revolved around the necessity of the impending battle and the essential points to heed. However, as Baiji surveyed the attendees, she noted that very few commanders were focused on the tactical briefings. Instead, most had their gazes fixated upon the splendid suit of fate armor, their eyes shimmering with fervent anticipation. Should I take notes? This thought abruptly surfaced in Baiji's mind, as the Primarch on the podium, for reasons unknown. The 13th Legion seemed particularly fond of constructing lecture platforms, was elucidating his battle strategies, while many officers appeared to be whispering prayers. Yet, regardless of how lengthy the preparations were, under the coordination of the sector command, the time for the assault was always precisely adhered to. When Baiji finally regained her bearings, she found herself seated upon her customary mount, the Fire Serpent, her military cap replaced by a standard Cadian helmet. Unlike previous operations, this time a cobalt blue wall loomed ahead of the formation. It was the Astartes of the Extremis cadre, alongside the former detachments of the 13th Legion, and various Space Marine chapters that had landed with the indomitable First Fleet of the Indomitable Expedition. The Space Marines, whom Baiji had seldom encountered, now stood arrayed like a wall before the political officer, their diverse shoulder pads adorned with myriad colors, flags of various designs, and an array of weaponry. Yet, all of this paled in comparison to the giant that stood at the forefront of the ranks. The Gene Primarch, one of the noble progeny of the God Emperor. Once the master of the 13th Legion, now remains the sovereign of the Ultramar Kingdom, Robot Guilliman. Clad in the bespoke armor fashioned by the great sage Belisarius Call of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and wielding the blazing sword of the Emperor, he stands silently at the forefront, gazing into the distance at the third city of Ispander. Behind him, thousands of space marines and a multitude of mortal soldiers hold their breath. The petrified lizards, hydras, and countless heavy artillery pieces, with their menacing angles, rest silently in the hands of the soldiers. The machine spirits, unusually tranquil, await the Primarch's command, remaining mute until the sacred orders awaken their fire control systems, at which point the wrath of the Omnisia and the Emperor shall once again roar. Captain Felix and his troops have already penetrated the third city. Father, reported an extremist custodian to the Primarch. We have located the last machine set by the traitors. Your psychic council believes this is the final node in the subspace network of the tyrannic stars across the 500 worlds. Is the information confirmed? Indeed. Your advisors have conferred with the council members regarding the flow of subspace energy. By destroying this accursed machine, we can significantly diminish the number of demon legions the tyrannic stars send into the realms of the 500 worlds, alleviating the plague of the undead that troubles numerous planets. Furthermore, according to the scouts' reports, the remaining Death Guard and thralls on Ispander have gathered within that city, and they lack a fleet capable of evacuating this planet. The First Fleet holds complete control over the orbital paths. Excellent. Upon hearing the Extremist Custodian's report, Guilliman nodded slightly and ascended into his exclusive battlefield vehicle, a Leviathan-class command tank. Let us proceed. For the Emperor. As he shouted this rallying cry, Baiji was startled by the tremors beneath her feet. The god machines are mobilizing. In the distance, the sound of great bells echoed faintly. Chapter 025. Wounded allies. It had been approximately 4.5 years since she arrived. Yet this was Baiji's first encounter with the so-called god machines, or rather, the Titan legions. Ring the great bell once. Engage the levers and pumps. Clang. As the order to attack was formally issued, light spears and colossal shells rained down from the orbit, striking the void shields of the third city. Titans and night mechs charged forward with heavy strides, accompanied by thousands of Astartes and countless mortals unleashing a barrage of fire. It was during this moment of prayer that Baiji finally grasped why the Ministry of War had issued helmets equipped with micro-auspices to all officers of company rank and above prior to the battle. It was deafeningly chaotic. Imagine, with nearly 100,000 automatic weapons firing incessantly, their calibers ranging from 5mm to 50mm, while an almost equal number of projectiles battered the attacking force's armor. Any attempt to issue commands through shouting would be nothing but a futile wishful thought. Certainly. While the Ministry of Military Affairs in GW may depict the political commissar reciting scriptures to the brothers in the trenches as artillery shells rain down from above. If one is fortunate enough to engage in battle for the Empire, it is prudent to ensure that one's helmet is securely fastened. Can you hear me? Never mind. After shouting a few commands while gripping the helmet tightly, the indistinct noise around her convinced Baiji to abandon the thought of frontline command. Other commanders likely did not share this burden, as they comfortably resided in the rear command posts, relying on aides to report the battle's progress through their divination instruments. However, Bai Ji was bound by tradition set forth by the former colonel, which dictated that the highest commander must remain within a 3-minute travel distance from the front lines. Though this antiquated rule was established by Alana and Candela Nest, over the years, the commanders of the 9th Regiment have developed a peculiar affliction akin to an anxiety disorder, feeling as though ants were crawling over them whenever their troops strayed beyond 2 kilometers from sight. Thus, good luck to you lads. While she longed to express such sentiments, the acting colonel insisted that each level of command must exercise their own judgment, regardless of whether they heard her or not, for their responses were likely inaudible to her as well. After delivering her orders, Bai Ji firmly secured the earplugs within her helmet and removed the red auxiliary aiming device. The political commissar, relying on the emperor's favor rather than precise aim, was not dependent on visual targeting. In fact, given his accuracy, the presence of an aiming device made little difference. It was simply a matter of charging forward as far as possible. You lot, follow me. Casting a glance around, she called upon all the soldiers she recognized, including several ordinary soldiers from the 9th Regiment, an Orglinian who had succumbed to panic after his helmet was improperly fastened, and approximately a third of a company of soldiers from other units scattered by the retaliatory fire of the Death Wardens. Thus, she led them into the fray. Following the artillery barrage as the first wave of attack commenced, the assault proceeded remarkably well, surpassing Bai Ji's expectations. Under the relentless onslaught of the Pre-March and his elite custodians, both the demons and the Death Wardens, along with their mortal minions, shrieked in disarray beneath the flames of the Emperor's sword, only to be felled by the heavy explosive rounds and beams raining upon them from behind. During this time, those demons fortunate enough to perish by mundane weaponry could return to the warp for revival, but those less fortunate, or simply slower, were left trembling before the Emperor's sword in the hands of Gil Lyman, only to be violently torn apart by the wrath of the Pre-March. After several such encounters, with the last defiant Death Warden captain being beheaded by Gil Lyman within 10 seconds, no enemies remained before the Pre-March. The elite custodians expressed their profound dissatisfaction. In the presence of the father of genetics, these valiant champions of the Battle Brotherhood yearned to obliterate all enemies of the Emperor. Yet, for Bai Ji and the 100 or so individuals advancing alongside the Pre-March, this news was nothing short of fortuitous. After all, people have a tendency to target the weak. And while the Death Wardens may falter against the primal entity, dispatching 100 or so mere mortals poses no challenge. Although Bai Ji is not particularly intimidated by a few isolated Death Wardens, facing multiple Astartes simultaneously would certainly prove arduous for an ordinary political commissar who merely 4 or 5 years ago was a mere corporate drone. The commissar, indeed, is quite imposing. The Ogren in the squad single-handedly wielded a heavy launcher, which would typically require 2 hands to manage, and he had crudely fashioned a hole in the helmet that obstructed his vision. His not-so-bright, yet undeniably loyal eyes fixed firmly upon the primal entity. He has a massive cleaver and a flame-spewing fist that is the explosive launcher of his armor, and one must refrain from referring to him as a large fellow, at least in his presence, treating him with the decorum befitting an emperor. Oh, I heed the commissar's words. One of the great advantages of the Ogren is their obedience to the commissar's commands. After Bai Ji delivered a stern admonishment, the towering Astartes soon spotted a target from afar, and immediately, the heavy explosive device, typically difficult for regular soldiers to fire continuously, began its deadly assault. I shall smite you all. Attention! A cluster of demons approaches from the rear right, coordinates. The crowd behind Bai Ji stirred with a flurry of activity, the law of the weak rapidly taking effect. As the primal entity's guard retreated, a mixed horde of chaos machine swarms surged towards this small unit, led by the commissar. Open fire. The scouts issued a warning, and as the firepower specialist within the unit discharged 2 volleys into the air with their chainsaw guns, the corrupting munitions cascading from the chaos machine swarms rained down upon the Star Realm soldiers. In an instant, a dozen individuals fell, struck by the projectiles, while the remaining fighters rallied to retaliate, unleashing lasers, live ammunition, and a scant few explosive rounds skyward against the planet's gravitational pull. Meanwhile, the leaping Nurgling, plague bearers, and plague zombies charged forward, undeterred by the onslaught. Crack! Crack! The projectiles soaring into the air collided with the machine swarm's subspace shield, most becoming inert scrap metal and dissipating energy as they fell. Only a meager few managed to penetrate the shield, and those capable of inflicting harm upon this infernal engine were exceedingly rare, until a beam of light shot forth from behind. The metallic jet and intense heat wave piercing the machine swarm's subspace shield, leaving molten marks upon its dark green armor. Reinforcements have arrived with the Scorpion Tail Lion missile. A keen-eyed soldier recognized the type of explosive ordnance, and Bai Ji turned to look in the indicated direction, confirming the arrival of a Scorpion Tail Lion missile vehicle at the edge of the urban ruins, flanked by 20 or so soldiers advancing in rotation. Boom. However, before Bai Ji could savor the moment, a towering inferno erupted at the missile vehicle's location. The explosion ignited the remaining missiles above, incinerating all nearby soldiers in an instant. Oh, now there is no more lying down. In the next moment, a searing beam grazed the helmet, striking the cluster of demons in the distance. When the smoke cleared, only a flowing lake of molten rock remained at that spot. In the distance, a Titan strode over the collapsed nest's protective wall, the barrel of its super-heavy laser cannon still emitting wisps of crimson smoke. Commander, where do we go from here? Crouched within the shelter, the sergeant inquired loudly, while Bai Ji absent-mindedly touched his head, letting out a silent sigh within. He resolved to continue, following the original squad, going wherever fate would lead. Shaking off the dust and debris from his body, he retrieved the explosive rifle from the crater. Damn it, the rear was even more perilous than the front lines. The young lieutenant colonel lamented overhead, as beams of light continued to rain down like a tempest. Chapter 026, The Silent Nun Above the Surface of Espando. The assault on the Third City raged on with fervor. The presence of the Void Shield system and a multitude of filth-ridden swarms rendered the First Fleet's orbital bombardments ineffective against the Death Warden's defenses of the city. Thus the primary battleground remained firmly on the ground. Naturally, the sector command was not taken by surprise at this outcome. They had preemptively amassed a substantial force of astral military units and interstellar warriors at the front lines. Once the orbital strikes ceased, the troops led by Captain Felix, a forger of interstellar warriors, charged headlong into the heart of Espando's Third City. However, this audacious maneuver did not come without its toll. Along the route traversed by Baiji and his companions, the bodies of fallen extreme warriors and death wardens intermingled, littering the ruins of what was once the Third City. Destroyed vehicles, demonic engines, and the remains of mortal servitors were commonplace. Following closely behind the original escort, Baiji's group found themselves ensnared in the most intense part of the battlefield. As time passed, the makeshift team he once assembled outside the Third City had dwindled to a mere handful capable of continuing the fight. Now, the shadows cast by the original escort had completely abandoned this small contingent, leaving them to confront a grotesque horde of shambling corpses, exuding a noxious stench and grinning mindlessly. Some of these abominable undead even wore the helmets of the astral military, their deathly green faces devoid of eyeballs, white maggots cascading from their gaping mouths and various orifices. The sight of these blasphemous creatures elicited an inexplicable wave of nausea and horror, causing some soldiers to turn pale. By the Emperor's grace, will we also suffer such a fate after death? A soldier from the Ultramar Auxiliary Forces whispered, his complexion ashen, for he was not alone in witnessing the sight of the undead clad in the same uniform as his own. Emperor, protect your servant. Should we not withdraw, Commander? One of Baiji's companions gently tugged at his sleeve. We cannot hope to overcome them. Our interstellar warriors are dead. What can we mortals do? I have received no orders from above to retreat, Baiji replied succinctly, pressing the rifle's muzzle against the man's forehead and disengaging the safety. Simultaneously, he pointed his power sword at the approaching undead. Under my command, there are no deserters. Now, I command you, in the name of the God Emperor, to eradicate these blasphemous abominations. Political officer, the lumbering gun team is prepared. The soldier, with a gun pointed at him, still yearned to speak. Meanwhile, the soldiers who had once served under him had already selected their target. Two familiar faces, pushing the last remaining undestroyed double-barreled lumber gun, were in the process of loading ammunition, while the gunner had already given a thumbs up in this direction. The fourth squad was ready. Only 2 thermite bombs remained, fully prepared. Comrade political officer, we are ready. Even the Orgrim had abandoned the heavy explosive they had previously wielded, having depleted its ammunition. That weapon, which had been used to dispatch dozens of ghouls and demons, could finally rest. And you, soldier? After receiving the readiness report from the remaining personnel, Baiji cast a glance at the wavering soldier. For the Emperor, comrade political officer. The soldier took a deep breath, beginning to affix a bayonet to his still slightly trembling laser gun. I just want to confirm that after our demise, our souls will return to the Golden Throne, correct? Comrade political officer? Indeed, soldier. I assure you of this. Baiji spoke these words without a change in expression, yet, upon witnessing the recently corrupted ghoul before him, he felt a tremor in his own heart. At the very least, the soul would. The acting colonel abruptly halted his wandering thoughts. As one of the few rebel factions that maintained a legion structure, the Death Watch had inherited the grand lineage of the Great Crusade era's large formations. Different companies had different commanders, and within a single company, multiple battle groups might operate. These various battle groups often dispersed across the galaxy, engrossed in their own affairs, only to convene under the call of the pre-march for large-scale operations, such as the Plague War, to act in a legionary fashion. As for the Death Watch forces on Espander, they were likely part of the first company of the Plague Vanguard, led by Typhon, the Plague Vanguard Company. These soldiers, much like their commander, who reveled in the study of viruses, plagues, and zombies, excelled at utilizing the corpses of fallen enemies to convert them into cannon fodder, thereby undermining the morale of their foes. The recently deceased ghouls before them were evidently among the victims of this malicious intent. To deal with these unfortunate souls who had perished yet failed to find peace, the ecclesiarchy possessed its own methods. Do we have any living priests among us? Baiji inquired, surveying the group, but all he received in response were solemn shakes of the head. Since the last acolyte had fallen to an ambush by a swarm of plague machines, this remnant of soldiers had lacked anyone capable of reciting the holy scriptures of the God Emperor. It seems we cannot alleviate the spiritual suffering of these poor souls. Baiji lamented, shaking his head. Yet, as he turned back, the reflection of his power sword illuminated the silver embellishments on the explosive gun. Fortunately, physically, we can still save their bodies. Now, in the name of the God Emperor, I command you. The political officer activated the switch on his power sword, and a faint blue disintegration field shimmered upon the sleek blade. Purge these heretics. Open fire freely. Execute the will of the master of mankind. Accompanying the soldiers' responses were the echoes of gunfire, various types of weaponry, the sizzling of laser guns, the rhythmic clatter of automatic rifles, and the unique, thunderous sound of lumberjack guns. As for Baiji, the political commissar was acutely aware of his position on this battlefield. After finding a collapsed pillar to serve as cover, Baiji commenced a precise assault, targeting the heads of each Nagua undead. Oh, is this the domain of that rebellious offspring? As the first magazine was expended, a long-forgotten voice suddenly echoed in his mind. I believe I heard Mortarian's voice. Where are you now? It had been such a long time since their last encounter. Bai Ji, surprised, loaded the next magazine while responding to the Emperor's inquiry. This is Ispander. Your 13th son is currently seething with rage, preparing to demolish the scrap metal set up by your 14th son, all in defense of his Second Empire's 500 worlds. Did you just imply something of great significance? No, absolutely not. Bai Ji redirected his focus to the chaos before him. After a concentrated barrage had felled a large number of foes, an inexplicable shadow suddenly enveloped the tumultuous battlefield. Simultaneously, a wave of dizziness abruptly halted the Commissar's shooting. Oh no! Bai Ji steadied himself against the rubble before him, preparing to observe the movements of the undead through the haze of dizziness, only to discover that the resilient dead had all collapsed to the ground, lying still as true corpses. Hey you! The Emperor's words were now inaudible to Bai Ji for the first time in history. The Commissar stared blankly as the Ares gunship passed overhead, and then, at the very center of the sky, a magnificent golden drop pod descended from above. With a thud, the drop pod landed steadily in front of the Commissar, the hatch opening to reveal a figure never before seen. Isn't that? The acting colonel scratched his chin, observing a tattooed golden lady wielding twin swords, effortlessly slaying a Nagwa demon. The Silent Sister had arrived? Chapter 027. Kalama, my lord, have we arrived too late? As the shadow of the Ares gunship swept over the ruins of the third city, flying above a small contingent of Star Realm soldiers, the Imperial Guard officer Moldavar Kalkwan and the high-ranking Forgotten Knight of the Silent Sisters, the Emperor's Claw, Voy, remained unaware that mere hundreds of meters below them, an unremarkable acting colonel was engaging in direct communion with the will of the Emperor himself. The anti-psychic stance brought forth by the high-ranking Silent Sisters momentarily obscured the God Emperor's psychic connection to Ispander, thus interrupting the link between the Emperor and Bai Ji. Fortunately, the anti-psychic field did not only affect the living, it also exerted a profound influence upon the Nagwa undead. These entities, long since deceased, have been resurrected through the malevolent sorcery of the subspace plague, rendering them remarkably resilient. Even high-energy lasers and explosive ordnance fail to obliterate them directly. However, under the dominion of anti-psychic forces, these semi-subspace creations become exceedingly fragile, succumbing even to the mere bursts from automatic firearms. Thus, when the Imperial Guard officer and his squad descended beside the Primarch's retinue and inquired if they had arrived too late, this increasingly diminished contingent of the Astra Militarum, having endured grievous losses on the battlefield, found themselves at the plaza before the Grand Cathedral of the local state church, the final battleground of Ispander. Mortarion had deliberately positioned this last demon engine within this hallowed site of the Emperor, perhaps to humiliate his father or even Guilliman himself. Regrettably, regardless of his intent, neither objective was achieved. The Master of Mankind paid little heed to the edifice erected by the church, and Guilliman's indifference towards the clergy was palpable. Conversely, this expansive area presented an opportune moment for the Primarch and his forces to launch an attack, with a distinct advantage in firepower. Captain Felix and his men preemptively seized the cathedral, annihilating all Death Guard forces concealed within. No, in fact, your timing is impeccable, Guilliman responded to the officer, then shifted his gaze to Captain Felix, who had come to welcome his father. Where's that machine? Within the cathedral, father, replied the imposing captain, now slightly shorter than the Primarch. We have just cleared out all the Death Guard and demons inside. It is now secure. You have done well. Guilliman commended Felix's actions. As they passed the cathedral's entrance, the sight of a mound of corpses, a grotesque heap of Death Guard bodies, caused the Primarch to furrow his noble brow. The son of a traitor remains as distasteful as ever. The Burna squad is obstructed by the horde of corpses and demons. We must first manage these remains. Felix expressed with regret. Their bodies are so distorted by the taint of subspace sorcery that even conventional explosives struggle to breach their armor. This is the gift of the dark gods. However, they have forfeited the glory of serving the Emperor, a loss that no blessing can compare to, Guilliman remarked, shaking his head. During their conversation, Mortarian's engine loomed into view. Is this the blasphemous machine? Guilliman donned his fateful helm, the golden-lined visor reflecting an expression of fury that compelled any fool daring to oppose the Primarch to kneel. In that moment, the blazing sword of the Emperor in his grasp further amplified his imposing presence. Indeed, father, Captain Felix replied with reverence, this is the last one. Regent, I suggest you allow your subordinates, or at least us, to destroy this machine. At this moment, the magistrate Korkin endeavored to prevent Guilliman from personally destroying the infernal machine. We must exercise caution. After all, you are the Empire's sole surviving heir to the Emperor. Your existence is paramount to us. Were you not sent by the High Lords to protect me? Guilliman appeared disinclined to heed the magistrate's counsel, as Korkin's words failed to deter him from striding purposefully towards Mortarian's contraption. Or do you have your own intentions? I follow only the Emperor's commands. With a resigned sigh, the magistrate ultimately relinquished his intention to obstruct Guilliman. Be wary, Primarch. The Empire cannot endure a second grand rebellion, nor can it afford the loss of a gene-enhanced Primarch. Chuckling softly, Guilliman shook his head as he arrived before the accursed machine, its blasphemous runes brazenly challenging the sanctity of the Primarch's gaze. Reflecting on his fallen brother, Guilliman raised the Emperor's sword in fury. This is your failure, Mortarion. Accompanied by his roar, the Emperor's sword cleaved through the last of the demon machines with ferocity. Consequently, the subspace corrupted network that had been funneling supplies, reinforcements, and resources from the disaster stars to Ultramar suffered significant degradation. In many Imperial worlds still embroiled in bitter conflict, Local Imperial guards reported that their enemies suddenly found themselves weakened, alleviating the dire circumstances faced by the defenders. However, within the cathedral, the previously assured situation took a sudden turn. From Mortarian's machine, as the searing flames of the Emperor's sword melted the deck above, the flickering blasphemous runes extinguished, only to reveal a dark green shadow imbued with an aura of decay, tearing through the rift of subspace. The sound that echoed within the cathedral resembled that of bells, reverberating like a great bell tolling. Accompanying this sound, despair welled up in the hearts of all present, as if the end of all things were predestined. And they were utterly powerless to intervene. Many of the Space Marine guards relinquished their weapons, clutching their helmets as they slowly retreated. The Imperial Guard was the first to break free from the sound's influence, raising their spears to unleash a fierce barrage at the figure emerging from subspace. As for Guilliman and Sister of Silence Void, they remained unaffected. Upon sighting the shadow within the rift, an erudite individual among them called out the name, Karamas, the second lost one, a great demon in service to Nurgle. As soon as he manifested, Karamas began to assault those guards who had succumbed to the effects of the tolling bell. Under the weighty blows of the Nurgle demon, many valiant Space Marines, who had fought bravely until this moment, fell to the ground. Demon, repay your debts. Witnessing this, an enraged Guilliman instantly raised the Emperor's sword to confront the foe. The Imperial Guard, Sister Void, and the accompanying Space Marine strategists coordinated their assault alongside the pre-march, transforming the cathedral's ruins into a tumult of flashing blades and clashing steel. Meanwhile, the tardy White Lily cowered beneath a distant pillar, cradling her head, too frightened to move. Chapter 28, Victory? The entity known as Karama is an exceptionally rare type among the demons of the subspace. Within this universe, the four principal gods of chaos embody distinct concepts, while demons like Karama have been endowed with additional missions by these deities, enabling them to endure assaults capable of obliterating other demons. As the entropy of this universe reaches its zenith and all things face annihilation, Negu requires Karama to witness firsthand the commencement of life's cyclical renewal. Thus, prior to the arrival of this moment, the demon may be vanquished but cannot be utterly exterminated. This protective measure operates on a conceptual level, rendering even the Emperor's sword wielded by Guilliman incapable of complete destruction. However, it remains possible to banish it back to subspace. Indeed, Karama possesses formidable strength, yet this time, he stands before a noble scion of the Emperor, with the assistance of the Adeptus Custodes, the Astra Militarum, and the Silent Sisterhood of Void. And at the cost of several fallen Space Marine librarians and one custodian, the pre-march robot Guilliman successfully plunged the Emperor's sword into Karama's skull. As the searing flames consumed the demon's brain, this mighty fiend was ultimately banished back to the subspace amidst its anguished cries. Father, are you unharmed? As Negu's demonic form retreated into the rift of subspace, the tolling of bells echoing across the ruins of the cathedral began to fade. Captain Felix and his Primaris Space Marine retinue hastened to the side of the pre-march. Did that foul creature injure you? I am unscathed, Guilliman replied. Encased in cobalt blue battle armor, this advanced suit, equipped with a sophisticated life support system, had accompanied him through millennia of stasis. And even under the assault of the Nega demon, it performed admirably in safeguarding the pre-march. Assess the casualties and prepare the fleet for withdrawal. Once composed, the Primarch's sharp intellect enabled him to issue efficient commands swiftly. Felix, my son, continue to purge all remnants of Negu from this planet. The war for Espander has concluded. I shall cleanse the shame with their blood. Felix's resolute response brought a look of reassurance to Guilliman's face. Through this son, forged in the crucible of a relentless 12-year campaign, he glimpsed the invaluable assistance the Primaris Space Marines would provide to the Empire's future. You do not shy away from the stench of shedding the blood of the Death Guard, do you? A faint voice of sarcasm emerged from beneath a fallen pillar of the cathedral. Following the recent assault on the pre-march, all present guardians immediately entered a state of heightened alert. The veteran custodes raised their twin bolt pistols, the shield bearers brandished their relic shields and the Astartes power axes, while the unyielding soldiers gathered around the pre-march. Guilliman, incensed by his prior miscalculations, charged forth, roaring, "Show yourself, concealed wretch." Crack. In order to assist Captain Felix in his endeavors, an interstellar warrior conjured a bolt of psychic lightning from his hands. The formidable energy shattered the column that Baiji had previously used as cover. Among the marble debris, the political commissar beheld a finely crafted power sword rapidly enlarging before him. In a moment of urgency, Baiji seized the power sword that lay nearby and raised it above his head. Explanations could wait, but faltering for even a moment would mean that Captain Felix's sword would cleave him in two. Clang. In the very next instant after Baiji positioned the power sword, an immense force, far beyond that of the previous Death Guard, surged from his wrist to his elbow and then to his forearm. His head buzzed with a cacophony of noise. Emperor, protect us. As the commissar's mind reverberated with confusion, Captain Felix, staring blankly at the broken sword in his hand, was equally bewildered. Open fire. Of course, his weapon was of little concern. The safety of the original entity was the captain's primary focus. In the very moment the power sword shattered, Felix drew his explosive pistol from his belt and commanded the guards and veteran soldiers behind him to open fire. Wait. Two identical voices rang out simultaneously. The distinction being that when Baiji called out, no one heeded him. However, the moment Robert Guilliman spoke, every finger that had yet to squeeze the trigger relaxed. The original entity is wise. Freed from the panic of being targeted by hundreds of explosive weapons, Baiji swiftly transitioned from a state of impending doom to one of communication. We are allies. I am the acting commander of the 9th Candelabra Guard. paying my respects to the great regent of the empire. Mortal? The elite guards present were momentarily taken aback upon realizing that the ambush was merely composed of a mortal. Isn't that Commissar Baiji? More astonished than the elite guards was Captain Felix himself, who retained a memory of this mortal Commissar, having encountered him aboard the warship and receiving prior warnings from the Apostle of War. Why are you here alone? Where are your troops, Commander? An elite warrior inquired skeptically. Where are your soldiers? Have they all perished? No. I have stationed my soldiers in the ruins outside the church to keep watch. I merely came in to scout around. You came in to scout? The warrior pressed. Have your scouts all perished? Not exactly. In fact, our scouts have indeed all been lost. Then it is not your place to be here spying. The warrior declared emphatically. I demand the immediate execution of this suspicious individual. He is likely infected with some form of subspace virus. You must have collaborated with the tribunal, haven't you? I once served as an advisor to the Externus Repair Society. What of it? That explains much. Baiji nodded in satisfaction. Those associated with the tribunal often bore traces of madness. And those who toyed with psychic energies were even more formidable. He turned his gaze toward the silent, original entity, fully aware that any execution of action here required his will. I pledge my loyalty to the Emperor. He spoke to Robert Kierman, noting that the silence of the gene progenitor rendered the atmosphere particularly oppressive, even causing the previously aggressive think tank to fall silent as they awaited the decision of the father of genes. Bring him here, Felix. In less than a minute. Kierman reached his decision. I have matters I wish to inquire about in person. Father. The think tank member attempted to argue, but he fixed his gaze upon Karama's figure, sensing that both soul and body might be tainted. I strongly advise that Knight Voy and Prefect Koken ensure my safety. The progenitor's resonant voice drowned out the think tank's dissent. Come forth, child. I have heard of you from Pastor Matthew. It is indeed my utmost honor. Baiji dutifully disarmed and informed the elite warriors of her remaining soldiers' locations. Upon receiving the command from the father of genes, the Cobalt Blue Astartes departed from the cathedral, allowing Baiji to share the same space with the progenitor, the Imperial Guard, and the Silent Sister. Subsequently, the progenitor removed his helmet and smiled at Baiji. Chapter 029, Progenitor Chat Room. Bushi, relax, Commander. No one here will harm you. After removing his helmet and bowing to him, Gene Progenitor Robert Kierman gently smiled at Baiji. Yes, Your Excellency, what honor do I have to be granted your audience? Baiji asked, her voice laced with trepidation. Prior to their conversation, the progenitor had dismissed the elite guards and think tank members surrounding him, leaving only a squad of the Imperial Guard and a Silent Sister by their side. Voy instinctively positioned himself at a respectful distance, ensuring that his anti-psyker stance did not cause discomfort. You are quite forthright, which is commendable. Thus, I need not beat around the bush. Kierman regarded the anxious mortal before him with satisfaction. I have heard from my war apostle, Pastor Matthew of the Imperial cult, about you. He informed me that you are the Emperor's chosen one, a messenger sent to assist in the war against the plague. Do you concur with this? Oh well. At the moment Kierman posed his question, Baiji felt as though her mind had transformed into a Subspace 20 model, with thousands of treacherous demons and countless lustful fiends playing a game of checkers, while the terror-obsessed demon army performed a cheerleading routine nearby. Where's Negu? Negu is in the 500 worlds. What should I do? How should I respond? He lowered his head, both to show respect for the Emperor and Kierman and to conceal his expression. If I say something wrong, that Imperial Guard will undoubtedly take my head, right? His gaze is entirely off. Oh, you finally met Little 13. What a rarity. Rest assured, speak freely as you wish. I will assist you in communicating with Little 13. It will be fine. You better not be deceiving me. Baiji raised her head to respond. Yes, Your Excellency. The Emperor has entrusted me with a significant mission, and my troops and I have navigated through subspace to fulfill the grand task bestowed upon us by the Emperor. What is your mission? Killamand leaned forward slightly, casting a shadow over Baiji's head. Emperor, what task has my father entrusted to you that necessitates a mortal to risk following in our wake? Of course, it is for the sake of victory, my lord. With all due respect, there is no endeavor on the battlefield devoid of peril. Prior to my appointment as acting colonel, I held the rank of major. However, since our commanding officer sustained injuries in battle, I have taken her place in leading the troops. Victory. Killamand echoed with a hint of disdain, as if the term bore an incongruous irony in the eyes of the supreme commander of the imperial forces. Oh, but what victory are we speaking of? Espando? Or Parmenio? Tell him it is the entirety of Ultramar, my lord. The whole of Ultramar. Killamand regarded the audacious mortal colonel with skepticism. What prowess do you possess to vanquish my fallen brother, or the plague goddess Unclean One? Has my father bestowed upon you the strength to do so? No matter how resilient, a mortal's body cannot withstand the Emperor's power. Or perhaps he has granted you insight in your dreams. My lord, allow me to address this question. As Baiji grappled with her thoughts, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice echoed from the entrance of the church's ruins. I have received a revelation from the God Emperor. I trust that comrade Baiji has as well. The war apostle Matthew spoke as he approached, a skull adorned with the purity seal floating beside him. The laser pistol at his waist and the chain's word in his hand added a touch of gravitas to his otherwise unassuming stature. Matthew did not come alone, but his acolytes and guards remained outside the church ruins, standing vigilant with the elite warriors. In Matthew's eyes, this was a dialogue between the pre-march and the war apostle, a meeting of the Emperor's chosen and his personal guards, taking place within the hallowed halls of a cathedral now held by the enemy. This was undoubtedly the will of the God Emperor, symbolizing the sacred nature of their discourse. You have arrived, Pastor Matthew. Killamand turned to the bloodied war apostle. Noting the chain's word in his hand, its monomolecular coating nearly worn away, and the laser pistol's battery utterly depleted. Despite fighting amidst the noxious plague fog spread by the Death Guard and their legions, Matthew bore no protective gear, unlike Baiji. The virulent miasma could render even the strongest space marine incapacitated, yet the mortal pastor appeared untouched, approaching with an untroubled demeanor. Indeed, Your Excellency. Matthew stepped forward, standing beside Baiji. Congratulations on your victory over the blasphemers of the God Emperor at Espando. As a loyal servant of the God Emperor, I see in you the radiance of a divine offspring. I am not a deity, nor is my father. I have reminded you of this repeatedly, Matthew. Killaman's brow furrowed at the war apostle's words, clearly displeased by the pastor's reference to divinity and divine progeny. In his view, the so-called deities, apart from the four formidable entities that have plagued the empire for millennia within the subspace, are merely external manifestations of some psychic phenomena, elements that can be analyzed and comprehended by human intellect. To him, the emperor is nothing more than an immortal and powerful psionic being. Perhaps no one can currently elucidate the peculiar phenomenon known as the power of faith. Yet in the steadfast belief of Gilliman in the truths of the empire, such strange occurrences instigated by faith can ultimately be deciphered, harnessed, and transformed into the might of the empire's conquest of the stars by his psychic council. As one of the most ardent believers of the empire's truths during the epoch of the Great Crusade, Robert Gilliman has always held this conviction resolutely. You simply have yet to realize it, my lord. Matthew remained non-committal regarding Gilliman's assertions, for aiding the primal beings to recognize themselves as progeny of the divine, and thus inherently divine, was a task bestowed upon him by the emperor, or so he believed. If such a feat could be achieved so easily, what purpose would he serve? As for the forthcoming conflict on the planet Parmenio, Gilliman declared with unwavering determination, it would be a pivotal battle in our campaign to obliterate Mortarian's forces. I demand that the full military might of the empire be prepared for the war apostle to fulfill its role. I do not wish to hear any valuable counsel from the ecclesiarchy regarding my command. As for you, Commissar, Gilliman shifted his gaze, and Baiji felt a sudden weight upon his shoulders. Do not disappoint me. Chapter 030, Parmenio, 1. 3 weeks after Robert Gilliman's decree, Espando was reclaimed by the Empire. At the cost of over 1 million lives, the destruction of thousands of vehicles, and several Warhound Titans, Mortarian's infernal machines laid upon the former ecclesiarchal world were vanquished. This triumph enabled the First Fleet to significantly weaken the forces of the Plague Marines across 500 worlds and severely disrupt the supply lines of the Death Guard, thereby laying the groundwork for subsequent operations. Yet, there was no time for respite. On the very next day following the victory of the Spear of Espando, Gilliman announced the strategic objectives for the First Fleet and commenced the active mobilization of troops to assault the planet Parmenio. Gilliman inferred from various signs that he would confront his fallen brother here. According to reports from the initial reconnaissance fleet, following the destruction of machines on Espando and suffering a grave blow, Mortarion began to amass the majority of his remaining forces on Parmenio. Under the orders of the fallen Primarch, the Death Guard Legion, Plague Demons, and a portion of the Plague Fleet now occupied much of the planet's surface. Previously, this world had been chosen by the Adeptus Astartes for the training of new recruits and auxiliary military personnel, but after the invasion by the Death Guard, the once hallowed training grounds were now overrun by the filth-ridden undead. Of course, the Gene Primarch was not unprepared for such circumstances. After withdrawing from Espando, Gilliman steadily gathered numerous Imperial forces engaged in combat within this sector and advanced towards Parmenio. Thanks to the adept operational prowess of the 13th Legion, as a vast army was assembled at Gilliman to advance towards Parmenio, Mortarion and his ally, the unclean Kugath, were still unprepared for the impending assault from the Imperial forces. Mortarion was hindered by a familial conflict with Captain Typhon, leaving him without a fleet to confront the Imperial Navy, while Kugath had yet to complete his offering to his father, the Plague God. In this dire situation, they could only dispatch wave after wave of demon legions in a futile attempt to impede the relentless march of the Regnant's expedition. However, with the aid of the Eldar's Uthwi craft world, all of Mortarian's demon forces sent to thwart the unyielding fleet met with failure. Due to the surge of psychic energy, the will of the Master of Mankind re-established contact with the White Scars. After Colonel Ileana's recovery from her injuries, she resumed her role as a middle-ranking political officer. When the Emperor's gaze fell upon this place, even the tempestuous warp storms that had long disrupted the Imperial fleet began to abate. Yet, the fluctuations of the warp are always a double-edged sword, as the fleet drew ever closer to Parmenio. The rising concentration of the warp brought with it the grim tidings that Leonard could no longer endure. As the aged medic, Myoto, shook his head, cold sweat trickled down by Ji's forehead. If the Emperor were to show mercy, this night would determine his fate. Myoto, with a somber shake of his head, recounted how, in the wake of the 22nd Captain's demise, Leonard had continued to command his unit on the battlefield of Espando, only to be besieged by the filth-ridden servant army. When reinforcements finally repelled the cultists, Leonard, gravely wounded, was evacuated to a rear hospital for treatment, or rather, to cling to life. The interned political officer had persevered thus far, driven by his loyalty to the Emperor, yet under the influence of viruses, bacteria, and the insidious whispers of a treacherous scribe in his mind. He faced a grim fate, either to succumb to festering wounds or to miraculously recover, only to be executed on the spot by Baiji, branded as a heretic. After weighing the pros and cons, a plan suddenly surfaced in Baiji's mind. "Take me to see him," she commanded. "I have words to share." Thus, she arrived at Leonard's bedside. At this juncture, Leonard was hardly recognizable as human. His wounds were largely infected, and he appeared as gaunt as a charred twig. Upon noticing Baiji's arrival, the frail intern political officer managed a faint cry. It's all right. It's all right. The Emperor protects all loyal souls. Baiji reassured him with a well-worn but effective phrase. Once you pull through, I believe you will obtain your official political officer certification. I will write a letter of recommendation to the Department of Military Affairs, and you will be able to command your own troops. I'm not, don't worry. Don't worry, Baiji interjected, producing a syringe filled with anesthetic that Evelyn had provided. This will only sting a little. What are you doing? Enough with the chatter. With that, she plunged the needle into Leonard's vein, contemplating whether she was indeed about to euthanize him and whether this individual was truly a threat. In an instant, the intern political officer succumbed into unconsciousness. Then, Baiji, satisfied, clapped her hands and discarded the used anesthetic needle into the trash bin. After glancing around the ward to ensure she was alone, the Colonel Political Commissar closed her eyes. Some matters are not suitable to be discussed in this place. When Baiji reopened her eyes, she found the pale blue-skinned demon secretary staring back at her with wide eyes. Greetings, demon, servant of the malevolent god. Baiji smiled at the demon, as the power sword that accompanied her into the subspace illuminated with a soft blue glow. The Emperor has entrusted me to convey a message to the demon. Upon opening her eyes again, Baiji beheld the bright lights on the ceiling of the chamber, and on the hospital bed, Leonard displayed a rare expression of tranquility, for the demon who had been attempting to corrupt and manipulate him in the subspace had departed. The Emperor had, in a rare act, intervened in his dreams to eradicate the virus afflicting him, and under the care of the fleet's apothecaries, his injuries would gradually heal. As for Baiji's proposal, the secretary, representing the demon, expressed a strong willingness to cooperate. Soon, the coalition of terror and the demon would set forth from the catastrophe stars in the northern regions of Ultramar, launching an assault on the Nurgle forces embroiled in conflict across the 500 worlds. Baiji believed that the chaotic entanglement of these three factions would not go unobserved. In due time, at the very least, the plague fleet led by Typhus would have to retreat to safeguard the catastrophe stars, lest the benevolent father be pierced by the three gods, significantly alleviating the pressure on the Imperial forces in that region. Whether the coalition of the three gods would directly penetrate the Nurgle's defenses across the 500 worlds was beyond Baiji's influence. Do not worry. Those four are more contentious than dogs fighting each other. They could not possibly unite to assault Ultramar. The Emperor's assurance brought Baiji a sense of relief. In matters concerning the four gods of the subspace, she was certain she would not possess the same level of understanding as the Emperor, who had sat upon his throne for eons. Next, Parmenio would arrive. Chapter 031, Parmenio, 2. In light of the current state of war and the potential intensity of the upcoming Battle of Parmenio. Before the First Fleet reached the Parmenio planet and its defensive orbit, Robert Kilimon called for assistance from the star fort Galatan, a bastion from the dark age of technology. It is worth mentioning that within the defensive network of the 500 worlds, there were originally 6 star forts. However, under the relentless assault of the plague vanguard Typhus and his plague fleet, half of the forts had been destroyed, and the remaining ones faced immense pressure. Except for the Galatan star fort. Galatan, as previously noted, is an ancient star fort inherited from the Dark Age, having endured the bloody and dark Horus heresy. Compared to its brethren constructed by the tech priests of the Mechanicus, Galatan boasts a colossal structure, fierce firepower, and an exceptionally robust shield system. Consequently, this formidable star fort, akin to a mountain fortress, was strategically deployed by the elite warriors at the transport nexus of the 500 worlds. Before the original entity summoned it, the Galatan Star Fortress, along with the elite warriors of the Nova Legion tasked with its defense, was in the process of reclaiming a planet that had once fallen into enemy hands, and they had achieved success. Upon receiving the celestial communication from his genetic progenitor, the commander of the Nova Legion, Dovar, immediately relinquished all ongoing duties to lead his entire cohort of Nova warriors, along with the Galatan Fortress and its contingent of hundreds of thousands of mortal auxiliary troops, towards the planet Parmenio, in response to the call of his genetic father. Faced with such a formidable star fortress capable of effortlessly annihilating an entire fleet and obliterating all terrestrial adversaries on a planet, Mordorion would certainly seek ways to command the plague fleet to intercept it, though that matter was of no concern to Baiji at present. The Lieutenant Colonel Political Commissar was in the midst of issuing 10 certificates to the Ministry of Military Affairs, aimed at demonstrating that, following his thorough examination, there were 10 young trainee political commissars within his unit who possessed unwavering faith, stable morale-boosting skills, and courage sufficient to serve as official political commissars in any Imperial Star military. Indeed, he was prepared to release those trainee political commissars who had long served under his guidance. During the Battle of Ispander, although Baiji held the nominal title of Supreme Commander, he had not engaged extensively in the actual command of the troops. Most of his actions consisted of rallying an assault team to charge forth, matching the distance covered by the original entity or the Space Marines, retreating if the losses became too great. The tactical prowess of the Lieutenant Colonel Political Commissar was truly remarkable. In the absence of the Supreme Commander, the task of commanding the entire unit on the battlefield naturally fell to the junior officers, including 2 majors, the captains of various companies, and sergeants, among whom were also the shadows of trainee political commissars. Consequently, as a reward for their active roles on the battlefield, Baiji decided to confer upon these trainee political commissars their graduation certificates. Truth be told, they should have completed their probationary period several years ago. But Baiji had chosen to remain in the peaceful confines of the nest, where opportunities for growth were scarce, thus delaying their advancement until now. As for why there were only 10 certificates, it was because, following the Espander Spear operation, only a few trainee political commissars remained alive, lucid, and fit for the role after treatment, which, regrettably, paled in comparison to the casualty figures of the 9th Regiment. Sighing deeply after signing the last recommendation letter, affixing the unit seal and stamping it with the purity mark, the Lieutenant Colonel political commissar let out a resigned breath. Parmenio would be reached tomorrow. What was there to sigh about? After a long interval, a sudden voice broke the silence behind the commissar, startling Baiji, who had been leaning against the back of his chair. Ah, Colonel, who else would you think it is? I'm still very much alive. As Alana passed by, she raised an eyebrow. After a considerable period of recuperation, under the meticulous care of pharmacists and possibly even the Emperor himself, the effects of the Nurgle plague on her were almost negligible. Much like the war apostle, Priest Matthew, she believed that as long as her faith in the God Emperor remained unwavering, dismissing the lies spun by the warp, she would remain unscathed. Not to worry. I am currently drafting a recommendation letter for the Ministry of Military Affairs. After this battle, it is time for those interns to graduate, Baiji remarked, displaying the freshly pinned letter bearing the pure mark. Yet, once they depart, will we not be left without any intern political commissars? Alana inquired, accepting a recommendation letter but furrowing her brow. We are in dire need of commanders. We have suffered considerable losses among our esteemed sergeants on Espander. New interns will be recruited. After all, this is our regiment's first major engagement, and such casualties are regrettably inevitable, Baiji sighed, hoping someone would be willing to volunteer to remain. The absence of platoon leaders and sergeants is quite significant. We must establish a basic frontline command system before the landing operation begins. Alana pondered, as Baiji had pointed out, following a fierce battle. The reduction in troop strength and the loss of commanding officers had left the young colonel overwhelmed with responsibilities. We may have to rely on veteran soldiers for now, and if necessary, pull a few personnel from the communications squad. Baiji felt helpless. The First Fleet was already stretched thin. After the Espander campaign, not only their unit, but several others required reinforcements and supplies, and Killiman's forces were also low on provisions. Moreover, upon reaching Parmenio, the First Fleet would need to contend with the Plague Fleet for control of the orbit. Until then, they had the luxury of time to recover. We do not have time, Alana interjected, her expression one of surprise as Baiji realized she had not even glanced through the pre-battle manual that had been distributed. We still hold dominion over a continent on Parmenio. Once the fleet arrives at the starport, we shall be among the first to land. Although I am unaware of your methods, Alana earnestly stated, the moment I assumed my post, I received notification from the sector command that from now on, we shall be landing alongside the Space Marines in every engagement. This is a tremendous honor. How did you manage this? Perhaps my courage moved the regent? Baiji replied, gazing skyward with a light-hearted tone. It is likely that my willingness to lead from the front and my fervent faith caught the attention of the Emperor's progeny, granting us this esteemed opportunity as a reward. Well done. I knew I was right about you. Alana, oblivious to the deeper implications behind Baiji's vacant expression, cheerfully patted his shoulder. Now let us continue to strive in the battles ahead, for the Emperor. For the Emperor, Baiji embraced the jubilant colonel, feeling a sincere warmth in his heart as he uttered those words for the first time. Chapter 032, Parmenio, 3. The commencement of the Battle of Parmenio, as anticipated, adhered to the naval warfare tradition originating from a grand orbital bombardment. As the strike cruisers and an array of firepower vessels unfurled against the backdrop of the vast cosmic expanse, revealing their broadside decks armed with triple-barreled light lance launchers and a formidable array of heavy artillery. As the lances and massive shells cascaded into the planet's atmosphere like a torrential downpour, trailing luminous flames. And as these weapons detonated against the void shields and secondary positional shields deployed by the Death Wardens, ultimately overloading and obliterating these defensive systems. Even the typically war-averse Baiji had to concede that clinging to the thigh of the genetic progenitor was indeed a fortuitous stroke of luck. Indeed, we must acknowledge that our current predicament is considerably more favorable than the utterly fallen Espando. However, we must also concede that the adversaries we face now, both in terms of numbers and quality, far exceed those encountered during the Spear operation against Espando. During the pre-battle conference at the Sector Command, a general of the Astral Military addressed all attending officers, articulating the aforementioned sentiments. Having learned from the previous oversight of neglecting the pre-battle manual, Baiji listened with heightened attentiveness during this meeting. Yes, we must admit that the Hecaton continent has succumbed to enemy hands, yet on the continent of Kelter within Parmenio, our forces continue to engage in a valiant struggle against the traitors. Thus far, we have established contact with the ground forces. And the combat nuns from the auxiliary army of Outrammer, along with those from Kos and the National Church, are steadfastly defending our starport in the city of Tylos. The general paused as his aide operated a data panel, projecting a model labeled Tylos City onto the conference room wall, ensuring that all could see clearly before he continued. According to reports from the ground troops, Tylos is equipped with heavy laser artillery and numerous armored fortifications, which will significantly mitigate our losses during the airborne insertion and provide a solid foundational guarantee for the forthcoming battle, provided we can hold this city. Eloquently spoken. Though it is not you who will defend it, Baiji mused internally, half-heartedly critiquing the general's words. Nevertheless, this initial phase, for someone not overly familiar with this historical segment, was indeed more advantageous than Espando. At least upon landing, they had a strongly fortified, heavily guarded port city as their stronghold, while in Espando, they were compelled to dig their own trenches with engineer shovels. Of course, as the general noted, before any of that could occur, they must first secure the city. We have discovered that a substantial force of death wardens has besieged this city for months, and under the relentless assault of plagues and toxic gases, the garrison within has suffered severe attrition. Support for the city of Tyros is urgently needed. Following the initial wave of orbital bombardment, our transport vessels will deliver troops to the surface. The Astra Militarum and the Adeptus Mechanicus will deploy simultaneously, while the Knightly Houses and the Titan Legions will require additional time to reach the battlefield due to the combat environment. Until then, our mission is to hold Tyros. As long as this city remains unconquered, our forces will continuously land on the surface to vanquish the Emperor's foes. Notably, the Emperor's Angels of Death will march alongside us this time. We gather under the banner of the Godchild, united in our struggle for the survival of the human empire. By the conclusion of this meeting, the atmosphere in the chamber had transformed into that of a missionary gathering for the ecclesiarchy, with the general standing at the forefront, vociferously proclaiming, "I extend my highest respect to each soldier who is about to lay down their life for the empire. Thank you for your contributions to the emperor and humanity. Though you may not witness the changes you have wrought, the emperor's gaze will forever remember all that you have done." The commanders echoed his fervent sentiments, ranging from the traditional rallying cries for the emperor to the latest iterations of the eternal 500 worlds. In summary, as Baiji followed the flushed Alana out, the nerves of the political officer had been nearly frayed by the lengthy meeting. Once the first wave of orbital bombardment ceased, Baiji, one of the commanders of the initial landing forces, received a compilation of intelligence from the ground defenders. Currently, the supreme commander of the Tyros garrison is reported to be Major Devoros from the 99th Company of Chaos. The children of Chaos have been among the most resilient warriors in the Ultramar sector since the time of great treachery. Their loyalty to the Emperor undiminished even by the sun's searing heat. As Baiji perused the data slate, observing the introduction and the face of the seemingly ordinary yet fervent and steadfast major, she felt an inexplicable respect for the defenders she had never met. They had endured the onslaught of the Death Guard for months, prompting Major Devoros to request that we deliver a much-needed supply shipment, the specifics of which I have already relayed to the quartermaster. All right, you can handle it from here. Baiji returned the data slate to Uriel, who had sustained minor injuries on his spander. One of his eyes had been replaced with a prosthetic that glowed red, allowing him to process information more efficiently. Furthermore, due to the presence of ground bases, we will not need to conduct airdrop landings. A strike cruiser from the elite warriors will transport us alongside a squad of space marines to land at the port of Tyros. In the ensuing battle, our mortal forces will rendezvous with Major Devoros, while the space marines will be commanded by Captain Felix. By the way, Captain Felix is very much looking forward to collaborating with you once again and asked me to convey this sentiment. With 3 hours remaining until our landing, I shall refrain from disturbing your rest further. Uriel bowed to Baiji. After enduring a fierce battle between life and death, this former company commander, who once resorted to deception to survive, now truly embodied the demeanor of a Star Realm soldier. Furthermore, I pilfered a few cans of braised beef from the new supplies sent by the National Church. Someone will deliver your share to the dormitory shortly. Uriel turned back, rubbing his hands and chuckling. Faced with the nonchalant expression on the company commander's face, Baiji felt a profound sorrow within her heart, driven by indignation and regret. The political commissar could only bellow. This time, remember to bring a can opener. Chapter 033. Tyros. 1. At the juncture of the Kelter and Hecaton continents on the planet Pomenio, in the port city of Tyros, Major Devoros, the supreme commander of the 99th Coast Regiment, gazed skyward with a troubled expression. With the Emperor above, why have they not yet arrived? Relax, Major. The scion of the God Emperor has promised us support. They will undoubtedly come. A high-ranking battle sister stood beside the Major, her pale strands of hair escaping from beneath her helmet, dancing wildly in the foul evening breeze. Have you not heard? Lord Gilliman and his forces have initiated a counteroffensive. We shall cleanse the enemies on Pomenio and protect the 500 worlds from chaos. From this perspective, our steadfastness is not without merit. Every drop of blood shed for the Emperor holds value. The chaotic foe shall perish in our sea of blood, Sister Heinrichs. Major Devoros raised his binoculars, meticulously searching the skies for any sign of Imperial transport ships. But before that, we require a new batch of breathing filters, ammunition supplies, and clean water. Otherwise, we will have to rely solely on bayonets to propagate the Emperor's power. I detest such rhetoric, Commander. Regardless of the means, we shall protect our faith, our territory, and the subjects of the God Emperor. If you lack such resolve, I suggest you leap from this tower at once. All right, my fault. But before I jump from this place, I would prefer to see 10 indomitable classes escorted by the Goddess of Vengeance appear in the sky, laden with support, ammunition, and all the damn necessities we urgently require. By the Emperor above, could you speak more civilly? I am not well versed in naval matters. Is that the indomitable class you seek up there? Sister Heinrichs removed her helmet, her white hair immediately swept up by the oppressive toxic wind. Yet this did not hinder her from observing the distant skyline. Oh, by the Emperor above. Before the battle sister could discern the distant flying object, Major Devoros had already exclaimed in alarm, grabbing Sister Heinrichs and rushing down the watchtower. How could the Imperial forces come from the direction of Hecaton for an enemy attack? Major Devoros stumbled down the tower, the battle sister moving even faster. As the first drop of corrosive venom fell from the sky, the alarm for the heavy laser arrays blared simultaneously. At the eastern city gate, activate the anti-air network. We need tanks for the trenches outside the city. Oh, Divine Emperor, could you not silence your incessant clamoring? My battle sisters, and I shall fortify the barriers, amidst the hurried conversations of the two commanders, who are merely taking in the view. Beams of light ascend into the heavens. Wait, what is that? Bad news, political commissar. The latest intelligence from the command post indicates that skirmishes have erupted below, seated within the confines of the unyielding class assault transport. The meditative Baiji was abruptly disturbed by a communication officer. A skirmish has broken out? Baiji removed the hat that obscured her face and squinted at the data pad in the soldier's hands. These readings depict high-energy reactions from the last half hour, and the energy signatures align perfectly with the heavy laser arrays installed at the Tyros port, suggesting that the garrison of the port city is deploying these defense systems against the Death Wardens. Baiji pursed her lips and turned her gaze towards the curved skyline outside. Here, in orbit 9,000 kilometers above the surface, several similar vessels accompanied her, laden with urgently needed supplies for the ground forces. In truth, Baiji and her compatriots were also a form of essential resource, though this resource was more delicately termed as human capital. Thus, the pressing question on Baiji's mind was whether they should descend. Although the Unyielding class was an armed transport ship, it lacked the capacity for orbital bombardment and space combat, while the accompanying Valkyrie fighters were numerous. Escorting an entire fleet to land under the threat of an unknown number of pestilent drones and anti-aircraft fire posed considerable risk. The command post had issued a strict order: send down as many as possible. The Tyros must not be lost. TSK. The communication officer's reply made Baiji click her tongue, but fortunately, a few minutes later, a message from the ground forces invigorated her spirits. Hello, can you hear me? This is Kos, from the Unyielding Expeditionary Force, 1st Fleet, Candela 9th Guard, please respond. By the Emperor's sacred decree, where are you now? We are in low Earth orbit above Tyros. A squadron of Valkyries has already descended into the atmosphere to assess your situation. Please hold on. Your squadron was just shot down right before my eyes. Major Devoros shouted in fury from the reinforced shelter forged from the Mechanicum's special alloy at the city gates. In the distance, the incoming Valkyrie squadron was overwhelmed by an endless swarm of pestilent drones, leaving only burning debris to plummet from the sky, crashing upon the heads of the unending hordes of the pestilent undead. In a sense, this was the greatest achievement of that Valkyrie squadron on Paminio. Candela, can you still perform bombardments from orbit? Bombardments? Upon hearing this absurd request, Baiji could only manage a wry smile. How could we bomb? We are an air assault transport, not a battleship or strike cruiser, and we are not equipped with orbital bombardment systems. What of the fleet? What does the fleet say? The fleet finds itself in a precarious situation. There are several vulnerabilities in your defensive line. With a single blast from the macro cannon, you and Tylos could be sent soaring into the heavens. It appears that today we are left with no choice. Comrade political officer, the communication has been severed. The signalman retracted the bird oracle device, while a servo skull traversed to extract the audio files and transmit them to the expedition fleet's command council. The technical priests surmised that a subspace sorcery had interfered with signal transmission, and the situation below seemed dire. What shall we do? We have just received the captain's orders. We may need to be launched into the fray from the torpedo bay. Isn't that a contraption meant for interstellar warriors? We have no choice. The airdrop pods are insufficient. Absolutely not. I refuse to comply. Disobeying orders could result in a firing squad from the political officer. Nonsense. I am the political officer. The debate between Baiji and the signalman raged on until the voice of Major Devoros resonated once more from the still-active bird oracle. In the incredulous gaze of the two, the certified voice of Major Devoros declared, Candela, you may now land. The landing zone has been cleared for you. There are no enemies here. Tylos, too, there are no foes remaining. No enemies? Indeed, the Death Guard has retreated. We have repelled this assault. Please proceed to the D7 orbital tower at the eastern port for landing. We have raised the beacon for you. After initially appearing, Major Devoros' voice was swiftly supplanted by another voice. Baiji surmised it to be that of a logistics officer or some similar role. Major Devoros was assessing the battlefield, and someone would be there to receive you at the landing point. Kos, over and out. Click. The communication was severed, comrade political officer. The signalman set down the bird oracle, and Baiji realized a similar soldier on Alana's side was reporting the same matter. The good news is that the transport vessel will deliver us according to the operational plan, allowing us to avoid that torpedo with a 32% mortality rate. And the bad news? I never mentioned there was bad news. Oh, then it's nothing to worry about. Under the captain's orders, a squadron of Valkyrie fighters entered the Paminio's atmosphere ahead of the transport vessel, successfully landing at the Tylos port and sending a safety signal back to the ship. Finally, the supply-laden Astra Militarum troops set foot on the surface of Paminio's. As soon as they touched the ground, the resonant chimes and the cacophony of cheers and prayers immediately filled Baiji's ears. The colonel political officer turned to the soldiers awaiting their arrival and, while expecting to see joy at the supplies, was unexpectedly met with a hint of reluctance. Is there something troubling you? Nothing. Sir, what do you mean? You appear somewhat discontent. Is there a reason? It's nothing. The city is currently celebrating a victory parade. I regret not being part of it. The soldier shrugged. Yet Baiji discerned that his regret ran deeper than merely missing out. A victory parade? Baiji blinked in astonishment, exclaiming, did you defeat Mortar Ion? No. Then where is that mutinous dog Typhon? Also absent. Then what on earth are you celebrating? Listening to the incessant cheers of the parade echoing in her ears, Baiji could not help but feel discontented. You have neither slain the Emperor's foes nor reclaimed the lost territories. You merely repelled a single enemy incursion. And yet you brazenly dubbed this a victory parade? You shall see for yourself. The soldier who had come to assist merely shrugged, non-committal to Baiji's words. As he held no authority here, the power of the political commissar often only wielded influence within their own ranks. When you witness the Emperor's miracle with your own eyes, you will rue missing this parade, Commander. Offload the supplies. The men are awaiting this shipment. Furthermore, your assembly point is over here, Commander. Greetings, I am Major Devoros, the highest commander at the port of Tyros. It is a pleasure to receive the support of the First Fleet. Glory to the 500 worlds. Glory to the 500 worlds. War invariably accelerates the processes of administration, and an hour later, as she gazed at the fervent yet weathered man before her, Baiji realized he was not old. His skin bore the pallor unique to the Kosan people after the Great Rebellion, hidden from the sun, and only the years of war rendered him looking so worn and weary. So, you hold a victory parade for a girl? No, no, no. She is the embodiment of the Emperor. She protected his servants from the hands of the Empire's enemies, or else you would not have had the chance to land. The embodiment of the Emperor? Baiji narrowed her eyes, suspicion glinting in her gaze. She knew that once this news spread, it would attract the spies of Gil Lyman, the judges of the tribunal, and the zealots of the state church. The imperial populace's penchant for dog-eat-dog scenarios would erupt throughout the streets of Tyros, with bloodshed being an inevitable consequence. Do not be hasty. This is indeed true. Stunned by the Emperor's unexpected betrayal, Baiji found herself momentarily immobilized. You still indulge in the hobby of possessing a little girl? Baiji recalled the parade she had witnessed on her way into the city. The frail figure standing atop a grand float amidst the throngs of battle nuns and the imperial populace. According to the soldier who guided her, during the earlier siege of Tyros, this young girl had suddenly appeared before the faltering front lines. Amidst the deadly miasma released by the death guards and the corrosive acid spewed by the plague machines, this girl, who called herself Kalia, remained unharmed. When explosive projectiles flew toward Kalia, they would lose their momentum just before impact, falling to the ground as scrap metal, as she traversed the battlefield shrouded in toxic gas. Even the mightiest plague champion could not land a blow upon her, and when the plague machines unleashed their noxious torrents, the defenders discovered that what fell upon them was not caustic acid, but rather pure, drinkable water. Under the gaze of the girl, an unforeseen gale swept through, dispelling the death guard's toxic fumes, and the formidable plague machines erupted spontaneously, their twisted, burning flesh no longer able to take root, plummeting from the steel above. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the defenders, a myriad of weaponry, previously rendered inoperative due to damage, sprang back to life. These spirits of machines, whether youthful or venerable, seemed to have forgotten the severe injuries they had sustained, dutifully resuming their service to the human empire. Under the relentless assault of heavy laser artillery, the heavily battered death guard ultimately retreated. In the aftermath of the battle, the girl who had unexpectedly appeared on the battlefield was taken to the port of Tyros by Sister Heinrich, who was defending the laser artillery. Thus, a grand victory parade commenced. The clergy of the National Church jointly proclaimed, after due authentication, that this enigmatic girl at the front lines, Kelia, was recognized as one of the very embodiments of the Emperor himself. Soldiers who had witnessed miracles were utterly convinced of this, in the face of the Emperor's might. What was Mordorion but a mere jester? At least, that was the prevailing thought among the majority at that time. Was it truly so seamless? Baiji inquired of Major Devoros, who merely shrugged, indicating to Baiji that the commander of chaos had not succumbed to the intoxication of faith's triumph. Who knows? We need encouragement. The Emperor's miracles are indeed real. Blessings of the Emperor. Devoros patted Baiji on the shoulder, entering the command center with an uncharacteristic lightness of spirit. Glory to the 500 worlds. Upon landing at the port of Tyros and witnessing this grand victory parade, Baiji and his companions did not encounter the arrival of the Gene Progenitor nor the next offensive of the Death Guard. The combat at Tyros fell into a brief hiatus, and the first to approach Baiji was a rather unwelcome figure. Father Matthew, what brings you here? Baiji inquired, eyeing the unassuming priest before him. The war apostles maintained their original appearance, clad in a bulletproof vest and a hooded cloak, with a chainsword and laser pistol ever at their side, accompanied by similarly attired acolytes. Now, however, this seemingly ordinary middle-aged priest bore a solemn expression, as if he had a significant mission to entrust to Baiji. At the thought of this, the political officer's scalp tingled with unease, yet the priest remained undeterred. Addressing Baiji directly, do you recall our previous agreement, comrade political officer? The time has come to make a sacrifice for the Emperor, and I have a task for you. May I inquire what this task entails? Certainly. Matthew lifted his gaze to meet Baiji's. The Emperor has bestowed upon me a revelation in my dreams. We must swiftly make contact with the girl named Kelia, for she shall be the key to our victory in this war. Why not seek her out directly? You are the representative of the National Church, a war apostle of the Gene Progenitors. The Battle Sisters and the Astral Army shall not impede your actions. How might I assist in this matter? Indeed. However, Lord Kilimon has explicitly prohibited anyone from the expeditionary force from privately contacting Kelia, and his aides have set up numerous spies in the port of Tyros. Every movement concerning Kelia is under their watchful gaze, and even I cannot escape their scrutiny. Are you not challenging Lord Kilimon's decree? Baiji glanced around anxiously. A look of unease etched upon his face. Pardon my frankness, but at this moment, we ought to refrain from defying Lord Kilimon's orders. We are still on shaky ground, and the local garrison is in dire need of a strong and capable leader. Regrettably, we are out of time. Matthew shook his head solemnly. I must complete the task entrusted to me by the Emperor at the earliest opportunity. Every second I delay increases the likelihood of failure. Rest assured, all actions taken are of my own volition, and you are merely following my command. There will be no evidence to suggest that this conversation ever took place. Should Lord Kilimon inquire further, I shall bear the consequences, whatever they may be. What must I do? Quite simply, Kelia is currently in the hands of the ecclesiarchy. Even Lord Kilimon's soldiers cannot wrest her from the combat sisters. Humph, the newly appointed saint. Upon mentioning the word saint, Priest Matthew scoffed. In the heart of this devout cleric, the girl was evidently the direct embodiment of the God Emperor himself, far beyond what could be described by the term saint. My actions are under the scrutiny of the Primarch, every move reported to the radiance of Macrich. Therefore, I require someone to convey this message, the servant of the Emperor. The Apostle of War, Matthew wishes to meet her. If you can relay this message to Kelia and the combat sisters guarding her, I shall find an opportunity to meet with her. How shall I meet this embodiment of the Emperor? Should I directly inquire of the Emperor himself? Baiji asked earnestly. But it was evident that Priest Matthew misunderstood the political officer's intent. The devout believer nodded with a teachable expression and replied, Indeed. The Lord of Humanity will grant you revelation. You need only pray to him. Remember, this matter must be accomplished swiftly. It is all for the fulfillment of the Lord of Humanity's will. Praise the Emperor. Very well. Matthew nodded and quickly departed, heading towards the grand square of the church in Tyros to preach. In times past, he had actively spread the glory of the Emperor among the troops. Against the backdrop of the esteemed figures of the ecclesiarchy, Priest Matthew's sermons appeared warm and peaceful, making them naturally effective. Can you make Kelia come to me herself? Once Matthew had left, Baiji immediately enacted the Apostle of War's suggestion, addressing the Lord of Humanity directly. After all, she is in the hands of the ecclesiarchy. If you were to manifest in some way, would not those combat sisters immediately be overwhelmed with gratitude and bow before you? That is certainly out of the question. The Emperor had anticipated Baiji's request and promptly replied, The mortal form cannot withstand my power. Even a suitable candidate like Kelia would suffer irreparable harm when my psychic energy is projected onto her. Each time she wields my strength, her body deteriorates irreversibly. Once her physical form can no longer endure such overwhelming force, her life will reach its inevitable conclusion. In essence, Baiji grasped the unspoken implication of the Emperor's words. Yet in that moment, he wished fervently that he had not understood. Indeed, regardless of the outcome of this war, Kalia's life is destined to be confined within this conflict. The powers of the subspace are never a gratuitous gift. They originate from humanity itself. You still claim you are not a god? This time, the Emperor unusually refrained from directly contesting the topic. Baiji was uncertain whether this was due to a sense of guilt or a tacit acknowledgement. But upon returning to reality, he found only one path laid before him. The following morning, the political commissar arrived alone at the front of the local cathedral. And as expected, he was intercepted by the battle nun stationed at the entrance. Entry is prohibited at this time. The battle nun, adorned with a black helmet embellished with golden irises and clad in powered armor, extended her hand to block Baiji's passage, her cold voice emanating from beneath the helmet. I possess a pass, Baiji asserted, producing the document. To prevent chaos during the initial stages of the landing, such a pass system had been temporarily instituted, allowing access to places like warehouses and water sources only to those in possession of a pass. I'm afraid the only pass that matters here is the Emperor's decree. The battle nun remained resolute, and Baiji understood the stubbornness of these women, opting not to press further. I merely wish to behold the visage of the living saint. May I inquire when such an opportunity may arise? He feigned the demeanor of a devout believer, and although the battle nun's tone softened due to his pretense, her refusal remained unwavering until political commissar, a familiar priest, wielding a well-known octagonal hammer, appeared at the cathedral entrance. The battle nuns exchanged glances, while Leuna set aside her Bible and approached Baiji. What brings you here? Oh, so you are here to see Kalia? Within the cathedral, under the vigilant watch of the battle nuns, Baiji and Leuna walked side by side, engaging in lively conversation. Indeed, I have been entrusted with a message I wish to convey to her, Baiji replied awkwardly to the priest's inquiry. Leuna did not press him further regarding the contents of his message, for in her eyes, this was an encounter between two chosen of the Emperor, and naturally, their discussion would pertain to the Emperor's will. What need was there for concern? By the way, what brings you to this place? You seem quite familiar with them. Baiji pointed to the battle nuns, who were ubiquitous within the church, and inquired about their indifferent attitude towards her, a major in the astral army. While exhibiting a warm demeanor towards Leona, not only did they permit her unrestricted access to the grand cathedral housing the imprisoned saints, but they also allowed her to bring along a complete stranger. As a member of the state church, I, like these battle sisters, strive for the Emperor's cause. I first encountered my battle sisters during the landing, where I tended to their wounds. In gratitude, they invited me into this magnificent cathedral to serve the embodiment of the Emperor. Leona, with a serene smile, remarked, My sisters fight valiantly against heretics on the front lines. As a priest, I lack the authority to lead soldiers, yet I can still offer my modest assistance from the rear. Your appearance while smashing a heretic's skull with an octagonal hammer hardly seems modest. Baiji suppressed the urge to retort, as she noticed the profound respect the battle nuns held for Leona. Leona explained that she frequently treated and preached to the wounded nuns here, establishing a notable reputation in their hearts due to her dual A-rank eloquence and medical skills. My sisters trust me, which is why they allow me to bring others into the cathedral. Halfway through their journey, Leona suddenly halted, and to honor that trust, she needed to confirm, your contact with Kalia will not endanger the interests of the Empire, nor is it to satisfy personal desires, correct? Indeed, I assure the Emperor. Baiji nodded affirmatively, prompting Leona to express no further dissent. After traversing a path under increasingly vigilant watch, Baiji arrived before a bloodstained iron door. Here, Baiji stepped back cautiously, her alert gaze fixed on the bloodstains adorning the door's holy emblem, her hand instinctively moving to her power sword, which had already been confiscated by the battle nuns. Please do not misunderstand. This was once the state church's interrogation room, utilized for psychic assessments and a series of heretical inquiries. I understand heretical inquiries. Bai Ji's scalp prickled at the thought. As in the lexicon of the tribunal and the state church, heretical inquiry implied that once one entered, they would never emerge alive. However, the fact that this place was now repurposed to house Saint Kalia left Bai Ji utterly perplexed. My sisters, though pious, are not fools, Leona clarified. Before Saint Kalia manifested her miracles on the front lines, numerous signs had already appeared within the port of Tylos. Based on these indicators, the priests deduced two possibilities, a miracle from the emperor or a conspiracy from the warp. So, which did you ultimately choose? Only a child makes choices. Upon securing Kalia, we promptly arranged for the inquisitors and clerical priests we collaborate with to conduct tests, or you might say, torture. From Inquisitor Alpha of the Holy Hammer Order to Inquisitor Picasius of the Outer Defense Order, and alongside High Battle Nun Yolante's team, we subjected her to what was, by the state church's standards, the most stringent witch test. The final result was that we found no signs of corruption within her. Why have you placed her in such a place? Bai Ji felt a pang of compassion. The witch trials of the National Church, as lightly mentioned by Laura, evoked a sense of dread within Bai Ji as she gazed upon the bloodstains on the iron door and caught a fleeting glimpse of the recorded scriptures. She could only imagine the harrowing experience of being ensnared in such a reality. Unfortunately, the reception area of the cathedral and the monks' resting quarters had been devastated in prior bombings. Now, this room hidden in the basement was the only refuge left. Although it had previously served as a dungeon for imprisoning convicts and heretics awaiting execution, it had been sufficiently remodeled to meet the needs of its inhabitants. So even you are aware that this place was once unfit for human occupancy? Heretics and cultists are not considered human. Laura dismissed this notion, and Bai Ji refrained from correcting her, for there were times when even she harbored similar sentiments. Open the door, sister. The officer wishes to meet her. 3 battle nuns stood before the iron door, their golden iris flowers on their helmets marking them as the elite of their order. Very well, Sister Yolante has given orders. Visits require our accompaniment at all times. Please understand. The battle nun, amiable in demeanor, unlocked the door, and with a disconcerting creak, a rare splash of color emerged from behind the iron barrier. For Bai Ji, who had traversed the cathedral, dominated by shades of black, gold, white, and red for what felt like an eternity, this was an immense delight. Please, do be mindful of the time, comrade. Sister Yolante has specified our visiting hours with the saint. Laura explained, and upon seeing Bai Ji nod, she added, Sisters Yolante and Heinrich are the 2 commanding nuns of the Theros Battle Nun Brigade. With all the bishops fallen, they now oversee the operations of the battle nuns. Understood. Bai Ji nodded, finally granted the opportunity to raise her head and scrutinize the girl who had been personally touched by the emperor. Hello, Kalia. Bai Ji observed the young girl before her, clad in a simple white dress, noting how the emperor's saints often donned plain attire, while the bishops who claimed to be devoted to the emperor were adorned in extravagant finery. A fleeting thought of the church's corruption crossed her mind, casting a heavy shadow over the impending dialogue. Hello, I know you. Do you have something to tell me? Kalia, a frail girl devoid of visible wounds, blinked, her eyes being the only part of her face that sparkled with life. What do you know about me or what I am about to say? I know nothing. Yet I am aware of something. If you do not hasten, Sister Heinrich will soon come to usher you away. As Bai Ji was expelled from the cathedral by the high-ranking battle nun, Heinrich de Lovana, Kelia's words still echoed in his ears. I only know that someone will come to find me, but what their purpose is and what they wish to convey remains a mystery. As the figure in my dreams did not elaborate, Kelia shook her head, and when Bai Ji informed her that the apostle of war, Matthew, had a message for her, she merely blinked, showing no intent to delve deeper. Later, the emperor informed Bai Ji that even the mere appearance of his presence in dreams could endanger the fragile souls of mortals. This was why the emperor seldom manifested in the dreams of the common folk and rarely responded to the prayers of his followers. On one hand, the sheer number of individuals was overwhelming, and on the other, such interactions were also aimed at safeguarding mortal souls from being utterly consumed. Since time immemorial, only a select few mortals, born with the innate ability to harmonize with the emperor's power, could directly engage with the will of the master of humanity. These individuals often exhibited extraordinary psychic talents, thus attracting the attention of the state religion, the Inquisition, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Black Ships, and various cults, which, to the untrained eye, seemed indistinguishable from one another. Although Kelia had the potential to access the emperor's psychic energy, her still-developing body was incapable of enduring the brilliance of the emperor for extended periods. In short, the emperor had neither the time nor the inclination to explain intricately to Kelia, delegating the task of filling in the details to Bai Ji, the unfortunate laborer, through Matthew. I understand now. I shall not linger in this cathedral indefinitely. When the time is right, I have tasks assigned by the emperor that await my fulfillment. Bai Ji pondered. How many tasks has that old man assigned to others? Despite the tension in his heart, his purpose for coming to the cathedral had, in fact, been accomplished. Adhering to the principle of small talk, he endeavored to ask Kelia a few questions. Yet, apart from the matter of the emperor's dream, her knowledge was akin to that of an ordinary girl. As for the will that walked upon the battlefield, Kelia candidly admitted that it was not her own. Just as Bai Ji was about to inquire further, an irate battle nun stormed through the doorway, commanding him to vacate the cathedral in a cold tone. According to the previous battle nuns, this individual was one of the high-ranking sisters, Heinrich de Lovana, the head of the battle nuns. Upholding the principle of restricting outsiders from interacting with the saints of the state religion, she rushed over upon learning of this news and seized Bai Ji by the collar, throwing him out. Observing the ominous muzzles of the battle nuns' firearms surrounding him, Bai Ji prudently fell silent. Well, this is no longer my affair. Retrieving his weapon from the battle nun at the entrance, he dusted himself off and turned back to the place from whence he came. Meanwhile, the war continued unabated. During the week since the initial wave of troops had landed, preparations remained busy and tense, with land reclamation operations being one of the crucial tasks at hand. Gil-Lyman has commanded the transformation of the majority of the harbors within the port of Tyros into starports, enabling the accommodation of a greater number of troops for landing assembly. Priests and engineers traverse the newly created land, the sound of scripture and steam echoing incessantly day and night. The remnants of what once marked this as a harbor are now merely the stacked containers and derelict ships along the shore, soon to be sent into the forge by the technical soldiers, repurposed as shells for a new batch of munitions for the Imperial forces, thereby expending their final vestiges of warmth. In the skies above the landing points, which were only recently put into use mere days or even hours ago, formations of transport aircraft and Titan transports, connected from the outer cosmos, tirelessly deliver forces to the surface of Pamenia. The shouts of veterans and the searing heat of plasma drives have rendered the air of Pamenia almost boiling. White G often leads patrols here, each time leaving him dizzy. Undoubtedly, the Primarch's resolve regarding Pamenia is unwavering. Today, the first contingent of Titan legions from the Mechanicum, along with the noble knight houses, has landed at the port of Tyros. In terms of armored giants, the forces of the genetic pre-march hold the advantage, thus far. Gil-Lyman's subordinates have amassed 3.5 Titan legions, while Mordorion commands but 1.5. The loyal knight houses to the Empire outnumber the fallen knights who have succumbed to chaos twofold. Following the summons from the father of genetics, the mightiest war fortress of this sector, Galatan, is also en route to Pamenia. In this endeavor, Robert Gil-Lyman has demonstrated an unprecedented determination. Even as Mordorion has assaulted the capitals of 500 worlds, Maculac, Gil-Lyman has chosen to place his faith in the current chapter master of the Space Marines, Lord Calgar of Maculac. The pre-march believes that his finest progeny will hold the line steadfastly until he utterly vanquishes Mordorion and clears away all tainted existence from the 500 worlds. At this moment, the starport hosts 2 Battle Titan-class Titans and 5 Warhound-class Titans. These divine machines, colossal embodiments of steel, are transported via specialized Titan transports, while smaller knight mechs encircle them, their right shoulders adorned with the heraldry of their respective houses. As the Titans stride forward, White G feels the ground tremble beneath him. These divine machines played a pivotal role in prior battles, with their volcano cannons breaching the walls of the third city of Espando, while Hellfire launchers decimated countless traitors. Now, these mighty giants are to be fully deployed to the bases of Pamenia, serving as the pivotal force in defeating Mordorion. I believe we need not be here on guard, Commissar, muttered a member of the assault team accompanying White G on the patrol of the assembly base. Look at these iron behemoths. In comparison, our gear is but a flashlight. Enough with the nonsense. What if an enemy slips in? Shall we let the Titans fire in the city? White G chastised the fool, then glanced down at the power sword in his hand. Well, if the battery holds, it could at least trim a nail. As these giants entered the hastily constructed hangar, it became abundantly clear to all that, compared to Espando, the battlefield of Parmenion would undoubtedly be far more sanguinary. Here, the dominion of the battlefield lay in the massed confrontation of armored units. The clash of Titans, knights, tanks, and space marines would decisively determine the outcome of this conflict, while ordinary soldiers were fated to perish in droves upon the scorched earth ravaged by volcanic artillery. Yet, what could be done? Baiji shook her head and led her team along the predetermined path. Behind this patrol, more Titans and soldiers descended from the skies. The conflict between the 038 Celestial Legion and the Titans was of no concern to mortals, but before the Titans of Killimand and the Knights had all landed, the increasingly aggressive assaults of the Death Guard would require the Starbound army, led by Baiji, to withstand them. The arrival of the Titans greatly invigorated the beleaguered spirits of the local defenders. The Death Guard excelled in small-scale, multi-pronged attacks, employing expendable zombies to deplete the ammunition and morale of the defenders, thus dragging the battle into a war of attrition in their favor. It must be said that the tactics employed by the 14th Legion had proven effective over the millennia. Even though the surviving defenders within Tylos City were among the most resilient warriors of the entire planet, upon the arrival of reinforcements, a grand celebration was immediately held, alongside a rotation of the garrison troops. However, the cost was that now it was Baiji and her comrades who had to endure the nightmares previously faced by Major Devoros. In the days that followed their assumption of the front line, nearly every commander dared not allow themselves the luxury of restful slumber. None could predict whether they would awaken to the news of the frontline troops' annihilation. Yet, even as mortal warriors remained in a state of trepidation, the small-scale incursions of the Death Guard continuously drained the energy of each individual. Devoros was indeed a ruthless man. After coordinating with the Air Force to repel a wave of Death Guard assaults, Baiji wiped down the heated barrel of her weapon in the trench, remarking to the resting Alana nearby, "Truly, the coast sands are unyielding. They cannot be vanquished, just as Mordorion could not shatter them. May the Emperor bless us." Alana, in a state of agitation, grasped a piece of wire and painstakingly scraped the remnants of flesh lodged in her chain word. The relentless assaults from these foes began with a horde of zombies, while the true Death Guard lurked at a distance, sniping like treacherous space marines. Clearly, the Devourer was not of such ilk. Baiji replied candidly, but Alana, evidently disinterested in the truth, lowered her gaze to pick up a shattered shard, assisting her superior in clearing the remnants from her weapon. Those zombies had once been subjects of the Emperor. After a while, Alana finally lowered her head and spoke in a sullen tone. "Those who should have found peace in the Golden Throne are now driven by chaos, charging towards the Emperor's servants. This peculiar thought crosses my mind every time I prepare to give the order to fire. Alas, it is an unavoidable reality. Baiji averted her gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. When she had ordered fire upon the rebellious workers in the nest, she had never contemplated such matters. To her, whether servants of the Emperor or pawns of chaos, as long as they did not obstruct her path home, it sufficed. In service to the Empire, he ultimately acted out of the promise made by the Emperor, who assured him of future opportunities to return. Under this premise, he was not averse to making modest contributions to the human empire of 30,000 years hence. Irana shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further. However, Baiji was unconcerned that her spirits would wane. The nature of a mind ensnared by madness bore its own advantages, much akin to Krieg, where morale was locked in place, and the distinction between gloom and elation hinged solely on the gruesomeness of the enemy's demise. As the Imperial forces gradually advanced, Mortarion's urgency surged, manifesting in the Death Guard's attacks, which shifted from tentative probes to genuine offensives, just as Baiji had anticipated. When the buzzing horde of putrid flies accompanied by noxious fumes surged forth from the direction of the Hecaton continent, the towering, grotesque Death Guard advanced behind the shambling corpses. In such harrowing moments, thoughts of whether the undead were once subjects of the Empire dissipated like mist, as each individual busied themselves with reinforcing fortifications, maneuvering armaments, and coordinating anti-air fire. The commanders remained vigilant, afraid that a moment's respite might invite the Death Guard's blade to crash upon them. Amidst this chaos, Baiji, in her capacity as a political officer, found a moment to visit the rear battlefield hospital to see a recently promoted official. Shaoli, how have you been recovering lately? Upon awakening, Li Aonada found his former superior seated at his bedside, prying open a can of fruit with a silver knife. I hear you've been assigned elsewhere to lead a company? Congratulations. Indeed, I appreciate your acknowledgement, comrade, Li Aonada replied, feeling a mix of discomfort and gratitude as he recalled the previous encounter with this colleague, who, despite being a subsidized counterpart, had alleviated his mental turmoil and even provided him with an official document confirming his internship success. With a sense of duty to the Emperor, Li Aonada composed himself to respond to Baiji's inquiry. So what brings you to this place? He asked, bemused, now a fully fledged political officer. Yet, as he observed Baiji smilingly produce a syringe while the busy nurse remained oblivious, an undeniable anxiety surged within him. What do you intend to do? He stammered. Fear not. This is a document from the War Apostle, signed by Priest Matthew, permitting me to employ any means I see fit to assist the front lines. Baiji replied, expertly administering the syringe while retrieving a parchment stamped with a wax seal, emblazoned with the fiery emblem of the 13th Legion. This seal, personally bestowed by Kilamon during the establishment of the War Apostle position by the Terra High Lord's Council, signified great authority. Rejoice in your fortune. Your life is preserved for future service to the Emperor, and at least for now, you need not face the front lines. You cannot fathom the immense pressure on that front, Baiji reassured him, gently patting Li Aonada's shoulder, her tone imbued with heartfelt sincerity. It will be over in a moment. It won't hurt. Stay away from me. Damn it. I shouldn't have trusted you. Leonard's words remained unspoken as Baiji extracted the needle from the nape of his neck, simultaneously gesturing to the distant caregiver to remain calm, assuring them that everything was proceeding as per the normal workflow. After all, who could compel them to leave? You lacked the capability to chase them away. I was merely offering you assistance. Observing the unconscious Leonard, Baiji shrugged and unceremoniously reclined beside him. The situation was dire, the front lines were tense, and anxiety permeated the air. The hardships were unbearable. Baiji summarized the current predicaments before revealing a resolute smile. It was time to beseech the cunning celestial soldiers. In the chaotic and vibrant backdrop of the subspace, a generally squat figure, formless yet sinister, rolled within the waves of the subspace. Regarding the human who had intruded upon its domain, you seek command over a demonic army? The minions of the Lord of Change bore a myriad of eyes, each capable of reflecting a conspiracy or stratagem. Yet, at that moment, all the eyes of the demon displayed a look of confusion. Well, it's not necessary for me to command directly, Baiji explained with a courteous smile. What I propose is to establish a more comprehensive bilateral command platform, enhancing the collaborative command systems of both our armies, thereby fostering military cooperation between the subspace and the human empire. Could you speak in a more comprehensible manner? The demon inquired. While your demonic army may not be under my direct command, I shall determine who your forces will engage in battle. Do you think that is feasible? What are your thoughts? The demon's tendrils twitched slightly, a subtle movement unnoticed by Baiji. However, as the golden light encircling its back ebbed and flowed, the demon's secretary wisely abandoned any thoughts of initiating an attack. How are you still alive? It mocked, swirling amidst the waves of subspace, its tone laced with sarcasm. Typically, I am the one who incinerates. Baiji smiled as she elucidated to this adversary of the empire. Moreover, burning at the stake is a favored method of the ecclesiastical authorities. We are all civilized beings. Our actions must reflect civility. Let us change the subject. The pale blue demon proposed, floating with an air of trepidation. My lord is considering promoting the nickname suggested by that necromancer and his ilk to eternal foe. What benefits would my master gain from assisting the empire in battle? The eternal foe of the Lord of Change is not solely the emperor, after all. Baiji chuckled, and the demon's eyes widened in realization. The events transpiring within the subspace were intertwined with the four deities, and the dialogue occurring here piqued the personal interest of the Lord of Change. Both the deity and its secretary were taken aback, particularly by Baiji's lack of reverence in her words regarding the emperor, since the concepts surrounding the four deities differ. The war amidst chaos is unceasing. However, This does not imply that we ought to aid humanity. Enough of that. Witnessing the defeat of the Nagua is more excruciating than losing money for the Lord of Change. I am well aware of your grand schemes. Bai Ji scoffed. Yet Jiqi's resolve regarding the Emperor's regard for Bai Ji only deepened through this discourse. The grand game of the subspace deity was exclusive to the four gods, and Jiqi had long sought to draw the sovereign of humanity into this ceaseless war of games. The mortal political commissar before him, regardless of whether his current words were his own volition, would inevitably undergo irreversible changes after uttering secrets that should remain unknown to mere mortals. In the brief encounters, he appeared increasingly attuned to the energies of subspace rather than the laws of the tangible universe. Even Bai Ji himself failed to recognize that since his inaugural venture into subspace, he had not encountered the forcible rejection that typically plagued others. There is no need for this. Negu will not triumph in your Ultramar kingdom. No one would permit such a significant victory to manifest under any deity's banner, whether it be your imperial regent or another god within subspace. The tone of the fearsome demon remained its usual elusive nature. Yet Jiqi's words this time brimmed with conviction. The Lord of all change is the apex of all prophecies, as the weaver of the web of fate. Certain events only solidify after his pronouncement. Promises made by his own lips are invariably trustworthy, albeit such pledges may herald the onset of yet another deception. I have never been concerned that Guillemon would falter against Mordorion. To be honest, this was never something I could orchestrate. It is a matter for the Emperor to address. Bai Ji nodded. Although his current prowess could barely best a death guard, in the grand scheme, he bore little distinction from the ubiquitous shambling corpses. Are you still seeking demonic aid for heavenly legions? Merely to vex the tribunal? Not exactly, Bai Ji admitted, slightly embarrassed. His forces had suffered considerable losses, and without rotation, he would deplete his resources. Strangely, he found it easier to voice such sentiments to the sector commander than to a demon. Do not fret. The coalition of the Lord of Skulls and our master is advancing toward the Cataclysm Stars. Typhon's plague fleet has already set course for the Cataclysm Stars under Negu's direct command. Mordorion and his progeny have never been in harmony. Now, the trajectory and cosmos of Parmenio rest in your hands, with the regent himself directing the campaign. Could the Queen of Glory possibly falter? With a voice imbued with certainty, Jiqi proclaimed, as if he were the true representation of the Empire rather than Bai Ji. I can assure you by any means, the god of plague will not emerge victorious in this conflict. As for your fate, the blue-skinned demon fell silent, yet Bai Ji discerned its unspoken intentions. You say nothing of the void shield on the ground. The lieutenant colonel political commissar shook his head. Mordorion is no fool. The tactics of the Death Guard typically necessitate the establishment of defensive systems in occupied territories, ensnaring their enemies in a protracted war of attrition. Such defenses often encompass a variety of plagues and viruses, and as a steadfast servant of Negu, the Death Guard was undoubtedly prepared for orbital strikes. Even if one were to ponder deeply, Bai Ji understands that Jianqi does not wish for Nago to emerge as the victor of the Plague War. Yet, the complete triumph of the Empire is equally not within the desires of the ever-changing master. As Nago falters, the Empire suffers grievously, and Atrama has devolved from one of the Empire's most stable regions into a chaotic mess, necessitating continuous support from the Empire to sustain its existence. Jianqi's words are often only half-spoken, but it is these half-truths and deceptions that render them most challenging to discern. However, although he declined Bai Ji's request for a demonic army, just before the political commissar became utterly disheartened, Jianqi's envoy unexpectedly altered his tone. Of course, some matters are not beyond negotiation. The blue demon flashed a lecherous grin, its sharp teeth glinting with cunning light. What I mean is, we could engage in a transaction. After uttering this phrase, the demon prophet of Jianqi instinctively floated back a half step, and then, predictably, he observed a look of anger on Bai Ji's face. Simultaneously, an explosive device detonated at the very spot where he had previously stood, with the farthest shrapnel barely grazing the demon's form. The last planet that engaged in a transaction with Jianqi was annihilated by the space wolves. You may question my loyalty, but you shall not insult my intelligence. Bai Ji furiously brandished the explosive gun in his hand, shouting at the distant demon of Jianqi. Wait, what are you saying? Do not be hasty in your refusal. If I were you, I would first consider the terms of the transaction before making a decision. I shall not listen. This time, even before the Emperor could speak, Bai Ji displayed an unusual firmness, recognizing that self-awareness is indeed a virtue. Bai Ji is no fool. He does not believe himself clever enough to unravel Jianqi's lies. Those who have engaged in deceit know that the most crucial step in tricking another is to have them hear your perspective first. You are being discriminatory. Demons can speak the truth too. The demon attempted to reason with Bai Ji, but the commissar heightened his vigilance. He understood that a being of Jianqi's caliber would disdain to weave lies from truth, relishing instead in constructing a labyrinth of deception. Rather than engaging in a transaction with Jianqi, I would prefer to return and convene to discuss how to persuade the sector command. Bai Ji exhibited a resolute demeanor, prompting the demon to sigh in response. Bai Ji began to feel the influence of the subspace upon him. Unlike the previous roughness, this time the power was gentle, akin to an invisible hand gently propelling him forward. Alas, transactions rely on mutual consent. Since you do not wish to return to Terra, I cannot compel you. Why would I return to Terra? Bai Ji found the demon's parting words perplexing. He had anticipated something akin to a threat of regret, yet this casually delivered remark, tinged with a hint of regret, piqued his curiosity. Oh, please forgive my slip of the tongue, but at the same time, understand that I was not born in that era. The demon of Jianqi emitted a sly chuckle. Yet Bai Ji always felt that a demon would not speak in such a tone. What I mean is, when I mention Earth, do you grasp my meaning? What connection do I share with the Earth, you ask? Bai Ji sensed an unsettling discord. Although he was aware that his identity was not a secret to the four gods, this marked the first occasion he had heard their envoy articulate such a truth directly to him. So, even the words of a schemer can be trusted, can they? How foolish. It seemed as though a voice, tinged with urgency, echoed within his mind. As the Emperor's voice resonated, the once gentle hand transformed into a turbulent force, causing Bai Ji to feel as though the world was spinning violently around him. The brilliant hues of the subspace morphed from chaos into distortion, followed by a searing sensation that coursed from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet, just before the intense pain rendered him unconscious. Bai Ji gritted his teeth and uttered 2 words to the schemer, "Be careful." Then, he succumbed to the tranquil darkness of subspace, losing consciousness. When Bai Ji next opened his eyes, he was greeted by an unfamiliar ceiling. Of course, it was impossible. The ceiling above was that of the hospital, albeit obscured by a white cap that shielded his vision. In a daze, Bai Ji slowly shifted his gaze downward, and within a second, he regained his clarity, breaking free from the embrace of the medical sergeant. "In the Emperor's name, how can you sleep in a place like this?" Upon witnessing Bai Ji stirring back to consciousness, Evelyn appeared to exhale in relief and rose to her feet. However, Bai Ji, caught off guard, slipped from her grasp and struck the back of his head against the ground, producing a sharp sound, just as he lamented the missed opportunity for immediate aid. The feet of the political commissar suddenly kicked a green tin box resting on the floor, which contained bloodletting needles, bone saws, and powerful defibrillators. He then saw the medical sergeant bend down, retrieving a circular saw that had been fastened to his belt. "How do you feel now?" After securing his medical equipment, the sergeant stood upright, maintaining a calm demeanor as he inquired. "I am completely awake now." "That's good to hear," Evelyn nodded, then lowered her head to continue her work. It seemed she was administering an antidote to the unconscious Leonard, the clattering of vials and containers resonating incessantly. Bai Ji made a concerted effort to overlook the inappropriate nature of Evelyn's attire, yet he found it exceedingly difficult to feign ignorance towards her peculiar garb. The lab coat, emblematic of a pharmacist, was stained with blood and dust, though largely intact save for a few singed bullet holes. The combat suit beneath was tattered, with only the sections covered by bulletproof armor remaining whole. "I mean no offense, but your attire." After some contemplation, Bai Ji decided against scrutinizing appearances at this juncture, yet out of courtesy, he felt compelled to offer a gentle reminder. "Oh, there's little choice. Supplies are dwindling at the front, bandages, securing ropes, especially anesthetics. Not just for me, but for the frontline pharmacists with somewhat cleaner attire. Nearly every usable bandaging spot has been exhausted." Evelyn's movements briefly paused as she glanced down at her chest, lightly tugging at the elastic of her bulletproof vest before resuming her tasks. "Why are you still concerned with military appearance at a time like this?" As a rare moment of levity, the pharmacist, a patient with albinism, jested lightly. However, Bai Ji felt a pang of embarrassment at the thought of revealing the truth and simply rubbed her nose instead. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "I merely came to collect some medical supplies. The colonel also asked me to inform you that the location of the frontline command has shifted forward, necessitating changes to our previous responsibilities. Move forward again. Where's the army now?" Bai Ji mused, observing the pronounced dark circles beneath Evelyn's eyes, accentuated by her fair complexion. "Just near the hospital," replied the medical sergeant, momentarily catching Bai Ji off guard. The only reason he would dare to request reinforcements from the command was if the frontline troops were under excessive strain. "Captain Alana and the others have completely withdrawn from the frontline." "Why? Has Mortarian pushed back so swiftly?" Bai Ji exclaimed in astonishment. Evelyn hurried to clarify. No. It's just a normal rotation. The troops are being swapped out after completing their turn. Given the current intensity of the war, the sector command has shortened the frequency of troop rotations." "How can the sector command be so benevolent?" "Orders from the Imperial Regency," came the reply. "Then it's all well and good." Bai Ji nodded in understanding, casually draping her coat over Evelyn's shoulders. Thank you, but..." The medical sergeant hesitated, his expression complex as he grasped the coat. After a moment, the pallid doctor whispered to the political officer, "Is it inappropriate for me to wear this?" "Not at all. Caring for our subordinates is a cherished tradition of the Astral Army," Bai Ji declared with a flourish, striding out, leaving Evelyn hunched and gazing up at her towering figure. "Wait, this coat must weigh 10 kilograms. Evelyn reached out towards the retreating silhouette of the political officer, but her hand fell limply to her side. The medical sergeant sighed heavily, tugging at the medicine box on his shoulder, which felt no lighter than the coat. 041 A grand discussion on the divinity of the Emperor, missed. Upon leaving the hospital and returning to his loyal 9th Candela Guard, Bai Ji, even having prepared himself, felt his spirits plummet at the sight of the troop's magnitude. "Political officer, you have returned. By the Emperor, you are finally back." Soldiers patrolling the area greeted him, and Bai Ji responded to each. "Greetings, Sergeant. May the Emperor bless you." "Wait, when did you become a sergeant?" One soldier, who had previously crossed paths with Bai Ji, remained silent, yet Bai Ji discerned the unspoken question, "Who is currently on the front line?" To break the silence, the lieutenant colonel patted the sergeant's shoulder and feigned calmness, inquiring, "Who is it?" "The extremist warriors, the Emperor's angels of death," came the sergeant's reply, making it clear to Bai Ji that the war had escalated into a new and more brutal phase. The Astartes were gradually appearing on the battlefield, and as the divine machines of the Mechanicum began to deploy en masse, the intensity of the conflict would reach unprecedented heights. Bai Ji had no desire to comprehend the ferocity of such a battlefield. "Take care. Rest well, Sergeant." Bai Ji sighed, dragging his weary feet toward the central encampment. where the battle-scarred Hydra banner fluttered amidst the smoke. We still have battles to fight. Their position has retreated once more, my brother. Lazio Picachus adjusted the lenses affixed to his helmet, observing the repugnant toxic mist in the distance, which gradually dissipated under the gentle caress of the psychic breeze, regardless of the angle or frequency of his scrutiny. Indeed, my brother. Captain Felix, the commanding officer of the extremist warriors, surveyed the battlefield before him, 10 days prior. The extremist warriors had engaged in fierce combat, with the Death Guard entrenched here. Initially, the extremist warriors launched an offensive, relying on meticulous tactics, yet the Death Guard, fortified by their resilient physiques and subspace sorcery, withstood the onslaught from the numerically superior extremist legion, maintaining their current line. Felix, tasked with orchestrating the attack, found himself in a state of exasperation. The Death Guard summoned a dense subspace miasma, a formidable sorcery capable of permeating the filtration system of ceramite helmets, rendering even the Astartes, whose physical prowess far exceeds that of mortals, incapable of combat. However, the situation on the battlefield began to shift 3 days ago. Put down that ridiculous scope, Brother Lazio. Felix patted one of his tactical squad members, and it was evident to any observer. Their sorcery had faltered. It may be premature to declare it faltered, Captain Felix. An extremist warrior from the think tank passed by, and upon hearing Felix's remarks, the psychic adept interjected. Their sorcery remains effective, but undeniably, it has been weakened. Engaging in psychic combat against them has become exceptionally straightforward. Dismantling their defenses on a psychic level is now far easier than it was in the past. According to reports from the Astral Army, the efficiency of military augurs and psychics has notably improved. The subspace mists that once interfered with prophecies appear to have vanished, and the light of the astral beacon shines resplendently in the navigator's eyes. The efficiency of supply transport has surged, and the number of vessels lost to subspace misnavigation has drastically diminished. Honestly, I never imagined such tranquility in the subspace. This must be the Emperor's protection. Our endeavors are under his watchful gaze. Captain Felix was unconcerned with the reasons behind these phenomena. Probing into the essence of matters was the domain of scholars and sorcerers. He was a warrior of the pre-march and the Emperor, and securing victory was his sole focus. The Emperor's protection, while not impossible, elicited a flicker of uncertainty in the think tank member's gaze, yet he ultimately refrained from contradicting Felix. Let us hope so. Onward. We have yet to fulfill the tasks entrusted to us by the Emperor. The captain ignited his power sword and advanced with his Mars-pattern bolter in hand, followed by the extremist warriors. The blue giants traversed the corpses of the green giants, propelled forward by the hopes of the pre-march and the Emperor. How goes it, Lord Robert Gilliman? In the command chamber aboard the flagship of the 13th Legion, the glorious Queen-class vessel, the Macridge's Honor, an ethereal voice unique to the Eldar resonated in the ears of the pre-march. That inquiry should be directed at me, Nathace, my psychic advisor. In the moment the Eldari appeared, the towering blue giant seated behind the desk abruptly cast aside the battle reports he had been reviewing. Rising with the gravitas of his original form, he addressed the Eldari advisor. I require you to elucidate the recent psychic phenomena in the subspace. This is your task. Not mine. Do you understand? Of course, Lord Gilliman, nodded Nadasir, the unyielding Eldari advisor from the Death Guard's Ark, who represented the Forsaken expedition. I mean no offense, esteemed Regent. My kin and I, alongside the psychic council you have established, have indeed labored diligently in this regard. I trust your endeavors have yielded results. A low grunt escaped Robert Gilliman, and Nadasir discerned the unspoken meaning behind the Primarch's sound. Thus, he ventured, however. Our investigation seemed to lead us toward a disquieting direction. What direction? God. The Eldari advisor nonchalantly uttered this word. Yet, as Nadasir anticipated, Gilliman's brow furrowed at its mention. God, Robert Gilliman slowly articulated after a moment's pause, is a grave word. Which deity do you refer to? To be frank, my lord, this is a profoundly enigmatic secret. I shrug, for the completion of your task has already claimed sacrifices from my kin to your psychic council. Yet, having excluded the plague god and the blood god as possibilities, further investigation has surpassed our capabilities. Then tell me your conjectures. You would not dare to approach me empty-handed. I know, Nadasir. After ruling out the aforementioned two, the only entities capable of influencing such a vast war zone across this star sector are either the Master of Change or, as your soldiers have suggested in recent days, the Emperor's protection. Wait, have you overlooked something? Oh, I see. Please, continue. I have no more to impart. Nadasir gracefully bowed to Gilliman. But now, I must pose a question to you. What question? Do you recall our previous discourse regarding the divinity of the Emperor? The Eldari advisor straightened, and at that moment, the towering silhouette of a space marine silently appeared at the control room's entrance. Concerning the Emperor's divine attributes, I invite Lord Maxim to join us now. 042 Anomalous Psychic Phenomena in the Future, based on the secret records of the Psychic Council. A lengthy discussion unfolded aboard the glorious Macridge, wherein Imperial Regent Robert Gilliman, Eldari advisor Nadasir, and Space Marine Maxim deliberated the Emperor's possession of divine qualities befitting a deity. Clearly, the outcome of this meeting left a profound impression upon Gilliman's mind. From this moment onward, the Imperial Regent began to recognize the potential of faith to alter the Empire's current decline and resolved to further harness this power in the ensuing conflicts, integrating it into his strategic designs. However, the discussions regarding the divine nature of the Emperor aboard the Marculagia did not significantly impact the operations of the ground forces for the time being. Nevertheless, following that day, the increasingly fervent proclamations of the state religion among the troops, coupled with the zealous fervor of the state religion army led by the war apostle Matthew, led to the quiet rescinding of many previously established prohibitions. In their stead, a greater number of devout and resolute psychics began to engage in military endeavors, while a cadre of observers and recorders gradually made their presence felt on the battlefield. Even though he harbored skepticism towards the Church's proclamations of the God Emperor, Hiraman rationally recognized the prevailing circumstances and chose to embrace and attempt to harness the power of faith, channeling it towards the grand objective of reclaiming the Empire's territories. One day, as Baiji lay back in her dormitory, idly gazing at the ceiling, the young political commissar could no longer contain his curiosity and posed a question. Do you think, Baiji, lying on the bed and staring at the ceiling, with the dim light seemingly transforming into a golden sun flickering before her eyes, that a subspace deity truly possesses the ability to send me back to Earth in the past? Are you still pondering this matter? The Emperor's voice seemed unsurprised, intoning with a grave sincerity. The cost of making a deal with the Changchi is not one you can bear. Should you agree to his bargain, he indeed possesses the potential to return you to the past, along with the entirety of the mutable realm. As for whether Terra could withstand the manipulations of Changchi at that time, you ought to contemplate that yourself. I have a question. Baiji wearily raised her hand. Did our era lack Changchi? How many humans existed on Terra during your time? Tens of billions? The Emperor's words were unequivocal, prompting Baiji to recall that he had personally experienced that era. In a sense, the Emperor was the compatriot who had accompanied Baiji, the time traveler, the longest. Currently, just outside the palace district on Terra, there are over 100 billion inhabitants. This is merely the divine realm of the Holy Terra, especially with deities like Changchi, who embody change and knowledge. Without sufficient sentient beings to sustain him, what difference would he have from a large, soft-bodied slug? That was a valid point. Moreover, at the end of the day, the four gods do not solely represent negative emotions, the courage of fear and torment, the aesthetics of sin, or Changchi's quest for knowledge and the acceptance of filth. Life is always subject to diverse interpretations. Different races offer varying explanations to the same emotions. And such chaos nudges the four gods towards darkness, causing the emotions they embody to develop into extremes. You have said so much, Baiji interjected, raising her hand to interrupt the Emperor's continued explanation. Isn't it just an attempt to dissuade me from falling into Changchi's trap? Rest assured, I am not foolish. How could I possibly engage in a deal with Changchi? In fact, from the moment you expressed interest in the contents of his bargain, your transaction has already commenced. The chandelier overhead, in Baiji's eyes, slowly wriggled like a fiery sun, radiating a fervent halo, while the words of the Lord of Humanity burned as fiercely as the flames themselves. In the days following your encounter with the trickster, what reports do you think have flooded the battlefield of Pamenia? Requests for reinforcements? The Colonel Commissioner turned in bed, shielding the overhead light with his head. However, the fervent golden sun in his heart remained undisturbed, continuously flickering within him. That is one possibility, but regrettably, the reports pertain to anomalous psychic phenomena. What do you mean by anomalous psychic phenomena? Being stationed at the rear, the Commissioner had completely lost touch with the frontline situation during this era of complacency. Faced with the Emperor's current explanation, Baiji could only display a look of astonishment. Since your last departure from the warp, all the powers of the warp sorcery on the battlefield have been diminished. Kilimanjaro has labeled this situation as anomalous psychic phenomena. Yet, we all know there is no essential difference between warp sorcery and the powers wielded by the librarians of the Astartes. However, the librarians and the Imperial Guard as Psycheers have not only escaped this diminishment, but have instead experienced varying degrees of enhancement, which cannot simply be explained away by some notion of warp interference. If I were a Psyker, Baiji raised her hand and remarked, I would interpret this as the Emperor's blessing, that the divine might of the God Emperor has vanquished those enemies who practice witchcraft, presenting their severed heads to the cathedral, laying them at the feet of the Emperor's statue, constructed of marble. This is also the narrative propagated by Little 13. The God Emperor's power shields the Imperial forces. Yet in truth, I have merely remained on this golden throne 24 hours a day, doing nothing but maintaining the light of the astral beacon. Others have aided you. I did not consent to the trickster's bargain. The trickster never mentioned the need for your consent. Then why inquire? Perhaps it is merely out of malice. The trickster is indeed a master of disrupting warp energies, and as far as I know, in the northern regions of the Ultramar sector, a coalition of the trickster and the demonettes is advancing towards the Star Plague. There, the trickster's finest sorcerers and scribes are present. And under the leadership of the great demon, this infernal army could indeed interfere with the warp energies of a planet, particularly those they wish to disrupt. Neither Baiji nor the Emperor pursued this riddle further. The Master of Humanity simply analyzed the potential causes of the current situation before continuing. As for the augmentation of the Imperial Psycheers, can you guess how I am able to communicate with you from such a distance? By leeching Wi-Fi? Baiji lazily flipped over, reaching to extinguish the overhead light. The sun before her remained undiminished, quietly burning at the center of the Commissioner's vision. For reasons unknown, he felt an instinctive premonition. His connection to this world seemed to be growing ever tighter. If this continued, so what is our next step? First, we must secure Pamenia. My ineffectual son still resists here. The Emperor spoke in his usual tone, seemingly oblivious to Baiji's mood. Upon hearing the Emperor's words, the Colonel Commissioner simply closed his eyes and gently nodded. Very well. As Baiji finally opened her eyes for the last time, the sun continued to burn with an eternal flame, much like the inexorable fate of this universe. In the midst of the battlefield on the planet Parmenio, Captain Felix of the Primarchus Space Marine Company engaged in a protracted dialogue with Captain Agman. Indeed, our advance has been somewhat hasty. We are faring well, but those mortal soldiers have long since exhausted their strength. Felix gestured towards the frontline troops. Although no significant battle was currently unfolding, sporadic small-scale attacks persistently erupted in every corner of the front lines. The Death Guard employed this strategy to deplete the attackers' manpower and resources, while the omnipresent gunfire tormented the soldiers' frayed nerves at unpredictable intervals. Mortar Ion prided himself on commanding the most resilient legion, though difficult to accept. Captain Felix acknowledged that such a claim held some merit. We cannot sustain this pace of advancement under the current circumstances. I must remind you, those traitors have merely been weakened, not completely eradicated, my esteemed Captain Agman. I am aware, Felix. Captain Agman, clad in his heavy Terminator armor, stood at a height comparable to Felix, who wore standard ceramide armor, which left this veteran of countless battles feeling somewhat out of sorts. However, the present situation is advantageous for us. Who can ascertain how long this psychic edge will endure? Not a single advisor under my command dares to guarantee that. Agman spoke solemnly. My father has instructed us to push the furthest distance possible before this situation dissipates. The farther we advance, the smaller the variables this war poses for my father. Yet our fatigue only paves the way for Mortarian's triumph. You know this, Captain Agman. They excel at this. Felix clearly disagreed with Agman's perspective, ardently arguing that until we fully liberate the continent of Hecaton, they possess an almost endless supply of undead to wear us down. In my view, our current defenses are riddled with vulnerabilities, my lord. I am not one to overlook facts for the sake of pride, Felix. I can see that you are correct. This time, faced with Felix's reproach, Agman pondered for a moment before responding, but I lack the authority to alter my father's decree. Then we at least require additional personnel to fortify our positions, purify the contamination, provide supplies, and facilitate necessary troop rotations. The current rotation speed has already reached the limits tolerated by the sector command, Felix. Then let them push beyond their limits. The Primarch's voice resonated with undeniable conviction as he spoke to his elder. Agman observed Felix's smoke-stained battle armor and the desolation of the plains behind him, littered with the same remnants of battle as the armored soldiers. The members of the Imperial Guard are the finest mortals from various planets. Yet even they are in dire need of rest. I shall return to address your needs. Thank you, Lord Agman. Upon hearing this, Felix's face finally revealed a hint of relaxation, accompanied by a trace of smug satisfaction at his cunning success. Agman couldn't help but ponder whether this young subordinate had never truly intended to defy the commands of the father of genes from the outset, and had merely feigned insubordination to secure his eventual agreement. They were born to adapt to a more flexible form of warfare. Agman mused, more adaptable tactics, more versatile formations, more flexible equipment, and of course, a more agile mind. Yet, in Felix's presence, Agman uttered not a word. The captain of the first company simply nodded gently, then activated the previously reserved transmission beacon aboard the warship, the lights on the Terminator armor illuminating in response. Glory be to the 500 worlds. The following day, as Bai Ji lay lost in thought, she received notification to proceed to the front lines. So soon? Upon receiving the documents from the regiment, Major Liliana, responsible for logistics, interjected before Bai Ji could even speak. We have only just returned less than a week ago. Many vehicles are still under repair by the Mechanicus, and various supplies and calculations have yet to be fully completed. Is the front line in such a rush? I heard the recent battle conditions have improved. Alas, orders are orders. The colonel, whom Bai Ji had not seen in a long time, appeared equally resigned. As Liliana spoke, she handed the documents to the commanders responsible for practical matters. When the documents were passed to Bai Ji, the colonel cast a curious glance in his direction. Bai Ji, political commissar? It is I. What is the matter? Bai Ji proactively reached out to take the documents from Liliana's hands, but when he grasped the edge of the papers, Liliana did not immediately relinquish her grip until he applied a slight force, prompting her to awaken from her reverie and release the folder. Nothing. I just suddenly found it difficult to recognize you, the colonel remarked quizzically, looking at Bai Ji. Bai Ji quickly stood at attention, fearing that a mere lapse in perception could lead to his untimely demise. As the war progressed, there had already been instances of soldiers and commanders infected by the plague being corrupted by chaos, subsequently infiltrating the Imperial forces. This prompted the military department to demand that everyone exercise caution in their words and actions, enabling officers to identify soldiers exhibiting unusual behavior. Bai Ji's facial features had not altered in any way, completely aligning with the recorded data. Before Bai Ji could utter a word, an iron-colored mechanical tendril twisted open the door of the regiment's headquarters, connected to a servo skull that emitted the voice of the Grand Overseer. Krenz, 13 days, 8 hours, 24 minutes, and 19 seconds since our last encounter. I am pleased to detect your identification features once more, Political Commissar Bai Ji. The servo skull produced a synthesized electronic sound, and Bai Ji regarded the tendril with curiosity, while the others in the headquarters seemed oblivious to it. Why do you not enter and speak? Negative. The physical volume of this space is less than the required capacity to accommodate my form. Under the condition of not compromising the premises, the feasibility of executing the command is zero. The doubts that plagued Bai Ji lingered until he stepped out of the regiment's headquarters, where he discovered that the entity with whom he had been conversing was no longer the mechanical sage he once knew. Beneath the crimson robe adorned with golden patterns lay the form of a colossal iron beast. The sage Krenz had now attained a staggering height of 4 meters, and his body was embellished with various menacing life support devices and weaponry. The lightning, which he had always wielded adeptly, had undergone modifications, and the arcs of electricity now appeared even more fearsome. Upon reconfirmation, the facial recognition accuracy exceeded 99, and the military department's identification code was detected. The mechanical giant raised a tentacle towards him, where four sharp collection needles extended in a gesture resembling a handshake. Welcome back to the battlefield, Political Commissar Baiji. Krenz, gazing at the imposing iron entity before him, Baiji, though he had already anticipated the answer in his mind, nonetheless mustered the courage to inquire. How did you transform into this? This adaptation was necessitated by the battlefield environment. The combat capability has been enhanced by 900% compared to the previous research model. The mechanical sage provided an answer that was entirely expected. Baiji nodded in acknowledgement. Krenz continued. I have come to report to Colonel Alana on the progress of vehicle maintenance. Additionally, I have a communique from the military department, judging by the decoded content. It pertains to the specific location of troop deployment and a follow-up request. While Baiji conversed with Krenz, the servo skull within the headquarters had likely completed its report. As a procession of commanders emerged, their expressions a mix of joy and concern, yet Colonel Alana's countenance betrayed no discernible emotion. We have conducted urgent repairs and replacements on the damaged vehicles. The current inventory is fully capable of fulfilling combat missions, specifically general combat tasks. Krenz reiterated the report for Baiji, who had not been present during the briefing. Then, the sage's crimson electronic eye, which, to be honest, Baiji had nearly failed to locate amidst a pile of protective plates, swiveled twice, and an unsettling message emanated from his speaker. I have a friend. You may speak candidly. No, I genuinely have a friend. Realizing that his ancient humor was lost on a cybernetic sage from 40,000 years hence, Baiji rubbed his nose in frustration, closed his mouth, and stepped aside. Ahem, please continue. I have a friend who currently oversees a Titan Legion in a certain forging world. Krenz, as ever, showcased the extensive connections he had cultivated during his earlier days as the Sovereign Sage. Frankly, Baiji was intrigued. Could this friend truly possess some obscure STC template, which explained his prolonged misfortune, yet still warranted the camaraderie of a forging general? Just a few days ago, I was invited to his research ship to investigate a particular academic topic. However, there, I observed that his Titans were being frequently mobilized, taken away from his protective forces by the Imperial Navy. Can you guess whose orders these are? From Mars? The First Fleet. The words of the sage Krenz echoed through the air, plunging those present into silence. There exists no direct subservience between the Mechanicus and the Imperial forces. The invocation of the divine machinery, a matter of sacred import, necessitates a formal request from the High Lords Council to Mars, which, upon approval by the Fabricator General, is communicated to the sage responsible for the Titan legions. Of course, this procedure has scarcely been followed in millennia. In times of urgency, when faced with life and death, all complexities are stripped away, and the personnel of the Segmentum Command wield no such authority. My colleague claimed to have received orders directly from the Imperial Regent. Initially, he was hesitant to invest his academic capital too hastily, yet shortly thereafter, he received a missive from the Grand Sage Belisarius Call. When mentioning the Grand Sage Call, a hint of reverence crept into Krenz's voice. To be candid, the former Sage's vocal modulator mimicked a bashful tone. The combat modifications I currently possess are inspired by the Grand Sage Call, who stands as a paragon on my scholarly path. Alas, I lack his prodigious talent. The Grand Sage bartered an improved template for the Adeptus Mechanicus equipment to gain his consent, according to our last communication. The 62 divine machines under his command had been entirely transferred to the Imperial Navy's vessels. At this juncture, Sage Krenz's narrative gradually tapered off, seemingly allowing others a moment to digest the gravity of the information. Moreover, the Adeptus Mechanicus under my command, which has not yet been dispatched to the battlefield, has also been mobilized. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Is such urgency truly warranted? Major Niels was the first to voice a query. I have heard that the front lines are advancing quite smoothly. The Imperial forces press forward with great momentum, and liberation of the entire Paminio planet is but a mere plane away from the Hecaton continent. In light of this, do we still require the deployment of the divine machinery of Omnicia? Regrettably, our colleagues who have strayed from the teachings of Omnicia command traitorous Titan legions, albeit in far fewer numbers than our own. Yet, should Mortarion unleash them upon the battlefield, it would undoubtedly deliver a devastating blow to both mortal regiments and space marine assaults. Sage Krenz replied with calm resolve. Only Titan legions can contend with Titan legions. The apocalypse? According to the database's definition of the apocalypse, the emergence of multiple Titan legions on the battlefield, with mortal soldiers numbering on a sector scale and several space marine chapters engaged, amalgamates into 166 relevant data entries. Should this conflict commence, it is highly probable that it will manifest as the apocalypse you speak of. Upon hearing this, all in attendance fell into a contemplative silence. None wished to meet their end. While dying for the Emperor is indeed a noble act, the majority, even among the faithful, would hesitate to offer their lives in complete rationality, barring a few extreme zealots. How many would survive the aftermath of the apocalypse? As if to shield the conversation from prying ears, Liliana whispered, more than you might imagine, Liliana. Baiji stepped forward, and the collective gaze of the crowd converged upon the long-absent political commissar. Titans and the apocalypse, those ominous concepts. What remnants could possibly remain scattered across a battlefield spanning millions of square kilometers? As anticipation hung in the air, Baiji thoughtfully paused, noting the presence of several chaotic devotees, along with a few can-plague pigs, akin to what they typically encountered, albeit in greater numbers. The voice of the mechanical sage corroborated the commissar's assertions. In truth, data analysis indicated that when our firepower outweighed that of the Titans, the casualty rate in the Apocalypse War was significantly lower than that of trench warfare of similar intensity. Thank you for your elucidation, Sage Krenz. Baiji nodded at the mechanical sage, while the commissar mournfully realized that, in the presence of senior officers, The data from the oil-spewing individual appeared far more valuable than his motivational platitudes. Are we finished? At last, when silence enveloped the room, Colonel Tuan broke the quietude. Then let us assemble. Alana shook her head and entered the regiment headquarters, the olive green blast doors sealing shut behind her. Only the weary voice echoing from within. The Emperor above. We still have battles to fight. 045 returned to the battlefield. 3. What is wrong with her? After Alana departed, Baiji discreetly inquired of Liliana, noting the Colonel's apparent distress. Do you have any insights? And how did you not notice my own discontent? Liliana retorted, rolling her eyes. The pressure of war for ordinary soldiers stems from the omnipresent specter of death. However, for senior officers like Alana, as the conflict progressed, direct engagement at the front had been explicitly prohibited. The tormented colonel was relegated to her office, solemnly perusing the frontline reports delivered every 3 hours. A routine that had persisted for nearly a month. For a young officer, raised under the imperial aristocratic ideals, a graduate of the Terra Loyalist Academy, and fiercely loyal to the Emperor, such an existence was sheer torment. Observing the casualty figures refresh every 3 hours from a classist vantage was a desecration of noble honor. Personally, for one perpetually yearning to rend the Emperor's foes, spending days gazing vacantly at her chain's word was equally excruciating. In such circumstances, even harboring a demon of despair within her mind made it difficult to find joy. Until at last, the promising news of a return to the battlefield served as a tonic, liberating her from the shackles of humiliation and rage. This is why, when Baiji attempted to console Liliana, her thoughts were elsewhere. She was mentally devising her plans for vengeance upon rejoining the fray, determined to lead her troops against the Emperor's adversaries as a member of the noble ruling class. Yet, prior to that, the young colonel would need to bide her time. Ding! The grand bell tolled once, activating the lever and pump. In the cold, dark expanse of space, one Titan transport ship after another has arrived in the orbit of Parmenio. Within the compartments, shielded from various cosmic radiations, countless mechanical priests are tirelessly at work. Clang, clang. The great bell tolls twice, a button is pressed, and the engines ignite. Life is breathed into the turbines. On the crimson pulpit, the sage commanding the Titan Legion offers fervent praises. Behind him, a throng of priests in the Adeptus Mechanicus congregate, weaving through towering iron frameworks and platforms. Among this industrious assembly, one can find several deeply modified priests and servitors, their backs adorned with tubes and prosthetics, and external weaponry that renders them fearsome in appearance. Yet, compared to the divine machines looming behind them, these formidable beings seem but mere dust. Clang, clang, clang. With the sage's command, hundreds of laboring servitors begin to pull the levers. The great bell, emblazoned with the Omnissia's sacred insignia and suspended from the ceiling of the entire chamber, begins to resonate. Amidst the booming tolls, 1/3 of the servitors pushing the levers succumb to exhaustion and collapse, their bodies falling silent beneath the cacophony of the bells, unnoticed by anyone present. As the ritual progresses, all priests cease their labors, fixated on the 62 divine machines standing within the restraint chamber, titans of varying sizes and models from the adjacent forge worlds. From the diminutive Warhound class to the imposing Warlord class, they await deployment, alongside hundreds of knight suits from the First Fleet, poised to descend in tandem with orbital bombardments, bringing death to the Emperor's foes in the name of the Omnissia. In unison, they sing praises to the Omnissia, a solemn binary hymn. As the final toll reverberates, all mechanical priests commence chanting hymns encoded in binary language. Countless zeros and ones fill the vast cargo hold of the Titan transport, their resonant voices shaking the alloyed deck of the colossal ship, causing the entire chamber to gently vibrate. Amidst this tapestry of sacred song, ancient and powerful machine spirits awaken. 3 days later, on the planet Parmenio, on the continent of Hecaton, Imperial forces advance to the front lines. Ah, greetings. It is a pleasure to see you again. Commissar Baiji. Captain Felix, blessed by the Emperor, never anticipated his forces would have another opportunity to collaborate with her. In a makeshift command post, Baiji, who had just directed her troops to the front, encountered the commander of the entire offensive line, a surprising revelation, as this commander shared a significant connection with her. Captain Felix, a valiant progeny of the original Space Marine, had earned the trust of Gil Lyman after 12 years of unwavering expedition alongside the Premarch. His exceptional leadership and adept tactical applications had enabled the Imperium to breach the formidable defenses of the Death Guard. However, as his forces continued to swell, while facing increasingly fortified enemy defenses, the captain found himself beleaguered. Fortunately, Space Marines do not suffer from hair loss. Otherwise, the shame of baldness would have brought disgrace upon his genetic sire. I beg your pardon for my presumptuousness. I had anticipated the arrival of Colonel Alana here. After exchanging a cordial handshake with Baiji, Captain Felix politely inquired, "You know, as a commander, I am profoundly impressed by her. Under her leadership, your troops have demonstrated an unimaginable combat effectiveness. Frankly, many regiments with a history spanning centuries lack such exceptional operational prowess. Thank you for your kind words. Colonel Alana is presently on the battlefield, thus I am here to represent her," Baiji replied, somewhat taken aback by Felix's praise. It seemed that the heavy casualties were not solely on her side, yet upon reflection, considering Alana's character and the equipment level of the 9th Regiment, such achievements did not seem entirely surprising. "Then, I leave my people in your capable hands, Captain Felix." "What? No." Baiji nodded in acknowledgement to Felix. But the towering figure clad in cobalt blue armor shook his head, a look of reverence illuminating his weathered face. "I am not worthy of bearing the responsibility for so many lives," Felix remarked with a smile. This battlefield is home to brothers from the Astral Army, the Mechanicum, and numerous battle regiments. I cannot command them all. Then who will command? Bai Ji began to inquire. Yet her words were abruptly stifled by a sudden realization of the possible identity of this commander, compounded by a dark shadow that loomed ominously above her. Father. The captain standing opposite lowered his head towards Bai Ji's back, just as she was about to turn around. A lean yet powerful hand unexpectedly pressed upon the political officer's shoulder. I shall take command. The visage of Robert Gilliman, chiseled like marble, radiated with wisdom. As the apostle of war, Matthew placed his hand upon Bai Ji's shoulder. Meanwhile, the champion guard of the pre-march, the valiant leader of the second company, Cato Sicarius, stood resolutely behind them, his vigilant gaze scanning for any potential threats. In the next moment, a tempest of fierce winds descended from the heavens. As Gilliman and his staff entered the command center, a new wave of orbital bombardment from the Imperial Navy simultaneously rained down upon the land of Parmenio. In contrast to historical accounts, due to the influence of the Emperor and the traitor, the plague fleet of Nurgle had been dispatched early to the catastrophe stars, countering the ever-growing coalition of traitors and terror. With the departure of the plague fleet, the formidable ancient star fortress, Galatan, along with the newly stationed Astra Militarum, was able to arrive at Parmenio unimpeded, engaging in the battle against Mortarion. Under these circumstances, Gilliman's operational strategy inevitably underwent some transformations. Certain forces originally slated for the Parmenio campaign were preemptively consolidated into the First Fleet, while the Imperial Navy commenced an offensive against the plague fleet surrounding the former hospital planet, Ixis. Reports indicated that the filth master of Nurgle, Kugath, the favored among the great unclean ones, was concocting a grand design there, and the pre-march harbored a foreboding sense that the decisive battle, which would determine the fate of the entire 500 worlds, was destined to unfold in that very location. To this end, swiftly vanquishing the Mortarion forces led by Parmenio has become an urgent priority for Kilimanjaro. The genetic progenitor personally arrived from the Maculate Zhaoyao to command the operation, aiming to liberate this former training planet of extreme warriors. Cover your ears and don the earplugs provided. Put on your helmets. Activate the filters and beware of radiation. Remain in your positions. Do not wander about, lest you be trampled. With a decisive click, Bai Ji silenced the frantic alerts emanating from his headset, then closed his eyes to open the light filter trapped within his helmet. However, upon reopening his eyes, the descending light spear nearly blinded him. Which wretched soul conceived this plan? The colonel politician muttered to his aide, as the tumult of light spears and heavy artillery rendered communication between soldiers a matter of bellowing. Orbital bombardment concurrent with Titan descent. What are we to do, politician? After several attempts, how could those wretched void shield oil barons permit the precious divine machinery to deploy under fire? The soldiers huddled behind Bai Ji, shielding themselves from the dust and radiation propelled by the explosions, relying on orbital bombardment to suppress the enemy's air defenses before deploying the Titan Legion. Otherwise, the machine's soul would be displeased, and it would be our men who pay the price. Then why not allow them to land in the city? They claim the landing zone is too distant from the front, and the Titans cannot reach the battlefield in time. A thunderous rumble interrupted their exchange. As Bai Ji sheltered behind the trench's cover, a swarm of plague machines soared through the bombardment of Imperial forces, bravely engaging a dropping Warhound Titan. The Titan's pilot utilized a laser cannon to obliterate one of the plague machines mid-air, subsequently demolishing two more that failed to evade. Yet the sacrifice of these three machines was not in vain. The corrosive acid spewed from their elongated proboscises burned several large holes into the Titan's auxiliary parachute, which lost its balance in descent and crashed to the ground in a toppled position near the designated landing zone. Politician, no time for we. Where's the nearest anti-aircraft artillery? As the smoke from the Titan's descent began to dissipate, the remaining two plague machines re-emerged near the Warhound Titan, and thus, near Bai Ji as well. Bai Ji had no desire to wager his life. As the two demon engines fired upon the Titan, such a high-value target, he could not help but wonder whether they would also claim the lives of the two soldiers standing nearby. Fortunately, before Bai Ji could locate the nearest anti-aircraft artillery, several well-trained units in the vicinity promptly sprang into action. A nearby Hydra anti-aircraft gun commenced firing into the sky, its heavy explosive rounds defying the gravity imposed by Parmenion, only to detonate into a dazzling array of sparks against the shield formed by the arcane forces of the subspace. Just in time, a night mech, stationed nearby, arrived, its shoulder-mounted missiles shattering the shields of these infernal engines. Meanwhile, the Titan-class Warhound, under the pilot's guidance, gradually rose to its feet, its enraged machine spirit immediately unleashing a barrage into the heavens, reducing the remaining two plague drones to mere heaps of scrap metal. In the presence of Omnicia, the might of the divine machinery is incomparable to such blasphemous creations. After obliterating this squadron of plague drones, the first to arrive at the landing zone was not the forces of the Astral Army, but a contingent of several hundred members clad in fiery red robes, the Ecclesiarchy, approaching in their war chariots. The numerous gear insignias emblazoned upon their attire attested to their devotion to Omnicia, further reinforced by the various weapons they wielded. Bai Ji harbored considerable doubts regarding the safety of certain armaments, as even he could discern the inherent risks associated with employing an exposed palladium combustion chamber on a flamethrower. However, given the average lifespan of the Ecclesiarchy, such minor safety concerns seemed rather trivial. Knight, what is the damage report? Inquired the leading Mechanicus priest of the Night Mech pilot. The pilots of the Imperial Knights were of noble lineage, and addressing them with their titles was customary. This unit remains undamaged. Scanners indicate that the Titan activated its ion shield array upon landing, and its primary structure appears intact, the knight replied, maintaining vigilance against the skies. Once assured that no threats lingered above, the ecclesiarchy affixed grappling hooks to the knight, and with the inherent power of the warhound. This divine machinery of omniscia finally stood upon the surface of the planet it was destined to conquer. Check the integrity of the components. Emergency repair team. At the command of the Mechanicus priest, the entire ecclesiarchy began to operate in a systematic manner. The damaged armor from the previous descent was replaced. Battle standards burned by corrosive acid and intense friction were reinstated, and fragrant incense and holy oil, meant to please and soothe the machine spirit, were applied to the Titan's vital joints. Within a mere hour, the Warhound Titan had returned to a state of normalcy. Barring the substantial crater it had left behind, a flawless divine airdrop. As they repaired the Titan, the bombardment from orbit showed no signs of abating. Under the relentless assault of the Imperial Navy, over 3 legions of Titans and numerous Knight mechs successfully touched down. Prior to landing, these divine machines had received their mission directives, and as soon as they steadied themselves, the Titans began to converge towards their designated positions, with the Knights and Ecclesiarchy encircling the feet of the divine machinery. Typically, this is how scholarly exchanges among the oilmen are conducted. At last, as the final Titan took its position, the Imperial Navy's orbital bombardment gradually subsided. Almost simultaneously, shadows began to emerge in the mountains to the north of Hecaton. The traitorous Titans, fallen knights, and countless demonic engines surged forth. Mordorion had nearly dispatched all of his armored forces in a desperate attempt to counter the ferocious assault from his own kin. Clang, clang, clang. The resounding chimes that once echoed aboard the Titan transport vessels reverberated once more upon the ground. A mighty call resonating among the loyal war engines present. The divine machine is on the move. Kalia was feeling rather bored. Sister Heinrich was in a similar plight. In the depths of the cathedral at the Tyros spaceport, the interaction between the prisoner and her guard had dragged on for quite some time. By the Emperor's grace. Do you not have something more significant to attend to? In the cathedral's basement, the young girl clad in a white gown, Kalia, nibbled on a pancake while glancing at the battle sister leaning against the door. Perhaps something like purging heresy? My task is to keep watch over you. Sister Heinrich replied solemnly, though a flicker of discontent in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. This was her foremost duty at present. Where could I possibly run off to? For your safety, it is best if you do not wander. Even Sister Heinrich found it difficult to express her dissatisfaction directly to a minor. Knowing the importance of the ongoing conflict outside, and wishing not to add further stress to the soldiers of the Empire. However, I have brought you a few classic scriptures from the library. If you find yourself truly bored, you might consider studying the Emperor's own words. More than half of the text contained therein were not actually spoken by the Emperor himself, and a third of the content had been compiled by the Logis. Kalia cast a sidelong glance at the precious scriptures Sister Heinrich had procured, recalling the truths the Emperor had revealed to her in dreams. Her disdain for such texts deepened. Oh, you child, Sister Heinrich sighed upon noticing Kalia's disinterest in the holy tomes, choosing not to press further. In times past, the High Battle Sister had made numerous attempts to impart the teachings of these state doctrines to Kalia, yet the girl, repeatedly nominated for sainthood by the bishops, had consistently exhibited a lack of interest, bordering on contempt, though no one dared to point this out at such a time. Moreover, in recent days, an unsettling feeling had persistently haunted Sister Heinrich. Tyros was, after all, situated deep within the Imperial forces' rear. This foreboding sensation had been tormenting the Battle Sister's soul, and she sensed that it was somehow connected to the girl she was sworn to protect. O Holy and Supreme Emperor, please bless my soul. She whispered a silent prayer to the talisman upon her chest, tightening her grip on her weapon. The combat sisters at the entrance remained oblivious to the conversation unfolding within. While the high-ranking battle nun bore the unease in her heart alone, silently awaiting the developments to come. Why haven't they arrived yet? As the battle nun silently prayed. Kalia, munching on a pancake, muttered to herself, it should be soon. His Imperial Majesty cannot possibly deceive me. Kalia? Huh, what are you talking about all by yourself? Nothing. I was merely beseeching the Emperor for answers to my queries. In response to Sister Heinrich's inquiry, Kalia waved her hand dismissively, her demeanor unwavering as she spoke. The sincerity in the young girl's reply, influenced by an inexplicable emotion, suddenly piqued Sister Heinrich's curiosity to the point where she lost interest in further questioning. Let us hope. The high-ranking battle nun shook her head and stepped outside for a breath of fresh air. It was there that a figure suddenly captured her attention. Sister Yolante? Observing the fully armed high-ranking battle nun before her, Sister Heinrich's premonition intensified with an unprecedented strength. What brings you here? In stark contrast to the serene cathedral district, at the Hecaton front, Baiji felt an overwhelming sense of desolation beneath the towering Titans. Have the assaults been repelled? Under the foot of a Titan-class war machine, the political commissar, a colonel, loudly inquired of a newly appointed company commander, whose rapid personnel changes made it challenging for him to identify his comrades aside from their insignias. What? Baiji noticed the company commander's lips moving in the distance. But the words were drowned out by the thunderous sounds of the Titans firing. To prevent deafening themselves, every soldier donned specialized noise-canceling headphones. Relying on her rudimentary lip-reading skills, Baiji could barely decipher the phrases Emperor bless, and no problem. Then, Commissar, they're coming again. Before he could finish his sentence, a report from a scout crackled through the headset. To conserve the limited communication channels, only messages of utmost importance were transmitted, such as now, enemy assault. Less than a minute after hearing the scout's report, a squad of death guards clad in dark green armor appeared in Baiji's line of sight, flanked by a horde of living corpses and lesser demons. To compensate for their numerical disadvantage in Titans, The Death Guards opted to launch small-scale assaults against the escort units beneath the Titans, employing weapons such as thermite bombs to obliterate their targets. Admittedly, this tactic proved rather inefficient. However, it had indeed inflicted casualties on 2 Warhound-class Titans within the Imperial forces. Moreover, due to the relentless onslaught from the Death Guards, vulnerabilities began to emerge in the defense lines of the Mechanicus Ecclesiastic Guard. This was precisely why Bai Ji and her companions found themselves at the feet of the Titans, fighting alongside the ecclesiastic forces. At this moment, confronted by the sudden arrival of the Death Wardens, many of the frontline guardians of the faith were instantly engulfed by explosive blasts and corrosive acid. Yet, the bloodless and tearless guardians promptly launched a counterattack. Terrifying thermoplastic rays and Gauss ammunition penetrated the resilient ceramic steel armor, but the Death Wardens, their flesh eroded by the subspace, stubbornly withstood the radiation and searing heat, successfully closing the distance to engage in a brutal melee. Flails, scythes, lightning axes, and power swords clashed in a chaotic symphony, while blood and sparks erupted across the battlefield. The outcome of this savage confrontation was that the Death Wardens managed to breach the mechanical cult's defenses, and Mortarian's fallen progeny laughed maniacally as they charged toward the feet of the Titan, leaving the task of halting them to Commander Bai Ji. Fall back. The Emperor's angels shall deal with these foes. Fortunately, Bai Ji was not alone in this battle. The Cobalt Giants also rushed in from the rear. Bai Ji quickly commanded the soldiers to retreat, allowing the extreme warriors behind them to confront the Death Warden's onslaught. Of course, they were not idle either. Aim for those demons and zombies. The political officer issued commands through the headset, then boldly turned, drawing the power sword at her waist, severing both the Chaos Acolyte and the weapon in his grasp. We fight alongside the angels. In the Grand Cathedral at the heart of Tyros, Sister Heinrich regarded her fellow sister with confusion. In her recollection, the duty of guarding Kalia had been designated solely to her, while Yulent was supposed to be stationed with Major Devoros at the Tyros port, ensuring the safety of the Imperial forces' rear. What brings you here, Sister Heinrich? The voice of the high-ranking battle nun resonated through her helm, yet strangely, Yulent's tone lacked its usual firmness and steadiness, instead imbued with an unusual pain and guilt. Simultaneously, Heinrich noticed more battle nuns appearing near the cathedral's basement. Sister Superior, a sudden communication erupted in her battle helm. According to reports from her subordinates, forces belonging to the Astral Army had even emerged around the cathedral's perimeter. Traditionally, such a sacred place was guarded by personnel of the state church. An ominous premonition surged from the depths of Heinrich's heart, prompting her to take a deep breath and slightly elevate the muzzle of her explosive weapon. This is not a place for you, Sister Yulent. Heinrich feigned calmness, silently praying to the Emperor for the other to depart, hoping to avoid the worst possible outcome. For the Emperor's sake, surrender Kalia. However, a chill ran through Heinrich's core as Yulent showed no intention of retreating. Instead, she directly articulated the reason for her arrival, her voice growing ever more resolute. Kayla must remain in the cathedral. This is the mandate entrusted to me by the Emperor's son. Heinrichs unhesitatingly rejected Yulent's request. After a moment's hesitation, the high-ranking battle sister, renowned for her devout faith, inquired of Yulent, "Who has requested you to take Kayla away? You see, our allegiance should forever lie with the Emperor himself, rather than with certain powerful figures within the church. I have come for the Emperor's purpose." Just as Yulent was about to respond to Heinrich's query, an unexpected voice interjected into the discourse of the two battle sisters. The Emperor's son requires assistance, and on this planet, only the Emperor's own saints can fulfill that need. Father Matthew, as he beheld the priest emerging from the shadows of the cathedral's corridor, Heinrich's heart grew heavy with questions. "Pardon me, what did you just say?" "I said, Sister Heinrichs." The gaunt-armed priest halted before the battle sister, and Matthew raised his gaze, offering a smile of reassurance toward the great doors behind him. Heinrichs turned back, and Kayla's head peeked out from behind the ajar doors, her cobalt blue eyes gleaming with a mix of pride, as I had anticipated, and a hint of discontent. It is time to dedicate oneself to the Emperor. At the front lines of Parmenio, within the Leviathan-class armored command vehicle, Geneseed pre-March robot Gilliman contemplated the current trajectory of the war. Why do I always have this ominous premonition? Gilliman fixed his gaze upon the screen before him, which displayed the battlefield's status in varying hues. The blue representing the Imperial forces spread across the projection, while the disquieting red retreated under the relentless onslaught of the blue tide. The Imperial army was steadily advancing, yet for reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding lingered within Gilliman, as if something beyond his command had occurred or was about to transpire. Should I have left more personnel at Tylos? The name of this rear starport suddenly sprang to Gilliman's mind. In his bid to bolster the offensive at the front and secure an early victory in the Parmenio campaign, he had opted not to leave any forces at the rear. Even the silent Sister Voy, who was meant to guard Kayla, had been brought alongside him. Having faced defeat in several duels against his brother, Gilliman had grown cautious, hoping that the presence of an additional silent sister with her anti-psychic stance would provide him an advantage in his confrontation with Mortarion, his fallen brother, granting the ICU of the Macridge's honor a brief respite. The pre-March had always been attuned to his instincts, which now whispered to him that something was amiss at Tylos port. However, at this critical juncture, swiftly defeating Mortarian's forces remained paramount. Gilliman could only suppress his unease and continue to command his troops with unwavering resolve. Bang, bang, for the Emperor. Beneath the feet of that Titan-class war machine, the clash between loyal soldiers and the Death Guard had reached its conclusion. Die, traitor! A relentless warrior, fueled by fury, swung his chainsaw sword down upon the Death Guard, only to have his strike parried by the opponent's scythe. Just as he prepared to retract his weapon, he noticed a sudden weakening in the foe's resistance. With ease, his chainsaw sword sent the scythe flying and tore through the traitor's chest armor. Task completed. The next move was to extract the power sword from the fallen body of the Death Guard. The blade, equipped with a disassembling function, penetrated the horned ceramic steel helmet, drawing forth a pool of putrid brain matter from the guard's skull. Wait. The relentless warrior stared in astonishment as this individual clad in the uniform of a Star Realm political commissar wiped the brain matter off the corpse and then picked up a telescope hanging from his chest, scanning the surroundings. By the Emperor above, what have you just done? It is an honor to fight alongside you, the commissar replied politely. The Colonel Commissar lowered the telescope and, with a smile, saluted the relentless warrior with a gesture of respect. Without your combat prowess, we would surely have been unable to vanquish such a formidable foe. Indeed formidable, but what was that just now? The relentless warrior had a moment to reflect on what he had previously overlooked in the heat of battle. While he wrestled with the Death Guard, this individual had stealthily approached under the cover of the battlefield's corpses and, seizing the moment when the two were locked in combat, had lunged at the Chaos Warrior. I am aware that I do not possess the strength of a stellar warrior such as yourself. To achieve victory, I must resort to such less than noble tactics, the commissar explained, scratching his head, believing the warrior to be dissatisfied with his approach. To fulfill the Emperor's mission, we sometimes have to employ such desperate measures. I am not a heretic. Your time of death has arrived. The relentless warrior had not yet completed his sentence when he witnessed the commissar leap towards another Death Guard engaged in a firefight with the Star Realm forces. Observing this scene, a flicker of unease and astonishment passed through the warrior's eyes concealed beneath his helmet. In his perception, that area was deserted. 049 returned to the battlefield. 7. For the Emperor, Sisters of Yolent. For the Emperor, Sisters of Heinrich. In the Grand Cathedral at the heart of the port city of Tyros, Sister Heinrich, tasked with guarding Kalia, witnessed Matthew take away the very figure she was meant to protect. Beside her, the high-ranking battle sister Yolent bid her farewell with a firm handshake. We will escort her to the Emperor's son. To fulfill the Emperor's mission, we will spare no effort, Yolent declared, resolute, as she entrusted a rose-gold holy icon to Sister Heinrich. The battle sisters participating in this escort mission understood that this was almost a one-way ticket to martyrdom. However, to achieve the Emperor's will, these devout sisters pressed forward without hesitation. The Emperor shall remember all of this, no matter how others may interpret it. Heinrichs received the holy icon, and, upon being informed of the Emperor's mandate by the war apostle Matthew, immediately shifted her stance. This change was not solely due to Matthew's well-known fervor and unwavering faith. It was also because, as Matthew touched Kalia, she perceived the resplendent golden aura of the God Emperor behind the young girl. The countenance that emerged from that light bore an uncanny resemblance to the holy icon she now held. Without a doubt, this was the will of the God Emperor himself. Thus, we shall remain here until your mission for the Emperor is fulfilled, unwavering in our resolve. Heinrichs understood her duty. After dispatching the majority of her battle sisters to assist Yolante's operations, she and the remaining sisters found themselves confronting the ire of the Imperial High Command. Contrary to historical accounts, this operation, although devoid of the blood of the Loyalists, still required someone to bear, even if only temporarily, the wrath emanating from the gene heritage. For the Emperor. For the Emperor. Following this solemn vow, the fully armed sisters advanced towards the front lines, while the remaining sisters silently watched their departure until they were encircled by the forces of the 99th Coast Regiment. Sister Heinrichs, you are now charged with defying the orders of the Supreme Commander of the Empire. I, in the name of the Commander of the Tyros Port Garrison, hereby inform you, you are under arrest. Major Devoros of the Etheric Army in Tyros personally placed the handcuffs upon her wrists. After disarming himself, the silent sister turned and entered the very room where Kalia once resided. This time, she would willingly become a prisoner of faith. May the Emperor have mercy. Heinrichs lowered her gaze to the holy icon hanging from her neck and quietly made her way to the basement, where the scriptures had yet to be removed. If her memory served her correctly, Kalia had once scoffed at the contents of this book, the holy words of the Emperor, gazing at the gilded title on the cover. A fleeting flicker of doubt crossed the eyes of the high-ranking battle sister. Is there a problem? 4 by Ji, stationed at the front lines. It was the first time the young political officer felt that the changes in the battlefield exceeded her cognitive capacity. Boom. The fighting persisted. Bai Ji peered cautiously from her makeshift trench, raising her weary eyelids to glance at the distant mountains. However, what once could be considered mountains had been drastically diminished by countless heavy artillery, bombs, and aerial bombardments. From the perspective of the lieutenant political officer, only the remnants of numerous tanks, night mechs, and even titans could be seen. These once mighty rulers of the battlefield now lay pitifully scattered upon the scorched rocks, their shattered armored shells marred by the horrific marks of melting. Despite this, the distant Titan Legion continued to unleash their cataclysmic firepower. Under the onslaught of the divine machines, countless infantry and armored engines had ceased to exist, whether the lowest of the undead or the tenacious death guards, under the overwhelming might of the Titans. They were but insignificant specks of dust. Only Titans can contend with Titans. This is the immutable law governing the countless battlefields among the stars of the galaxy. On this battlefield, the Imperial Titans hold the upper hand, and logically, Mortarian's forces should have collapsed by now. Yet, that is merely a supposition. Commissar, do you still have the strength to look outside? A soldier leaning against Bai Ji gently tapped his arm. The commissar turned to glance at him and noted the expression of utter exhaustion on his face, his trembling hand struggling to extract a cigarette from his pocket. How can we know what we are to fight if we do not look? Those things change by the second, Bai Ji remarked, taking the cigarette from the soldier's hand. He ignited it on the heated barrel of his gun and returned it to the soldier's mouth. But let's not dwell on that. Where is Colonel Alana now? She is asleep. The soldier inhaled deeply, the specially formulated sedative in the cigarette calming his trembling hands. Although consuming such substances during non-combat hours is a serious violation of military protocol, even the strictest commissar would not be overly harsh on soldiers in this trench, still exuding the fumes of burning debris. Moreover, Baiji was not the type of inflexible bureaucrat typical of the Empire. Asleep? Over there. The soldier tilted his head towards a cover behind the trench. Baiji leaned forward, and, beneath a fallen armor plate of an Imperial Titan, he spotted a few strands of golden hair peeking out. The colonel had scarcely slept for 5 hours over the past 3 days. The soldier, cradling his laser rifle, spoke with a hint of reverence as he recounted Alana's actions over the past few days. If not for her and the command center's efforts, we might not have survived this long. At the soldier's words of gratitude, Baiji feigned indifference, poking his head out of the trench. As a member of the command center, he was the only officer who had not participated in any reconnaissance or command tasks initiated by the command center. His days had been spent contemplating how to harness his subspace abilities against enemy space warriors, idly lounging in bed and chatting with his compatriots from Terra, until the afternoon when the combat forces underwent a brief respite, finally revealing to him the endeavors of his colleagues. With a pang of guilt, Baiji cast his gaze towards the distant battlefield. What is it, Commander? Noticing the sudden stillness of the colonel, the soldier tugged at his uniform anxiously. Are you all right? Go wake the colonel. Why? The soldier, perplexed, propped himself up beside the colonel. Then, like a tide, an ominous green haze engulfed their vision. Through the murky fog, they beheld the once mighty mountains, now moving, jagged, and menacing. By the Emperor's grace, the soldier recoiled into the trench, his face ashen. It was only when Baiji kicked him that this seasoned veteran remembered to notify Alana, something large is coming. As Baiji gazed at the distant colossal demonic tower vehicle unleashing its malevolent sorcery, causing one of the sacred and formidable Imperial war engines to vanish amidst a disconcerting sizzle, he thought to himself, "Oh, Emperor, grant us protection." The silver lining was that Baiji's efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. Through his relentless assistance in battle, all attempts by the Death Guard forces to ambush the Imperial Titan had been decisively thwarted, allowing the Warlord-class Titan to safely reach its designated tactical position, with the escorting troops flawlessly executing their mission. However, the dire news was that, after repelling the enemy's initial wave of attacks, it became evident that their adversaries were no longer merely a few traitorous Titans. The heavy, decaying, and unsettling tolling of bells reverberated across the battlefield. Unlike the ritualistic bell used by the Mechanicum to awaken Titans, this ominous chime was struck by the foul blight-bearer Kugath himself, accompanied by an endless horde of Nurgle's demonic legions. As an ally of Mordorion, Kugath found it impossible to continue brewing his grand plague in tranquility upon sensing the tide of battle on Parmenio shifting in favor of the Imperial forces. With Typhon's plague fleet engaging the Stars of Catastrophe and the Death Guard being bombarded by the Star Fortress Galatan, the Blight-Bearer was left with no choice but to wield the power